Episode 601, The Last Turner. Logan had finished telling the other two in detail everything he could and as much as he remembered. The other two were hanging on to his every word. For Peter, who used to be human, this was very important. The whole world's events had changed, and it looked like the Green family was at the center of it. But he couldn't blame the Green family. They were involved without knowing about it. And as for Fex, he had no clue the vampires were involved in such a thing. He knew the Enos were the 10th family, but had no clue what their names were or who this person was, as well as the Dalkies. The whole thing had been stripped from vampire history as if they had no relation to it. All he knew was that they were consuming regular red human blood, not the green blood the Dalki produced. So somewhere along the way, perhaps the Vampire Council must have chosen to hide it, to conceal this mysterious person and anything related to him. But Fex was far too young to be someone who would know of this. Maybe his father or Bryce would be gone forever. Still, on the hologram video screen, Logan had a few more details to tell the others before he was done. After finding out all of this, I did some digging of my own. There were some reports in public files that a certain beast, one that they were unable to determine the level of, had attacked a city. The whole place was destroyed. I tried to find any follow-ups, but it just said the beast was dealt with, which was the end of that. Although it seemed strange when I was accessing the files, specific dates had been moved and details altered. It was like they were trying to hide something. There is a chance that a demon beast might have attacked Earth at one point, and it might still be here, which was why the Dalki had attacked them for coming to look for it, although it might not be the one they were looking for. But when the Dalki were unable to find it, after having a war with Earth for so many years, they were okay with backing off for a while. They were just wasting their time, and right now, they are searching from beast planet to beast planet just like us, trying to find the demon tier beast. The scan that my parents found shows a demon tier is located on another planet. Whether this is what they are looking for or not, I don't know. The scan only shows the energy source and not the shape, nor what the beast looks like. Still, I have started to spread the information to all of the powerhouses. Soon, everyone will know, and they will start making their preparations. I plan to go along with the Bree family with Mona. It has already been agreed. I think it would be the perfect opportunity for all of us to meet up there. We can leave whatever group we are with and head back to the ship together. In the confusion or fight, they can just think we have died. If you can, tell Quinn everything. Maybe I and him are involved in this more than we know. The video call had ended with that. As for Logan's last words, the reason for him saying that was because of Quinn's system. Upon more investigation, Logan discovered that the system was his first ancestor who possessed the talent. The AI gaming system he created sounded a lot like the one Quinn was using, and it would also explain the strange reaction the two of them got when they first touched. It was a little ironic that Logan first agreed to work with Quinn, because he was interested in who could have possibly created such an amazing and advanced system, for him to find out that it was his own family all along. The two of them were left with a lot to think about. Just knowing all of this information felt wrong to them. It's like it was something that should have been common knowledge to all humans, and yet it wasn't. They were just kids who knew things that others didn't, and what could they even do about it? "Can you imagine how Logan feels?" Fex finally said. "To see his family like that. I wish I was there right now. The little boy really looked like he needed a hug." Hearing that, Peter was suddenly saddened. What about his family? His mother and father who worked on Earth? He didn't even bother to check up with them this whole time, just assuming they would have stayed with the military. As non-fighters, they would be okay in all of this. This strange feeling in his body was telling him his loyalty lies with Quinn. This was his family now, which was why he hadn't thought about it much before, but something had clicked inside him after hearing Logan's story. When they had the time, he would want to know if they were okay. Returning to Sam and Ricky, they could see that they were all done with building and setting up the teleporter on this end. Now all they needed to do was fly back and head to the Crows. "So about you and I swapping, if you really want—" Fex started speaking but was interrupted by Peter. "It's okay, I will stay. I want to stay. If I'm needed, Quinn will ask for my help," Peter said. Whites were known to be heartless, cunning, and straightforward. Beings of the undead with no emotion and only loyalty to their master. There were a few instances where Peter still showed his natural human emotions from before, and here he was showing them again. When they got back to the Crows, the first thing they did was tell Quinn what Logan had said to them, about what happened to him and the plan involving the demon tier beast. Quinn asked the others to leave the room when he found out what had happened, so he could think. He paced up and down a few times, trying to fit the puzzle together in his mind. His suspicion that Richard Eno was the first king was becoming more and more plausible. It only made sense for one to live that long, but there was one thing he was wrong about. Eno wasn't the one who created the Dalki. It was someone else, but there was no name for this mysterious person, only that he also cared for the Eno name. Also, the way Eno suddenly left without telling the Greens anything was strange as well. Maybe through the story he had found out something. Maybe he was still the one that killed Logan's parents after learning what they had done. There were too many possibilities, but now the most pressing question was, who was looking for Vincent at the time? Why did they want to see him so badly? In Vincent's memories, there was only one person who wished to take over and help in his research with blood. They had almost asked daily, and that was Vincent's Uncle Jim. Was this the man who was searching for Eno? Edward did say that he had left, but it was out of anger for what Vincent had done. He thought he had betrayed him. Was Jim alive in the human world, and where the hell was Richard Eno? All these questions were giving Quinn an almighty headache, but it was clear. Richard had the answers to all of this. He was the one that knew what was going on, and they would need to find him. Arthur, please don't kill Richard if you find him first, Quinn thought, as he wanted to know Vincent's involvement in all of this, and why this whole war that killed his parents had started in the first place. The Vincent inside him was calling to him as well. When asking Blip about the demon tear, he said there had been no movement from the Grey Lashes on their end, possibly due to them gearing up for a fight with the Sun Shields. After some time had passed, the teleporters had been set up at the Crow's base and the ship. The training was going well with everyone. Alex was making good gear, and they now had free time on their hands. If they wished, they could go on quests and hunt while waiting for the Sun Shields to attack. There was always a risk if this was to happen, so they chose to do other things. For Fex, he was interested in trying out the soul weapon machine. If Quinn had obtained a soul weapon, maybe there was a chance for him, and it would answer a deep question he had. But before that, Quinn had called the group of people who knew what they were into a room. Kaz had been pressuring him for a while, and now he no longer had any excuses for his free time. It was time for them to turn Sam. "You ready?" Quinn asked. Sam's palms were sweating. His heart was beating rapidly, but at the same time, he was about to change his life from this point onwards. "Ready," Sam replied. Episode 602, Vampire Soul. Quinn had performed the blood ritual so many times that he knew all of the steps and didn't need the system to help him. One of his quests required him to blood 10 people. He had 7 of 10 showing as complete so far. Peter was the first to be blooded, then soon after an accident occurred, turning Leo. Then the 3 girls also wanted to change. In hopes of saving the lives of many humans, Paul joined along the way, and in return, Quinn gained a powerful ally who was someone knowledgeable. Then finally, he had turned Linda, the co-founder of the Crows faction. Now, it was Sam's turn, making him the 8th person. After activating the ritual via the system, Quinn started to pour blood from his hand into Sam's mouth. Only when the ritual was activated would it turn someone. If Quinn's blood accidentally went into someone's mouth, or if he had left a glass of his blood around, not sure why he would, but it wouldn't turn the person if they were to drink it. Like each one of them before, the process was painful, but standing by his side and holding him down on the floor, both Kaz and Paul prepared themselves. With the newfound strength, it was relatively easy to hold Sam down, even when he was using all his might to break free. "If he turns into something bad, I'm killing him, you know," Kaz said. At this point, Quinn had had enough of her taunts, and he had snapped back at that moment. "I would chop off your legs before you could even reach him." The tension was high, and Fex had come in between the two of them. "Come on, guys, let's remember we're on the same side. Besides, I have no reason to believe that Sam will turn into anything bad." Fex didn't know why, but lately, after Freddy had died, it had changed Quinn a little. He was always a caring person, but now he seemed obsessed with the idea of not letting anyone get hurt, especially those he considered his friends. "What am I thinking? Quinn was always this crazy. He came to the vampire world just to save me, after all," Fex said, his face a little red. "Are you blushing?" Quinn asked. "Did I turn on my charm skill by accident?" No, don't worry." Fex now was unable to even look at Quinn, remembering what happened last time. The sounds of moans and shouting had stopped, which meant the process was complete, and Quinn, using his inspection skills, was happy with the results. It looked like a confrontation wouldn't be happening in the first place. "Congratulations, the blood ritual was a success. You have successfully created a halfling." It was one of the weakest things someone could turn into off the bat, but at the same time, it had the most potential to grow. In a way, with him now having lost his ability, Sam would probably be weaker, but at one point, even Quinn was a halfling, and he had grown tremendously. Getting up from the ground, just like those before him, he could feel it. He could feel a difference. His body was slightly stronger than before, but it didn't feel like a significant change. Quinn went on to explain to Sam what he was. At first, Sam was a little disappointed. After all, Paul had skipped the halfling step and went straight to the vampire. But when Quinn explained that he too was a halfling, it changed Sam's mood completely. All this meant was that he had a different starting point, but he now had what he wanted, the room to grow and increase his potential. A sun ring was given along with a full flask of blood. The first thing they would do was get Sam used to the smell, and then he would taste it there and then. He would continue to do this every so often, starting the weaning process immediately. There was a chance that war would start soon, and they couldn't be turning on their allies, especially with Kaz still around. "Have you thought about what ability you want to get?" Fex asked. "I handed you that list before." When Sam knew he was going to turn, Fex had made a list of compatible abilities that he knew of, but the one Sam wanted wasn't on there, and now he had turned to look at Quinn. "Quinn, I want to ask a favor. It's fine if you say no, but I was thinking, is it okay if I learn the shadow ability?" Sam asked. "From what I have seen so far, it's very versatile, and one would have to have a creative mind to use it. I think it would be great in the hands of someone like me." Quinn thought about it for a while. With his shadow abilities now known to the world and vampire world, there wasn't a reason to hide it like Quinn had first done. The only problem was that Quinn wasn't able to teach the shadow ability. He hadn't learned it the regular way and cheated through the system. He knew none of the techniques for how to cultivate the ability, but there was one person who might know, someone who had lived with the shadow ability for thousands of years. "It's not that it's impossible, but I can't teach," Quinn replied. "But there is one person who can teach it to you. We can't meet with him now, and I can't guarantee he will say yes, but it will be up to him in the end. If you are fine with waiting, then I see no problem with not learning anything for now." "Thank you, Quinn," Sam said, bowing down. He could feel that his life would change from this moment onwards. Once again, things were starting to calm down a little at the base. The training between people continued, and Quinn was trying to figure out the best way to use his soul ability, because right now there is a major downside to it. According to Nate, this wasn't usually the case with soul weapons. Usually, one's MC points would be used greatly when using a soul weapon, so it was important to decide when the right time was to use it. Using it at the beginning wasn't always the best choice. It would be like a boxer swinging wild punches at the start of the match. If they all missed, the person would be gassed out, too tired to continue, and at their most vulnerable point. That's why most would fight at a steady pace, and when their knockout punch comes, or when the opponent is weak, is when they would use their soul weapon. But Quinn's was a bit different from this. While Quinn was trying to figure out how to best use his, Fex had decided to go ahead and use the soul weapon training machine. He was very curious about why or if vampires could have soul weapons. It might be a turning point for vampires in the future. Sam was with him, keeping him company and making sure the machine was working. Fex was kind of like Sam's teacher in being a vampire. Any question he had, he would answer, and he was already doing the same for Linda, so it was no bother to do the same for Sam as well. When strapped into the machine, Fex started the process. For someone like him, who found it hard to focus, the machine was perfect. With the magnetic pulses on the seat calming his mind, he could finally see it, something inside his chest. He had asked Sam what he should have seen. According to Sam, it would be a yellow flame, and when he got close to it, it would start taking a better shape, either covering his entire body for an enhancement type, or the shape of an item for an item type. He had also asked Quinn what he had seen, and it seemed like what Sam had said was quite accurate, only Quinn had 3 flames. Fex was able to see something inside of him, but it was no flame. It was red and hard in color, pointed and jagged in areas. This was something that Fex had only seen in textbooks, while at his school and once with Quinn. What he was looking at right now was his blood crystal, an item that was dropped upon the deaths of vampires. That could then be used to turn them into blood weapons. However, there weren't many that had them today, as obtaining blood crystals was considered illegal. Only the old vampires contained one. Exiting the machine, Fex was a bit disappointed, and Sam could see this on his face. "No luck?" Sam asked. He wanted to help him because Fex had been so helpful to Sam. Fex explained everything he had seen in the machine, how there was no flame, and also explained a little about blood crystals. It gave Sam a little time to think. "Maybe the yellow aura is for humans, and the red aura is for vampires, which is why Quinn obtained both. You had your ability from the beginning, so it had already mixed in with your aura, unlike Quinn. I mean, vampires and humans aren't the same after all, but it's making me wonder. Maybe they're not so different. What if the crystal inside you is just the hardened form you see? Perhaps there is a way to break down the crystal inside you to form the weapon. The blood weapon that vampires use is a soul weapon that humans use. But the vampires never learned how to make it come out naturally." Sam was just mumbling thoughts along because, honestly, he didn't understand it himself. He was the type of person who was good at theories, but didn't have the tools to do anything about them. "If I understand you correctly, you mean maybe I can bring out my blood weapon, just like how humans bring out their soul weapon? I don't need to die or kill anyone," Fex whispered the last part. "That's exactly what I'm trying to say, but honestly, I have no clue," Sam said, which left Fex disappointed again. Just then, Nate came into the room. "Everyone is to come to the meeting room immediately," Nate shouted. "The sun shields are here." Episode 603, The Sun Shields Attack. The whole faction had been preparing for this day. As the days went by, people took fewer and fewer quests, and it didn't take long for the members to notice what was going on. Megan, one of the rank Bs, tried her best to keep it under wraps, but it was nearly impossible. Still, surprisingly, not many chose to leave the Crows. Some had requested Blip to try and move them to a bigger faction, but most of them had great loyalty to their leader, who had gotten them this far. In preparation for the attack, scouting ships were placed around the planet 24/7, more than usual, as they would cover a wider area as well. They wanted to know as soon as possible when they were coming, not when they were about to land. When one of these scout ships discovered a force coming their way, rather than engaging, the first thing they did was come back to report. There were going to be no needless deaths today. In the room, the alliance between the Crows and the Cursed family was present, and the one leading the actual meeting was Sam, rather than Blip or the others. Each of them sat at a round table, while Sam looked at them. He was nervous, but he knew many lives and people were counting on him, so he was powering through. "Based on the location of the ships, they will be here in about an hour. We have already informed the people. They are on their way to the teleporter's location, being escorted to head to Quinn's ship, although some of them have refused to leave, which was expected," Sam said. "There are a few things I'm worried about. What the people will act like once they are moved to an unknown area, and how to control these people while their family members are out there fighting. That's why I suggest that Linda, the second most prominent figure in the Crows, go with them. This is very important." This was decided beforehand. Linda wanted to stay and fight, but there was a second reason why this was decided apart from the one Sam had mentioned. She didn't have her ability. With Blip taking part in the fight personally, he would have wanted to fight side by side with his sister. When she wasn't transforming using her ability, he would know something was up. They didn't want Kaz to start going on a killing spree towards the end of the fight again when everyone was tired, so this was the best thing to do. "The water users will be placed on standby and won't be joining this fight." "Wait," Megan said. "The water ability is the most effective against the fire users. Shouldn't we have them on the front line fighting with us? At least each squad should have a water user, don't you think? There aren't many after all." The faction members would be split up into 6 different squads, led by their strongest fighters and highest ranks. Nate, Megan, Blip, and Dennis would be the main squads, and then there were 2 more, with Quinn and Fex. Maybe some people would disagree about the last 2, but they didn't have enough time to argue about it. Megan was suggesting that a water user would be placed in each of these squads above. "No," Sam replied. "The fire ability can easily cause destruction. It's what makes the ability so powerful. Even if they don't intend to, the buildings around them will be set ablaze. When this happens, I want our water users to go around and calm these fires all around us. What's the point of winning this battle if everything around us is destroyed? I don't plan on abandoning this place." The determination in Sam's voice gave everyone confidence. When he first started to speak, he was a little shaky, but as he went on, he started to believe in his plan more, and it allowed the others to as well. "This boy is good," Paul thought. "Quinn, you sure do know how to pick them." But when Quinn had turned Sam, he had no clue Sam had this great of a mind. He had turned him just because he saw him as a friend. He wanted to stay alive. In his group, they would often rely on Logan, but rather than coming up with tactful plans, Logan would just be able to come up with solutions to the problem, and there wouldn't always be solutions to the problem. Everyone got into their positions in the faction. Linda had gone off, and most of the members' families were already teleported to the ship. Those who were too badly hurt in the battle or at any time could use the teleporters to get back to the ship. As a result, safeguarding the teleporters was a crucial task. Without them, they couldn't return instantly, and if they were left up, the enemy could go through them. Sam right now was with a group of 10 E and F ranks from the faction. They were the weakest of the bunch, and also included the 3 kids from the military base too, who had surprisingly chosen to stay and fight. "You 10 here will be protecting the teleporters," Sam said. The looks on their faces had dropped in an instant. They thought that they might be asked to gather the remaining citizens, maybe act as scouts to report back. They knew they were weak, but why give such an important task to them? In a situation like this, their abilities were practically useless. There were 10 large cloth-covered objects behind the teleporter that led them into the teleporter room. "This was a little gift from a friend of ours. I'm sure you guys will be able to handle anyone coming towards the teleporters with this," Sam said, taking the cloth off and showing what was underneath. The weak members' eyes started to glow with excitement looking at the objects. As long as they were able to use these, they were confident in doing a good job. There were around 33 men, with the odd extra here or there per squad. Each split into 6 squads, making their force around 200 strong. Last time, 100 men were sent to attack the Eagles. Even with more numbers, they were utterly defeated to the point where Dennis and Alex were the only ones who had returned. This time, the Sun Shields would send more, though, and according to their scouts, Sam was right. They had the element of surprise with the first attack. The Sun Shields believed that the Grey Lashes increased the security of their men on these planets, or that at the very least, these planets were made aware of what had occurred. Everyone was in position, biding their time and waiting, and that's when they could see it. A total of 10 spaceships are heading towards their shelter. If there was anything to buy last time, each ship had a squad leader on board. Their force would either be 200 strong or 400 strong. The Sun Shield's ships were flying very slowly as they were proceeding with caution. They too had seen the scout ships and were suspicious that there had not been a space battle. Surely they would try to shoot them or intercept them before even coming to the shelter, but there was none of that, and now, when they were nearly at the shelter, the whole place seemed quiet. Abandoned, almost. "Sir Gox, do you think they have already escaped the planet?" one of the men said to the head squad leader, who was leading the operation for the Sun Shields. "I'm not sure, but I'm sure a laser or two will tell us if there are people here or not. Tell ship fire to 4, Gox ordered. The order was given, and the ship's 2 blasters started to light up. The particles reached their output and aimed straight at the main crow's base, hoping to cause some destruction. "Fire!" The beams came out, and at the same time, a small black spot from below seemed to be coming towards them. It headed straight for the beam. "Wings?" one of the men said. The crystal laser had hit whatever was coming towards them, and the man chuckled. "Idiot! Who would come straight towards us like that?" When the lasers dispersed, large golden wings could be seen. They opened up to reveal a flashy golden armor, and a man there perfectly fine. "You will pay for what you did to the Eagles!" Dennis shouted, flying high in the air. He flew directly above the ship. "Soul weapon, golden arrow!" Diving down at great speed, something started to form around Dennis's body, a golden spiral, encasing and protecting him. From a distance it looked like an arrow. Dennis slammed his whole body into the ship, piercing right through the center of it. He had damaged a major part of the ship, and it was starting to crash down. "Everyone ready for battle! Get off your ships and proceed on foot!" Gox ordered. As the Sun Shields dropped down from their ships, they started to engage with the members of the Crows. The battle had begun. Episode 604. Contribute 50%. Dennis had set the tone for the entire Crow faction by taking down the first ship. Although he may have attacked first out of rage for his people, it provided a significant morale boost. Many of the regular members' minds would have been racing with ideas. The big 3 are untouchable. How are we going to win this? Are we fighting? Maybe we can just talk. They were scared, and up to this point they had fought against the Dalkian beasts, but not their fellow humans. But Dennis had already experienced it and felt it, seeing his people die at the hands of the Sun Shields. Seeing him take down a ship like that was showing that these people weren't untouchable as they first thought, and were just like them. As soon as the first ship was taken down, Quinn immediately received a new notification. New quest received. The battle between the Cursed family and Crow's alliance versus the Sunshield family has begun. The Sunshield family will not leave until the entire shelter is burned to a crisp. Help your side and win the battle. Quest rewards will be based on personal contributions to the battle. 10% first reward unlocked, 30% second reward unlocked, 50% third reward unlocked. After receiving the request, a bar could be seen in his view, and currently it had 0.5% on it filled in red. Using the inspection skill gave him a little bit more information. In the battle, any contribution made from his side that wasn't Quinn himself would fill up the bar of red, but anything he did himself would fill up the bar green. About 10 men were being deployed from each of them, so they had sent a force of 200 strong. That's double what they had done to the Eagles. The only person who had done any damage to them so far was Dennis. Did he already beat one member? Quinn thought, judging by the bar. That seemed to be the case. That's when Quinn realized what the quest was telling him to do. If he wanted the top reward, he would have to deal with half of the Sunshield forces himself. It was a daunting task, even in his position, but Quinn didn't shy away, and a smile appeared on his face. Maybe it was the idea of the rewards behind the quest. Maybe Quinn just wanted to pay the Sunshields back for nearly killing him and Alex back then, or maybe it was the fact that seeing it like this made him think of the whole thing as a game. But all of these things put together were desensitizing him to the idea of what needed to be done. On top of this, he realized, the system didn't give him quests that seemed impossible. It had more confidence in his powers than he did in his. Back at the base, Sam had remained with the others protecting the place. His role in all of this was as the coordinator. Every squad had a communication device assigned to its leader who would report back to him. At the same time, on a large digital map of the shelter, he could see everybody's movements on the map. Blip and Dennis's squad were part of the aerial units. They would provide support for the other teams. Most of their members had flying-like abilities or were people who could attack from a distance. They were more mobile, moving about based on Sam's order. The main people who would be moving to help, though, were Blip and Dennis. Their strength added to any of the other squads were a big improvement. The truth was, there weren't many members in the Crows that could beat those in the Sunshields. Megan and Nate's groups made up the bulk of the main fighters. They were the people Nate had been training in terms of hand-to-hand combat this whole time. They were also composed of the highest and strongest members of the Crows. "What is all of this?" one of the Sunshield squad leaders said, looking at Nate and Megan. "You guys knew we were coming but decided to stay anyway? Well, that's nice of you. We didn't want to just take this planet away without having a little fun." Both sides had yet to engage, and they merely stood opposite each other. Nate's side because they were nervous while the Sunshields were waiting for an order. Hearing the words from the man, Nate decided to walk forward. "Sir, do we go in?" one of the Crows said. He was unsure about what to do. "You will know when it's the right time," Nate replied. "I like fighting probably more than anyone," Nate said with his fist clenched. "But there is no need to kill your opponent. Let them live to fight another day. Grow stronger together so you can fight once again. However, I'm not an idiot. If someone tries to kill my friends or me, I will show no mercy." The squad leader started to laugh, and now Nate was about halfway between his men and the Sunshields. "Burn in hell," the squad leader said, moving at a great speed. While running, a fire would spew from the back of his hands every so often, powering him like a rocket and making him move faster than expected. His fist, covered in bright flames, was starting to resemble that of a lion, and with a big punch, it had covered Nate's entire body in flames. The Sunshield men were cheering seeing this, but the only one without a smile on his face was the squad leader himself. There was no give with the punch? Whatever he had hit, with the strength he put in, the person should have fallen to the ground or at least moved back. It wasn't just an attack of flames. When the fire finally dispersed, they could see the man still standing there. Part of his uniform had been scorched, but he was completely fine. "Your flames are going to have to be a little hotter than that to scorch me." Nate grabbed onto the flame user's wrist and threw him over his shoulder, slamming him into the ground. "He just hurt our squad leader. What are you waiting for? Attack!" the other squad leaders who were with them said. Seeing the Sunshields run in, the Crows moved as well, and Megan did with her squad as support. The fight had started, and as expected, the Sun Shields were faring a lot better. Even though Nate tried his best to teach them all, there was only so much that could be done in a short amount of time. Martial arts take people years to learn, unless they are some type of prodigy. Although they knew this would happen, they were simply buying time to receive support later on from one of the other squads to do their work. What did come as a surprise to Megan was how long their people were lasting. She had seen someone get punched directly in the chest with the flame. He should have been knocked out right there and then, but he got up almost instantly and right back into the fight. "Are these guys zombies? They keep coming back for more punishment," the Sun Shield soldier said. "It didn't hurt. Their punches and abilities aren't as strong as I thought," the man said as he charged back in. That's when Megan realized what it was. Because they were part of the main fighting force, they had been given something all the others didn't have. They had all been given the new set of armor, personally made by Alex himself. It looked like the stat increases and improvements were showing in a large-scale fight like this. Still, they only had enough materials to produce it for so many of their members, so it was decided the main force would get it. "I'll have to order something from him myself when this fight is over and done with," Megan shouted, joining in the fight. There were 2 more squads out on the battlefield on the Crow side. One belonged to Fex. His group was the group of water users who would be going to try to calm down any fires and such that had caught on the buildings. There weren't that many water users, so there was a mixture of others as well. There were also healers and buff-type ability users. On top of this, Paul and Kaz were with him as usual. "That's right, Fex the designated babysitter. Now I also have to worry about this old group." Fex was put with them because of his strength and unique skills. He would protect them, along with a small group of fighters. As for the last squad, this was Quinn's squad. They were one of the weakest out of them all. Essentially, he was left with the scraps that couldn't be placed anywhere else. The reason for this was that Quinn was new, and his real power wasn't known to the others. There weren't going to be many that would follow his orders, so all those were below him in traveler rank. As for this squad task, there was nothing. Sam had stated that they were free to do as they wished and offered support where he thought it was necessary. "You mean similar to Blip and Dennis?" Quinn asked at the time. "Similar but different," Sam replied. "They will be moving around as I command them. Based on what I can see on the digital map, Quinn, I can see everything. There will be things on the battlefield that require split decision thinking and decision making. Danger that I can't predict. You're strong, and your unexpected arrival can influence anything." The others were following Quinn, but honestly for now, he was just running around aimlessly, unsure of what to do. All he could see was the contribution bar slowly filling up as the other squads defeated more members. Looking up, Quinn could see that more men were being dropped off towards the center, where Nate and Megan were fighting. Soon they would be overrun. Sam's plan was good, but it split up their forces. The idea was that the smaller forces would hopefully win their battles to later join up with the large force. However, too many men were now being placed in the main center of the battlefield on the Sun Shield side, while the others were already engaged. "We'll head that way and get them from behind." But just then, someone with a flaming kick came from the side. However, Quinn's reactions were fast enough to block the attack with the shadow. He then flash-stepped behind the person and kicked him as hard as he could. For the first time, his contribution points had gone up. From one of the alleyways, a squad of sun shields could be seen coming out. "Well, the shadow user. Aren't you the one protected by the blades?" the leader said, coming out and onto the street. Once again, Quinn had heard their family name after showing his ability. Episode 605. Go home, let me fight. Once again, as soon as one of the big 3 had seen Quinn's ability, the mention of the Blade family was raised. No longer could Quinn keep this as a simple coincidence, but his search so far had resulted in no solution. If the Blade family was well known, when Quinn announced he was being protected by them, the whole world should have known about them. Yet neither the Crow faction leader nor the Eagles had ever heard of the Blade family before. It seemed like the only ones that knew anything were those from the Greylash family and those that worked for the Sun Shields. "You probably think we're going to let you go. Let you retreat now that we know who has your back, huh?" the squad leader said. "But the orders have changed. Even if you are a Blade yourself, we will be going against you. This is war!" With that, the 10 of them charged in. There were 30 or so men on Quinn's side, but the opponents were confident in their fighting abilities. "Inspect!" Using Inspect on the leader didn't give Quinn the instant level-up quest. which would have suggested that the leader he met last time might have been the head squad leader. Still, the red bar was slowly filling up, and it looked like 5% of the Sunshield forces had already been defeated, with Quinn having contributed so little. Quinn had spread his shadow on either side of him as the Sunshields charged towards them. Whenever they would make a fatal attack on one of his men, the shadow would rise and block the attacks. Splitting his concentration and working on his shadow was something that he had learned to do from Arthur. "Your shadow is certainly useful, and I can see why so many people are after it, but if you're protecting them, then you can't protect yourself." One of the Sunshields ran towards him. Soon after, Quinn threw out a phantom punch, causing the man to flinch, soon after which he felt a sudden grab. A few seconds and the man was shocked as his whole body was being electrified by Quinn's gauntlets. Quickly stomping his foot on the ground, Quinn gave out a hammer hook, knocking the person down so hard onto the floor that his head had cracked on the ground. The enemy wasn't simply knocked out, they were dead. Quinn wasn't able to be his usual self in a fight like this, where he would normally control the amount of strength he used. If he cared about whether or not his opponent lived, then the men behind him would die. "I don't have time for this. Shadow Void skill activated." Somewhere in the shelter, a large dome made of shadow could be seen encasing not only the Sunshields, but members of the Crows as well. They were frightened by the sight of a dark shadow engulfing them and had no clue what was going on. "Shadow hop!" Sinking into the ground, Quinn hopped from one location to another, able to appear by the squad leader's side. "Hammer strike!" He had hit one of the men in the chest, sending him flying across to the dome wall, where shadow hands had grabbed him, holding him in place. The man had survived. Even if Quinn did use his full strength, he wouldn't be able to finish them in one blow if he hit the armor without adding his blood attacks. It was expected of one of the big three, but they were outmatched. After a few moments of shadowing around the place and using the shadow in the dome to protect his allies from the fire, the only one left was the leader. The bar had now filled 4% green, while 8% of it was filled red. The only problem with the bar was that it allowed Quinn to know how many people there were, or at least the strength left of the Sunshields, but said nothing about the Crows. Therefore it was hard to tell if they were winning this fight or not. Quinn wanted to ask this man about the blades, but now was not the time. Explosions and fire were ripping through the shelter. The squad leader, having seen all of his men defeated and with no one else to back him up, wasn't stupid. He decided to run and had entered the alleyway from which they had come. Firing fire from the palm of his hands, he could travel faster and wasn't worried about his escape. "This guy, I have to warn the others. We need to get rid of him fast. No wonder the blades are protecting him. Everyone, this is Squad Leader 6. Listen up. We have to get rid of the—" His speech was interrupted as Quinn suddenly stood in front of him. He felt like it was impossible. The speed for someone to catch up to him would have had to have been that of a speed user. "No one is looking, and you're quite strong, but I'm in a hurry," Quinn said. He could see something that looked like a shadow scythe in Quinn's hands in front of him, with a blood-red blade. It had sliced through the squad leader like butter, breaking through all of his armor as he swung it diagonally down with all of his strength. The added stats had made it much stronger, and his key control was getting better day by day. 6%, so the squad leaders must be worth more. But if I can get a large group of them, then I should be able to finish the task quicker. It may have seemed like Quinn was more concerned about completing the quest than protecting the shelter. But at the end of the day, the quicker he did his quest, the more it would help. Walking past the body, Quinn dipped his finger in the squad leader's blood, taking a small part of it, hoping to increase his stats whenever he could. When he exited the alleyway, the others were there waiting for his order. "He's so strong, no wonder they made him a squad leader," the members mumbled. "I thought we were goners when the Sunshields arrived, but he overpowered them all. And he was even strong enough to defeat the leader." Watching their skills in the fight just now, none of them were ready to go up against even a single Sunshield. If Quinn wasn't there, they could all have possibly died, and Quinn had used up a lot of shadows to protect them. He couldn't continue like this. "Listen up. You might not like what I'm going to say, but it's for the sake of your shelter. You saw their strength for a brief second. Could any of you really say you would have won the fight without my help?" There was silence between them all. "I know you mean well, and you want to protect the home and family you built, but I do as well. I care about you so much that I'm focusing on protecting you guys rather than fighting them. So please, I ask you, please head through the teleporter. Live on and protect your families, and trust me to do the fighting here for you." It took a lot for the Crows members to pluck up the courage and agree to fight. At the time, Blip and Sam were just thinking about the numbers, and maybe if Quinn didn't care for their lives, they would have served to at least be a distraction. However, for the current Quinn, they were just a distraction for him. Quinn didn't want to see another person die while they were under his responsibility. In a case like this, he would have preferred to go solo, which is what he was requesting of them now. One of the men, who was quite young, was the first to break down in tears. He bowed down after wiping them away with his sleeve. "Thank you. I was so scared. I just wanted to protect my family. After seeing what just happened, we completely understand. We were holding you back because just now you saved us. How can I go against your orders? Squad leader Quinn, please save our home, save the Crow faction, and blow away every single one of those Sunshield bastards." Soon after, the rest bowed down. "Quinn, please," they said. Quinn was taken aback. He had expected them to resist, complain, and demand to fight. What he didn't realize was that for the first time in their lives, they were grateful that someone wasn't wasting their lives. Most of the members in Quinn's squad were lower ranked. They were forced to go on beast hunt after beast hunt due to the Greylash's greed and excessive demands, and they feared for their lives every day. It was the same here. They felt like they had to fight. And now someone who didn't want to just use them as cannon fodder was telling them to go home and that he would take the burden. Lifting their heads, they all saluted Quinn before running off back to the teleporter. 16% complete, and I have only 5%. Can I really do this? If I can, then I'm going to have to do that, Quinn thought. Episode 606, Debt Paid. In the center of the shelter, a fierce battle was still raging. After Nate's little show with the squad leader, another had come in and given him a flaming kick before he could finish him off and put him down for the count. It was fast and unexpected. Using his ability, Nate was able to harden his whole body, but the hardening weakened after time. What made Nate so skillful with his ability was that, through his years of fighting and martial arts, he was able to predict where someone would hit him before they did, and he could harden just that area extra hard. These people weren't like the ones he would usually go up against, and he was slightly caught off guard. He was whacked while holding off the other squad leader, and was now facing two of them at the same time. Megan, rather than fighting those that were strong, was more concerned about the Crow's people. She was trying her best to help them fight, sticking to the plan and buying time until the others finished what they were doing. Still, it seemed like a lot more people from the Sunshields than they had predicted were fighting in the center of the shelter. "Sam, we really need help soon. I don't think we can last much longer," Megan said. "I know," Sam replied, "but Blip and Dennis are still busy fighting. The Sunshields are stronger than we first thought. The squad leaders are just a bit much at the moment." On their side, they had 6 squads who were led by the stronger members of the Crows. Meanwhile, on the enemy side, they had come down with 20 ships. With them, smaller teams of 10 each with a squad leader and a head squad leader, which meant each of their strong fighters would have to fight multiple enemies at a time, which was unexpected. When the Eagles fought them, they only brought 5 ships with 20 men each. This was what Sam had based his calculations on, which was why his plan wasn't working out exactly how he thought it would. "Fex, how are things on your end?" Sam asked. The fight from the center had spread out, going through buildings and spilling into the nearby streets. Fex's group had been moving in and working on dousing the fires as planned. They would occasionally assist stray fights and return injured strays to the teleporter, but there was a problem far worse than all of this. "We're still evacuating some of the citizens who are leaving now," Fex said. Stubbornness. Some people were far too stubborn to even listen to the Crows about leaving their homes, and they had remained, thinking the Sunshield would do no such harm. They just couldn't believe it. If they were under the protection of the Greylashes, why would they attack? Their minds quickly changed as soon as the battle started. Because of this, Sam was ordering Fex and his group to go around, saving the few remaining people before going to the center to support Nate and Megan's team. They would save a few of them, and a couple of people from their side would go the long way round to escort them back to the base and head through the teleporter. "Help! Help me and my family!" someone shouted. It was a middle-aged man's voice. He was in a burning building that had already been consumed by the flames. The only thing they could do was isolate the building so the fire didn't spread. The man was on the 3rd floor, and the fire looked like it had already engulfed most of the building. "Please, just protect my family," the man shouted. "That idiot! Why risk your family's lives? You should have listened," Fex said, as he was ready to head into the burning building, but before he could, he saw a female with 2 round balls on her head run past. "What is she doing? The fire is too strong. She'll just get herself killed," one of the water users said, as she was trying her best to create more water to put out the fire, but she had run out of MC cells at this point. But a few moments later, 2 bodies were draped over her shoulders, and she was carrying 2 children in each of her hands. She was carrying them around like pillows, and her face had severe burns in several places, but it didn't seem to bother her. Slowly, the wounds started to heal away naturally. "Kaz?" Fex said, half confused, but at the same time he wanted to be thankful to her. She dropped the 2 bodies on the floor and chucked the other one over her shoulder to the ground. It was a bit rough, but they couldn't complain given the circumstances. "I have repaid my debt to this man," Kaz said, looking at Paul. When Paul looked at who was on the floor, it took him a moment to recognize the man. It was the merchant on who Kaz had used her influence skill to steal some earnings. Paul was just telling her off at the time, and he didn't think it would stick with her. "That you did. I would say more so," Paul smiled. A group of the shelter's remaining citizens had been rounded up, and it was now time to transport them back to the base. Half of them would go to the base, while the other half, with Fex, would continue to quell the flames. However, this didn't go unnoticed. The head squad leader Gox had received a report and was watching from the far back, towards the center of the shelter. A report that detailed citizens returning to the Crow's base for some reason. "I thought it was strange that there were no people here. They are either hiding them all somewhere or have a teleporter running off to a different place. Follow them and see where they are going." A separate squad had broken off from the center, and they had chosen to follow Fex's group. Fex noticed this group and wanted to chase them off, but he decided he would trust Sam first. "How many of them did you see?" Sam asked. "About a group of 10, Fex replied. "Leave them. If it's just 10, then they can protect the teleporter. Don't worry. Right now I need you to send the water users back. They have done enough. I will send them through the teleporters. By now, most of their MC cells will be empty. They can no longer help much anyway. What I need you to do is go and help Nate and the others in the center now." Everything was stressful for Sam, but he saw a little light of hope. Fewer people had moved away from the center, lowering the others' burdens while he was sending in more people to support. Still, it wouldn't be enough. They needed something to drastically change in this fight if they wanted it to turn in their favor. The sun shields that were following part of Fex's group were able to attack at any time. They chose to stay back because they were planning to see where they were headed. A long route was taken, but it was clear they were doing so just to avoid conflict while trying to head back to the base. Seeing them all enter, the sun shields were prepared to move. "Come on, let's go," the squad leader commanded. As soon as the sun shields stepped out and were in front of the base, Sam had given the order. The sound of large, heavy objects landing around them was heard, and then a few more landed in front of them. The objects were so large that their shadows towered over them. "Mechs!" the squad leader shouted. "How did they get mechs?" Inside the suits were the Crow's weakest members, and Sam had given them a little gift, which was handed over by Quinn. The Bertha ship had many different items in the storage room. It was designed to be a large battleship, and on board it had everything they needed to fight a war. Usually, mechs were costly. It wasn't that the sun shields didn't have them, but they never thought they would need them in fighting a faction of this size. However, there was a problem. The mech's output could only fire lasers at the intermediate level, just like the ships. They were more often used in war as an annoyance against beasts or the Dalki. It was sturdy when protecting a person. With the mechs alone, they would never be able to beat the Sun Shield family. At this point, Sam was biting his lip out of nerves. He was hoping Blip, or maybe even Dennis, would have been done, but they were still busy. Not only that, it looked like they had lost the lives of most of their squad members. With each death, Sam felt like it was slightly his fault. He could just see little green markers disappearing on the screen as their lives did. It was a reminder that those people would never be seen again. He could see a group of dots coming towards the teleporters, probably hoping to retreat and fall back. Just then, Sam had decided to go out himself. Even with no ability, he should have been able to do something. He left his post and went outside to join the others. That's when he saw them, a group of around 30 or so of the Crows helping out the mechs fighting. They were mostly unarmed, and looking at them, Sam noticed that they were from Quinn's squad. If they are here, then where the hell is Quinn? Using his shadow travel, Quinn was traveling towards the center as fast as he could. The bar was now at 24%, while his progression was still only at 6%. Episode 607, Turn the Tide. The first group of citizens, led by the co-founder Linda, had entered through the teleporter. Many of them were visibly nervous and unaware of what was really going on. Linda had only told them a few details, that this was a place where they could stay while the sun shields were attacking. At the same time, she was brutally honest with them all. There was a chance that they might not be able to return to the Crows' base or the planet at all. Many of them trusted her and the Crows. They knew that they were fighting for their home, so they couldn't complain and went through the teleporter. However, even Linda was a bit nervous about where they were about to go, even though she hadn't seen what the spaceship was like. Stepping through the teleporter, they had entered a large empty room, and waiting for them was Peter. The group was still nervous and bickering, twisting their heads around trying to get a sense of where exactly they were. "Where are we?" one person asked. "What planet is this on? Is it safe to be here? Is it under the protection of one of the other big three?" The questions and comments continued, and Peter was beginning to grit his teeth in frustration. He didn't like how they were acting, especially since they had given them safe refuge and asked for nothing in return. Simply put, Peter wasn't good at dealing with these situations, and he had a short fuse with his emotions. Linda, upon seeing this, went over to Peter to make a suggestion. "Why don't we give some of them a tour around the place? Maybe it will take their minds off things." "Anything to get these people to shut up," Peter said. Both Fex and Quinn had warned Linda about Peter's aggressive nature, which was mostly to do with his transformation. It was a complete 180-degree turn from when he was a human, Peter. A small group of people was left behind in the room the teleporter was set up in. They would wait there in case more people came from the other side, which was expected, as a few more citizens gathered and the injured were coming through from the battle. The tour commenced with Peter leading the people, and many of them were amazed at what they were seeing. The facilities were clean, modern, and nicer than anything they had at the base. The whole place was spotless, as it looked like no one lived there. Even the bedrooms were state-of-the-art. When they said they had a large spaceship, she was never expecting something like this. It certainly was a place that they could use as a base together. This was based on just seeing the equipment and rooms. In total, the number of Crows, including the members of the faction, was around 1,000. At the same time, the ship seemed like it had the facilities to cater to double the amount. "Quinn, I don't think you realize how much you have done," Linda thought. "Wait, is this a spaceship?" one of the members shouted as they looked outside the large glass window. On the tour, Peter had taken them to every room apart from the command center. He didn't want anyone touching buttons and unexpectedly setting something off, but now that they were in the main center hall, they could see outside through the windows. "I thought we would be moving to a new planet. Are we going to be living here? What about hunting? How will we get food?" One man had started to panic, and soon it started to spread to the others. The idea of living on a spaceship for most of their days didn't sit well with some of them. "Calm down, everyone. We don't even know if it will be the case," Linda said. "There's a good chance that they will be able to take care of the sun shields, and we can head back to the Crow's family." "Like that will happen," a man muttered. It was quiet, but there was one person who had better hearing than most of the others on board, and he was getting annoyed by the man's attitude. "You just said a second ago that there is a chance that we won't be going back. Which one is it?" "What did you say?" Peter shouted. "I'm just being realistic. Okay, when Linda said she had a solution, I thought we were moving to another planet under the Grey Lashes. We could have even surrendered to the sun shields and just joined up with them or the others. Why the reason to fight?" "You don't understand what we saw," Linda snarled, her fist clenched in rage. "When the sun shields attacked, they didn't even give the Eagles the option of surrendering. When they took over the planet, they made certain that everyone was dead. And why would the Grey Lashes help us now if they didn't help us before? To those at the top, this is a fight between them, while everyone else is just a bunch of flies they want to get rid of or toss to the side." "And what are we meant to do?" the man replied. "Just run away for the rest of our lives on this spaceship, never having a place to call home?" This was the last straw for Peter. He walked over to the strange man, and his eyebrow was twitching. The others who were around him started to back away. "Look, Quinn didn't force you to go on this ship. If you want, you can go back to the Crows. Why don't you try explaining to them that you want to surrender to them? We're fine without any of you. We don't need you. You're being incredibly selfish right now. People are fighting for their lives at the base, for a chance for you to return home. They could have just come here with the rest of you, but they know the ship isn't a permanent solution." Peter was now right in the man's face, and he gulped at his presence. The next thing he knew, Peter had thrown out his fist and hit him on the chin, knocking him out with one punch. That feels a lot better, Peter said. If anyone else starts complaining about my ship, then you can go back home, or I'm willing to chuck you off myself. See how well you survive in space. Peter walked back, heading to the command center. I'll leave them to you. I'm done with this, he said to Linda as he walked past. She couldn't help but smile. She might have not dealt with the situation like this, but she couldn't say that it wasn't effective, as everyone had undoubtedly shut up. Maybe they still had their concerns, but they were no longer voicing them or worrying others. Just then, the doors opened from the teleporter room, and a group of people had come in. They looked hurt and injured, some even with burn scars all over their bodies. Any idea of returning to the base was quickly forgotten about. Both Blip and Dennis had finally finished dealing with the two squads they were facing. However, it came at a great cost. Both of their teams had been completely wiped out. They were no longer active. To make sure their deaths were not in vain, they were determined to win this battle. Otherwise, they would have given up their lives for nothing. Blip, Dennis, head to the center to support them now, Sam ordered. And quickly, they flew towards the center of the main battlefield. As more sun shields started to join and enter the fight, Nate had to back off a little, and then the two of them arrived, Dennis and Blip. However, both Megan and Nate were disheartened when they saw only them. Not only that, but Dennis and Blip were injured from their fights. They didn't know how much longer they could even stand it. This is looking pretty bad for us, right? Blip said, pulling a strained smile. I won't go down until I see every single one of these sun shields on the floor, Dennis said, trying to convince himself he was still as fresh as when the fight first started. 3 squad leaders charged in, hoping to go against Nate, Blip, and Dennis. Surprisingly, even with how tired they were still hanging on and doing well. The punches and kicks still packed power, and the sun shields couldn't be reckless. However, their fire abilities would eventually give them an edge. With each hit, they were still doing damage to their bodies, and finally, Dennis had slipped up. His legs were weaker than he thought, and they gave in slightly, causing him to fall and pull back on his punch. The squad leader recognized this, and threw a flaming fist as hard as he could right at his head. But only a few inches away from his face, the fist had stopped. Dennis could even feel the heat coming off of it. He looked at the fist and could see a red thread. Vex yanked the person towards him, pulling him away from Dennis. Even though it was the string, he infused it with his blood abilities, making it so the fire couldn't melt it. As for the other two, Kaz and Paul quickly came to their support as well, evening up the sides. Everyone stepped back a little from the shields, knowing they needed to take a breather. Right now they were in the main open plaza area. This was where most of the people were fighting. Seeing their leaders step back, the rest of the crows did as well. Both sides looked at each other. The crows were heavily worn down, and they had gone from 200 men strong to around 60, while on the Sun Shield side, they had smirks on their faces. They had some heavily injured people, but had only lost around 25% of their people. In their eyes, this fight was over, and even if they didn't want to admit it, the others thought the same. Should we retreat? Megan asked. No, there's one more thing that can turn the tides, Vex replied, smiling. At that moment, a black shadow could be seen going across the plaza floor and had reached the center. Raising from the ground, Quinn stood in the middle all on his own. What, him? Megan said. I know he's strong and is the person who defeated the Emperor Tyr, but one person can't change the outcome of this entire fight. Quinn looked at them all and looked at his quest. The people in front of him were just what he needed to complete it. Soul weapon activated. Episode 608, Quinn's Soul Weapon. Quinn had the perfect opportunity to use his soul weapon with so many people in front of him. It was one of the very few chances he could use well. Furthermore, it provided him with the best chance of completing his quest. Soul weapon activated. As soon as he had given the command to his system, a dark, sinister energy could be felt emitting from Quinn's body. The cells in everyone's bodies were telling them to not get close to this man. The Sun Shields hadn't felt like this since they had met with their leader. The commander, who was the head of all squads, was carefully watching from the back. Gox knew it was most likely a soul weapon, but even with the most powerful ones, there was a major problem. They would expend too many MC cells. Even if this was the Crow's trump card, eventually he would be worn down in front of all these people. Around Quinn's arms, the shadow had encased them, similar to when he would use the shadow equipment. When the shadow started to disappear, his gauntlets had been removed, and in both hands, an item could be seen. It looked like Quinn was holding on to 2 chains from a distance, one in each hand, that were being dragged across the floor. On closer inspection, one could see it was different. Rather than chains, this item looked like a skeleton from the tail of a beast. Each segment on the sides had a sharp-bladed edge. "So you have chosen to use it. Maybe we should step back from this one," Nate said. "Are they moving?" Megan noticed. The item did seem as if it was alive. Quinn had opened his palms up, and the bladed chain started to run up his forearm, wrapping around like a snake. As it wrapped around, the blades would dig into his skin, piercing into his flesh, clinging on, not letting go. Blood would drip to the floor, and the weapon would light up slightly inside as it consumed Quinn's blood. Eventually it stopped moving just below the elbow, but the blood from Quinn's body continued to drip down, and the bottom of the bladed chains still ran across the floor. This was Quinn's soul weapon, known as the twin-tail chain, one held in each hand. "I can't waste any more time," Quinn said, his face showing signs of discomfort. He threw out the tail directly in front of him, and it had gone right through his opponent's throat. Pulling him towards him with the other tail like a whip, Quinn would continually cut his body. Retracting the tail, Quinn dived right into the center of the Sunshield army and started to swirl them around with great strength and speed, cutting limbs off and even more to shreds. It was so strong, so fast, and so powerful that they couldn't even get close. Blood was splurging and flying in the air everywhere, and at the same time, Quinn was keeping track of his health at all times. Even though he wasn't getting hit, his health would continuously decrease and increase, moving along at about the same rate. This was all due to his soul weapon's drawback. It wasn't like the others when he used his soul weapon. He would lose 5 points of HP for every second he had his soul weapon drawn out. Quinn didn't realize this the first time he used it, and had to use his inspection skill while holding the soul weapon to figure it out. When he was with Nate, he had retracted it away just in time before his HP had completely drained. It had even gone through the reserves of his blood bank at the time. But it did have a few other traits as well. Quinn's soul weapon fed on blood. Similar to the blood weapons, every time his soul drew blood, it would feed this back to the user, healing him at the same time. This was why his health at the moment was in a constant state of up and down. His soul weapon could only be used when fighting multiple opponents at once. Otherwise, the blood drawn by the weapon was far too little, and he would be dead before being able to even defeat his opponent. While using the weapon, constant pain was felt inside Quinn, but each time he cut someone with the tail, he would gain a slight relief and pleasure as his body was healing. The same way when he consumed blood. However, that wasn't the only thing he could do. The tail chain was like a bone split into different segments, so it could retract and extend, as well as curve and move like a whip. With Quinn's speed and strength, the Sunshields now had no choice but to move away and try to come up with another plan. If they were simply to run away, then Quinn wouldn't be able to draw enough blood to heal. When one of them was attempting to escape, Quinn had thrown out his tail. It looked like it wouldn't reach as it was fully extended. He threw it down, and it looked like it would hit the ground beneath him. The Sunshield member had avoided the blow, and the attack simply went into the ground, hitting a shadow. As soon as the tail dug into the shadow on the floor, blood started spewing from his shoulder, the same place where the tail had hit. This was one of the other abilities of Quinn's soul weapon. There was no need to hit the user. If he hit the shadow, it would feel as if the tail had directly hit the user. Doing this didn't feed the weapon on blood, though, but it was still a nice extra to have. An opponent would have a hard enough time struggling to avoid the two tails' blows. Now they have to worry about their shadow being hit as well. The downside to this was that while using his soul weapon, Quinn was unable to use his shadow abilities either. Watching from the sidelines, all they could see was Quinn creating a bloodbath. He would chase down members, attacking them and not letting them escape. He looked like a demon possessed by blood. He was relentless, just going from person to person. The more Fex looked at it, the more the item looked like a blood weapon, and judging by Quinn's facial reactions every time the weapon drew blood, it looked like it was along the same lines. Is this because he was human and is now a vampire? Fex wondered. Quinn's soul weapon was an item made for war. In a one-on-one fight, the side effects were too severe, which was why having everyone gathered in a place like this was perfect for him. A lot of the Sunshields were scared and stunned, and the regular members started to move away, as this seemed like something only the remaining squad leader could deal with. "What are we waiting for?" Blip shouted. "Their guard is down. Victory is in sight. Let's go!" Charging in once more, the battle started again, while Quinn was left in the Sunshield army's center. Quinn was taking them down quickly, but there were still plenty of them alive. When the squad leaders came forward, Quinn chose to ignore them, going deeper into the rest of the sun shields. They were too strong for him to waste time using his soul weapon. He was just focused on taking down as many of the sun shields as he could at that moment. When the others who had been reluctant to join the fight and Gawk saw this, they now chose to join. He threw out a fist of fire from a distance, and a flame ball came out along with it. Without the shadow, Quinn had no choice but to dodge, but instead he wrapped the tail around one of the sun shield members, digging the blade into his sides, and then pulled him in front of the fireball, blocking the attack. Quinn continued, but Gawk's from a distance continued to be an annoyance. However, he had no choice but to ignore him as he was focused on one thing. The green percentage bar for the quest was loading up slowly with each kill. The pain, it's getting worse, Quinn thought. Even though he was perfectly fine according to his health, his arms were throbbing. He could only imagine that it had something to do with the key. His soul weapon was formed of 3 different flames, but that didn't exactly mean they gelled well with each other. His chain tails were strong and sharp, more powerful than a regular weapon, thanks to the key he was using. But because the blades themselves were hooked into his forearms, they couldn't heal properly. Just a little more, Quinn thought, as he attacked a few more enemies. The squad leaders that were on his back before were now fighting with his friends. Then, finally, he had reached the back of the Sunshield's army, where he stood in front of Gawk's. Your contribution is currently at 45%. Total contribution 80%. The battle was nearing an end. Canceling his soul weapon, Quinn knew the fight with the commander would be tougher than the others. On top of that, there were far too few people left to draw blood from around him. If he tried, he might hit his allies fighting in the process. I knew you would eventually run out of MC, Gawk said. Now you're done. The shadow rose behind Quinn's back. For him, he was not done. Episode 609, Different Styles. There was one thing Quinn forgot to consider when using his soul weapon while standing next to the commander. He was struggling to breathe because his hand was gripping around his chest. Sweat was running all over his body, and it was a feeling he hadn't felt in a long time. He was tired. Even if his health was constantly up thanks to the soul weapon, the continuous action of swinging something so hard with the intent to kill had worn him out. Congratulations, you are now level 34. Congratulations, you are now level 35. Thankfully, during his massacre of the Sunshield family, he had gained an additional 2 levels. The EXP needed to increase further was substantial at this level, but it just served to prove that these weren't just normal people he was killing. On top of this, Quinn was getting more EXP for killing rather than just knocking them out. He'd also gained additional EXP from those who he had turned to, who were nearby. It wasn't much, but everyone Paul had defeated would give him experience points as well. Stamina increase 47. Stamina increase 48. The points gained were placed into stamina, which helped him out a little, but still, he was exhausted. What was the point of fighting against us? Gawk asked with a grin. If we don't defeat you today, then we will come back with even more people next time. Why are you so adamant about taking these people's homes away? Quinn replied, slightly breathless. And don't worry, maybe the Sunshields will come again, but no one here today will. While using his soul weapon, his MC points that were being used to protect the others were restored enough for him to use the shadow. Shadow Void! A dome started to form around Quinn and Gawk. Fex quickly pulled people away who were near the dome with his string ability. He wanted only Quinn and Gawk to be in there to minimize casualties, and he could read Quinn's mind for something else. Fex looked behind him. Soon he noticed that it had gotten quiet. The sound of clashing weapons, the sound of explosions happening in different places, all of these things had ceased. He turned around to see that there were no longer any Sunshield members left standing. The Crows were left with around 40 men still alive. Nearly 2/3 of their forces had been wiped out in battle. Falling to his knees, Blip couldn't help but start to pray. He started to think back to his best memories with the people he had grown up with the faction. He looked at their dead faces on the floor and could picture them when they had first joined the Crows. He thought about how happy they were, how they trusted him, and how they thought they could do this together for as long as it took to win, but they were all gone. Dennis walked up slowly behind Blip and placed a hand on his shoulder. I know exactly how you feel, but Blip, you did well. Look at the shelter. It isn't totally beyond repair, and the people. You managed to save so many of them while I was... Dennis stopped there, choked up with tears. He turned to the others and looked at the 40 or so people left. It shouldn't have been a time for sadness, but a time for them to celebrate their victory. No, not yet, Paul said, as if he could read both Dennis's and Blip's minds. There is still one more battle going on. Each of them looked towards the Shadow Dome, and they couldn't imagine what was going on inside. They had each fought with a squad leader and saw how strong they were, so they couldn't imagine how strong the commander would have been. Inside the Shadow Dome, after using his inspection skill, Quinn had received the instant level-up message. The opponent was going to put up a tough fight. "What's with that smile, boy?" Gox said. "I'm not like those outside." "I know," Quinn replied. "Why do you think we are in here?" Gox looked around, and he was unaware of what the Shadow Dome exactly did, so he erred on the side of caution. This was the problem with going up against unique ability users. Knowledge was power, and he had no idea what this ability could do. The Shadow Dome protected Quinn from the sun's rays and restored his MC cells 50% faster. Using shadow equipment, his gauntlets were back on, but that wasn't the only thing that appeared this time. His mask was on as well. One handy thing that he realized was that during the fight, his adrenaline point bar would still go up, even if he didn't have the mask equipped. He hadn't worn it out because the crows knew whoever used the mask was the Night Demon, who used blood powers, not shadow powers. "Activate mask, adrenaline into stamina." His stamina points now got a 15% boost. His tired body was feeling a lot better compared to before. The main reason why Quinn had chosen to use the Shadow Dome was so that he could use his full strength. The two of them were quite a distance away, and while holding his finger out like a gun, Gox thought the boy was just playing. Bloodshot! Bang! A blood bullet infused with ki went through one of the ankles. Bang! Another one had gone through his overfoot. Gox was prepared to dodge because the fire user's ability was unique. If they could see the attack coming, they could turn that part of their body into flames, protecting themselves from not just small blows but big ones as well. When he heard the bang, Gox reacted by doing this exact thing. If he wanted to attack, he would have to switch between his forms. What he failed to realize was that the attack itself would be so fast, and for some reason, after turning his body, he was still hit. Was it a fluke? Gox thought. There was a throbbing pain in his feet, and now he couldn't move as well. Moving towards Gox now were large red aura lines that were impossible to dodge in the cramped space of the Shadow Dome. He covered his arms in flames, planning to protect himself just in case the same thing happened last time. It was a good thing he did, for the same thing did happen. The attack didn't go through his arms and body, but instead hit him in the back. But the flames and armor on his arms were enough to stop an attack like that. The ki being infused in each of the blood attacks was the key factor in all of this. The red aura attacks! They are nothing like the Shadow! Gox was overwhelmed as Quinn demonstrated several different skills and abilities. He used hand-to-hand combat, leg kicks, and punches, and he was still able to block Gox's flames with his shadow, as well as hop from random places. On paper, maybe these two might have been on the same level, but when it came to it, this wasn't the case at all. Quinn had carried out so many attacks, and they were all so different. In a way, the commander felt like he was fighting against a combination of 5 different fighting styles. Each time he had to adapt to a new one. It was hard to keep up, and throughout the whole thing, he was trying to find a weakness. A heavy blow to the stomach was delivered while he was doing so. Each of his punches also seemed to pack quite a punch. He felt like he was about to puke his lunch all over the floor after one blow to the stomach. It seemed that while Quinn was in this dome, he would be invincible. On Quinn's end, his attacks were certainly strong. However, he was unable to make any decisive blows through Gox's armor, which left him with no choice. With Gox's armor at the Emperor tier, he wouldn't be able to cut through easily with his shadow scythe. Instead, when the two were close to exchanging hand-to-hand combat, Quinn punched Gox square in the face and then stomped on the ground. He mixed his blood and ki and conducted the blood hammer strike. It was a strong internal blow that could bypass the armor, and the commander was defeated. Back outside, it didn't take long for the Shadow Dome to start to fade. Everyone waited in anticipation. When they finally saw Quinn as the one left standing, they all cheered, some cried, and others hugged. It was a joyous moment. "Wait, it's over? Everyone was defeated?" Quinn said. Looking at the status bar, it did indeed say 100% complete. Looking at the green bar, which was more important to Quinn, was when he saw his results, and he was speechless. "I guess the commander wasn't as strong as I thought." Before fighting the commander, Quinn was at 45%. He only needed to defeat one more skilled person to turn the tide. And it could be done. The notification screen was flashing in front of him. 48%. He had only needed 5% more, and the commander after everything was only worth 3. Still, the war was finally over, for now, and Quinn would still receive 2 more rewards for completing the task. Episode 610. It's Growing. When the dome fell, they were looking at a single person standing there. He looked to be uninjured, but his body was covered in blood from nearly head to toe. His special uniform had been soaked. For a brief second, they all feared this man. A single student shouldn't have been able to have so much power in their hands. Trotting along, Quinn started to walk towards the others. "Did he just kill half of the sun shields all on his own?" "The fighters," he said excitedly from behind. It was a tale that if someone had heard, they would find it hard to believe, perhaps exaggerated, and even more so due to it being against one of the big 3. "Not half," Quinn replied, his eyelids now slowly starting to close. 48 per... Before he could finish his sentence, it looked like he would fall to the ground, but Paul was there, ready to catch him. Out of everyone, he probably had contributed the least, and seeing how hard the kid had worked, he wanted to do something. "You did good, kid," Paul said. Quinn was completely out of it, far more tired and drained than he thought he would be. This was something the stats just couldn't account for in the system. It was different from stamina. If he was forced to give a single word, it would simply be called heart. The will to continue fighting required great mental strength, and when everything was over, everyone felt this weight lift off of them. However, on the ground, a new burden would be placed on them all. "They did it! They did it!" a man said, running in through the portal, and that person was none other than Sam himself. On the spaceship, he went to the main center area where everyone had gathered, shouting the news down the hallway. The others who he passed wanted to stop him, to ask what he was talking about, but Sam carried on with a huge grin, shouting again and again. "They really, really did it," Sam shouted. Finally, he had reached the room, and everyone could hear his words. "They did what?" someone asked. Tears started to fill both of Sam's eyes as his emotions were starting to overwhelm him. He tried his best to keep a strong composure this whole time, for the sake of everyone. The truth was, he was scared. Scared that his plan wouldn't work. Scared that they would all die, and then what? But he didn't have to worry about any of that for now. "They defeated the sun shields," Linda said, completing the sentence for him. Loud cheers erupted in the room. People hugged and jumped up and down. Some were crying. Many thought that it was a lie or that they were dreaming. How could a faction of their size have fought off the sun shields? But after the initial reaction, next came the onslaught of questions. Those asking about their family members were asking if they were alive or not. This was the tough part, the hard part of any war. Quinn's eyes started to flutter open, and he could see the white ceiling above. He was a little groggy, and it took him a while to notice where he was. Right now, he was in his empty room on the ship. He didn't have anything to begin with, and the rooms were almost identical to each other. He knew it was a room, though, because of the clothes that were thrown on the floor. It was something he would do whenever he changed. At first, he wondered if everything that had happened was just a dream. He wasn't sure. But after checking the messages he had received, he knew it wasn't. The rewards from the quest of defeating the sun shields were right there staring at him. First, Quinn had received a total of 3 level-ups. The first 2 came from the 10% and 30% contributions, while the last one was for defeating the commander. He was level 38. He is only 2 levels away from becoming a vampire lord, and closer to completing his quest to become a vampire leader. It was a shame he hadn't completed the last contribution quest. Otherwise, he would have only been a single level away. As for the next set of rewards, they were 2 titles he had received. Solo Warrior. When fighting against a group of over 10 opponents solo, you will receive a 10% boost in all stats. The first title seemed to be semi-related to what Quinn was able to achieve. He found it a little ironic that the title would have been helpful in the fight that he just had, but he was sure there would be many more to come. EXP Leecher. Even if the person isn't one that the user has turned, if they are recognized as a part of the group or party while closing, the user will gain 50% of defeated targets from them. Quinn found it a little strange that the titles were opposite of each other. One helped him when he was fighting alone, while the other was in a group. He couldn't complain, as he could switch titles depending on the situation, which was extremely useful. In the fight they just had, Quinn was only able to retrieve EXP from Paul. It would have been great to get an EXP boost from the others as well. Either way, the rewards weren't disappointing, and they would only help him towards his goal in the future. He couldn't help but think about what he would have gotten if he had completed the last quest. As a guess, it would have been another title. He could only speculate as to what it would do. The sound of a door sliding open was heard, and walking in was Fex with a flask. "Yo, yo, yo, who's my hungry little boy?" Fex said, walking into the room. When he saw Quinn there sitting on the bed, he froze. "You're awake!" And his face was slowly turning red by the second. "Little boy?" Quinn replied. Ignoring the awkward moment between the two, Fex decided it would be best to catch Quinn up on a few things. It turns out that Quinn had been sleeping for an entire week. When he passed out, they had brought him onto the ship. According to Paul, the most likely reason was overusing his soul weapon. There weren't many that could use a soul weapon constantly like that for long. Quinn had a good chance of succeeding because of its special property. It didn't use up MC cells, but instead blood. It meant he was using internal energy to power the weapon without realizing it. This was something to note down. In the future, Quinn would need to try to use his soul weapon less. He couldn't be out for an entire week. What if an enemy were to attack again? A total of 38 faction members survived the battle. There were also the additional 30 that had returned from Quinn's squad. It was a big loss, and the Crows would never be the same faction again, at least not for a long time. Their families mourned for days. Most of them returned to the shelter once it was safe to pay their respects to the dead. A mass grave was built in the shelter. The cemetery is now attached to the side. The destruction was great, but most of it was concentrated around where the fight had taken place. Most of the normal citizens who didn't take part in the fight were Earth users, so they were able to rebuild temporary houses and walls quite quickly, and were now back living in the shelter. "Don't worry too much. They're all feeling a lot better, and it doesn't look like there have been any more attacks from the Sunshields yet," Fex said, seeing Quinn was a little down. "We thought they might have come back the next day, and we prepared to leave, but they never did." The two of them got up, as Quinn wanted to stretch his legs. They walked down the corridor and then entered the main room. "Thank you so much for saving us all, Quinn." The room was filled with unison shouting. Rows of men and women had lined up, and Peter was standing at the front, nodding his head in approval. "That's right," Peter said. "This man here is the leader of the cursed ship. He let your family stay here, and he was one of the major factors in winning the fight against the Sunshields." Hearing all of this, and being unprepared for it, Quinn wanted to curl up in a ball. He had no clue that Peter had done any of this. Had he gone mad from staying on the ship too long? Blip lifted his head, and soon after the others did as well. "Quinn, while you were out, a lot of the Crows had time to talk and think. Our members are few, and we are no longer what we were once before. It is as your friend says, without you, we would have never been able to even see our families again, and that's why we have decided from today onwards, the Crows and the Eagles will be disbanding, and we will be joining the Cursed family faction." In the middle of his sleep, unknown to him, his plan to create his own faction that would one day rival the Big Three was coming true. Over at the Greylash family headquarters, Owen, the Greylash family leader, had received the news. "Oh my, the Crows faction was able to defeat the Sunshields. Maybe I should pay a personal visit to them myself," Owen said. Episode 611, The New Faction. Without Quinn, the Crows wouldn't be where they are today. That much was for sure. Blip thought about this many times ever since he saw Quinn's body, a bloody mess with the Sunshields all dead around him. They could have fought as hard as they wanted, but it wouldn't have prevented the impending doom that awaited them all. Blip felt like he owed Quinn a great debt, and the only way he could repay him was by serving and following him. Originally, this was a decision he had chosen on his own. But soon, the other Crow members got wind of this. They wanted to stay with Blip wherever he went. They felt like wherever he would go, there was a bright future ahead of him. And when he informed them of his plans, they decided they would follow his lead. With Quinn passed out, they went to who they believed was the next highest-ranked person in the Cursed family, which was Peter. "Sure, you guys can join if Quinn allows it, but you will have to do it my way," Peter said with a smile. He was still annoyed about what one of the Crow members had said before, so he decided to take them all down a peg or two to show them who they answered to. He just didn't expect them to comply so quickly, and this was what had brought them all to give such a formal introduction when Quinn had awoken. Now that the Eagles and the Crows no longer existed and everyone was under the Cursed faction banner, a few changes were made. Nearly all of the old Crow members agreed to join and moved on to the ship. The others who had survived, including a small team, would stay on the Crows' planet most of the time. All the systems that were once there were also moved to the ship. The Traveler ID system and the quest board were moved onto the ship, and Blip had even updated it. In the system itself, he had disbanded the Crows and created a new faction, the Cursed Family. He then entered all of the IDs of the members who would be joining the Cursed Family. Once this was done, the faction as a whole would receive a rank. This rank was based on how many points in total from all members were achieved within a month. Until then, the rank would stay as the rank it was before and be updated the next month when the points were collected. The Crows were previously known as a rank B or C base, which would change depending on their performance month to month. With the Cursed Family being a new faction, they had been given the lowest possible rank, rank F. The rank itself didn't matter and was more shown as a symbol of pride or a deterrent for other factions if they were planning to stir trouble with them. Since a higher-ranked faction would have killed more beasts that were also probably at a higher level in that month, one could get an idea of that group's size or strength. And of course, currently, right at the top of the leaderboards were the Big Three, which were all AAA-ranked factions. In third place was the Sunshield family, in second place the Greylash family, and lastly was the Bree family. At the top, this rank didn't mean much because the three families were so far ahead in points compared to other families, but the difference was small between each of them. At the top, huh? I wonder how long it will take, Quinn said while looking at the list. Quinn started looking for another family name as well. Of course, not all families used their surnames as a faction name. Only the most powerful ones did. Quinn was trying to spot anything that resembled the Blade family, but he was unsuccessful. When he woke up, he tried asking Peter to get in touch with Vorden. He had sent him multiple messages, but there was still no reply. But he was still hopeful that he would receive a reply soon. The reason for moving everything onto the ship was because Quinn wanted an official mobile base. He was thinking far ahead into the future, where people wouldn't just do quests on one planet, but on multiple. For now, they only had one planet that they could hunt on, but in the future he wished for more. Not wanting to upset the flow of everything, Quinn had decided to keep things mostly the same. If there were any big decisions to be made, he wanted to talk it out as a group. Both Dennis and Blip had years of experience running factions that Quinn didn't have, and he wanted them to be part of the group, not just to be someone under him. This was a mistake he saw many of the other families make. Weekly quests were no longer mandatory, and now there wasn't such a heavy tax as before. Still, Quinn had to take a small fraction, but most of it would be used to buy things that ran the ship and to support themselves. However, if they did not go on any quests, then they would not receive their allowance of food or other amenities. The way the Greylashes were running it before was more like the Crows were paying them for protection. Quinn saw it more as you get what you put in. They were not there to run a charity. And if you couldn't help with quests, you had to earn your keep another way, teaching the children, maintaining the ship, helping with admin work, and so on. Jobs of the old that were underappreciated. People were confused about why Quinn would even give them credit for such work. They had forgotten that before the war, these were normal-paying jobs. Before, the world only cared about who was the most powerful faction. Everything was coming together. Blip was currently at the old Crow's base. He and the others still had offices there, so they kept track of things, and the people staying there as well. Some of the Crow ships and members remained, especially since they needed to protect the planet from future attacks, or warn Quinn if they saw anyone coming. While he was thinking back on events, he had received a call that he had long been waiting for. "Hello, good sir," Blip said with his hands behind his head. He was more relaxed than he had ever been when talking to the Greylash family. "Blip, it seems like the reports are true," the Greylash member said through the video screen. "We are sorry we were unable to aid you in time. The Sunshields had coordinated attacks on our bases and allies all over the place. By the time we found out about yours, we thought it was too late. I hope this doesn't ruin our relationship together in the future," the man said. "Future?" Blip replied quietly. "Before I forget, our leader Owen has requested to come by. He wants to understand how you were able to fend off the Sunshields. Out of all of the factions, you were the only ones who were able to do so without any Greylash members' help. You've done well to catch the eye of our leader, Owen. So when do you think would be a good time for him to meet you? Don't forget that I will also be expecting your report on your crystal delivery. I still haven't received it yet. I understand you have just gone through a tough battle, but that doesn't mean we can stop working." And the Greylash family member continued to mumble on, making request after request as if everything was normal. "Report?" Blip said, now standing up from his seat. "I'll tell you what you can do with your reports." His tone quickly turned from calm to furious. "You can tell Owen to screw his meeting, screw all the reports, and shove it up your Greylash brown-nose arses," Blip shouted, turning off the video soon after. His hands were shaking, but he was happy. He had been waiting to say that to them from day one, and he had finally done it. Did I go too far? Blip thought. I hope I didn't anger them to the point where they start a war now as well. In her old room, Kaz had also opened up her teleporter and had gone over back to the vampire world to make her report. They were impressed with what she had to say and how Quinn was able to defeat so many people without revealing any of his powers. But they were also upset to hear that there had been no progress in finding out what had happened to their agents. With things as hectic as they were in the human world, they feared sending more in case they didn't return. Just like before, after making the report to the king, Kaz went to make a report to Bryce. Damn it! So he still hasn't slipped up, and by the sounds of it, that brat is only getting stronger. How can the king possibly just sit by and let someone who might one day go against us just carrying on growing like that? We need to let the king see it our way, to see what a problem the 10th leader will cause us in the future. Kaz, when you return this time, don't shut off the teleporter. Episode 612, Wanting Love. Kaz had told Quinn what she was planning to do, that she had to go to the Crow's planet to make her monthly report as she had done before, that the teleporter was left back at their old apartment. Quinn disregarded her and just flapped his hands. He honestly didn't care what she did at this point. She was something Quinn wanted to get rid of at some point anyway. She's not as bad as she seems, Paul said, as he could see Quinn didn't have the best image of her. Oh, really? Do you remember how she killed those 8 soldiers back at Dreamland? Do you really think if the same were to happen again she would comply now? Quinn replied. Quinn, it might not be as black and white as it seems. Or maybe it is very black and white in her eyes. We don't know how the vampires were raised. Their survival, like any race, is their top priority, and they have decided that for them to survive, humans must not learn their secrets. I think she is misunderstood. There have been a few vampires I have met, and they are usually approachable and understanding. That vampire world that Kaz came from is the same world that Fex came from. You can't say the two of them act the same. So doesn't it make you think? Paul replied. Why did two people who came from the same world turn out so different? Like how Earth and the families had different goals and philosophies of how things should work, and how different parents had different teaching styles, the vampire families were the same. But for Quinn, he didn't have time to find out why she acted a certain way. In his mind, it just wasn't worth trying to befriend someone who could and had attempted to kill his friends. You make a good case, Paul. I'm not completely disagreeing with you, Quinn said. If you want, you can follow her. Maybe you will learn a thing or two. If you come back dead, then don't blame me. Returning to the Crow family, Kaz didn't know why, but she felt a little weird for the first time talking to Bryce. She knew that leaving the teleporter on could only mean one thing, that he had planned to send more people here. Hearing this had caused pain in her heart. Am I not good enough? She thought. She thought she had done a good job reporting everything Quinn had done, making sure no one found out about the vampire powers. Even the king said she was doing well and helping out, but Bryce hadn't praised her for her work like he would have usually done in the past. Instead, for the first time, he was sending more people to help complete her job. No, she screamed. I don't want that. Why can't you just look at me, Dad? She shouted and flung a chair in her room so hard that it smashed against the wall. This was the truth of the matter. Kaz was Bryce's daughter. Throughout her whole life, all she ever wanted was to be praised by her father for doing a good job. She still remembered his words. He had asked her to become the best vampire there was, so she followed all the vampire rules as best as she could, never straying from that path. She completed any task that was given to her by her father without complaining about it. But her father, for some reason, never seemed to look at her properly. He never looked her in the eyes. She could see it. Bryce was always looking past her at something else, obsessed with the seat where the king sat, obsessed with revenge. In this regard, many people often compare both Silver and Kaz. The two of them were both vampire knights who upheld the rules above all else, and they were trying to win their father's respect. It seemed like, other than the fathers themselves, everyone else in the vampire settlement could see it. Only Kaz was jealous of Silver, because when Fex was about to get executed and Silver had joined in, he had broken all the rules, no longer caring about his position. He wanted to save both Silver and Fex. The look in his eyes when looking at her at that time was so warm. Kaz started to think whether if she was in the same position as Silver, would her father have come to help her? Still, she shook off these thoughts. Of course he would. As long as she carried on being perfect, then one day she would get the love she wanted. But now he was sending people to help her. She was no longer doing a good job, and she felt like her whole world was crashing down. Her breathing had returned to normal after a few moments, and the man and a woman had stepped through the teleporter. Both of them were vampire nobles by the names of Kiln and Tupple. They were sisters and brothers. They both had short black hair with a long fringe covering one of their eyes. For Kiln it was the left eye, and for Tupple the right. "Greetings, Vampire Knight Buzz!" Both of them bowed and spoke at the same time as they saw her. Kaz quickly closed the teleporter, placing it in a backpack she had prepared beforehand. "What are you two doing here? Did the king request you to come?" she asked. "No," Tupple replied, and then Kiln carried on. "This was a personal request from Bryce. It seems that the king trusts the 10th family too much." "We have been told to go out on a hunt tonight." Tupple this time took over. "Not a secret one either. A blood rage revealing that vampires exist to the whole world, and the blame shall be pinned on the 10th leader with you as the witness." "You mean you're going to attack the people?" Kaz said. "But that makes no sense. They know nothing about vampires." The two looked at each other. They knew Kaz was a little dense when it came to these things. "When you make your next report, see your father first before the king. He will explain everything to you, and I'm sure he will say you have done a good job," Tupple commented with a smile. They also knew what to say to her to get her to comply, the praise she was looking for. The two of them would stay in the room until nightfall. They wanted to plant the seeds of doubt in people's minds slowly. First, a few bite marks here and there. Then the 10th family would start accusing each other, saying that one of them did it. They would try to cover it up, but as more and more people started dying from signs of a vampire, their trust in each other would be split, and at the same time, the humans would start to suspect something. That's when they would have their grand reveal. Kaz had left the room in a storm. She slammed the door, and Paul, who had been following, saw this. When he tried to keep up with her, she had already disappeared. That look on her face, was she sad? Paul thought, while he continued to search the shelter to see if he could spot her. Up on one of the higher buildings, Kaz just wanted to be alone in her thoughts. She was wondering what to do. It was the first time that her father asked her to keep silent about something illegal. The king was going to be tricked, and innocent people were going to die. However, on the plus side, if she did as he said, she would finally get his approval. Her father would finally say thanks. Her mind was conflicted, and in the end, she thought it might be best to just let it run its course. She wouldn't try to cover up their tracks, and at the same time, if Quinn found them, she wouldn't try to help them either. She would be a bystander in all of this. Eventually, nightfall arrived, and Paul was still unable to find Kaz. He was becoming worried. With someone as unpredictable as Kaz, if her mind was in a bad place, who knows what would happen. In the end, he decided to return to the apartment where he first saw her. Maybe she had returned without him knowing about it. Upon returning, he waited for a while. Still, there was no sign of her. At some point, he needed to return to Quinn. Otherwise, he might start to think Kaz had done something to him. That's when he spotted two people leaving her room, and they were two people he had never seen before. He followed them from afar, not wanting to get too close, and it was then that he noticed that they were also following other people. This time, it was an old man. They waited, and were constantly looking around. But Paul was no average person. He had years of training as a soldier. Because some of his previous responsibilities included doing things like this, he went unnoticed by the pair, and his vampire abilities only enhanced him. Finally, when the time was right, he could see it. No one was around, and they had gotten him in a spot where they could easily do something without being seen. He ran forward as fast as he could, and in front of his eyes, he saw the two of them throw a man into a dark alleyway. Before they could get the jump on him, Paul had arrived, diving in between the two of them, and he now stood between the old man and the pair. At that moment, a smell had entered his nose. Being around Quinn and the others long enough, he knew what the scent was. "You two are vampires," he said. Episode 613, Paul's Stand. Kaz had spent enough time alone to gather her thoughts, and she had decided what she would do. She would play the fool, playing dumb on both sides, pretending she had never heard of their plans. When she returned to her room, she discovered the couple had already left. She thought she'd made up her mind, but now that they weren't here, she could see in her head what horrible things they were planning. "Breaking the rules is wrong. My dad wanted me to become the perfect vampire, and the perfect vampire doesn't break the rules. But it will upset Dad if I ruin his plans." Then she had a eureka moment in her head. She figured out a way. What if I'm not the one that ruins his plans? Thinking about this, she returned to the crow's base and entered the teleporter back to the ship. When she returned, she walked around, trying to find Quinn. On the way, she constantly changed her mind about telling him about the vampires, or whether there was a way to tell him without actually telling him. Then, before she knew it, she was in the command room where several people were. Quinn, Kaz said. Quinn was in the middle of doing some personal searching on his own. He was getting his head around what Logan had told him, and was in the middle of informing the other members, wondering if they thought it was a good idea to head to the planet with the demon tier or not. Kaz, can you not bother me now? Quinn said without even looking at her. The others gave Quinn a look as if he had just done something incredibly rude. Come on, bro. Do you really have to be like that to such a nice girl? Nate whispered. Nice, Quinn thought. They hadn't seen what she was capable of as he had. Maybe to them he seemed rude, but after what she had done, he thought he was being quite polite. I mean, you can at least see what she wants, Sam said. Looking at these two fools' faces turned bright red, it was clear that they were on her side for completely the wrong reasons. He was starting to wonder if Kaz had used her charm skills on the two numbskulls, or if they were just idiots. Fine. Quinn spun around in his chair and looked at Kaz. What do you want? Quinn paused for a second before finishing. You haven't seen Paul by any chance, have you? Quinn asked. The reason being that Paul was also meant to be part of this meeting, but he had assumed he hadn't come due to him following Kaz around. Now thoughts were running through his head. I told the idiot not to die. Did he really go and try to do something to her? Getting out of his seat, Quinn immediately pulled Kaz out of the room and dragged her by the hand. What's up with those two? Nate whispered. Lover's quarrel, Fex jokingly said, but the two boys took it seriously as they turned and had eyes of flames, thinking one thing. They had a rival. Please, my sister is prettier than her, Fex casually said. Brother, please. Nate had suddenly left his seat and was now already on his knees right by Fex's side. He had moved faster than any vampire he had ever seen. If what you're saying is true, then please put in a good word for me. You see, I've been single for all 19 years of my life. Every day there is a chance I will die on the battlefield, and I don't want to leave this world without experiencing the embrace of a warm-hearted woman. Nate was a little too much for Fex, and he started to back away. I mean, it's true, but if my sister is a little old for you guys, and she isn't warm at all. In fact, she's cold. Very, very cold. That's just my style, just like Teacher Silver, Nate said with a smirk. That's when Fex figured it out. His sister had come to Earth disguised as a teacher for a short time, and from the sounds of it, she didn't even use a different name and taught these two idiots. When I say she's too old for you guys, I really mean she's too old. Back down one of the sides of the command room, Quinn had Kaz pressed up against the wall, and she could tell he was serious because his eyes were glowing red. Tell me what happened to Paul, he asked. Kaz could feel the influence of skill partly working on her. It wasn't controlling her completely, but it didn't make any sense. Only the leaders at the Lord level would be able to control her. Still, she thought back and answered truthfully anyway. I don't know what happened to Paul, but I came here to tell you something else, Kaz pleaded. Lies, Quinn said, shoving her against the back wall after seeing that she had broken free from his influence. Kaz was stronger than he thought. When we last spoke, he said he was going to follow you back to the crow's base. Back at the crow's base? Oh, no. In the alleyway, the old man had run off back to his home. Paul wasn't going to let these two go after him. Oh, another vampire? Tupple said. I am guessing from the 10th family, since they're the only ones that should be here, Kiln added. Are you angry we didn't offer to share with you? You were about to hurt that man, Paul said. If I was able to follow you and see what you were doing, maybe a human could have as well. Paul, not knowing the strength of the vampires in front of him, wanted to be cautious with his words. He was trying to win this fight without having to fight at all, and based on Kaz and the others, they respected the rules very much. Hey, Tupple, how about a little change in our plan? I wonder how the 10th leader would react to finding one of his vampires dead. Would he go into a rage trying to find out who did it? Maybe we won't have to get our hands dirty, and he'd start going on a rampage against the humans for us. It seemed like whatever hopes Paul had of convincing these two were thrown out the window. They were here to cause trouble for Quinn. If he was to guess, then it would have been that bald vampire who seemed so against Quinn to even do this whole thing in the first place. He had only been in the council room with the others once, but being a fellow bald man, he didn't trust the bald vampire. Quickly placing his hands by his side, Paul quickly attached the two claws that had been made for him. Alex was able to improve them, and now they were at an advanced level. He swung, trying to hit Tupple, the closest female vampire, but Kiln had pulled her body back, avoiding the blow, and then jumped above her with a kick. Raising his hands, he was able to block the attack, and cause a slight scratch on Kiln's leg. Quickly feeling something strange, Kiln stomped his foot on the ground a few times. "Kiln, are you okay?" Tupple asked. "Yeah, how cute. It seems like our little friend here is a user of poison." At the moment, Paul's poison ability was at level 5, and although it would be effective against humans, against the vampire body, it didn't seem to have too much of an effect. Still, he didn't have complete control of poison at this level, and could only lace his items with it or infect people he touched, which would make the fight a little more difficult. "Unfortunately for you, our skills don't require us to even bother getting close to you," Kiln said. Paul went in again, trying to attack, but this time, before he could reach them, the sound of them clanging against something could be heard. He hadn't even touched them yet, felt a strong force hit him back. As his hands flung back in the air, the other one struck, but Paul kicked her hand up before it could even reach him. His old senses and fighting abilities were coming back to him after years of not using them. However, even though her fingers and nails didn't directly touch Paul, he suddenly felt several cuts ripping his ankle to shreds. It was bloody, and when he tried to place his foot back down, it was weak and gave in slightly. This time the boy vampire lunged at him, and Paul deflected the blow with his claw, but several marks appeared to strike him when the blow should have been avoided. "An ability!" "Ding, ding, ding," Kiln said. "You finally got it. Not that it matters, because you will no longer be in this world." Maybe by fighting one of them, Paul could have lasted long enough to try and figure out how their abilities worked and had a fighting chance, but with two of them, he didn't even have time to recover. "Damn it, I need to live! Those people are counting on me!" Paul shouted. He defended, attacked, and sometimes even ignored being hurt. Wounds started to build up all over his body, and eventually they were starting to add up. He was still standing despite his entire body looking as if it had been mauled by a tiger. "Oh, I'm having too much fun," Kiln said, with a devilish smile. One of Paul's eyes had been cut so badly that he was unable to see from it, and he stood there huffing and panting. He wished he had his old ability. Maybe then he could have shut these two up. "This could possibly be my last moment, and I'm thinking about what I could have done. What happened to you, Paul? You have become a very uncool old man," he thought. When thinking of cool, there was one person who had came to his mind. He was out on the battlefield, covered in blood, surrounded by dead bodies, and if his eyes were deceiving him, he could see this very man now. "What took you so long?" Paul said, collapsing to the ground. Kiln turned around as a smell entered his nose, and at the same time, a vertical slash had been made across his chest, sending him flying across the floor. "The 10th leader, what are you doing here?" Tupple said, her legs shaking. "You hurt one of my men, so why wouldn't I be here?" Quinn replied. Episode 614, Bree's Advice. When Quinn confronted Kaz and she realized what could have possibly happened to Paul, she decided to spill the beans. She blabbed on about how maybe this or that might have occurred, or maybe she had overheard the vampires talking about sending over 2 people, and she just happened to overhear their plan. Quinn didn't care enough to find out why she was telling him this, but was just happy that she had done it. It did come as a surprise, because it was a ploy set up by one of the vampires that had something against him, and there were many in that council room. Yet for some reason, Kaz, who he thought was against him, had decided to tell him. Quinn rushed off but turned around and shouted, "Thank you, Kaz!" Hearing those words leave Quinn's mouth filled her with relief inside. She now felt that she had done the right thing. Now she was just hoping Paul wasn't hurt. "Paul, why did I think of him?" she wondered. When Quinn arrived at the Crows, his connection with him told him immediately that Paul's life was in danger. Following the feeling had led him right to where Paul was, and on instinct, he had hurt the person who had inflicted damage to Paul. Sure, Quinn and Paul didn't get on at first, but he knew Paul was trying to guide him as time went on. In fact, he probably didn't realize how much he cared about Paul until he saw him, a bloody mess. A strange rage was completely consuming Quinn, and he didn't know if it had something to do with the vampire blood they both shared. Tupple looked at her brother, who had been chucked a great distance away. It was only a single slash, no blood abilities or anything was used, but he wasn't getting up. Wasn't he using his ability? She thought. Looking at Quinn's hand, she could see that it was cut in several places and the skin on it torn. It was a sign that Kiln had used his ability. Still, Quinn had powered through the ability and had done that to her brother. If she didn't do something fast, she knew that she would be next. "Tell me who sent you!" Quinn shouted. She closed her eyes, not wanting the influence skill to work, and then felt a heavy slap across her face. "Fine, you want to ignore me? I know the perfect thing for both of you," Quinn said. Kiln was lifting himself off the ground. He was still alive, but his wound was still bleeding and wasn't healing at all. When he opened his eyes fully, he could see the sister standing in front of the 10th leader with a shadow above his back. Behind the 10th leader, the shadow took the shape of a large ball, and then it opened wide like a mouth. Kiln had seen this before. He had seen Arthur use it. It was the skill of Shadow Eater. The two mouths shut on his sister, consuming her shadow, and soon after, it moved towards Kiln doing the same. Shadow Eater successful. MC points have been raised from 120 to 130. MC points have been raised from 130 to 140. They weren't going to tell him who sent them, and he knew that. But for hurting his family to the point where they could no longer stand, he wanted them to suffer. With their shadows being eaten, nearly instantly they could feel it. Even though there was no sun out and they had their special magical rings on, a burning sensation started to run through their whole bodies, and they felt incredibly weak. It was even worse for them as nobles compared to regular vampires. These two had placed far too much reliance on the rings, and they were unwilling to train like the leaders or Arthur, who had a natural resistance to the sun. They knew what the skill did, and the idea of having to live the rest of their lives with this pain, they couldn't stand it. Quinn had left them to suffer while he went over and fed some blood from his flask to Paul, allowing him to heal up. The two of them continued to groan until they eventually decided that death was better for them both. Not having enough will to do it themselves, each of them finished the other off with their ability, a clean strike to the neck for both of them. It didn't matter if Quinn couldn't get any information out of them. There was someone who knew all the details anyway. He was pretty sure, based on Kaz's reaction and through her ramblings, that she had outed the person by accident. For some reason, the first leader was trying to frame him. If Quinn tried to make any moves against him now, too many people were on his side. They would think Quinn was making it up or using an excuse. Now he would have to be cautious, as there were more things to worry about than just beasts and humans. What Quinn was pleased about was the shadow-eating skill. It had increased his MC points, which had required a boost for a long time. However, watching how much pain those two were in, he knew it was a skill that he should only use on those that truly were deserving of it. After Paul had recovered, the two of them got rid of the bodies and headed back to the spaceship. "How did you know?" Paul asked on the way. "It seems like your intuition was right," Quinn replied. "Kaz might not be as bad as I thought, but she is someone who needs to be watched. I still can't forgive her for the things she has done, but it doesn't mean I can't understand why she did them." Seeing Paul come back safe, a wide smile broke on Kaz's face, and for the first time when Quinn saw this, he could see what the others could see. She was kind of cute. No longer was she hiding behind a fake smile, but this one was genuine. In the back of Kaz's mind, she was a little worried about what to do when her father found out, and what to say. How to tell him his plan was a failure, but she wouldn't have to do that until a month anyway. For now, it could wait. The next day, things were still hectic compared to what they were before. Real repairs were happening at the core shelters, as they soon wanted to use them to resume hunting. For now, they were only doing small types of quests and nothing major. People were still recovering, but eventually, Quinn thought it would be beneficial to try and explore the new land. At some point, they would need to improve not just their gear, but the gear of all the others as well, if they wanted to go toe-to-toe with the big families. However, there was nothing he could do to speed up the process. Things would take time. Because of this, Quinn decided that it was time he started to look into something else, the Blade family. No matter who he asked or how much searching he did, no one could help him. In the end, there was one person he could rely on. Right now, he is on a video call with Logan in the command room. "Sure, I can try to look into the Blade family for you. Have you tried contacting Vorden?" Logan asked. "I did. I left several messages, but he hasn't replied to a single one of them." "I'm not too worried. He's strong, and if his family is as strong as him, then I doubt there would be many who could take them on," Quinn said. Quinn had told Logan how every time he had mentioned the Blade, no one seemed to know of it. Strangely enough, even Logan, part of the Green family, knew nothing about him. There was nothing in their files at all, and no amount of searching would bring up the results. Yet for some reason, 2 out of the big 3 knew who the Blades were. The mystery once again interested Logan, and he was determined to help Quinn out, even if the 2 of them weren't close. "I'll set up an appointment with Mona and see if she knows anything," Logan replied, and the video call had ended. Some time had passed, and the day of the appointment with Logan and Mona had come around. She came to his house as usual. The 2 of them now had a much better relationship, that the device was completed, and Logan had handed it over. The information had already been spread about the demon tier, but she had no clue who was responsible. Even if it was Logan, she didn't exactly care. He had only revealed the location of one demon tier beast. She had a device that would allow her to locate many of them. The two of them sat down at their table as usual, and the people Mona would bring with her were there as well. Logan's rover had brought them sandwiches, which they were all eating. "I wanted to ask you, do you know anything about the Blade family?" Logan asked. At the moment he did, nearly at the same time, each one of them dropped their sandwiches on the ground. "I'm sorry, Logan. Even for you, this is one thing I cannot share." She stood up and was prepared to leave. "One word of advice, Logan, because I like you. Stay away from the Blades." Logan didn't want to give up after hearing what the Bree family had to say. He was constantly putting pressure on her, attempting to extract any information he could. Not only for Quinn's sake, but also for his own. His curiosity was driving him. Just who the hell was the Blade family, and was it linked to Vorden? He tried making new deals with her, offering more support, exclusive support, but she wouldn't give in, and not once did it seem like she was even tempted. In the end, he had to give up and give the report back to Quinn. "Just like the others, then," Quinn said. "The big three know about the Blade family, but it seems like only they do. Yet they seem almost afraid of them. Thank you, Logan. We're still deciding what to do about the demon tier beast. Let us know when solid plans have been confirmed." Now Quinn was at a complete dead end. He had no more leads, no more cards to play, and didn't even know where Vorden was, only that he had gone home to be with his family. Still, he couldn't help but have this huge worry on his mind. The group at the round table in the command center had heard everything. Since it had nothing to do with the vampires, it wasn't a secret he needed to keep. If anything, they were more surprised that Quinn had had contact with the Bree family as well as the Green family. This child certainly never stopped surprising them all, but Quinn wanted them to listen if they had any ideas, but they didn't either. As a result, they proceeded to the next item on the agenda. That was the demon tier beast. Quinn's journey to the planet had already been determined. That's where he'd meet Logan, Layla, and Sia, who had responded but couldn't say anything. They had only left a message saying they would be there. The only one that hadn't was Vorden. The question they are asking now, though, is if they had any other goals when getting there. Was there a need to send a large team or a small team? And would Quinn be trying to take and steal the demon tier crystal? It would be a significant boost to their power. However, nearly everyone else was against the idea. They tried to explain to Quinn just what fighting a demon tier beast was like, and when he saw one, he would probably change his mind. Even if he planned to steal it like he had done with the king tier, the strongest powers in the world would be after him. Quinn was strong, but he still wasn't at the big three leaders' level, and not at the level where he could fend off all of them. If one person couldn't do it, then their army needed to, and Quinn's army was the size of a peanut in comparison to the others, maybe even smaller. Logan was their eyes, and he would tell them when the Bree family was on the move. According to him, they had spies stationed in other families, and they were waiting to see what they planned to do. "Has there been any movement from the Sunshield family? Any more information?" Sam asked. Yes, Blip said. "I spoke with our friend, who's still under the Greylash family banner. Apparently the Sunshield are just messing with the Greylash family. They're going on a bit of a rampage. They started to attack the Bree family and the smaller military planets as well. They plan to cut off the smaller powers to eventually weaken the head. And honestly, it seems like it's mostly working, as neither the Greylash family nor the Bree family seems to be doing anything to retaliate. They're letting their planets get taken over one by one. Only the military has tried fighting back against the Sunshields." It sounded strange, but there was always more going on behind the scenes than what appeared on the surface. "Their movements have started to slow down a little. They seem to be preparing, like everyone else, for the demon tier hunt, or at least that's what we assume." When the meeting was over, everyone started to head back to their rooms, but Fex stopped Quinn, saying he wanted to talk before doing so. "I was just wondering about your soul weapon," Fex asked. "Do you mind telling me how it works?" Quinn saw no reason to hide, so he explained it the way the system did when he used his inspect skill on it, and Fex was nodding along. For the first time, it seemed like he was actually paying attention to something. I see, Fex said. "It sounds kinda like a blood weapon to me. The way it needs blood to properly work, it's the same. Obviously, though, a blood weapon is a permanent thing and nothing like a soul weapon. Anyway, thank you, man," Fex said, walking off. It gave a lot to think about, and Fex was starting to wonder if Sam's theory was correct based on this. Maybe vampires could have a soul weapon. They just had to crystallize their blood crystal within to form the weapon themselves. With this in mind, he decided to head to the training room to have a go on the machine, hoping to make a breakthrough. A few days passed by with nothing much happening. They were in a stalemate until either the shelter was complete or one of the big families made their move, but no news was good news in a way Quinn guessed. Ding, ding, ding. One day in the command room, a call came through to the ship, and when Quinn saw who it was, his eyes lit up. The name underneath was Vorden. Immediately, Quinn answered it, waiting to see if he was okay. Hello, Vorden, are you there? Quinn asked, but there was silence, and only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard in and out. Hello, can you hear me? Quinn shouted this time. Everything should be working, Peter said. I told you not to call him. What do you think he's going to do? An angry voice said down the line. But he's our friend. I need him. The voice sounded similar but softer. You'll get him killed, 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 the angry voice returned. Then finally a more familiar voice appeared. Quinn, I'm doing fine. I got your message. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to make it. Huh? Vorden, where are you? We'll come to you. It's okay, Quinn replied. No, it's fine. Don't worry. I'm okay. Then the soft voice suddenly came back once more. Quinn, please, save us. I want to see you again. And before he knew it, the call had ended right there. Nothing was ever seen on the screen but black, and it sounded like they were communicating with 3 different people. What was that all about? Peter asked. Although it sounded like 3 different voices, Quinn's ears could pick it up. All of them came from the same person. The voices were the same, only with a slightly different tone on each one. One of them he had met before. It was another personality Vorden kept inside of him. As for the third one, he had no clue. Was Vorden hiding more from me that I don't know about? But it wasn't that thought that stayed with Quinn. It was the last line. Vorden would have never asked Quinn for help if he was in trouble, especially serious trouble, based on his personality. He wouldn't want him and others to get hurt, but the other personality clearly was saying that they were in trouble. They needed help. Damn it, Quinn shouted. I don't even know where the hell the Blades are, or what family they're under. Without even this basic information, Quinn could do nothing. He thought hard about what to do, but no one knew anything apart from the big 3, who weren't going to tell him. Wait, Blip! Quinn called out. It was so sudden that it startled Blip. You said that the Greylash family kept bugging you, right? That they wanted to have some type of meeting? Quinn asked. Quinn, you aren't thinking of actually inviting them back to the planet, are you? Blip replied, a little nervous, thinking about the last thing he had said to them on their call. We haven't been giving them crystals for weeks. Even if we did try contacting them, I doubt they would even be coming, especially if they're busy fighting the Sun Shields and preparing for a demon tier hunt. I know, but I don't know what else I can do, Quinn said. All we can do is try, right? I think if we put it out there, then maybe he will be interested. Tell him you want to have a meeting, and it's about the Blades. If Quinn was right, the family's name being mentioned by a low-ranking family member might prompt him to act quickly and come over, especially after they had successfully defended an attack. Blip summoned the courage to do as Quinn had requested and contacted his Greylash spokesperson, saying exactly what Quinn had ordered. A meeting was called. The leader of the Greylash family, Owen, and Quinn would meet face to face. When Blip was asked to make contact with the Greylash family, he was incredibly nervous. He was currently pacing back and forth in his office at the crow's base and biting his thumbnail. The only person he had ever had contact with from the Greylash family was someone he told to go and shove his reports in a particular area. But he knew that this seemed to be important to Quinn, and he owed him a lot for what he had done. Eventually, he took a deep breath, sat down in his chair, and made the call. It didn't take long for it to be answered. Upon seeing Blip, the man in the video had a smug look on his face. Well, 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 I didn't think it would take long for you to come groveling back, the Greylash man said. What's wrong? Having trouble getting funds to repair the shelter? None of the other families will take you in? Or maybe the Sun Shields have returned? Look, can we just get the past to be the past? Blip said, frustrated, knowing that the call was going to go this way. I wanted to talk about— No, thanks. I don't want to hear anything you have to say, he interrupted. The only reason I accepted this call was to give you false hope, and how nice it is to see that look on your face. Wait, Blip shouted, while reaching out at the screen just as the man was about to hang up. You said before that your family leader wanted to meet with us, right? Well, we accept. Just let him come and meet with us. That was before. Right now we're busier than ever. But just to let you know, even if we weren't busy, I wouldn't put in the request. He had the last word and was ready to end the call there and then. Blip started to think about what to do. Should he beg? Was he going to go to Quinn and say he couldn't organize the meeting because it was his fault? The Blade family, Blip blurted out. The Greylash member's finger was hovering over the end call button, and it had stopped after hearing that name. What did you say? We want to have a meeting to talk about the Blade family. The call ended there, but the man on the other end was trying to decide what to do. If someone had just mentioned that name on the off chance, perhaps he wouldn't have even thought about it. But somehow, the Crows had managed to survive the attack from the Sunshields, while all the other factions that were attacked hadn't. They had files on the Crows, and by their calculations, they shouldn't have survived, and now they mentioned the Blade family? There was a high chance that their survival had something to do with it. He decided that he would report this to the leader Owen after all. Owen was a busy man, so many things from the bottom wouldn't usually get to him. He had surrounded himself with people he trusted. The family was simply too big for him to micromanage everyone's doings, which was his original intention. Right now, he was looking at report after report of the Sunshields attacking everything they could on sight. "Bernie, you old fool, are you really going to resist? Is this your final stand?" Owen said. He had quite a sad look in his eyes when he was thinking about the Sunshield leader. "It looks like soon we might be down to 2. Reports about the lower factions and planets didn't usually reach Owen, but the news about the Blades had. The man in question had been granted permission to enter the room. Owen was sitting on the floor in a lotus position with his usual large white gown and his long hair flowing down both sides. The room he was in had wooden flooring, and he sat on a simple large mat with a cushion on it. The man had told him what Blip had requested. "Should we send someone to go out there, sir, to see if it's a trap?" the man suggested. "It could be a plan by the Crows as a way to ambush you there." Owen chuckled quietly as his eyes took a moon-like shape. "Do you really think if it was an ambush, they could keep me against my will?" Owen replied. "I shall go myself, so you are not worried. I will take some Altum with me." With that, the man was pleased. The Altum was the highest-ranking member in terms of power in the Greylash family. The big 3 were the strongest families, and everyone knew that. But even within their own families, they had split their strength into 3 groups. The Altum was at the top, the strongest just below the leader. Medius was in the class just below them. These were usually the commanders of their forces, such as Gox, whom Quinn had defeated. And then there was the Humulus. The ones that were attacking the other factions were from the lowest class, the Humulus. However, they did have a single Medius with them, and Owen knew this based on the information in front of him. There was no way anyone from the Crows would have been able to beat a Medius from the Sunshield family. There was also something else that was noted in the report given to Owen. According to the Traveler system, the Crows faction had been disbanded. When they tried to look for Blip's ID, they could see it had been moved into a new faction, one called the Cursed. "Looking at this brings back memories. I seem to remember a certain child called the Cursed Child at that inter-tournament. Wasn't he protected by the Blades?" The meeting was set, and the day had finally arrived. On the Greylash planet, all family members and nearly all the faction members were currently staying on the Cursed ship. This time no one complained when they told them the Greylash family was coming and needed to move. They had learned from the last time. To make it clear that they didn't want to fight and just talk, only a select few people were chosen by Quinn to be at the meeting. Quinn had brought along the usual suspects with him, Fex, Paul, and Kaz. The high ex-Crow members were brought along as well. Blip, Linda, Nate, and Megan. Sam was brought in as he was a key member of Quinn's team, along with Dennis too. To the current Cursed faction, these were the people that had saved their lives and who they respected around the base. There was one more person, Peter, or the Cold One as he was often referred to. The group was standing in front of the old Crow's base waiting for the Greylashes to arrive. A modest-sized ship had entered the planet's atmosphere. This ship didn't set off any of its sensors, and at most, they would have been able to fit 20 people on board. Seeing this was a relief, as all of them were ready to bolt through the teleporter if they were bringing any army with them. It looked like they had kept their word, and they really would just be talking. Paul told them that they would, as they never saw the Crows as a threat at the end of the day. Even if they agreed to go to another big family, punishing them just wasn't worth their time. The ship landed, and the railing was let down. The first person to walk off was the man that Blip used to constantly communicate with. "Oh, and I finally get to see the rude man's face," he said. "Hector, before that incident, didn't we have such pleasant conversations? Besides, today isn't about us," Blip replied, being careful to not get on the wrong side of the Greylashes seconds after their arrival. "Indeed," Hector said dryly. Emerging from the ship, 5 members from the Altum class had stepped out. The others gulped at the sight. They wore different clothing compared to the regular Greylashes, and one could tell by the trim color on their martial arts robes. For them it was a golden trim. Having worked with the Greylashes, they had never seen anyone ranked above the Humulus class, and they knew their power. Finally, the last person to leave the ship was Owen. He had his small metal fan covering the bottom part of his face, and only his eyes and long hair could be seen flowing from both sides. He looked the same as the last time Quinn had seen him. The two groups bowed to each other. "Should we head inside?" Hector said. They walked in, and all sat down around a large circular table. From the Greylash side, the only ones that sat down were Hector and Owen. The rest remained standing, but made sure to stay close by, sticking to Owen's side. "Now, before we talk, there are a few things I would like to make clear," Hector said. "We are to pretend that a certain incident hasn't happened before," he said, looking at Blip. "And depending on how the meeting goes, the Crows and the Greylashes can still work together. There are many questions that we have from our side. Why the need to contact us? How did you survive the attack from the Sun Shields? And how do you know about the blades?" When Hector spoke, all of his words were addressed to Blip, and Blip just looked back at Hector blankly. "Well, have you gone mute, you fool? Speak up, or are we just wasting our time here?" Hector said. "I'm sure you already know," Blip replied. "The Crows no longer exist." Just then, Owen placed his hand on Hector's shoulder. "I think it's best you let me do the talking, Hector. You see, this whole time you have been addressing the wrong person. Isn't that right?" Owen said, as he smiled at Quinn across the table. As soon as he had left the ship, Owen couldn't keep his eyes off of Quinn. Hector had been looking at Blip the entire meeting. From the beginning, he'd taken a look around at the others. But it hadn't occurred to him that Blip might not be the leader anymore, especially since the Crows had disbanded. However, he believed that if a new leader had taken over, he would have recognized them right away. Hector was the one who communicated with the other medium-sized factions on a regular basis, so he recognized Dennis, which was unexpected. He knew who Linda was, but he had no idea who the others were. He just assumed they were other notable members. Now Owen was talking to what looked like one of the youngest people there. "How is this child the leader? More importantly, how does Owen even know him?" Hector thought. "You remember me?" Quinn replied. Their meeting was brief, and usually those in high-ranking positions didn't even bother to remember mere students' faces. "Of course I do," Owen chuckled again. "You made quite an impression at the interbase tournament, and for more reasons than one. Are you the reason the Crows could take on the Sun Shields and survive, or did you get outside help?" The presence Owen was giving off was a calm one. He spoke so smoothly that it made the others feel a bit cold. Right now, they were sitting directly opposite one of the strongest people in the world. One wrong word could make this person upset, and they could be zapped to death in a second. The Greylashes knew this. Most people would find it hard to even speak to the leader, and that's why they always bought someone to speak on their behalf, this time being Hector. Blip was glad that he wasn't the one in the hot seat at the moment, and was impressed that Quinn wasn't breaking down right now like he would have been. While everyone else wanted to get this over and done with and run away, Quinn was thinking of a number of things he wanted to ask, now that he was finally sitting in front of one of the big three. "Outside help," Quinn replied, confused. "We didn't even get a little bit of help. None. The Greylashes never appeared, and it was only because of these people here that I and you could meet." Quinn had misinterpreted Owen's question. He thought by outside help he was referring to the Greylash family, but he was not. "Don't talk to our leader in that tone," Hector said. It was clear that Quinn wasn't pleased with the Greylashes. "Let him speak," Owen said. "You seem to have anger towards us. When we first met, I thought we might get along well, especially in the future. So please, tell me, why are you so angry?" "What are the Greylashes looking to get out of this war? Why are you even fighting in the first place?" Quinn asked. "You're quite direct and bold, aren't you, Quinn? But I can't say I don't like that. I think you know the answer yourself, don't you? Why have you chosen not to join the military in this fight like so many others? Humans at the moment are fractured. We had a balance that could have been tipped at any moment, and now we must maintain this balance once again. The military kept the strength of the Earth powers to themselves, and only allowed those who were loyal to rise to the top. They cherry-picked who they wanted in charge. Did they think people wouldn't complain? That they would just sit back and allow this to go on forever? Their whole system only worked because of True Dream. Instead of forcing things, we believe that the world should go with its natural flow. Everyone in this world should have a fair chance. We want to provide everyone with the same set of tools. Those who are naturally gifted will rise to the top and stay at the top, as the world intended it to be." Fex was scratching his head pretty hard at this point. He didn't understand what Owen was trying to say at all, and the others would have to agree. "I see you're all looking a bit confused. Let's say there is an item that is 2 meters up in the air. You have 3 people. One who has a reach of 1.5 meters, one who has a reach of 1 meter, and the last person who can't even get off the ground. Fair is a strange word, but I believe we shouldn't put ourselves in the position of God. If we are to help these 3 people, then we will help them equally. We would provide them with a box to stand on, and each of these boxes will be the same size. Now, using the box, the first person can easily reach the item. The second one might struggle, while the third still can't reach the item. As the world had intended it. Rather than us humans cherry-picking, the world should decide who does what. "Does anyone understand?" Vex whispered. "He's saying survival of the fittest," Paul replied so everyone could hear. "With the military's intervention of deciding who can learn the higher levels of power, they are saying we decide who is put on top. At times, people will rise up who didn't deserve to. In his little box scenario, some people would suggest giving the 3 of them 3 different sized boxes. That way they can all reach the item." "And you think that will stop the fighting?" Quinn said. "If those who are meant to be at the top are to be at the top, then yes. That's why when I became a leader, I passed on the techniques I learned to every single member of the Grey Lash family. If at a time someone talented rises and tries to take my place, I will not fight it. They have fairly been given the same chance that everyone else had, but it just wasn't meant to be for them." "Then there's something I need to ask. You said you wanted to give everyone the same set of tools. What does that even mean?" Quinn asked. "The same set of tools would be the Grey Lash ability, of course. If everyone had the lightning ability, the strongest ability known to man, then everyone would have an equal chance to rise to the top, not disturbing the flow. Those who already have an ability will eventually pass, and one day everyone shall have our ability." The others listening into this thought the leader was a little bit loony. They were starting to think if all the leaders felt this way, the world was on the verge of war. Yet they were far more concerned with how the human race should be run, rather than trying to save it. "I'm fine with what you are saying," Quinn said, which had surprised many of them. "What happens when you die? If the next leader's ideals don't match your own? Suddenly they may decide to do what the military has done, keeping themselves and their families at the top. Isn't that how the big 3 families could even exist today? Not everyone can live forever. At some point we have to pass the hammer to the next person. I can only do what I wish in my time." The reason Quinn had asked the last question was that this was a concern of his own. Even if he was to change the way the world worked at the moment, it could all be undone once he passed on. However, he was a vampire, a being that could live for a long time. Hearing Owen helped him with his ideals a little. He didn't need to worry about the future so much. As long as he made people's lives better in his current time, then that was enough, and hopefully he could pass on the lesson to others in the future. "This is my last question to you. I can understand why you didn't help the other shelters now. Why did you choose to do what you did? But what I still can't understand is, why did you start this war? You could have tried to settle these disputes until at least the Dalki were dealt with. The Grey Lash family were the first to attack, so why now?" For the first time, Owen had placed his fan down on the table, and he didn't have a smile on his face. "I thought someone who was protected by the Blades might have been able to answer my question, but it appears you are as lost as I am." The Blades were mentioned once again. "I think you are confused. We didn't start the war. The Blades did." Quinn wasn't the only one who believed the Grey Lashes were to blame for the war's start. Nearly everyone did. They were the ones who had attacked the military base first, the ones who the people thought were in charge of the situation. The rest of the leaders seemed to follow suit after them. This was a known fact to nearly all of them in the room, and now suddenly the Grey Lashes were saying it wasn't them, but this unknown family that Quinn was looking for. "Who are the Blades?" Quinn asked. Hector looked at Owen for a second. It said it all. It was a warning that there were no words that needed to be spoken. He was asking him if he was really going to do this. "Your relationship can't be that close to the Blades if you don't even know them." Quinn wasn't sure whether he should reveal this or not. He still wasn't even sure that the Blades Vorden was a part of, and the ones people kept talking about were the same thing. "My friend, he is part of the Blade family," Quinn replied. Then it all came back to him. He had indeed met the Blade that Quinn was talking about. During the tournament, he even borrowed their powers. The 2 of them were together mostly during that time. Was that boy doing everything on his own, without the support of the actual Blade family? If that was the case, it would explain how things had come to where they were today. "Your friend has been keeping a pretty big secret from you. I take back what I said earlier. You might not be close to the Blades, but you must have been very close to a Blade, and this particular for him to have done everything he had done. The Blades were the ones who started this war, and it all started because of you," Owen said. Everyone turned and looked at Quinn, and if he could have turned to look at himself at this point, he would have done so as well. "After the inter-tournament, there were many that were after your power. They had never seen anything like it before, but your message, which I assume was given to you by a friend, was one for the Big Four at the time. It was telling us to not touch a hair on your body, otherwise the Blades would come to deal with them. But you see, True Dream was a fool. He was new to the Big Four and didn't really understand the Blades' power. We warned him, but he decided that he would go against the Blades in search of the shadow power. A family that no one knew about couldn't be that strong, right? And True Dream perhaps believed in his own family's power a bit too much. I'm sure you have all seen the result of Dreamland. Paul's heart sank, hearing those words. If what Owen was saying was true, then the reason that Jack True Dream and all of Dreamland were destroyed was because of this Blade family, one of the strongest forces in the world, gone like that. How? How could one of the Big Four get annihilated like that? Blip shouted. Quinn couldn't even look at Owen right now and was just staring at the table. He didn't know what was going on anymore. Whether or not True Dream is alive or not, we do not know. But his disappearance was because of the Blades, and without a doubt, that was what started this war. We, the Greylash family, just decided to be the first ones to act. The military was already starting to have fights with each other as they found out about True Dream's disappearance. I imagine it would have been a shock to them all to think that a strange power was able to do something like that without them knowing. Quinn was unable to think clearly at the time. Paul decided to take over the interrogation for a while because he couldn't believe the military did not know about such a powerful family. How? Who are these people? Paul asked. We knew the strength of the Big Four. We kept tabs on them, and it was the reason the fighting stopped, the reason no one decided to act. Everyone was of equal power. There's no chance something like that could happen. We knew? Dennis asked, noticing the slip-up. It was pointless to hide it now, and it was already in the past. I'm the ex-head of the 2nd Military Team, Paul Snellart, which is why I can't believe that the Greylash leader is saying. Oh, it is very true, and the Big Three have known about it for years. Can you really say the military knew everything? It seemed like they didn't even know the existence of ability users. You see, ability users existed long before everyone knew of them. It was almost like a secret society. They knew about each other, but no one else in the world did. But you see, in the past, there was one family that was stronger than any, the Blade family. At one point in time, every family went against them and suffered a defeat. This included the Greylash family, the Sunshields, and, more recently, the Bree family. Why hide, though? Why choose to stay hidden? If they were so strong, they could have come and helped during the fight against the Dalki, Quinn asked, finally regaining his composure. Truthfully, I do not know. Maybe they just want to be kings of the world without the responsibility, just to know that they have the power to change anything whenever they wish, but choose not to, letting everyone else deal with their things. But now, I hope you understand that not the Big Three, not Pure, not the military. No force is strong enough to go against them. I don't know why you are interested in them, but it's not worth it. Just pretend they never existed, just like you have been doing this whole time. Hearing those words, Quinn couldn't do what Owen was telling him to do. Maybe he could have before, but not now. One of his closest friends, the person who had always been there to help him, had asked for his help. He didn't know if Vorden was in trouble or not, but he wanted to at least see him again. Quinn said, I can't. I need to see Vorden. And this time his head was raised and he was looking Owen in the eyes, not away. I can see you have made up your mind, and my words were useless to you, Owen replied. There is a reason why I decided to tell you all this. I believe the Blades will act soon once again, just like they did with True Dream. You see, there is a deal set up between the families that have been defeated by the Blades, something they refer to as the Chained. In exchange for their lives to be spared, each of the Big Three is to send a member of their family to the Blades every 50 years. This member needs to be their strongest member. If we don't comply, you can imagine what would happen. This was what had happened to the previous Greylash elder. Despite the rumors that I killed my own father, they were not true at all. Many thought this was because he was still strong. There were no signs of illness, and one day I suddenly became the leader. Well, now you know. Every time the leader spoke, it was clear to everyone there just how much control the Blades actually had. They had to be immensely strong for the family to give up their members for fear of their lives. Now the time has come for the Sunshield family to do the same, and the strongest one currently is Bernie himself. His family has weakened compared to before, but his powers remain strong, which helps the Sunshields greatly. He fears that if he disappears, it could also be the end of the Sunshield's fame as part of the Big Three. So he has decided to rebel. He asked us for help and asked us to go against the Blade family, but we refused his offer. Like a child, he started to retaliate, attacking wildly. The reason why I and Mona have tried to fight back is that we know what is about to come. Soon the Blades will deal with him. They will collect what they are owed, and we can do our business as usual." Vorden is a part of a crazy family like this, Quinn thought. He was always concerned about my problems, always asking me about my family, wondering if I was okay with everything that was going on with the vampires, and more. Yet I never tried to find out if he was okay, if he needed help. What kind of a friend am I? Owen then stood up as the meeting was over. He didn't plan to reveal all of this today. He thought Quinn had already known all of this. He wanted to ask if the Blades were going to take part in this civil war or not, so Owen could plan his next move. But it looked like Quinn knew nothing. "Wait!" Quinn shouted. "Please tell me, where can I find the Blades?" Owen raised his finger, and a small blue spark appeared, zapping out and landing on the table, where coordinates have been carved in. "The Blades are located on Earth. I would suggest you use the information about the sun shields I have given you wisely. Maybe I and you think differently, but I hope you don't die." The meeting was over, and everyone had returned to the ship. Others thought it was self-evident that waiting for more information was the best course of action. Quinn didn't even know if Vorden was truly in trouble or not. There was no image of him. They only shared a single phone call. There was a chance he wasn't even at the Blades' residence, that the coordinates that Owen had given were a trap. He could potentially be going to the most dangerous place on Earth for no reason. There were just too many details that needed to be clarified before making a solid decision. All of the group were sitting at the round table, following Quinn's order of a meeting. "I understand what you all are saying," Quinn said, "but he asked me to save him. He said he needed my help. Even now as the clock is ticking, I'm thinking, what if we were too late? What if I had acted sooner? If we waited and I found out that Vorden had died, then I don't think I could live with myself." "I don't think we have the power to go against a family that strong, Quinn," Blip said. "They had the power to get rid of True Dream. Getting rid of us would be like blowing an ant off their finger." Quinn looked at everyone there, and he knew they were right, but something was telling him the problem was severe. The whole time Quinn knew him, Vorden had only ever revealed his other personalities once. If Quinn was correct, Vorden seemed to have good control of his mental state despite this, but there were 3 of them talking to him at the time of the phone call, fighting over each other. There must have been something that happened for him to have even gotten that way in the first place. "I just need to scout it out. I just need to check. I'm not planning to go to war with them. That would be stupid," Quinn replied. "And I'm not asking any of you to come with me. I'll go on my own, and no one should have a problem with that, right?" The conversation had been going in circles for hours now, and it was always them trying to convince him not to go, and him saying why he needed to go. At this point, all of them realized that it was useless, and had decided he was going either way, even if he needed to sneak off the ship. "I'll go with you, Quinn. You can't go on your own. It's not right, and at the end of the day, Vorden came with you to save me, so this would be me returning the favor." No one else had volunteered, but at the same time, they couldn't. They needed to stay there to look after the people, and to keep things running smoothly. Quinn was the leader, but it was mostly only in name, as most of the operations were run by a team of people. The meeting was dismissed, and Quinn decided to approach one person in particular about the whole thing. "Is it okay if I go with Vex?" Quinn asked Kaz as he pulled her off to the side. "You can do as you wish. You're a vampire leader. You don't need any permission," Kaz replied. "Vampire leaders are upholders of the laws and have a position above mine. The way I see it, I was never sent here to look over you, but just him." She then looked in the direction of Paul. "Is she being nice, trying to get out on a technicality?" Quinn wasn't sure. Going to the Blades meant that he might have to fight, and if that was the case, he couldn't hold back, and that meant using everything. She wasn't a fool and knew this. 2 vampires would be going to potentially the most dangerous place on Earth. It was surely something that would need to be reported, but Kaz was just more concerned with staying with Paul. "Thank you, Kaz. If you need something from me, I will return the favor." "This is no favor. Paul will be staying here, and I will make sure he doesn't try to report to the humans while you're away. I will trust a leader and not overstep my position." Kaz no longer wanted to talk about this, and decided to walk away from the matter. "What am I doing? It's fine, right?" Her words were like she was trying to convince herself, but technically everything she said was true. The only person that would have wanted her to keep an eye on Quinn was Bryce. The words and doubts of the others were still bouncing around inside of Quinn's mind, but there was a clear difference between him and them. They didn't know Vorden. They weren't friends like him. He was sure if Blip and Linda were put in this situation with Dennis and the old man, they would have gone anywhere to save the ones they cared about, even if the Blades were to save them. For Quinn, this was the same as with Vorden. Even so, he wanted a second opinion from someone who had been in a similar situation to make sure he was on the right track. That meant he would make a call to Logan, and while doing so, he updated him on the whole situation. A family like that exists. I wonder how they were able to remove their presence from history, from all the files. Now it makes sense. There were many holes in the past when I was trying to discover something. Usually reports would go into detail about what family achieved what, but in the timeline at times, such as the powerful, strong beast attacking Earth, suddenly there were no details at all. The Blades. I can't believe Vorden was able to hide something like that from us for so long. Quinn nodded. It looks like we all had our little secrets in all of this. Well, do you think it's wrong for me to go and try to save him? No, Logan replied without any hesitation. I don't. And you know what? I'm coming with you. To get to Earth, you will have to go to an Earth station. I can easily travel there and back here at any time, so I don't have to bypass anything, and Mona will think I remained on the planet the whole time. Besides, how will you get to this place once you're on Earth? I doubt you have the resources, money, or anything, or did you not think that far? Quinn was sweating a little and started to scratch the back of his head. I thought we could figure those things out when we got there. Right. About what Owen said, though. I believe he was giving you a big hint in all of this. Unlike True Dream, who was located on Earth, Bernie is located on his planet at the moment. A force capable of taking out the Big Four, they would have to be quite large no matter how strong they are. This means when this does happen, there won't be many left behind. We don't know if they will take Vorden with them if there is a war, but at the same time that will give us a chance to check out this place. Maybe even design a plan before they return, or save Vorden if he needs saving and is really there. Quinn knew speaking to Logan was the right choice. Just by speaking to him, the risk had already been reduced by quite a bit. They would have to wait, which would worry Quinn, but this was the safest option for them. He was not planning to die. The call ended, and they devised a strategy for getting the three of them to the island at the coordinates. However, Logan had another reason he wanted to go. It was nearly impossible for a family to hide their tracks before the internet. The information would have been archived, spread, reposted, and even more. Yet there was truly nothing on them, which meant someone had to be involved in helping them cover it up. And he couldn't find anything to do with the Greens, implying that the Eno family might be involved in this or another power. When the group was about to split up and go their separate ways, Vorden was perhaps the most troubled of them all by all the various thoughts that were running through his mind that day. There were multiple reasons for this. He had lived with his family before coming to the military academy. He never went to a public school like the others, and it was actually his first time interacting with people other than those on the island. The people he was about to leave now could, in a way, be called his only friends. This thought saddened him, as there was a good chance that he might never see them again. Initially, he was meant to have 2 years of interacting with the world and other people in the military academy, but that would have been cut short by the Civil War. If he returned to the Blades, he'd have to live under their control. The Blades were a secretive family, which meant he couldn't just leave as he had planned, because everything was under his grandfather's control. A shiver went running down his spine, thinking about his family members. He was surprised that not once during his time away from the island had they tried to contact him, especially when he had decided to use their name to protect Quinn. If the family was so secretive, then him announcing something so public like that, he thought he would have at least gotten a slap on the wrist, but no one ever came. Which in some ways frightened him even more. Perhaps they were waiting to see what would happen. His family was notoriously difficult to read, so there was a good chance that when he arrived, all of his punishments would be delivered at once. Heading through the Earth station, he looked at the others as if it might be his last time. Then he exited another Earth station a few seconds after he had exited the first. Unlike the others, Vorden's location remained on Earth. However, getting there wasn't going to be easy. Should I just swim there? No, that would be too tiring, Vorden thought. It would be handy if I could find someone with a teleport ability since I know the location, but then I would have to keep touching all these strangers. You could just stop being a puss boy and contact them, Rayton said. It was certainly the most convenient option to have someone come and pick him up, but he didn't want them to surprise him when he returned. Surprisingly, good surprises were rare. In the end, Vorden decided that he would just try to head there himself. It wasn't too far off from the land he was on. Using the golden money card, he could pretty much rent anything he needed from here. When he had told Quinn there was little money on there, it was a lie. But Vorden didn't want to rely on his family's help for things like this, unless he needed to. If he was dependent on them, then it almost meant he could never leave them in the future. Right now, it was either contact them or waste their money, so it was an obvious choice for him. In the end, a commercial ship was rented, and Vorden took off. It was a small spaceship that had an oval pod for one to enter. It could only fit 2 people inside at most. All he needed to do to go to the location was input the coordinates, and he did so. "There is nothing at the destination entered. Would you like to proceed?" "Yes." According to the map, there was nothing but water where they would enter, but that wasn't true at all. While traveling to the destination, Vorden was able to see the current state of the Earth, and there was one word: quiet. The war with the Dalki had already reduced the human population by a large percentage. When they arrived, the first thing they did was destroy the nuclear power plants. In fact, the facilities that contained weapons of mass destruction were hit as soon as the Dalki arrived. It led people to believe that someone was already working on the inside, but after seeing their advanced technology, that theory was quickly disproved. The more common thought was that they had technology that allowed them to find such things beforehand. After all, there weren't many humans that would know the location of every important facility on Earth in the first place. Many people had died as a result of this, and much of the land had become uninhabitable. Land from the old continents sank into the sea, raising sea levels and limiting the number of places where people could live. However, this meant that the places where people could live were now densely populated, but when Vorden flew over them, they were deserted. The cities and towns of the past that were under the other factions and families had chosen to leave. Vorden had yet to see anyone in sight. It's assumed that the only people left on Earth, or those that have family in the military, would have probably been transported to the military bases as well. He had finally arrived at the sea, after a long journey, and the island could be seen in the distance. The castle on top of the hill and the large stone tablet behind it. There was no reason for anyone to come out here in the middle of nowhere unless they were expecting to meet them. In the castle itself, the family was enjoying a nice afternoon meal. They always ate together, and the main thing that was on the table was an abundance of meat. The head of the family is a grandfather, followed by a father and mother, and finally twin brothers and sisters. In most cases, mealtime was a time that should not be disturbed, but in a case like this, one of the servants had to. "Sir, Hilston, there appears to be a spaceship coming towards the island." Hilston finished eating his chicken leg before responding and wiping his mouth with his arm. "How large is the ship?" "It appears to just be a single commercial vessel. It could fit 2 people at most, maybe 3 with a squeeze," the servant replied. "For someone to know about these places and choose to arrive alone, they are either very brave or it looks like family has returned." Vorden had landed, leaving his spaceship a little inland from the beach. He didn't want to fly right up to the castle. He was too afraid a certain creature might try to attack and burn it down. Besides, the walk from the beach to the castle was the type of build-up he needed. There was a pathway built through the forest, and on either side there was nothing but forest. There would also be other paths and signs indicating where they would lead from time to time. The majority of them led to small villages. The Blade family had workers under them that worked in the castle. There were 100 or so men. That number never seemed to increase. They also had the Blade's ability but weren't considered family, which was why they were to live and sleep outside of the castle here. Vorden continued on the path straight to the castle until he came to another crossroads, not wanting to cause a scene in these places. There were 2 paths here, one that led up to the hill to the castle, and the other that led to the right. The sign read Blade Temple. Before he knew it, Vorden's feet were taking him in this direction rather than walking towards the castle. The path would eventually widen up, and as he got closer, he could hear the sound of people talking and kids laughing. When he could see the temple in sight, he quickly strayed from the path, around himself in the trees. The temple was quite large, and just outside was an open ground playing area. Around 6 adults were standing straight in front of the temple, and 30 or so children were playing outside of it. Many of them had different hair colors. Most of them were blonde like Vorden's. Seeing the children's happy faces as they chatted, laughed, and even cried while playing games, there was a deep ache in his chest. Someone had stabbed it with a knife, and it felt like it was inside his mind. Syl was crying and rocking back and forth with his eyes closed. "Why did you choose to come back here, Vorden?" Rayton shouted. "Leave this place!" "Kaser! Kaser!" Syl started to shout and cry. The temple they were looking at now, each one of them had memories of such a place. "How old are the kids? They look about 8 or 7. Does that mean they're still doing it, huh? If so, I guess it would be around this time that they started up again," Vorden said. It didn't take long before Vorden decided to leave the temple and head back towards his original goal, the castle. The emotional toll it was taking on Syl was just too much. If he was on his own, then perhaps Vorden would have tried to enter the temple to look around. But with Syl being more conscious than he usually was, it just wasn't possible. If Syl complained, then Rayton would complain, which in the end would just lead to Vorden getting one almighty headache. He had finally arrived at the castle, or at least the castle's foot. When he looked up, he saw a long, wide staircase leading up to a platform, from which one would have to eventually enter through the doors. "I always hated these stairs," Vorden said, as he reluctantly started to pace himself as he walked up to them. It was a lot easier than he remembered. It seemed like in the past year his body had gotten significantly stronger from the military. He thought it wouldn't do much, but he had gone through a lot more than he had expected at the school. Vorden already had a body that excelled at normal physical human needs. Not quite as much as a vampire, but at least beyond your normal human. There were certain reasons for that, which was why he never thought his body would ever improve beyond what it was, not without the blade's help anyway. On top of that, he puts his body through extreme situations regularly. There was also the fact that Logan had supplied him with the blood pills. Every time he took one, his strength had increased. Even now, to this day, the pills were taking effect, which meant they were permanent. Finally, after a long walk, he could see the top of the platform that he would be on. The last step was taken, and a change in the wind could be felt. "Damn it!" Vorden yelled, raising both hands to cover his head. At that moment, a kick was hammered into his forearms, and he was starting to lose balance. If he fell now, it would be a pretty nasty fall, but he was more concerned about the pain of having to go up all those stairs again. However, his body held out, and he pushed the legs away and rolled onto the ground, safe and sound on the large platform area. "Oh, you used to always fall in the past," a female voice said. Looking up from the ground, he could see a blonde girl standing there. "Vicky, do we have to do this?" Vorden asked. She ran off and swept her leg back, preparing a kick towards his stomach. Out of instinct, he wanted to lift his legs and crouch into a ball, but he stopped himself from doing so at the last second. Attached on the side of his leg was a small toolbox device, and inside there at the moment was Borden. Borden had refused to go with anyone else, so he had brought him along. Even if his life appeared to be in danger, he made sure that he wouldn't do anything. Vorden simply stated that this was his family, and that even if it appeared that they were attempting to harm him, they would never attempt to kill him. When the kick hit, his body skidded across the floor and he coughed out blood. "Let me take care of this bitch," Rayton said. For once, Vorden was pleased to switch. Getting up from the floor, Vicky was already right on him, throwing consecutive kicks without placing her foot down, but Rayton was able to block each one of them. The kicks hurt, and his forearms were throbbing, but there was just a smile on his face. Seeing this, Vicky stopped. "You switched into him? That's so boring," Vicky said as she walked away. "You can greet him now, brother." "Brother?" Hearing those words, Rayton ducked, and it seemed to be at the right time. His fist was thrown out and had just missed his head. While ducking, Rayton spun on the floor, kicking and sweeping whoever was behind his legs. A thud was heard as the body hit the ground, and Rayton went in for the punch. I give, a blond man said, his hands waving in front of his face. He looked nearly identical to the girl he was fighting just seconds ago. Rayton's fist had stopped just above his face, nearly touching his nose, while his other hand held his collar up. "Do I care?" Rayton said, and proceeded to give him a wallop to the head. "Vicky, help!" he shouted between each punch he received. She turned around and just looked at the two of them, shaking her head. Soon the punches had stopped, and the boy was left with a bloody nose. "Rayton switched back to me. Stop hurting Brother Pie," Vorden said. The two swapped places, and Vorden let go of his brother's shirt. "Call me any time to deal with this two. I've been waiting to hurt them for a while now." Rayton had always been a better fighter than Vorden, but even if he had switched, when it came just to regular hand-to-hand combat, neither of them was able to even land a punch on either of these two. "Thanks, Vorden," Pie said. "I never expected you to dodge that attack. You were never that fast before." "Thanks," Vorden said, giving his brother a helping hand up off the ground. The two people that had attacked him, or rather this was their way of greeting him and welcoming him back, were his older twin sister and brother, Vicky and Pie. These two were powerful, so powerful that their speed and strength were on par with Vorden's, even though Vorden had taken the red blood pills and wore no armor. This was just their natural body strength and speed. If Vorden didn't know any better after learning about vampires, he would have mistakenly believed that they were vampires. But what about the rest of his family if their strength was deemed abnormal? Still trying to clean up the blood from his face, his brother and sister didn't say much and started to walk towards the entrance. "Grandpa's expecting you," Vicky said, and just like that, the two were gone. There were no questions asked about how he was doing or what he had done during his time away. Nothing, just a simple little scuffle. "What did you think?" Pi asked. "Well, he beat your arse, didn't he?" Vicky replied. "That was because I wasn't ready," Pi replied, embarrassed. "Still, he has gotten better, I have to admit that, and he blocked all of your kicks." The two of them, although twins, were quite different, both in personality and fighting style. While Vicky liked to use her legs, Pi liked to use his fists in a fight. They were the first to enter the main room, and their grandfather sat in his chair at the back, waiting for them. Their father and mother stood on both sides of him. He smiled the biggest smile he'd ever seen when he saw Pi's face. "Man, maybe Grandpa would have got a hard-on if he saw my face all bloody as well," Vicky said. "Crude as always, sister, very crude," Pi commented as the two of them went to join their mother and father's side. Vorden finally entered the room, and his heart was racing faster than it had ever been. It took him a while to look up, but when he did, he noticed that they were all staring at him, just as intimidating as he remembered. "Vorden!" Hilton shouted in a loud, booming voice. "I'm guessing, anyway. I thought you might have run away in all this chaos. These fools kept saying you probably died, but I didn't doubt for a second that you were still alive." Vorden didn't say anything back and just simply laughed. "I asked the servants to prepare a grand feast for your arrival. We have a lot to catch up on and a lot to talk about. Why don't you go rest in your room, and then we can talk about it together then?" Vorden didn't say anything. He just nodded and bowed, and then headed off away to his room, waiting to be called for dinner. As soon as Vorden had left, the big smile Hilston had on his face had disappeared. "So he's still the same as before," Hilston sighed. "Yes, he switched in our little fight earlier," Vicky replied. "I was hoping after seeing Pi like that he had changed and was fixed." "Don't say that, Father," the older gentleman said. "Maybe he is getting better. I'm sure if we give him more time he'll be okay." "Maybe," Hilston said, rubbing his fingers through his rough beard. "I've been thinking, maybe we should send him to the temple again." When they heard Hilston speak of this, each one of them started to shake slightly. The hairs on the edge of their bodies stood up. The castle was enormous, and there would be 50 servants on hand at all times to take care of any needs. Everyone who lived on the island knew how to use the same ability as Vorden, but didn't carry the family name Blade. However, there were some exceptions to this rule. Only the ones considered family were allowed to eat at the dining table, and they were allowed to leave the island as long as they had permission from Grandpa Blade. The top floor of the castle contained all of their rooms. It had sleeping areas as well as the dining room and throne room. While heading down the corridor, Vorden took everything in. The ornaments were out on display, the heads of beasts mounted on the walls, and intricate paintings of people from the past, people he had no idea about. Eventually, he had reached his room, and inside, everything was left untouched but kept clean by the servants. It didn't have anything special or unique like other castle rooms would have. It was simply decorated. Peeking out from the toolbox, little Vorden was trying to get his fresh air, and he could finally see the room his big brother lived in. "It's kind of plain, isn't it, brother?" Vorden said. Pulling him out of the toolbox, Vorden believed his room was a safe place for him, safer than if it was on his body. "Why don't you stay here, Vorden? I haven't told them about you yet, and just need to wait for the right time," Vorden explained. "If you get bored, you can climb out of that window and down the castle wall. Feel free to explore, but just don't get seen. You can do that, right?" "Of course," Vorden said, smiling. Vorden didn't know when he would bring up Vorden, or if it was really a good idea, but he couldn't hide him forever. It was best to deal with whatever surprise the family had for him first, before he started to bring up his surprise to them. For now, Vorden was happy just relaxing in the room. With his speed, skill, and small size, it would be hard for one to spot him, especially outside in the forest-like area. There were two noticeable things in the room. One was a bookshelf. As Vorden approached it, he pulled out one of his books. The spine was heavily worn, and the pages ruffled slightly. The front of the book read, "Level 6 Water Ability Book." He placed it back and ran his finger down all of them. Every single one was a different type of ability book. Each one of them was heavily worn. How many times did I read this over and over? He pictured himself at his desk, studying away, looking out the window in his room at the blue sky. "Stop being so soppy," Rayton said. "You had us, didn't you?" he started to remember each day he spent sitting at the desk, and he would constantly think of one thing. "When will that old man die?" Vorden suddenly blurted out, and the two in his mind suddenly stopped moving. "Hey, Vorden, you can say that to us, but don't say that out loud here," Rayton whispered. For the first time, even Rayton wanted Vorden to calm down. He wouldn't have said something like that out in the open. At least the words were spoken quietly, and no one was around. Hilston had been the Blades' leader for as long as the three of them could remember. When he asked his brother and sister, who were years older than him, they too always knew him as their leader. When he asked his parents, their answer was similar to that of his brother and sister. Based on these facts alone, the old man would have to be at least 75 to 80 years old, but there were rumors that he was even older than that. If one thing was sure, it was that he didn't look his age and didn't move like it either. There were a few possibilities for this, the first being the ability. There were many abilities in the world, and perhaps he had found one that slowed down the aging process, or even gave the user the ability to reverse aging. Then there was the special way the Blades trained compared to everyone else. What they believed in. If Vorden stayed here long enough, he would soon have to participate in them again. Turning his head, he noticed one more item in the room that was frequently used, a VR capsule. He'd study, figuring out how to master the ability and skill. Then he'd try to use them in the game, which allowed players to choose any ability they wanted. The books in his room were only a small fraction of what the Blades had. When he had finished reading a set of books, he would casually swap them out with more from the library. Thinking about this, he decided to go visit the library. There was still some time before he was due to have dinner, and as long as he didn't try to leave the island, someone would find him somehow and call him when it was time. The library was impressive, with large, spiraling bookcases and 3 levels. It would take a lifetime for one to read every book that was in the library. Fortunately, there was a shortcut that allowed the Blades to get all of the information from a book without having to read it, but Vorden didn't want to go there. He never wanted to visit the place where the Chained lived. When he was younger, they would just bring out the Chained to him. Vorden couldn't deal with it. He couldn't even look at them and always asked Rayton to do it for him. While in the library, Vorden picked out some transformation ability books, some skills, and some telekinesis skills. "She will like this as a gift," Vorden said with a smile. Finally, he headed to the S section of the library, but could find nothing about the shadow. On the 3rd floor, however, the books were arranged a little differently. There were journals of the Blades who lived in the past. He seemed to recall reading somewhere that an ancestor of theirs had previously encountered someone with the shadow ability. It stuck out because it was an ability that the Blades were unable to copy. Now that Vorden knew about Arthur and the others, he wanted to find that journal again to see if he could find any more details about the past, or if there was anything he could do to help Quinn. He looked and suddenly stopped before opening the first journal. He had 5 books in his hand, but none of them were for him. "Why am I even bothering?" Vorden thought. "Sir," a gentleman suddenly said, appearing from behind. It would have scared Vorden, but he was expecting it at some point, and was used to it whenever he was in the castle. "Dinner is ready. Would you like me to take those books to your room, sir?" "Sure," Vorden said, as he headed off to the dining room. It was a long, rectangle-shaped dining table. Sitting at one end was Hilston, while his mother and father sat on one side and the kids on the other. The seat closest to Hilston was prepared for him. The table was prepared and the food was already placed. Vorden had some time to relax a bit more, and he was starting to get used to the intimidating pressure of his family. If he had been told to sit next to his grandfather at the start, then maybe he wouldn't have been as calm as he was now. "It's nice to sit down as a family," Hilston said. "Speaking of family, I heard you use the family name at some type of event. Your sister here thought you were being quite reckless, but I wanted to hear your side of the story before deciding anything." Using the family name wasn't a big deal, because to the outside, no one knew who the Blades were, which was why even when Vorden was sent to military service, he did so using his real name. So everyone in the room knew that if Vorden was using the Blade name, it was only to influence those of the Big Four, and that could cause a big change to the outside world. If Vorden was using it to try to start something, his grandfather would have liked to have known about it beforehand. "At the time, I was trying to protect a friend," Vorden replied. "A friend? Why would you need to protect a friend?" Vicky asked, as she thought Vorden was lying. One time when she left the place, she visited the Big Four, borrowing their powers. In doing so, she had caused a rampage against a faction that had upset her. The faction no longer exists, but because of this, she was immediately called back and banned from going out for another 3 years. This was why she was a bit upset that her grandfather did nothing when Vorden used the family name. Other than use their powers or strength, what other reason could he have? One of the big four was after his power, and I just wanted to protect him. Is that okay with you, Vicky? Vorden said, scowling in her direction. And which of the big four was this? His father asked. True Dream. Now, where have I heard that name before? Hilston thought long and hard. He didn't usually remember names unless it was someone strong. This was why he was trying so hard to picture a person's image when hearing the name, but nothing came to mind. It was the man who came not too long ago to attack us, the mother said. It was like Vorden thought. For some reason, True Dream had attempted to attack the Blades. In retaliation, they decided to get rid of them completely, destroying everything related to them and all of Dreamland. Ah, yes, him. The look on Hilston's face suddenly changed into one of anger, which was strange, because Vorden hadn't seen this face many times before. Have there been any reports yet? Not yet. No one knows of his whereabouts at all, the mother replied. Wait, what? Vorden shouted in his head. Jack True Dream is still alive? Vorden couldn't believe it. Jack True Dream was still alive and was out there somewhere. He truly believed that if the Blades were involved, he would have been dead. If not dead, then at least turned into one of the chained, so they would never be able to leave the island again. It was the first time he had heard someone was able to get away from Hilston like that, and now he understood the anger on his face. The reason Hilston couldn't remember who he was at first was because he remembered strong people, not cowards. There wasn't a doubt in Vorden's mind that Jack was running away using some type of trick rather than fighting his grandfather. Still, the military didn't know where he was, and it looked like the Big Three didn't know either. He was either still hiding out there, not wanting to come out, which was understandable after what the Blades had done to his city, or another family was keeping him secret. It truly might have been a game-changer if that had been the case. This era has been a bad one, Hilston said. It looks as if the Sunshields aren't going to be keeping up with their contract either. The big families are getting rebellious, and it might be time to give them all a stern reminder. It has been a week since they were meant to arrive and hand one over to us. Due to the current situation, I will give them some more time. Vorden hadn't been alive long enough to see a handover happen, and he was at school during the last one with the Grey Lashes. However, based on their past journals, there didn't seem to be any such problem like this in the past. It was the first time something like this had happened. Yes, I have sent out a messenger to them to see what they plan to do, the father said, but if their response is what I expect it to be, then I'm afraid we will have to act. Do you plan on joining this war then? Vicky said excitedly, standing up from her seat. Your bloodlust is as high as your grandfather's, Hilston said. Unfortunately, mine is only for the strong, while yours, Vicky, is for anyone who wrongs you. We will not throw ourselves deep into this war. It will be interesting to see who comes out the victor in all of this. If we are to move out, then myself, your mother, and father will be the ones going to meet the Sunshields, along with 10 men. The rest of you are to remain behind on the island. What? Vicky shouted. Why am I being punished for something that happened so long ago? If you are by my side, you can control me. There is no need to show all of our cards. Besides, there may be a point when all of us will need to use our strength soon. Be more like your brother, Hilston said. When Vicky turned to her brother, he just gave a calm smile, as if he didn't care about anything at all. This made Vorden think about the First War. According to the journals he read, when the Dalki came to attack, the big three families had come to him asking for permission, asking if they could help save the planet. After saying yes, it looked like humans were able to fend off the Dalki, but the Blades never joined the war themselves. It looked like maybe this time the Blades would help if another big war was to happen, or more like they would have to. This civil war would greatly weaken the human forces, and it was clear the Dalki would attack once it was over. Thinking about this, Vorden really wanted to look at those journals. He even wondered if the Blades had more interactions with the vampires. He was never too interested in his family's past. He always had his problems to deal with, but now he was. The family began to eat their food as the big discussions were over, and during that time, Hilston asked questions about his life at school, and Vorden told him most, but left out everything to do with the vampires. The only person at the table who were speaking seemed to be Vorden and Hilston. Hilston would ask, and Vorden would reply while the others would listen. Once in a while, Vicky would mumble something under her breath, but the rest of the family didn't seem to care for what Vorden had to say at all. "It looks as if you made some good friends, Vorden," Hilston said. "I'm sorry you couldn't spend 2 years there. I thought that it might have helped him return to normal." Hearing this, Syl started to cover his ears and rock back and forth even more. He didn't want to hear any of it. "He's gotten better," Vorden replied, hoping the answer would satisfy, but the face Hilston pulled was a hard one to read. It didn't look angry nor happy, just deep in thought. The meal had finished, and after eating, Vorden was eager to go back to the library to look at those journals. Where do you think you're going?" Hilston said, seeing Vorden walking towards the door. His siblings had first gone to Hilston to kiss him on the cheek, and soon after went to their parents. The kiss on Hilston looked natural and genuine between the two of them, but it looked almost robotic when it came to their parents. "Aren't you going to give your family a kiss?" Hilston asked. "Remember, we are family." Vorden did as he was told, and kissed his grandfather on the cheek first, but when he went to look at his parents, they started straight forward at the wall as if their eyes were dead. "Mom, Dad," Vorden said, kissing both of them. "This is a fake family," Rayton said. "I can't believe this creepy old man is keeping it up, right, Syl?" This was something Rayton would never have said out loud, not unless he wanted to live, but it was true. The whole family act that was being put on now was faked, and it was all set up by Hilston. It was true that they were all related and family, but the actual roles were fake. His mother and father were just his older brother and sister, and they were told to call them so. Not only that, but everyone on the island was related. They were all siblings to each other. Hilston would often leave the island. He was free to do as he wished. After all, he was freer than anyone else. Every 10 years or so he would come back with a group of babies. Most of them would have blonde hair like Hilston. No one knew who their biological mother was, but Hilston had everything set up a certain way, and Vorden was supposed to call the man grandfather, even if it wasn't true. The truth was, everyone in the room and on the islands was either Hilston's son or daughter. Hilston was Vorden's real father, not the man he was forced to call father. "Actually, do you mind staying behind?" Hilston asked. Everyone left the room as asked, and now it was just Vorden and Hilston. Once again he started to feel nervous. He was surprised that there was no punishment for using the name, but in the end, it didn't seem to cause much trouble in their eyes, as they were unaware of why True Dream had decided to attack. "I would like to speak to Syl," Hilston said. "Okay." Vorden relived and closed his eyes. Rayton and both Vorden were now in the dark room looking at Syl, who still had his ears covered up and was rocking back and forth. "He's not going to take the seat, you know," Rayton said. "I know, but I have to try. Otherwise, who knows what he'll do," Vorden said, as we walked over and knelt by Syl's side. "Syl, Syl," Vorden called out to him in a soft voice. The rocking had stopped, but his hands were still covering his ears, and he slowly looked up at Vorden. "That's right, it's me. Don't worry," Vorden said. "It's Grandpa. He says he wants to speak to you." "No!" Syl shouted. "No, he lied to me. He lied, Syl shouted. "I told you it was a waste of time," Rayton said. "All we can do is take whatever's about to come." Heading back to the chair, Vorden opened his eyes and shook his head. "He still doesn't want to come out, but I promise he is getting better," Vorden said, looking worried as if he was trying to plead with his grandfather. "It is as I expected, but things have changed. If he became broken at the temple, then maybe he can be fixed there. Vorden, I will be sending you to the temple. Don't worry, it won't be as a student, at least not yet, but as a worker. You're going to start going there tomorrow, so get ready." This was what Vorden was dreading, heading back to the place where it had all started for them. He didn't know what Hilston was thinking. He and Rayton knew Syl best. This wouldn't fix anything, but only make things worse. After his grandfather had confirmed that he would be going back to the temple, Vorden's whole body was in a state of shock. He plodded along to his room and lied down on his bed. Vorden wasn't anywhere to be seen, and the window was slightly open, so he must have gone out exploring. But Vorden was too stunned to even recognize this, and would just stare at the ceiling. Images and memories that he had seemingly deleted from his head started to flash through his mind, and he wasn't the only one that was experiencing these things. Whenever an image flashed, his head would ache and hurt, and at the same time, each one of them would see similar things. Yet it is not the same thing either. Vorden would see the blood on his hands and remember the pain he was in at the time. Rayton said something similar, and as for Syl, he was down on his knees crying. Eventually the pain and ringing had stopped, and he had gone to sleep. It was the only way to forget about everything that was to happen and to come. A few rooms over, Vicky was sitting on the windowsill in silence, looking out the window while her brother Pi was busy reading a book, one that was based on hand-to-hand combat. "You know, you've read that book over 100 times, and you still got punched in the face today," Vicky said while still looking out the window. Ignoring her comment, Pi closed the book. "What are you thinking about? Are you really that upset about not going out to fight the Sun Shields?" he asked. "No, it's not that I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about Syl," Vicky said. "Do you think you would be okay if you were to go back to that place?" "It was over 20 years ago for us, Vicky. It's in the past, and there isn't much we can do. We're both here now, right? And it made us who we are today." "Do you ever think about—" "Think about what?" Pi stopped her from saying the last words and gave her a look, as if not to say any more. He knew what she wanted to say. The day had arrived, and Borden had returned to his room sometime in the middle of the night. The two of them were sleeping in the same bed, and Borden only noticed him when he nearly rolled over him in the middle of the night, waking up to a small scream. A servant had come in to deliver breakfast, and little Borden quickly hid under the sheets. When she left, the two of them started to eat. "So, what did you get up to yesterday?" Borden asked. "I just went looking around the place. You didn't tell me there were beasts here," Borden said. Borden had almost forgot that the island was split into two halves. In the first half, where the people lived, there were no such beasts. In the center of the island, there was a large stone tablet that stood behind the castle. For a particular reason, the beast wouldn't pass this point. There was a force far stronger than they were there that they could sense. Borden yesterday must have gone to that half of the island. "You didn't kill anything, did you?" Borden asked. "I'm not stupid. I won't be bringing any attention to myself unless the beast tries to kill me, but I sensed something, brother. When I got closer to that tablet, I felt like there was something there, something calling out to me. I was wondering if we could go together?" Borden asked. Borden knew very well what was on the tablet. The strange energy he could sense was probably felt by the beast that was there. "Borden, maybe I should have been clearer yesterday. I didn't actually expect you to do so much exploring in that little body of yours. After all, one step was like 20 Bordens. Okay, there are a few places you should never go without me. First, anywhere in this castle apart from my bedroom." "What if I get hungry?" he said, rubbing his little belly. "Fine, the kitchen and my bedroom. Next is a place called a temple. It's a very wide building with a lot of kids, so they might easily spot you, and lastly, the tablet. I'm not saying we can't go, but just not right now." Hopefully the promise that they might be able to go was enough, so Borden wouldn't break the rules. But Borden was pretty trusting of him anyway. He was sure that as long as he said it, Borden would agree. A couple of knocks were made at the door, and the man came in shortly after. "Sir, it's time." After dressing down, taking off his beast gear in his room, and just wearing casual clothing, Borden made his way to the temple with the servant who was acting as an escort. It was the same place that he had arrived at yesterday. The closer he got, the more his hands started to shake, and his knees started to feel weak. But eventually they had arrived, and he was standing on the plain open ground in front of the temple where the kids would play. "Look, there's a new grown-up," one of the cute little girls pointed at him. There were 30 or so kids, all looking to be about the same age, out and playing in the morning. A lot of them were curious as to who he was, as they had never seen him before. "Are you our big brother?" a little girl asked, tugging on his sleeve. "I will be from today," Borden said with a smile. "Why is Big Brother crying?" the girl asked. "Huh?" Without realizing it, tears were flowing from Borden's face as he looked at all their innocent faces and smiles. 4 guards were standing outside watching the kids. Each of them was wearing a strange orange uniform, while Borden just wore some relaxed trousers and a white shirt. A young man, only a few years Borden's senior, stepped out of the temple. He ran out and then quickly bowed down. "Young master, it's nice to meet you and have you here with us," he said. "You don't need to do that here. I'm working here just like you," Borden said, offering his hand out for a shake. "Call me Borden." "Bubble," the young man said, shaking his hand back. Hearing his name, Borden nearly chuckled, but kept it in. This was because Bubble had a bit of a baby face, which made him look a little chubby. His body was quite regular, but it seemed like all the fat was stored around his cheeks, and he thought the name Bubble was quite fitting and cute. Dong! Dong! A loud gong was heard, and the kids all started to rush into the temple as the morning playtime was over. "Let's get you a change of clothes, and I will explain your duty while you are here. There are a few options for you to choose from, depending on what you would like to teach them," Bubble said. Vorden was given a quick tour of the building upon entering. There were many different styles of training rooms and study rooms. The temple essentially served as a school for the children. Although it wasn't a typical school, it would concentrate on a few specific subjects. Controlling the blade's ability, Vorden was to be a teacher teaching one of these things, among other things, in addition to their regular duties. After the tour was over, they came to one of the empty halls, which was the restroom. It was a place for the workers to eat and sleep when they needed to rest, although there were no beds, chairs, or tables, and only the wooden flooring inside. Going out to the back, Bubble had brought over a uniform and handed it over to Vorden. "Master, it will be great to have you here. Since you are in the family, then that means you have personally gone through everything here." "I have," Vorden said, and it wasn't in the nicest of voices that he replied in either. "When does it start?" Bubble didn't need to ask what he was talking about. He knew what he meant. He gulped before replying, "In a month." For the first day, Bubble said Vorden wouldn't have to teach, and it was best if he just watched the kids and was an assistant in the back of the class. He would also introduce himself to the kids in the middle of the lessons, so they all got to know him. When he entered one room, he could see a kid crying in the corner of the room, with his hands on his thighs and hugging his knees. "Ow!" Vorden said as he grabbed his head. Once again a vision entered, a vision of the past. It happened in a classroom similar to this one. Vorden had walked into the room and was settling into his seat, ready to study. The others approached him and began conversing with him, and Vorden was being his usual chatty self when he heard crying from the corner of the room. Getting up from his seat, he went over. "Hey, Sil, what's wrong this time?" Vorden asked. Sil lifted his head. "It's Rayton. He said I stink." Sil sobbed in the corner of the classroom, and most of the students chose to ignore him, preparing for the class ahead of them and catching up on what they had missed the day before. Vorden was the only one who had gone to approach him. He had realized, however, why the others had given up trying to help. It was because this had become a daily occurrence. Simply put, Sil was a crybaby who blew up even the tiniest things in his mind. Sitting down next to him with his back against the wall, mimicking him, Vorden was trying to comfort him. "Go on, why don't you tell me why Rayton said you stink?" Rayton was already in his seat that wasn't too far from the back of the class. Vorden could see him peeking over and looking behind them. "Yesterday when the results came out, he turned to me and said I stink," Sil replied while taking deep breaths from his crying. "So today when I woke up, I showered extra carefully, more than I usually do, using soap everywhere. Then he called me stinky again this morning." "I was just greeting you," Rayton shouted. "I have names for everyone. Square-faced, ding-a-ling, two-faced, rat eyes, bubble-gut, weak balls that are next to you right now." "Weak balls?" Vorden chuckled. He didn't know if it was true, as he had never heard Rayton call him that before, at least not to his face, or if he just regretted what he had said and was hoping Sil would cheer up. "Really, it's normal," Sil said, wiping away his tears. "Then what should I call you?" Standing up, Rayton placed his foot on his chair with his knee up, and then pointed at himself. "Number 1, because I'm the best in this class." "Aren't you number 2?" one of his classmates said. "Isn't that why you called him Stinky in the first place?" "Ha! And in written exams, he's in the last place," the other kids commented. Rayton's face had gone bright red, and he immediately went to sit back down in his seat. He had his head held down, and a piece of water had dropped down on the table from his face. "Are you crying?" one of his classmates sitting next to him said. "How could someone with such a big head be so soft? I think you're the real crybaby." "Shut up," Rayton said, turning to his fellow student. He grabbed the back of his head and slammed it down on the desk with a wallop. His head flung back up, and a bloody nose squirted blood everywhere. Immediately Vorden and Sil got up from the corner of the classroom and held back Rayton's arms so he couldn't do anything more. "I'll kill him! I'll kill him! What's wrong with him? Why can't he mind his own business and keep his mouth shut? Do people have to comment on every single little thing that happens around them?" Eventually, the teacher entered the room and got them to calm down. The three, Sil, Rayton, and Vorden, were sent out of the classroom, while the teacher would ask the class what exactly happened. This wasn't exactly the first time something like this would happen when the three of them were together. Due to his crybaby-like nature, Sil didn't have any friends. As for Rayton, he had a few problems. Rayton was skilled when it came to fighting and using abilities, and because of that, the other students felt like he was a little big-headed. But there was a frustration he carried with him all the time. There was one person who would outdo him on the ability test, and that was Sil. With the constant teasing from his classmates and this frustration, It led to him having some anger issues, and outbreaks that happened like before would become more frequent. Then there was Vorden, the talkative type. He was able to talk to anyone, but at the same time felt like he wasn't making a connection with anyone. At the start, he thought he considered some of them friends, but soon found out they didn't feel the same way. The reason being, he too was shunned in the class. The reason for this might be why Rayton had given him his name. When it came to Vorden, he achieved the lowest results compared to everyone. He was a loser. They were children, and the temple placed a high value on striving to be the best. Rankings are constantly displayed in various fields. Naturally, they began to believe that if they hung out with him, he would drag them down with him. This led to the current situation. Although it was hard to call them friends, the three of them became common acquaintances who would, out of no choice of their own, hang out with each other more than anyone else. Standing against the wall, Rayton's legs were getting tired as the adrenaline would start to leave his body as well. He let out a big sigh. "I can't believe I got held back by weak balls and Stinky." "Well, we don't want number one to get in trouble," Syl said. Rayton turned to look at Syl. He started to grit his teeth, and then the anger suddenly just left him. Syl was the one person for some reason he could just never get angry at. Even though they were kids, he seemed to be even more childish, naive to the point where he didn't understand. "Let's get rid of these nicknames," Vorden said. "I kind of don't like mine." The three of them laughed, and the teacher finally came out into the hallway to talk to them. In all honesty, for what Rayton had done, he didn't get into much trouble. They just talked to him, but there was no punishment. There wasn't much they could do, and they didn't really want to hamper his skills or training in any way. The other kids knew he got away with things because he was talented, and that was the reason why they just came to dislike him even more. The class lesson today was about creating their skills. After mastering an ability, it was important for them to try to create their skills and not just rely on the ones in the skill book. They would have to have a creative mind for this. They had all sorts of different lessons, usually the theory-based ones being in the morning. Once this class had finished, it was time for them to eat in one of the halls. The three sat on their own, talked, and ate, each day becoming closer and closer. The afternoon lessons were what Rayton looked forward to most, though. It was time for the combat classes. Generally, 2 types of combat classes were taught. Basic hand-to-hand combat skills with no use of abilities. From time to time, they would also use weapons. Then there was the ability class, where they would practice using their abilities. When this class happened, they would often bring people out who were tied up and blindfolded, gagged so they couldn't say anything. Not much was explained about who these people were, only that if they didn't do well, they could become like them in the future. It was their way of scaring the kids. Today's lesson was casual hand-to-hand combat for them, and it was Friday. Each Friday it would be sparring night, where students would go up against each other in a duel. This was done outside under the supervision of many teachers. The three watched a few people fight, and then it was Syl's turn. Syl seemed like his normal self, but he wasn't too bad when it came to hand-to-hand combat. It always started the same, with Syl being hit first, and then soon after not wanting to get hurt anymore, Syl would hit the person back, beating them so he could no longer get hurt. Then it was Vorden's turn. The student came running at him with a fist. It was obvious he was going to punch him. Vorden thought, so he tried to step out of the way, but with the other hand he had been grabbed by the shirt, yanking him forward. Using all the strength he had, he tried to kick the other person in the stomach, but it was useless and weak. Then, before he knew it, he was getting his face punched in until the fight was declared over. Then finally it was Rayton's turn. He had a smile on his face and was ready to take on any one of them. Then he pointed at the student who had just fought. You're fresh, right? You didn't get hurt in the last fight, so let's get this on," Rayton shouted. However, his request was denied, as the teachers knew what was going on. If Rayton was to fight, he probably wouldn't have stopped hurting the child until someone pulled him off, because even if he didn't know, they did. Rayton cared about his 2 friends. He was paired up with another student, and he had finished winning his fight with ease. After the fighting session had ended, the students were finally able to relax. They lived in the temple, and this was considered a free time where they could do as they wished. During this time, each one of them would be called one by one for an individual session. Here they would speak to one of the teachers to see if they had any problems. What they were going through would take a heavy toll on a child that was around 8 years old. This was why they had a teacher check their mental health and state frequently. "Syl, you're up next. You know the room to go to." Syl got up and smiled as he headed to the room. When he opened the door, a curly-haired young man was sitting down on the floor with a small table. "Nice to see you, Sil." "Kaser!" Sil shouted as he ran and gave the man a big hug. Sure, Sil had his friends, and he cared for them, but this man in front of him was the most important person in the world. Kaser was the so-called counselor of the temple. When students had breakdowns, mental problems, and even more, they would come to him. He had a number of techniques that he would use to calm them down and get them to open up to him. All of this would need to be filed in a report as well. He cared about all of the kids greatly and would try his best to help them without the need to use any abilities. After all, even if he did, it was only a temporary fix to the problem and never a permanent solution. Still, there were times when things like that needed to be done. Of course, with Sil being the way he was before he had even become close with both Rayton and Borden, he would come to meet Kaser regularly. He would share everything with Kaser, speak everything on his mind, and for once, he felt like someone was actually listening and talking back to him. Yes, it was a Kaser's job, but it felt more than that, and naturally their relationship grew. Even now, with his two friends, from time to time, he has problems with them. It was only natural that he would need to speak to someone else, and that someone else would be him. In all respects, Kaser was like the father figure that he didn't have in his life. As time went on, though, Kaser could see Sil was getting better. The more he would hang out and talk to Borden and Rayton, the less he would come to visit him. Some instances of him crying could be resolved by them now, and seeing this, Kaser felt happy and proud. He felt like his words and lessons were working. "Well, we don't have anything to do today, so is there anything you wanted to talk about while you're here?" Kaser asked. "Can we read that book?" Sil asked. "You know, the one with the cool pictures." Kaser stood up and went to the bookshelf behind him before picking out one of the books that had a certain volume number on it. Kaser was a huge fan of superhero comics. When Sil first came to him, he would bawl his eyes out nonstop, and no words would get through to him. So he decided he would read a book out loud while showing the pictures. All boys wanted to be a superhero at some point, right? And not only that, but they could relate to them. They were able to control nearly enough of any ability. Because of this, he thought it was good for kids at a young age to get an idea of how to use their powers. It was something the Blades were unaware of. They had no clue Kaser had been reading them such books. And then punching him with his super strength, he said, "I will protect the weak and my friends," Kaser said as he finished reading the last line of the chapter. It was a bit cheesy, but here Kaser could be his normal goofy self in front of kids, which was why he loved his job. "That's so cool. Is Grandpa Blade and the rest of them in the castle superheroes as well? I hear they're really strong. I guess they must go out fighting evil villains all the time," Sil said with excitement. But then, Kaser's face dropped hearing those words of an innocent child. Their imagination and fantasy land of what the Blades could be were vastly different from what they were. "The Blades choose to use their powers in different ways, but if you can ever one day get to reach the castle, maybe you can change that. Turn the Blades into the superheroes they could be." Sil's eyes started to sparkle as he imagined going into battle with his two friends Borden and Rayton. After defeating the two enemies, he would go back home to tell Kaser all about it. Their session was up, and it was time for Sil to head back to the rest of the class to rest. When he left the room, the two of them waved goodbye. He pulled out his phone and checked the calendar. There were only 2 weeks left until the day. Kaser turned to his books and took one of them out. On the front cover, a muscular figure could be seen with his foot on top of the enemy, having saved the world once again. One day he had dreamed of being a superhero himself, and soon he would have to put the kids through something disastrous. It was far from the dream he wished at one point. The next week, Kaser had no idea how much the recent chapter of his had influenced Sil. During the combat training, he refused to fight his opponents and stood there while getting beatings. When the teachers asked why, he stated he refused to hurt anyone weaker than himself and didn't want to hurt his friends. This would eventually cause quite a stir that they didn't realize. At the castle, the leader of the temple, Pam, at the time, was told to give a report. She would update them on all of the kids and what was currently happening. Hilston seemed uninterested in most of them and eventually asked her to stop. "What of Sil? He has the most potential of all of them, correct? How is he doing with things?" In a previous report, he had been told that Sil could copy 6 abilities at once, a rarity among rarities among the Blades. It was even more than Hilston could bear at the time. This was a gem in his eyes, something that he had been waiting for years. But Pam gulped as she said the next few words. "His character is weak. and recently he has been refusing to spar and fight with the other students, claiming he doesn't want to hurt them. I'm afraid at this rate, if we start the process next week, he will not survive." Hilston looked troubled by the report. He thought long and hard about what to do. He'd already spent so much time interviewing so many people, and now there seemed to be another issue, but it didn't appear to be insurmountable. "Tell me, is there anyone he is close to?" Hilston asked. The counselor, Kaser, I would say he is closest to," Pam replied. "Great, bring him here." Kaser had been called to the castle, something that hadn't been done for a long time. He was considered one of those that were there to purely serve the Blades. He would often just get given tasks from Pam and nothing else. "I hear you are close with Syl," Hilston said. "He is a good child, but I also hear he has a bit of a problem, and because of this, I have a certain plan I would like to put in place." Hilston told Kaser everything that he wished to do, and why he wanted to do it. He seemed to have already decided who he wanted to choose from this batch. In it all, Kaser was an essential part of his plan. He had asked him if he wanted to do it, as if he had a choice, but he knew he didn't. "Of course I will, sir," Kaser said, bowing down. While walking back towards the temple, Kaser had time to think about everything that was said. When he arrived at the temple, he could see all the kids smiling, playing games, and enjoying their time together. Then finally, Syl was talking away with a smile on his face, while Rayton and Vorden were by his side. What Syl had said about superheroes and such reminded him that he had done nothing during his time here, and he would just stand by and let things happen. If that was his case, then he would need to spend these moments doing something. "It looks like you don't need me anymore, Syl, but I won't let them get their way." The sound of crying continued, and Vorden returned to the classroom, snapping out of the memories he had been having for a short time. Back then, the crying kid in the corner reminded him a lot of Syl, but this time it appeared as if no one was approaching him at all. The real teacher had yet to arrive, but because an adult was in the room, the rest of them were sitting in their seats patiently waiting. He started walking over to the corner of the class to see how the kid was doing. "Don't worry about him, sir, he always cries," a student said. "Yeah, if you want, you can start the lesson, and he will eventually go to his seat. That's what the other teachers usually do," another student said. But ignoring them all, Vorden went over to the kid and crouched down. "Hey, why don't you tell me what happened? I'm here to listen," Vorden said. "Go away," the kid cried, and threw out his fist, punching him right in the face and hitting the side of his nose. He felt something dripping from his nose, and as he went to wipe it, he could see blood. Did he just hit the new teacher? What's going to happen? Is he going to get beat? The student started to mumble. The door slid open at that precise moment, and one of the male teachers entered the room. Bong was a large man with a scar running across his face. The students were terrified of Bong, and usually with a single glare he could get the kids to shut up. He entered the room and could hear the gossip coming from the students. When Bong looked into the corner of the room, he could see Vorden standing there with a bloody nose. "Oh dear, no!" Bong said in a panic. "Young master, I am deeply sorry for this. Why don't you get that healed up? What happened here?" Their scary, aggressive teacher suddenly looked frightened as he saw this man hurt. They had never seen him act like this, and were wondering just what was going on. "Master, you don't think that means—" the kid said. "You brats! Vorden here is from the castle," Bong shouted. "Who hit him? I will hang him upside down and make his backside raw," he shouted. All of the students went ahead and looked at the student crying in the corner. "It's okay," Vorden said to Bong, as he crouched down next to the kid again. "You're angry, right? Upset. If you want, I can be your punching bag all day long. I can take the pain. If you want to shout at me, hit me. Whenever you need to speak or express yourself, you can come to see me." The kid did nothing else but cry, and Vorden decided to stay by his side. Waving his hand, he told Bong to continue the lesson, and that he did. As the lesson went on, Vorden stayed by the kid's side the whole time. He sobbed and cried, so was unaware of Vorden's position, which he held unlike the rest of the class. When class was over, the kids left to head to lunch, while the ones by Vorden's side stayed there. Eventually, even Bong left as he needed to. "Don't worry, I'll take him to his next class," Vorden said. The crying had stopped, and the kid lifted his head for the first time. "Why are you still here?" the kid said. "I don't know. Maybe I thought you had something interesting to tell me," Vorden replied. "Nobody cares about what I have to say. Nobody even likes me here," the kid cried again. Standing up, Vorden was wondering how to get through to him. He wanted to help but found it difficult. Then suddenly he felt someone touch his shoulder. However, it wasn't a physical touch, but it was one in his mind. When he turned around, he could see it was Syl. "Let me speak to him," Syl said, and they had swapped seats. "Hey, crybaby," Syl said as his opening line, which seemed to grab the kid's attention straight away. "Have you ever heard of superheroes?" There was no book in his hand, and just by using his hands and words, Syl had reenacted the first chapter of the book Kaser used to read him. Since there was no book, he had to act out certain scenes himself with his body. Watching, both Rayton and Vorden felt like they would have died from embarrassment if they had to do such a thing, but it seemed to be working, as the kid was hooked on every single thing that was happening. After being cheered up a little, the kid returned to his next lesson, and Vorden was now in control once again. He continued to watch the other classes as an assistant, and it was finally the end of the day. "So, have you decided on what you would like to teach?" Bubble asked. "Yeah, do you have room for one more counselor?" Vorden said. Bubble took him to the current council room, which looked identical to the one that he used to meet Kaser in. Only the bookshelf was no longer filled with comic books. Here, he was to meet and discuss with the current counselor how they would split up their tasks. "I've split the kids up into 2 groups, but if there is anyone you're really having trouble speaking with, then feel free to come and tell me. It's going to be a big help to have someone else around here. Not many people like doing this job," the man said, but Vorden seemed to be in his own world, not paying attention. Instead, he was walking towards the bookshelf stationed along the back of the wall. When Vorden looked at the bookshelf, Syl began to scream as if he were in pain again. But this time it was screams of sadness, as a memory from the past resurfaced in his mind. What Syl was seeing, Vorden and Rayton could now see as well. Some time had passed since Vorden's last memory compared to this one, and a meeting had been set up. For some reason, Syl had been called into the council room right now to meet up with Kaser, even though it wasn't their usual meeting time. When he entered the room, he was surprised to see not only Kaser there, but Hilston as well. It was the first time that Syl had ever seen Hilston before. "Syl, my little grandchild, although you may think this is the first time we are meeting, I used to look after you as a baby," Hilston said, with a big smile on his face. "Grandpa Hilston," Syl bowed down respectfully. One of their lessons was how they should call and refer to the people in the castle if they were ever to meet them, and all of the kids were told to refer to Hilston as Grandpa. "I've heard that you two are close," Hilston said. "Very close," Syl replied with the biggest smile. "Let me ask you something. If Kaser was to get sick, would you do anything for him to get better?" Hilston said. "Yes, of course." "Great," Hilston said, and before he knew it, Syl could see a hand appear right through Kaser's body. It was so sudden, so quick, and blood had splattered across Syl's face. No screams were coming from Kaser, only a smile appeared on his face as he looked down and tried to hold in everything he was feeling while looking at Syl. Hilston pulled his hand away from his body and allowed Kaser to fall to the floor. "Kaser!" Syl screamed. "You see, tomorrow there is a big test," Hilston said, "and I want you to do well. You know the Blades' powers. You have seen it. Any second now, Kaser will die, but if you want him to live, if you want me to bring him back to life with one of my abilities, then you need to do anything you can to get first place tomorrow, you understand?" Syl could hear him, but he continued to sniffle and just stand there in place. He wanted to hit this man, fight against this man, but his body wouldn't move. There was a certain pressure that just wouldn't let him go forward. Even though he wanted to go over to see if Kaser was okay and to say a few things to him, he couldn't because he knew the man in front of him wouldn't let him. "Listen, Syl, get first place tomorrow, and Kaser will come back to life. Do you understand?" Hilston said once again. Finally, using every bit of courage that Syl had in his body, he was able to nod his head. Kaser wasn't dead yet, but soon he would be. He looked up at Syl and started to crawl towards him, leaning his upper body off the ground with every ounce of strength he was able to get, so his body and hands were within reach of Syl. "Kaser, don't die. If you go, then there won't be anyone else left. I don't know who I'll be on my own again." "Don't worry, Syl," Kaser said, reaching his hand out. He managed to brush Syl's face with his fingertips before falling to the ground, and as he did, he said his last words. "I won't let you be alone in this world." The day had ended, and Vorden returned to the castle. His feet felt heavy with each step, and the first day was tiring for him in more ways than one. When he came here, he didn't expect to have to go to the temple for a while. He'd always wanted to confront his past, but he didn't think it'd happen so soon. Not only that, but Syl had been crying nonstop inside the dark room, which could be heard by both Rayton and Borden. The best person to calm Syl down would be himself, but while he was out here, it was impossible, and right now he needed someone by his side all the time. A few words wouldn't be enough. Sure, he could switch with Rayton, but Rayton, at times, could get very wild and unpredictable, and they didn't need that here. He couldn't imagine what Rayton would say to one of the students if they needed to speak to him. Since that fateful day for the three of them, Syl hadn't been out much or taken the seat, and he was pretty much the same Syl from back then as he was now, unable to deal with things or cope with things, or as Rayton would describe him, a crybaby. Everything was too much, and Borden was just wondering what Hilston was trying to get by sending him back there. When he entered the castle, he assumed he'd be summoned and inquired about Syl once more. In comparison to the rest of the family, his grandfather seemed obsessed with Syl, even more so than his brothers and sisters who lived in the castle. However, while walking past, Borden picked up on some rumors. It turned out that the sun shields were acting out more than they had expected, and they would need to move out soon. It was bad timing, as it also seemed to collide with the usual event. Because of this, he was able to be left on his own, which was nice. When he returned to his room, Borden would update him about what he had seen on the other half of the island. It looked like he was keeping track of what beasts the Blade family owned, and Borden had to say some of them were really impressive. They had higher-tier beasts than he expected. It wasn't somewhere Borden himself was familiar with, as he hadn't gone to that part of the island much, apart from a few training sessions he would have here and there. "Just don't get caught, okay?" Borden said as he went to sleep that night. Maybe if Borden did get caught, it would be a distraction from what he was currently facing. When he woke up, it was the usual routine of heading to the temple, only this time it would only be for work. Throughout the day, students would be sent to him to be looked over and talked to. Most of the time it was just petty problems, and the kids just wanted someone to listen to them. They didn't have parents to confide in after all, or when they had questions, they didn't know who to ask. The people closest to them for guidance and who they felt like they could rely on were the teachers. Still, he wasn't as busy as the other teachers, since his task was split up between two teachers, so there was quite a bit of free time for him to watch the other students. At the moment, he was watching them go through combat training. They had brought out a chained person who was blindfolded and was at the front of the class. Each of them was told to touch the chains to copy the ability, which would be the water ability for today. The instructor at the front did the same, and following his words and movements, all of the students who were spread out would have to follow. When he looked at them, he spotted the student from before who was crying in the classroom. He was struggling to even hold the water in his hands. Speaking to him a bit more, he found out his name was Deal. He thought that maybe Deal would be like Syl, but it wasn't the case at all. When reviewing the reports, the most skilled member of the group was able to hold 3 abilities at the same time. It really hit home. That meant there had yet to be a person who could hold as many abilities as Syl could. He was certainly a special child. It would also explain why Hilston was so obsessed with him. However, he didn't understand why. Hilston was close enough to be the strongest person. Why the need to do all this and look for someone stronger? This was what he didn't understand, and was also something no one would dare just outright ask him. As Borden continued to look at the man chained up and tied to the wooden pole, it reminded him of that day, the day after Kaser had died. It was early morning that day when all the 30 or so students had gathered. They were all brought out onto the ground floor, and in front of them was a chained tied to a pole. The kids looked at each other for a few seconds. It was odd because, until now, all the combat classes had been in the afternoon and not the morning. "I heard the people talking this morning. They were moving about and setting something up," Borden whispered to Rayton. "I think something special might be going on today." Although Rayton could hear what Borden was saying, he was looking around trying to find Syl. Yesterday night, when returning to the others, he didn't say a single word to them. His eyes looked blank and dead, and when Rayton said his usual taunts, there was no reaction from him at all. Eventually, he spotted Syl at the back of the group, while the two were near the front. Rayton wanted to call out to him, but the teacher had already started speaking, so it was too late. "Today is a special day for you all," the teacher said. "Today is the day you will finally graduate from the temple, and one of you will be selected to go to the castle. As you know, this has always been the aim of the temple. And no, I didn't misspeak. Only one of you will be selected." When he spoke those words, the expression on the teacher's face remained dark. It didn't change, and he wasn't his usual cheery, playful self. Some of the kids were starting to worry about what exactly was going on. A number of your teachers with Earth ability are positioned in a circle around the island. They have copied the Earth's ability and together have created a solid wall surrounding all of you like so. The teacher stomped his foot on the ground, and a part of the wall was raised. He then picked up a rock and threw it against the wall. As soon as it touched, several hard spikes appeared in an instant, hitting and crushing the rock. If a human had touched that wall, they would have been killed. As time passes, this wall surrounding the area will become smaller and smaller as the teachers move forward, and it will only carry on moving forward until a single person is left alive. Hearing this, one of the students broke out crying. Rayton immediately turned his head, expecting it to be Syl, but it wasn't. It was another. At that moment, one of the teachers standing by the side walked over. He lifted his hand and gave the child a slap across the face. "This is not a game. You will have no time for crying. If you want to live, then fight. If not, then throw yourself into the wall," the teacher shouted. Clearly he was emotional about what was happening, and he didn't know how to react. "These people are crazy. Does the castle know about this?" Borden whispered. "You're an idiot," Rayton said. "The people in the castle are the ones who ordered this. The Blades believe that their bodies must be sharpened. Each time they get stronger, and to do that, they must go through life and death experiences. This will be the first of many for the winner. Each time you survive, the cells in your body will react. This is how the Blades have always improved themselves, and this is how they will continue to. See this chain here?" The teacher pointed to a man who was tied up blindfolded and gagged so they couldn't say anything. "There are many of the chained randomly scattered out across the island, tied to a pole just like this one. Each one of them has a different ability. Use this knowledge as you wish. Use it to survive. Some of you are smarter than others. You will need to think fast and appropriately. Some of you are better fighters, and lastly, some of you are the best at using your abilities. Work together, betray each other, whatever you can, you must survive. But you all have to remember, at the end of the day, there will be only one winner. The event starts now." After the teacher had made the grand announcement, all of them suddenly left, and that included the one who was giving the instructions. It looked like they had vanished, and the students were left standing there, stunned and confused, with no one to guide them. "They can't be serious, can they?" Borden said. "What should we do?" The truth was that the teachers had actually copied an invisibility ability beforehand, and were watching everything very carefully and closely. The kids were arguing and trying to figure out what they should do. They had been playing with each other the whole time. Even if they were suddenly told to turn against each other, they couldn't just do that out of the blue. Some had decided that it might be best if they just headed back into the temple and waited until they got more answers, while others wanted to explore the island to see if the wall was really real. From where they were, they couldn't see where the wall was, which meant the area must have been large to begin with. But Rayton, he was looking straight ahead. In his mind, he thought, what if all this was real? From everything they went through, stuck in this one place, it made sense to him why they had chosen to do this. "It seems like no one is acting yet," one of the teachers said, hidden away. "Should we perhaps try to start something?" Another reason for the teachers being nearby was so they could help move things along, at times themselves, while being hidden. If students started to get hit from nowhere, it certainly would cause a panic. "There's no need," Pam said. "There's always one in the group that understands what is going on, how very real this all is. I've been doing this for a while now. Just stay and watch." While everyone was busy yapping away, Rayton had moved forward to take the advantage that no one else saw. He walked to where the teacher once was, and there was a chain with an ability tied up right there. "No, Rayton, you aren't going to take part in this, are you?" Borden said with concern. Rayton had obtained his ability through the chain. Suddenly, Rayton started laughing like a madman. "All right, Jeremy, you had this coming to you for a long time," Rayton shouted. "You don't know how many times in class I imagined doing this to you with your smart-arse comments, and now there are no consequences. This is great." "Rayton, I'm sorry, Jeremy said. Rayton's hand left with a wind swipe, and a large cut was made across his chest, and he fell to the floor. This had changed the whole atmosphere for everyone. The kids started to scream, running in all sorts of different directions, while Vorden stood there staring at Rayton. "No, we shouldn't do this. We're friends, right? Rayton, you wouldn't hurt me, right?" Vorden shouted with tears running down his face, and Rayton just continued to walk towards him. "Damn it!" Vorden ran off into the forest with tears streaming down his face. Just yesterday in the morning, they were all joking about and laughing, and now this. He thought of what a sick person made them do this. With Rayton now having the advantage of getting the first ability and with his fighting style, there wouldn't be any that could go up against him. Then a thought came into Vorden's mind. There was Syl. Syl was the only person that would be able to beat Rayton. Not just that, though. Syl himself needed to be looked after and protected. Vorden couldn't imagine how Syl was coping with all of this. If he could find him, then maybe they could do something together. A small group of 3 students had left before Rayton had started his rampage and were unaware of what was happening. They had walked into the forest, planning to head there to see if the so-called wall was real. While halfway, they could hear the screams of others coming from where they had just left. They then looked at each other. You don't think someone actually... They didn't want to think about it and just carried on walking. It took a good 20 or so minutes for them to eventually reach the edge of the wall just by walking forward at a fast pace. After hearing the screams, they wanted to get away from whoever had possibly started the killings. When they reached it, it turned out to be true. The wall was around 5 meters high. It was impossible to scale unless they climbed a tree of some sort, but even if they did, they were confident that the teachers behind the wall would intervene. What shocked them most was that the wall was slowly moving forward. It would look a bit like sand, as it allowed the trees and plant life to pass through and sink into it. You think that demonstration was there just to scare us? One of the kids said. I don't know. Why don't you try to touch the wall and find out? Another said. One of them started to move closer to the wall but was unsure when the spikes would act, but in the end he chickened out. I can't do it, man, the kid said as he turned around, but then could see one of them shove him into the wall itself. As soon as his back hit the wall, the spikes immediately came outward, and their buddy was no longer moving. The spikes retracted, and the body fell to the floor. You killed him! You killed him! The other student said this, and immediately started running from his so-called friend. The one that was left behind looked at his friend on the ground. I didn't think it was real. I'm sorry. I thought it was all a lie. I was just joking around. But now he knew it was very much real. Vorden was taking a cautious approach. He knew he was weaker than others, so he couldn't just go out and about running around. He currently had no ability either, so he was at the biggest disadvantage. Still, he wanted to find Syl. Eventually, while slowly going through the forest area and not making a sound, he could see the back of a chain, his hands tied to the pole. For a while, he decided to sit back and hide between a relatively large plant and a tree, waiting to see if there was anyone around or coming. The starting area seemed to be quite large, and since there were only 30 of them, they wouldn't run into each other at the start of the event often, as long as they hadn't chosen to group up. After thinking about it for a while, Vorden decided to take a chance and go out to try to touch the chain. He grabbed the back of his hand, but then something strange happened. He felt nothing. The MC cells in his body weren't adapting to the ability. What is happening? When Vorden went around the pole to have a look, he could see that the chain had been killed. It was a smart move. Once their ability was taken, if they killed the chain, it meant no one else could have that ability. They could only get one by touching the person in the middle of the fight. Vorden had no idea the kids would be willing to go this far, and in such a short period of time. What it did mean, though, was that it still had no such ability, and there was someone close who did have one. His ears then picked up the sound of leaves and trees ruffling. When he turned his head, he could see a student jumping towards him, with his fingers slightly green in color. It was a trap after all. The student was waiting for someone else to try to take the ability of the chain to finish them off there and then. It was so sudden, and Vorden thought it would be the end of his life there and then, but while in midair. A strong strike of wind came from the right, hitting the student and knocking him out of the air. Then a few more strikes came and badly hurt the student, but he wasn't dead, only his back up against a tree groaning away. The wind ability? It couldn't be! When Vorden turned his head, he could see that it was Rayton. Only this time he was covered in blood, and it wasn't his own. Is this how my life is going to end? Vorden thought. His knees on the ground, Vorden had accepted his fate. Rayton, I'm not as strong as you or Syl. I know I will die in this event anyway, but please, I just don't want to be killed by someone I consider my friend. The footsteps continued, and now all Vorden could do was close his eyes. When the footsteps stopped, he felt a hand placed on his head, and the MC cells of an ability passed on to him. Come on, let's go find that crybaby and get the hell out of this place, Rayton said. Vorden had never thought of himself as an emotional person. During his time at the temple, he hardly ever cried, and he was the one for Syl to have a shoulder to cry on. He would even talk to the others when they got upset. He was, however, constantly suppressing his emotions deep down. Today, he was alone, and there was no longer any need for him to hide his emotions. He was letting it all out, as it could very well be his last day. His eyes bubbled up. His throat felt so heavy and full that he was finding it hard to talk. "Rayton! Rayton!" Vorden cried, but he quickly found his mouth being covered up. "Stop making noise, you idiot, or do you want to go ahead and tell everyone where we are?" Rayton whispered. It took a while for him to place his emotions inside him once again, but just seconds ago he thought someone he considered his best friend was about to kill him. He didn't know if his plea had worked or if Rayton had planned this all along. Looking at his blood-stained shirt, though, it was clear that he was taking part in this. The two of them headed over to the student who was lying down by the tree. He was hurt and breathing heavily. After the initial hit, he had been cut at the back of his Achilles, making it nearly impossible for him to run. The reason for not finishing him off was because one couldn't take abilities from the dead. Rayton placed his hand on top of his head, and now he had two abilities with him. "It's best you keep your wind ability and not override it with this one. He has the ability of acid, so you have to get up pretty close to your opponents. Besides, knowing you probably won't be able to hurt anyone anyway, so with the wind, at least you can defend yourself," Rayton explained. When he placed his hand on top of his head, the wind ability Rayton untidily got at the start of the event was given to Syl. Vorden was thinking to himself as he looked at the boy that if someone else came along, he would be finished. "What should we do with him?" Vorden asked. Rayton looked past him, and behind them, they could see the earth wall coming close. When Vorden initially ran, he ran as far as he could, hoping to get away from everything. In his head, he believed he was looking for Syl, but the truth was that he was scared. So they were all near the edge of the fighting zone. "Let the wall take him," Rayton replied. "There is no need to have his death on our hands." "Ha!" the boy laughed. "You were the one who made me this way, Rayton. Don't fool yourself into thinking you're a good guy. Whether you kill me or the wall kills me, it's the same thing. I'm dead because of you." Rayton chose to ignore his words, while Vorden was looking at him with sorrow, trying to figure out if he was affected by this whole thing. Even if his face didn't show it, he had to be affected. The others thought he was heartless and cruel, but Vorden wouldn't be alive right now if that were true. "Remember," the boy shouted as the wall was now nearly upon him, "even if you two team up now, eventually you will have to kill each other." They didn't turn around, but the sound of spikes on the wall activating indicated that another contestant had been eliminated. After running closer to the center, the two of them eventually found a large boulder that would give them cover and carved into it a small cave-like entrance. They decided to rest there for now. The last words that the boy said continued to ring in Vorden's mind. "Rayton, I will only slow you down, just—" "Shut up, will you?" Rayton said. "Do you really think I would come and save you without having some type of plan? If I thought I had to kill you later, I would have just killed you back then to save me the trouble later. I plan to find Syl and leave this island for good, all three of us. To do that, there are two abilities we need. First is the Earth ability. There aren't many, but I and Syl are more skillful than the other students, so we could deactivate the skill from the teachers before the spikes could even reach us. I imagine they thought that some students might do this, and the teachers would be skilled enough to deal with them, but with mine and Syl's strength, I'm sure we can take a couple and try to get out of here. The second ability is the water ability. I learned how to create a separate bubble. If both of us have the ability, one of us can control the currents around us while we travel inside the bubble. What we do after that, who knows, but it'll be better than this crap, right?" What Rayton was suggesting was to go against the island, something that had been drilled in their heads from a young age to never do. But they didn't have much choice. They would either become the chained and never see the daylight again, or die from their current situation. It was death either way. "Let's do it. Let's find Syl and get out of here," Vorden said. From the conversation, Vorden realized that he wasn't really needed in the plan at all, but Syl, the strongest and most skillful ability user, was the one Rayton was looking for, but he had included him in his plan. It had put a great big smile on his face. When they began their search, it appeared that they were seeing and hearing fewer people. People chose to remain silent and hidden now that everyone knew it was very real. Furthermore, they had no idea how many contestants remained, and they were on a tight deadline as the area became increasingly smaller due to the wall. "Poor Syl. You know he won't be able to kill someone. He's probably hiding somewhere that feels safe to him," Vorden said. "The others aren't stupid either. They know if Syl has an ability and if he is forced to, he will protect himself somewhere safe." They both then looked at each other. Syl's favorite place was the council room in the temple. Immediately, the two of them headed there. When they arrived, they didn't go in straight away. Just outside, two bodies could be seen on the floor lying still. It was a place where they had started, so it was expected that some fights would happen here. The chain that Rayton got his ability from had been killed. Vorden gulped before asking the dreaded question. "Did you do that?" "No," Rayton replied. "It was Carol, Rowan, Splinter." "That rat," Vorden replied. The three of them were always together in school and never split up. They weren't at the top of the class nor at the bottom when it came to using their abilities and powers. However, Splinter did always get the highest grade when it came to the written part of their tests. It seemed like it was his idea to kill the chain right after taking their ability. Something's not right with their heads, Vorden thought. At the end of the day, they were all kids. They couldn't think about this right off the bat unless their life was on the line. Had the temple messed everyone up this much when they got out? Could they even live a normal life? Sneaking in one at a time, it seemed like no one had entered the building. After realizing how real this was, nobody wanted to head back to the starting place. In their heads, this was where they thought most people would be. Likely because all of the kids were thinking this, nobody was there. However, soon the two of them could hear the sound of a familiar sob coming from the council room. They could see Syl rocking back and forth, his head in his knees, crying as they slid the door open. Something he did only when he was severely upset. I don't want to kill anyone, Syl said, his breaths coming in quick and short, making it difficult for him to form a complete sentence. Vorden immediately went to his side. He didn't look hurt, and there were no traces of blood on him either, so it didn't look like he had hurt anyone else. It was a miracle that no one had come here looking for him. "Don't worry, Syl. We're going to get out of here, the three of us," Vorden said, with both his hands on Syl's shoulders. "Rayton has a plan." He went on to tell Syl about the plan, and as he said it out loud, he realized how little faith he had in it, but it was the only option they had. Syl, on the other hand, seemed to respond by nodding, which also stopped him from crying. When he lifted his head, Rayton was next to the two of them as well. "I'll say it right here, right now," Rayton said. "At least one of us will make it out of here alive, and when we do, we'll kill Hilston." It was a strange thing for the three of them to have in common, but they all felt the same way right now. In more ways than one, they all had a deep hatred for this man. Their arms crossed each other and they held out their pinkies, so they were all tied up in the middle. "It's a promise," Vorden said. They each pulled together, not breaking the link with their pinkies 3 times, to seal the promise made between 3 good friends. With that, Syl had joined the group, and the 3 of them were ready to leave. But before exiting the room, Syl had stopped by the door. He looked back, and the image of what had happened to Kaser had appeared. The problem with the plan was that if Syl escaped, then he wouldn't be able to save Kaser. They had a goal in mind when the 3 of them collaborated. They needed to move on the next step, which was to locate the 2 abilities they required. The Earth ability and the Water ability. Syl possessed both the Wind and Acid abilities. Unlike Vorden, who could only hold one, Syl could hold many, so it was no problem for him to have both. As the area got smaller, it would soon engulf the chain that was located at the edge. If one of them had the ability they needed, then their plan would fail. They couldn't just sit idly by. They had to act. There was also the possibility that the Earth and Water abilities weren't even available as part of the chain, but Rayton highly doubted that. From what he had seen so far, all the abilities and traces of abilities around them were ones that they had trained with during their time at the temple, and this included the Earth and Water abilities. He was sure of it, that they would be here somewhere. If they were meant to show their full strength, they couldn't do it without those abilities. What was the point of spending all those years learning how to use them? Eventually, they came across a chain. Rather than hesitating and waiting like Vorden had done, Rayton ran out with confidence, not hesitating for a second, and Syl had followed from behind. With these two by his side, Vorden felt safer than he had ever felt before. Rayton stopped in front of the body and then stomped his foot on the ground out of anger. "Damn it," he said, before running off again in another direction. Just like the chain that Vorden had found before, this one was dead. The 3 of them continued to run around. They hadn't run into any students or even their bodies, which Vorden was finding a little curious. However, they did run into more chained, and each time they were dead. Now it was the 4th chained body they had come across. They were in an open area of the forest. Each chained was in an open area so they could easily be seen and spotted, as if they were also meant to be designated fighting zones. Running off ahead, Rayton was obsessed with trying to find another chain, and he had eventually found one ahead of the others. "Someone has purposely been doing this from the beginning," Rayton said. "Instead of going around hunting the students, they went around hunting the chain." "That's right. If no one else has the ability but us, we're at quite an advantage, aren't we?" a voice said. Turning around, a small male with glasses, accompanied by a slightly larger kid to his right and a girl to his left, were standing there. "Splinter, I knew it would be you," Vorton said. If the three of them had been going around, they would have also been able to have their pick of the stronger abilities. Splinter himself could hold two, while the others by his side could only hold one. "It's pretty brave of you to show yourself in front of us. I don't seem to recall you beating me even once during a fighting match, right?" Rayton shouted, throwing out a wind slash as he said this. With a stomp of his foot, Splinter had brought up a wall made of earth, blocking the strike. "One of the strongest abilities that they teach us. The elemental abilities, although fire and lighting, are only taught to those in the castle. Soon one of us will be ascending to that place," Splinter said. Seeing this ability, he thought Rayton would be frightened, but instead, a slight smirk appeared. "That's one down." Vorton and Syl had finally arrived, coming out of the forest, and joined in throwing wind swipes of their own at the wall. It created small chips, but having two abilities, the wall was sturdy and strong, and the wind wasn't exactly the best ability to go against it. Soon, though, both Syl's and Rayton's fingertips started to turn slightly green as they changed their abilities, and when they were close enough, they threw out the acid from their fingertips, making the wall weaken. Even Vorton's wind strike would be enough to destroy it now, and that it did. But soon after, another wall was put up, and Splinter had them right where he wanted them, focused on him. Rayton and Syl were directly in front of the wall. Vorton was slightly behind Rayton and Vorton. From the side, the girl and boy came out, one whipping out a lash of water, the other throwing out their fist. Syl had avoided the punch and touched the larger kid. An enhancement ability of strength? Rayton had avoided the water, predicting it would happen. "Thank you so much for bringing the two things we needed right to us." With two abilities stored, his MC points and level of controlling the wind was higher and stronger than the female. Using all his force, he could simply chuck the water to the side and eventually manage to grab her by the wrist. It only took a second for him to copy the ability, replacing it with his acid one. Then, with his other hand, he hit her away using the force of the wind as well. As for Syl, his opponent had tried to punch him again using his super strength, but for a second he had forgotten who he was up against. Syl now had 3 different abilities stored. Putting all his MC points and levels into one, he threw a punch of his own, and when the two fists collided, the results were obvious, as the other student was sent flying back. However, the strength used was too strong for an 8-year-old's body, and his fist had been shattered. "Ah!" Syl screamed in pain. When Splinter first revealed himself, he only saw Rayton approach the body first. After his rash act at the beginning, he never thought someone would be willing to work with him. With 3 of them, he stood no chance, and he decided to just cover himself with the earth ball, frightened. Soon, though, it would start to melt as Rayton's acid hands went through. Splinter felt a soft touch on his head, and nothing else. "You 3 can fight for that useless position in the castle, but we are getting out of here," Rayton said. When Splinter finally dared to open his eyes, he could see that they were gone, and they had left all of them alive. "Sir, what would you like us to do?" Pam asked, as she had been watching the whole fight while invisible from the sidelines. "Clean up the mess," Hilston ordered his workers. Syl had received Rayton's ability, and the 3 of them were now sprinting towards the wall. When they finally made it halfway, a message was broadcast across the entire island for the first time. "Only 3 contestants are remaining." It took a second for the kids to realize what that meant. All of the people taking part in the event were now dead, and the only ones left alive were those 3. "That's fine. It still doesn't stop us from finishing the plan. We're so close," Rayton shouted. But as soon as that message played, Syl's eyes went hollow. His mind was in a different space while his legs were on autopilot. His pace slowed down, and he was eventually running slower than Borden and was at the back of the group. "Huh, is there something wrong?" "If I leave now with Rayton and the others, Hilston won't keep his promise to bring back Kaser. But Hilston said I have to win, and the only way to win is to... The more he thought about it, the more he realized he couldn't possibly take his 2 friends' lives to save another, even if Kaser was so important to him. "I just wish there was a way to save them all," he thought. Then an idea came to his mind. Maybe there was a way to save all of them. Rayton would be angry at him because they wouldn't be able to leave the island this way. but at least all 4 of them would be alive. If Hilston was willing to bring back Kaser for him, then he could also bring back Vorden and Rayton. Even if Hilton didn't agree, whatever ability he used, he would steal it and use it to bring them back later. Thinking of the 4 of them being together put a smile on his face, and before he knew it, Vorden felt a sharp throbbing pain in his back. "What? Syl!" Vorden said as he turned around and his mouth filled with blood. Rayton, no longer hearing footsteps, turned around and could see it. He could see that Syl had stabbed Vorden, and not only that, for some reason he was smiling. "Syl!" Rayton screamed. "What the hell are you doing?" "I know you will be angry now," Syl said, "but don't worry, I promise we will all be together this way." Vorden's pain from being stabbed in the back wasn't hurting him that badly. He couldn't tell if it was the adrenaline coursing through his veins, the fear factor, or something else entirely. However, there was a heavy ache in his heart, the agony of being murdered by someone he had always cared about. "Why did you do it, Syl? Even if you didn't believe that the plan would work, we could have at least tried it. I can't believe that you would actually care about something like going to the castle and becoming one of them. You never expressed anything like that, or were those the feelings you had all along?" Vorden's back pain had vanished completely, and his vision had dimmed to nothing. It wasn't like sleeping. When one would sleep, they would see the black due to their eyelids covering their vision, but they truly saw nothing when one was dead. Then a few seconds later, it had gone black. It was a sudden change that struck Vorden as weird. He tried lifting his hand, and he could now see it in front of him. "Wait, I'm alive," he said, quickly rising to his feet. It was like he was never injured in the first place. He patted his body all over, seeing if it was real. The touch, everything felt real, but at the same time a little different. Trying to grasp where he was, he looked around and around, but there was nothing except darkness. In fact, the only reason he could even see was because his body was giving off a faint glow. "Is this heaven? Am I turning into an angel?" Vorden shouted. "Who am I kidding? Those poor ants. I must have killed a whole family that day. Of course I'm going to hell." Not knowing what to do and trying to figure out what had happened, Vorden tried to summon the wind ability he had stored earlier, but there was nothing. However, during the process, he felt a connection to something else. Reaching out to that, when he opened his eyes once more, he saw a space in the emptiness that had changed. In front of him was the outside world. He could see the island, and on the floor was his dead body. "Why did you kill Vorden?" Rayton shouted. He could see and hear through the screen. "Don't worry, we will all be together," Syl said. For some reason, he was able to see everything from the point of view of Syl. It was like his conciseness had been transported. "Well, wasn't there an ability like that?" Vorden suddenly remembered. It allowed one's consciousness to be transported from one body to another through killing. He paused for a second. Now Vorden had an understanding of what might have happened, but he didn't understand why. Had Syl come into contact with one of the chained in the event, and this was one of the abilities? The ability was pretty much useless for combat, so he didn't understand. The Blade family liked to collect abilities as if they were some sort of ornament, so they had many rare and original abilities that they never or hardly ever used. Is this why Syl chose to kill me? With nothing else to do but think, he thought perhaps Syl had a plan of his own. The pain in Vorden's heart began to settle, and all he could do was watch the fight between the two outside. He raised his hand after touching the floor. Rayton had created a massive earth hand, which pushed forward and grabbed Syl. Repeating the same actions, Syl had done the same, only his hand was even bigger. They both went across the ground, and Syl's hand crumpled Rayton's. Charging forward, he was still in a rage. "Not once, Syl, was I ever able to beat you in a sparring match, but today is different. Today is important. I have to win, because I'm carrying the weight of so many lives. Do you know how many people I killed today? And you will be added to that list." He threw out several large wind blades, combining the MC levels and points of all 2 abilities. They were large and strong, but whatever Rayton could do, Syl could do better. He was currently holding 4 abilities. There was no need for him to overwrite anything. The difference between the 2 attacks was like night and day. "Yes, perfect, Syl!" Hilston cheered, watching through the screen. "With your power, you shouldn't be able to let anyone get close to you. That is the Blade family's way." Rayton was more skilled when it came to hand-to-hand combat and using weapons, but Syl wouldn't even let him get that close. He had built up several walls of earth surrounding him, slowly completing them more and more. Rayton tried to use all his strength, but eventually it solidified, tying in his hands and legs. There wasn't any part of his body he could move, apart from his head. Why, you little crap, crybaby, traitor, pig scum little man? Rayton continued to scream insults at the top of his lungs, still not understanding what was going on, but he stopped. He saw Syl walking towards him, and Syl had a smile on his face. I hope you can carry on making up new insults for me, Rayton, Syl said. I'll make this quick. A slash of wind flew towards his head. It had been cut so cleanly and sharply that Rayton's head remained on its body, even though there was a straight cut through it, not falling over. The event has come to an end. I'll kill him 10 times, no, 100 times, Rayton shouted, cursing. Hey there, Vorden said. What the? You came to hell as well? Not quite. Let me try to explain what I think has happened. The event was over, and the teachers that had remained nearly invisible for the whole time had suddenly appeared. Vorden and Rayton, seeing this, now knew that their plan had no chance of working. There were so many people watching them that it would have never been possible unless all of them had decided to go against the teachers. Syl thought he would be taken back to the temple, but Pam explained to him that the temple was no longer a place for him to be. Now he had a new place to call home. He would be heading to the castle, where he would live with his real family. Ignoring the deaths of the others and everything around him, Syl was only focused on one thing. He wanted to bring back his friends and Kaser. He had finally achieved what might have been impossible for him if he hadn't had the determination to go through with it all. Now Syl was in the throne room. He could see his so-called family members there. His brother and sister, Pi and Vicky, his mother and father, and lastly, his grandpa. All of them had watched the event unfold moments before he entered the room, so they understood what he had just been through. At the same time, each of them had been through the same thing as well. Congratulations, Syl. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that you wouldn't have been able to win, Hilston said. The moment I saw you and brought you here, I knew you were special. I could feel it. The blades will continue to grow stronger, but this is not the end of Syl. This is only the beginning. Your days at the castle will be dedicated to refining you, breaking you down and rebuilding you, making you stronger each time. It won't be easy, but you will come to love the thrill of living life on the edge like all of us in this room do. Syl didn't care about any of that. Right now, he would go through multiple life and death situations if he could bring his friends back. Grandpa, Syl said, remembering the lessons at the temple. Please, you said if I win, you would bring Kaser back. And if you can you please bring back Vorden and Rayton too? I promise I will do whatever you want. I'll become the strongest fighter you have ever seen, Syl said. The two of them, watching everything in the dark room, were starting to understand a few things now. Kaser was dead, and Hilston had promised to bring him back to life, and he had asked for his two friends to be brought back as well. Rayton started to punch the floor in anger, and Vorden's eyes started to fill up with tears. You idiot! Rayton screamed. Oh, did I say that? Hilston said. You're at the castle now. You've made it. You have become a true blade, while they will never be able to. People like that need to be forgotten about. Both Rayton and Vorden knew he wouldn't keep his promise, but not because of what he was saying now. Besides, Hilston continued, there is no ability that can bring back the dead, so get over it quickly. Syl's eyes hollowed out. His mind was now filled with images of all three of those closest to him dying. You lied? Syl asked. You lied! You lied! He started to scream, and suddenly he fell to the floor right there and then. The vision both Rayton and Syl were seeing had gone, and in its place, Syl was now here, with them in the black room. When Syl passed out on the floor that day in the throne room, his family thought something was seriously wrong with him. He was still alive and breathing, but it was like he was in a coma, unresponsive to anything on the outside. This had caused Hilston to go into a mighty rage. He wanted everyone to work on getting him awake as soon as possible. All of the resources they had were used. However, everything they tried just didn't seem to work. No ability seemed to be waking him up. Meanwhile, in the black room, Vorden and Rayton knew the reason very well. It was because somehow he was with them and not out there. The two things couldn't be a coincidence. At first, the two of them didn't really know how to approach Syl. Even when they didn't have this slightly awkward air and bad blood, it was hard. They were stuck in here, in this dark room because of him, and they were unsure whether they could ever get out or not. After thinking about it for a while, both of them felt like they couldn't really blame him for the situation they were in either. In that event, there was no chance of them escaping. They saw that now. Hilston had lied to Syl, and he would have naturally been the winner of the event anyway. If they were put in the same position, maybe they would have done the same thing as well. "Sil, are you really not going to go back?" Vorden asked. "That liar! I will never see that man ever again! Liar, liar, liar!" Sil continued to shout, setting him off again. He had been like this for a while. They thought maybe he would calm down after a few days, but he was adamant about not returning to his body. Somehow Sil was fine being stuck in the black room all day, but for Vorden and Rayton it was torture. They were experiencing nothing, no taste or smell of food, nor conversation apart from each other, and had nothing to entertain themselves. Eventually, Sil could see this and felt a little bad. He started to wonder if there was something he could do. "If you want, one of you can go out there instead," Sil said, and suddenly in the room, a strange type of chair appeared. The two of them looked at each other, and the next second, Rayton shoved Vorden aside as he ran ahead. "You can stay here for a while," Rayton shouted. "Wait!" Vorden cried. "If you go out there now, you're going to have to speak to them all. You're going to have to pretend to be like Sil and try to find out if there is a way we can get out of here at the same time. Are you sure you can do all that?" Vorden's words made Rayton stop and think for a second, as his hand was about to touch the seat. Vorden was right. In the end, Vorden took over, and when he awoke in the seat, he was in a room. The whole castle made a fuss, and it was reported to Hilston immediately. For a while, Vorden had done a good job of mimicking how Sil would act. That was until the training had begun. Just like Hilston had said, it was only the start. Now Vorden had to go through multiple life-and-death situations, and the first one was fighting an advanced-level beast. They had allowed him to touch a few chain beforehand, and Vorden had gone along with it. But quickly he came to realize that even though he was in Sil's body, for some reason, just like his old self, he could only control one ability. Fighting the beast proved difficult, and everyone watching felt like his powers and MC cells were unusually weak. When it looked like he was about to die, Hilston came in to defeat the beast at the last second. "What the hell is going on?" Hilston thought. They decided to spill the beans because they had no way out of their situation and were afraid of making it worse. Hilston wasn't as angry about this as they thought, but he was slightly confused about what had happened and how it came to be so. However, that quickly changed when he found out that Sil refused to come out. As the years went by, there were a few things they discovered that they hadn't informed Hilston or the others of. When Vorden was in control, he could take on one ability. For Rayton, it was 2 abilities, but for Sil, it was 3. Sil was far weaker than he once was, and the other 2 couldn't help but think they were partially to blame. This was never brought up to Hilston. After some more time had passed, Vorden tried to find out what exactly happened to them. Why were the 3 of them trapped in one body? Surprisingly, he had convinced his brother Pi to break the silence, and was the one that had told them the truth. Before Kaser had died, he had gone down to fetch the chain with the other teachers. He was already aware of what was to happen to him, as Hilston had told him his plan, and he had agreed. He knew his life was over, and why he was doing it. While down there, he had touched a chain with the said ability to transfer consciousness. Soon after, he poisoned him to release him from the slow death. While falling to his death, he touched Sil's skin, allowing the ability to last for a full 24 hours. The event started in the early morning, and didn't take long to end. The only 2 people Sil had killed that day were Vorden and Sil, and so their minds were transported into Sil's body. It was already too late when the castle learned of what had occurred. Never before had someone gone against the main Blade family. If they told you to die for them, then that's what needed to be done. It was a first. The original with the ability has died. It was one with a rare ability, and apparently they could no longer find it. However, abilities did have a habit of reappearing in people. Even if all the people had died with that knowledge, someone down the bloodline would make it appear again. But because of this, they had no way of transporting their bodies to others. But if they did have the ability, then it would be possible. Back in the present time, Vorden had relived everything, and so had the other 2. Coming back to the temple wasn't a good memory for any of them, but they had learned to cope and live with the 3 of them. Right now, Vorden was in the middle of one of his counseling sessions. He felt distracted, because honestly, he wasn't listening to them as thoughts filled his mind. At the very end of every session, he needed to ask the students a set of questions, and they would be filled out on the tablet. The report would be sent back, but it was up to them to decide what they needed to do with it. This job involved far more than when he was a kid, and he felt like the reason was Sil. After dealing with this student, there was one more at the end of the day. Deal had come into the room, and he had come in with a bigger smile than ever before. "Vorden!" Just like how Sil was happy to see Kaser, Deal was now happy to see Vorden as well, but Vorden wasn't the one he wanted to see. Quickly, Vorden switched to Syl, because this whole time, through every single council session, Syl had been looking after him. Every day, he would reenact a new chapter of the superhero saving them, and Deal would be excited to hear it, listening to every word. Vorden was still impressed that Syl could remember those books so well, with no references. He couldn't imagine how many times he and Kaser must have read them together. This week's reenactment of a chapter was a little shorter than usual, so they had a bit of time to talk. "Vorden, when I grow up and get out of here, I want to be a superhero as well," Deal said. "Maybe I can break out all the kids here, and we can go explore the outside. When we save people, they will reward us with all the candy and hamburgers in the world." Hearing this reminded Syl and everyone of what their fate was soon to be. In fact, it was now only 2 days away until the event would happen. When Deal left, Vorden was ready to switch bodies as they normally did. Instead, Syl stood there, staring at the ground for a while. "Is he okay?" Rayton asked. "Shh!" Vorden snapped back. A few seconds later, Syl, through his control, had walked out of the council room and headed into the main hall where most of the kids were. They were playing, teasing each other, and some even fighting. What would Syl have done to go back to these simple days? He remembered how he hated the teasing and the name-calling, but that seemed so small and pointless now. "Guys, I've decided," Syl said. "I don't care what happens to me, but I don't want what happened to us to happen to them. Let's break them out of here." It didn't take any convincing at all for both Vorden and Rayton to be in on the plan. Vorden hated the idea of anyone going through what they had to. Maybe Quinn's righteousness for a change in society was rubbing off on him. As for Rayton, he was happy to see the whole place burn, and was imagining the look on Hilston's face when he left the place with the kids. Where would they go? Well, he knew Quinn would accept him and the kids if he asked them to. They could probably survive on the large spaceship for a while. The problem was, doing this meant they would be enemies of the Blade family, which would make it so Quinn had another large target on his back. Vorden and Syl just didn't want to do that to Quinn. Instead, they would go to their planet and hide it out for a while. When they returned that day with only 2 days remaining, Vorden needed to act fast, but he had to go to the temple every day. There was no chance for him to find a way to escape. Luckily, he had a little helper. "Vorden, I need you to try to find out where they keep all the ships. See if there is one big enough to take multiple people," Vorden asked, and of course, Vorden agreed, and was happy that he was needed for a change. The ship Vorden had come in was far too small, but he knew that the Blades kept several things on the island in secret somewhere, and Vorden, being the little explorer by now, had a pretty good idea of where it would be. The next day, as usual, Vorden attended to his work at the temple. Just like before, none of the teachers had informed the kids of what was going to happen. "Hey, Vorden, do you mind looking over the kids tonight? The rest of us have to go and do—" "You know what?" Bubble asked. Vorden, of course, agreed. He couldn't really decline, and he knew exactly what Bubble was talking about. They were going to get the chain ready for tomorrow's event. However, they were told specifically to not let Vorden go there himself. He would still be taking part in the event tomorrow, and would be given an invisibility ability. This way, he wouldn't have much power to even try to fight if he wanted to, and he was only to keep an eye out on the children. Hilston wasn't stupid, and could guess that Syl was acting the way he did due to anger and sadness. He thought he would have gotten over it by now, but it appeared that he hadn't. If he were to go with the chain, he could touch the strongest ability users below, and even be a match for Hilston himself. His heart raced, thinking about going up against a 6-ability user when he was only a 5-ability user. Would he still be able to win? But now was not the time for that. When they returned, Vorden was free to head back to the castle, and when he did, Borden was there waiting for him in his room. In Borden's hand, he held out a small sausage, but it was still nearly as big as Borden. He had to hug the thing to be able to even attempt to eat it. "That's great news. So there is a ship large enough to hold everyone. What I need you to do is, when we get there, do you think you could go on a small rampage?" Borden asked. "Destroy all the ships as quickly as you can, and then we can head off." "Of course. I've been beating up a couple of beasts here and there, but I was waiting for something else," Borden said. "What?" Borden nervously said. "Calm down. At times it's natural for some strong beasts to tumble and fight with each other. It's nothing out of the ordinary, so if I didn't give one or two a beating, it would look even more suspicious," Borden explained. That night, it was a struggle for Vorden to sleep, as well as the other two in his mind. He tossed and turned as he went through everything in his head, the possible scenarios, and just how fast they would have to act to make things work. How long would it take for the castle to find out? How long would it take them to get from the castle to the ship area, which is located on the west end of the beach? Was there enough time? There was also another problem he could think of. Vorden didn't even know how to fly a large spaceship. The smaller ones were simple, but the larger ones had more things that could go wrong since they had so many buttons. Right now, he wished Logan was with him. When he was thinking about Logan, he started to think about the others too. He wished they were all with him right now. He thought about all the things they had done together. He was used to doing dangerous things due to everything he had done with Quinn and the others. Only this time, he would be doing it all on his own. All these thoughts filled their heads, and before they knew it, the sun started to rise, and it was time to put their plan into motion. The students had been gathered, around 30 of them, outside on the temple grounds just like before, and at the front, Bubble was giving each one of them the instructions for the event. There will be chain stations all across the area. Use their abilities to fight and survive. Keep in mind that the wall will be coming at you at all times, so each of you is on a timer. Deal couldn't believe what he was hearing. He wanted to break down in tears like he usually did, but instead was looking for Teacher Vorden when he spotted him standing by the side. Upon seeing him while Bubble was in the middle of his explanation and was on the last few details, Deal shouted, "Teacher, is this true?" Vorden nodded in response and stood forward. He looked at Bubble as he decided to take over the talking from here. "Just like you guys, I was told to participate in this event when I was younger. I was the only survivor of the whole thing and now live in the castle. I will tell you now, this is very real. People you thought were your friends will stab you in the back. Don't bother forming groups, because it will only hurt more when you have to turn on each other. Just like Bubble said, you all have to remember that there is only one survivor and winner of this game. No ability can bring back the dead." All of them there had spoken to Vorden. They knew how happy and bubbly he was with each of the kids when he spoke to them. Even though he had been here a short time, he actually tried to make conversation with each of them and had quickly become their favorite teacher. Now, hearing his tone of voice sounded so, they knew he was serious, and they were already starting to believe it was very real. "Very well, with that said, let the event begin," Bubble shouted. It was the signal for each of them to turn invisible. The teachers disappeared, and all the kids were in a deep state of panic. The teachers moved around, staying a good distance away, watching their every move. Nothing had happened yet, but just like last time, the first student had acted. He went forward and grabbed the ability of the chain in front of them all. Surprisingly, though, the one that acted was Deal. He grabbed the chain, and in his palm, strange green energy started to form. "Please, nobody move," Deal said, with a face full of tears. "I don't want us to hurt each other. We don't have to listen to them. We can fight against the evil," Deal said, rubbing his eyes. The others were frozen, fearful that if they moved, he would fire the green energy beam at them. They could see Deal was unstable and were worried he could turn on them at any second. "Please," Deal shouted, "let's save everyone." And at that moment, he felt someone grab his hand from behind. "Well said, let's save everyone," Vorden replied. When Deal felt something touching his hand, he looked up to see his teacher's sweet smile, and the green aura within his palm began to fade. "Vorden," Deal said as he sniffed. "Close, kid, but I'm going to need to come in for this one," Rayton replied. The kids were confused, unsure of what to do. The same person that had stopped Deal had said moments ago that they would all need to fight to the death. "What do we do, Bubble? He is disturbing the event," one of the teachers asked. "But he is someone from the castle. Can he do this?" "If the event was meant to be stopped, then I would have been informed. This is something he chose to do himself. Capture him now, and we can ask questions later." Rayton then, with Deal's wrist, threw the kid outward into the others. He tumbled and crashed a bit as the throw was quite forceful. Rayton was aware that the teachers were about to act, and he wanted to get out of the way as soon as possible. "I've been waiting to do this for a long time. You guys who just stand there and watch as these kids kill themselves are just as guilty." The green aura was now formed in Rayton's hand. He quickly blasted the ground beneath him, using it as a powerful laser. Small rocks and such broke off straight from the ground and flew outward in all directions. A few of them had hit something, making them go off target. Even though they were invisible now, he knew where some of them were. With his other hand free, he made it so his fingertips themselves could also shoot out lasers. The laser appeared to be stopped in midair as he fired one in the direction where the rocks swayed from their path, but a man was seen falling to the ground shortly after. "Do you really think you guys can take me on? Even when I was this kid's age, I wouldn't have had a problem. There's a reason why you were never selected for this event in the first place, Rayton said, as he felt the wind move slightly and another person had thrown a kick. He lifted his forearm around the side of his head, blocked the attack, and grabbed it with his other hand before kicking him to the ground. What Rayton had said was true, and it was why he thought his plan, when they were kids, might have worked. All of the teachers and servants around the facilities could only hold one ability similar to Vorden. They were deemed so untalented with no potential that they never had a life at the temple. Sure, they were adults who had gone through training, but for someone like Rayton, this was a piece of cake. How is he beating us so easily? Isn't he the youngest one? Didn't the family always complain about how he was no longer his former skillful self? Bubble said. Even without the use of two abilities, the man he was watching was stronger, faster, and more skilled. Finally, around where Rayton was standing, 10 or so bodies laid there on the floor. The children had moved from the open grounds in front of the temple to the temple's edge, where they were watching everything that was going on. One of them crouched down and looked at a body that was close to him. It was unmoving, its eyes lifeless with a burn mark on its chest. Why are the teachers fighting against each other? The students started to cry. They were confused. Was Vorden the bad guy that had killed all the people they knew their whole lives? Or was he the savior that had come to save them during their time of need? Bubble, I know you're out there somewhere. Let's not make this hard. Why don't you just let me tie you up? Rayton suggested. But then the kid who was near the temple looking at the body had been grabbed. He was yanked forward away from the rest, and a figure had appeared behind him. Bubble held the kid with a knife to his throat. Rayton, switch with me, Vorden demanded, knowing Rayton might just escalate the situation. Vorden, give up, Bubble said. I know you're skillful, but there are more teachers who are moving the wall, and this whole event gets broadcasted to the main castle. Maybe you didn't know this, but your whole family is probably watching this right now, and they're on their way here already. Vorden clenched his fist in frustration. He had no idea about this. This was the first time the event had taken place since he was a boy. If Vorden hadn't been sent to the temple, then he too would have been invited to watch the event. He thought Bubble or someone else would just give them a report. This certainly threw a spanner in the works if they were already moving from the castle. I'm sorry, Bubble. I was going to try to convince you to come over to our side and help us, but now, with what you have told me, it doesn't look like I'll have time. A green laser shot out from his fingertip and hit Bubble right between his two eyebrows, shortly after he fell to the floor after switching with Rayton. You should have stayed invisible, Rayton said. Switching with Vorden once again, he looked at the kids, who equally looked at him back. A single person had killed all of their teachers. They knew the strength the teachers and the others had, and it looked like he had dealt with them easily. Some of the kids stepped back, scared Vorden might now kill them, but not Deal. Everything I said before was true. If you want, you can stay here and find out for yourselves. You saw how he grabbed one of you kids and used you as a hostage without a second thought, and if I wanted to kill you, I could do so easily to all of you now. I went through the horror of killing my friends and those closest to me. I don't want you to do the same. I'm going to go off this island, and if you want to as well, then come with me. The first two children approached Vorden's side, one who was held captive by Bubble and later rescued by Vorden, and the other one was Deal. They trusted him now. Slowly, seeing this and realizing Vorden's words made sense, all 30 or so kids walked over to his side. Some thought maybe they could see the outside world. Some still thought that Vorden might hurt them, and others just didn't want to be alone and were simply being sheep. But Vorden didn't care what their reason was. Deep down he knew he was saving them. Touching them all of the children had been passed on the invisibility ability. Now they ran to the destination, and Vorden would make small sounds as he went so the others could follow. Back at the castle, they had seen everything, and his brother, sister, mother, and father had remained silent through the whole thing, waiting for Hilston to say something. This was not what I was expecting, Hilston said, but I can't say it's a horrible result. Still, it doesn't change the fact that he has betrayed me just like Kaser did many years ago. We shall capture him. We will split up and go to all the possible places that he can escape from. Bring him back alive if you can, Hilston ordered. The others proceeded to put on their beast gear. Although Vorden lacked any, they could see he was far more skilled than before, and not wanting to die, they were going to fight with all their might. Hilston, on the other hand, skipped the beast gear this time. On the way, they had met a few chained around the island, and Vorden had set them free. He didn't explain much, but just said they were trying to get off this place. They too had agreed to join, and were running along with him. One of them was an Earth ability user. When they got to the wall and activated the switch with Syl, the kids saw spikes come out of the wall for a split second, before Syl lifted an earth wall of his own, and the spikes broke off, destroyed, and fell to the ground. Then they launched a large attack on the wall, which was partially destroyed, allowing them to run through it. When dealing with the teachers in charge of the wall, it was quick work with 30 or so kids who had gained a few mixed abilities, and Syl leading the charge. They kept running through the forest-like area, never slowing down until they arrived at their destination, the beach. A large hangar-like platform had been constructed on the beach, connected by a wide metal bridge that sat partially in the sea. Several ships had been moved here, including his own, which he had brought in. Syl, on the other hand, was frozen, and the kids had come to a halt behind him. Before even getting to the hangar, one had to stand on the beach. Hilston was still standing there. "Out of all the places you could have chosen to try and escape from, it looks like I chose the right one. This is either incredibly lucky for me or incredibly unlucky for you," he said. Slowly, Hilston started to walk over to the group. He was a large man, bulked with muscles on top of muscles. With each step he took into the sand, his feet would sink in, and there wasn't a bit of fear on his face. The kids and the chained stood there behind Vorden, who was currently Syl. He had given them all hope, led them this far, and was waiting for him to act, to get over this last hurdle. The only problem was, if this was a hurdle, then it reached the clouds, something impossible for any person to jump over. Suddenly, Syl switched, and the seat was left empty. For a second the body was about to give in and fall over, but at the last second Rayton took control. "What are you doing?" Vorden asked Syl, as he stormed off and headed back to his corner, with his head between his knees. "You wanted to save these kids, right? We brought them here, and now is our chance. If it's me or Rayton, we don't stand a chance, but maybe with you we can do something," Vorden pleaded. But Syl ignored him completely, and continued to dig his head into his knees. "It's useless," Rayton said. "We're on our own with this one. I imagine he still hasn't gotten over what happened before, but Syl, this is where I and you are different. You see, if I was you, I wouldn't be sitting down sulking. Instead, I would be filled with rage at this bastard who did all of this to us," Rayton said, charging in. The kids didn't follow, but the 3 or so chained from before did, although as they got closer, this wave of energy that sent shivers down their spine had hit them. It made them slow down their pace, eventually causing some of them to stop midway in the sand. Rayton had felt it too, and perhaps he would have done the same. The intimidating aura would have stopped him in his tracks, but he had felt a power similar to this once before. One is the Vampire King, and the other is a man named Arthur. Because of these two experiences, he wasn't as affected by them as much as the others. In the end, only Rayton and another were able to make it to where Hilston was standing. "Oh, you still move. Impressive. But it's a shame that even now he refuses to come out in a situation like this," Hilston said, and all of a sudden he was behind the chained, who was positioned behind Rayton. When he turned around, the man who came out and charged in with him was on the floor, dead. Rayton hadn't even seen what happened. "An ability, instant teleportation. It will be a tough one to deal with." He thought this and activated invisibility. Taking just a single step, Hilston already hit him right in the gut. It was a strong, powerful blow that sent him up in the air. "The sand is the worst place for that ability. I can see your every move," Hilston said, looking up. Rayton's hand started to glow green on the way down. Then the energy moved to his fingertips, firing 5 lasers out. Rayton thought he would avoid a single large blow, so he went to at least hurt him by making more. He moved his head slightly to avoid the lasers hitting his eyes. He allowed them to hit his forehead and arms, but nothing but a small black mark was made. It did nothing. An enhancement ability? While thinking this, another punch landed in midair, rolling him across the sand. "Damn it!" Rayton shouted and coughed out blood onto the sand. "Can I really do nothing?" With his eyes barely open, Rayton could see a small figure off in the distance, and it looked to be running this way. With his last bit of strength, he lifted his hand and fired out lasers. Hilston knew they weren't going to hit him, so he just continued to walk forward, allowing them to miss. But the lasers were never meant for him. They were meant for the small object in the distance. "Brother, do you not want my help?" As he was ready to charge in and take on the man at the risk of his life, every time he took a step forward, a green laser would be fired at him. Borden was a bit hot-headed, but then the words of his brother rang through his head. His family would never kill him. It was clear this man had the ability to, yet chose not to. Listening to his brother's words, Borden made the hard decision to leave Borden and run back into the forest. The plan and mission were a failure. Now, Hilston stood over Rayton. "Maybe you could have done something if it was Syl, but you two trash will never be able to harm me." He knelt and touched Rayton's hand. At that moment, Rayton knew the whole thing was a lost cause. You didn't even use an ability." The next thing, his vision went black. The kids were sent back to the temple, and the workers were replaced. As for the chain that had attempted to escape along with Vorden, they were no longer chained. The decision was made that the event would be delayed for a while. Even though the kids now knew what was going to happen, Hilston was interested in how this would affect them. Perhaps this change would be positive for them. Knowing that they would soon fight to the death in a week or so might even get those that were lazy before to work even harder than ever. They had always kept it a secret because different talents bloomed at different times. They were afraid that there would be foul play involved. Knowing they were going to kill each other anyway, they might try to get the jump earlier on. Weaker people would group up to kill those more talented. But with it only being a short while away, they could get more people to watch the kids. Why was it delayed? Because something urgent had come up. The Sunshield family had killed the Blade messenger that had been sent to them. It was clear that Bernie now refused to give himself in, and he was ready for war. This, more than anything, angered Hilston. More than Vorden trying to escape, more than him ruining the event. He was now all set to teach the Sunshields a lesson they'd never forget. He, his father, and his mother were the only ones who left the island, and they were accompanied by 10 men, although their duty was more to look after the chained that would be coming along. A ship was taken, and they had set off, leaving the only people in the castle, apart from the servants, Vorden's brother and sister Pi and Vicky. The two of them sat in the dining room on their own. One would think it would be quiet with fewer people around, but instead it was noisier than ever with Vicky complaining. "I can't believe they didn't take us as well," Vicky complained. "Finally, Grandpa is going berserk, and we're allowed to do what we want, but he doesn't bring us along." "You know why Grandpa said we have an important duty to do?" Pi replied. "We have to make sure that Vorden doesn't try anything else while he's here." "Baloney!" she shouted back. "You know that's a lie. How the hell is he meant to do anything when he's tied up below? No ability, no way to get an ability, and no weapons." Underneath the castle, there was a reasonably large dungeon, and this was where the chained lived. Although those that belonged to the Big Three or stronger were kept somewhere else, they had been taken away by Hilston anyway. In one of the cells, Vorden had been captured and placed inside for punishment. His hands were cuffed and linked to chains that only allowed minimal movement, but he had more freedom than the others. Hilston had yet to decide what to do with him, so he was to stay here until he came back. Every so often the servants would bring him food and water, everything he needed to survive, but his eyes were dead. However, one time, a servant came in, brought his food, and walked away. A few moments later, something small enough was able to walk through the bars of the cell. "Brother," Vorden said, "I've come to break you out. With my strength, I can break those chains easily, and we can get out of here." "Just leave me be," Vorden replied. "Even if we can get out of here, we can never leave the island." "If this is about that strange strong man, then he has already left the island with others. I don't know why, but it looks like he won't be coming back for a while. The only ones who are in the castle are the younger girl and boy." For a second, a little glimmer of hope was seen in Vorden's eyes, but it quickly went away. "As long as they are here, then there is still no chance for us to escape." This wasn't the same person Vorden had met in the vampire world. The single defeat had changed his brother, and he hated to see him like this. But Vorden felt like no matter what he said, he wouldn't be able to get through to him. Maybe he couldn't help, but he knew someone who might. From behind, Vorden pulled out the communication mask and handed it over. "Call them if you need to," Vorden said, with a determined look in his eyes. It hadn't been long since Logan and Quinn had last spoken. Currently, Quinn was busy making preparations along with Fex to eventually head to Owen's coordinates. Things were running smoothly now on the ship as well as on the Crow's planet. This was because, after the meeting with the Grey Lash leader, it was reasonable to think that they had decided they would not get involved with Quinn and his group's business. They could have easily done something about it there and then, and this was later confirmed when Blip spoke with his special contact. According to him, they could keep the planet as a reward for successfully defending it against the Sunshields, at least for now. Without worrying about the Grey Lash family wanting to take back their planet, they were free to use it as a second base and to take quests for the hunting of beasts when needed. Inside his room, Fex was looking at his armor, flask, and ring that he needed to take. "Well, this is going to be another fun adventure," Fex said, smiling. "Yeah, it's a shame that you're going to miss out on it because you're not going," a voice said from behind. Turning around, Fex could see Peter standing by the door. "What do you mean? I already volunteered back at the meeting. Everyone saw me say I was going to go. Crazy. Fex quietly said the last word. You already went with them when they went to the Crow's faction. We even said that we would take turns doing this type of crap. I thought vampires didn't go back on their word, Peter argued. He had already spent a long time on the ship doing nothing, and even though there were others now on board, he didn't speak to them much. If Quinn was going off again, he would be bored once more. Yeah, exactly, and you heard me say to everyone that I was coming along with Quinn. Vorden came to save you and me when we were in the vampire world, so I owe him this. Fex's wrist was grabbed unexpectedly. It was tight, and Fex was struggling to move even slightly, but Peter possessed incredible strength, far surpassing Fex's. And that's why I need to go, Peter said. Vorden has done a lot more for me even before that. Remember, I and Quinn knew him before we met you. Please, I need to do this. With Peter's heartfelt plea, even though it was hard to tell if Peter was being emotional or not, Fex gave in. All right, fine. Show me how to control this giant ship then. It was a small team. The original school gang, minus the girls, would be going to save one of their own. Peter, when making his case, had thought about this for a long time. He did owe Vorden a lot. Both he and Quinn helped him so much before the turn. Even if some could say he was slowly repaying the favor to Quinn, he hadn't done much for Vorden, and this would be his way of repaying him. On his way to inform Quinn of the news that he would be going instead of Fex, he had passed by Linda, Dennis, and Blip, who seemed to be having an interesting conversation. But Peter wasn't a busybody and didn't care, so he continued to move forward. We got another great haul, sis, Blip says. You really should come with us next time. The people here are settled in and fine now. There's no longer any need for you to babysit them. Yeah, Blip and I have formed an excellent partnership, and we recently received a king-tier crystal. We were considering traveling along the new land's borders, but it's too risky to bring anyone else in case we run into an emperor tier. If you're concerned, you can delegate this to Megan, Paul, or Kaz. Remember, we are no longer the only ones in charge. People must become accustomed to listening to people other than us all the time, Dennis said. Dennis and Blip had been going out on high-level quests quite often. They were, in fact, the only ones, and they would occasionally bring Nate along. Previously, Blip and Linda would frequently go on quests, but she has stated that she is too busy looking after the people and the ship since she changed. She knew there would be trouble as soon as she embarked on her quest. She honestly didn't know how much longer she could keep saying no to Paul and Dennis without them getting suspicious. She was grateful that her brother was a little slow at times like this. If nothing is going on, then I guess next time I'll have to go with you, but if we're exploring new lands, I think it would be good if we at least waited until Quinn got back from this. Even if it's only the borders, I think it's something he would want to come along for, right? Fortunately, the two of them thought that made sense. Fine, Blip said as he walked off, but noticed that Dennis had stayed behind. Dennis, you coming? Blip asked. You go ahead. I just wanted to talk to Linda about something. Oh, well, I look forward to becoming an uncle soon then, he shouted as he ran off before his sister could find something to pick up and hit him with. After shouting all sorts of curses at her brother, when she returned to look at Dennis, she noticed his face was red. Are you okay? You're not sick or anything, are you? Linda asked. No, just forget it, Dennis said. I wanted to say whatever you're hiding from your brother. If you can't tell him and you need to speak to someone about it, then you can always talk to me. Before saying anything, Linda took a look around the room, and that's when she noticed Kaz and Paul conversing. She always seemed to be snooping around somewhere. It was impossible to say anything with her around, and Linda knew how dangerous that girl was. It was so dangerous that she had almost died as a result of it. I'm fine, I can deal with it myself, Linda said, walking off and wanting to get away from where Kaz was before she did something. Did I say something wrong? Dennis asked, looking at Paul. Peter had finally returned to the command post, where Quinn was just blankly staring into space, doing nothing. He had been like that for a while. Apart from his daily routine to help him with his key control, he didn't do much these days. Too concerned or too focused. Incoming call from Logan Green. Immediately, Quinn went ahead and answered it. Good news? Quinn asked. Good or bad, it depends on how you really look at the situation we're in. We are about to go into one of the potentially most dangerous places, so I wouldn't exactly call it good news, but it's the news you've been waiting for. Logan started to explain. I told Mona I wouldn't get involved with the Blades, but to tell me when they were moving after your conversation with the Grey Lashes. Apparently the Blades have already started moving. A small map of the current area of space where the beast planets resided was brought to both of them. You see, the sun shields are advancing, and the Grey Lashes own the land directly in front of them. The sun shields appear to be attacking everyone from the outside, but their main force is focused on the gray lashes. When we look at the diagram here, it turns out that the blades were also attacking the sun shield's planets one by one. Do you understand what I'm saying? Logan asked. The sun shields weren't attacking the gray lashes because they didn't team up. They're running away from the blades, Quinn replied. According to Mona, the blades have already destroyed the foundation on 2 of the sun shield's planets. Because of the sun shield split, the blades are unable to locate Bernie, but if I had to guess, it would be where the main forces are currently located, inside the Greylash territory. The good news in all of this is that it should take a while before the blades find Bernie. The bad news is we have to leave now if we don't want to get caught by them returning. The call ended, and it was finally time for Quinn, Logan, and Peter to get Vorden back. For Logan, it was quite easy for him to get to the Earth station from where he was. After all, a teleporter in his household was linked to all the stations around the universe, thanks to the Green family's influence. Before leaving, he made sure Ash was prepared and ready, just in case there were any unexpected visits from Mona while he was away. Based on his calculations, though, he should be fine. At the moment, Mona was busy trying to see if there was another demon-tier beast she could locate with the device. The device, unfortunately, was quite a manual one. 6 prongs would have to be placed around the sphere-like object on the planet itself, covering the entire planet where the scan would be performed. Only then could the device be activated, and the system would tell you whether or not there was a demon-tier beast nearby. That meant the only planets Mona could test to see if there was a demon-tier beast were on her own, which she was doing right now. Of course, she also knew about the demon-tier beast that had been located by Logan's parents. The reason why she or none of the families had made a move yet was because the planet belonged to no one. It was an unexplored planet belonging to no one, and everyone was waiting for the other to make the first move. It was disadvantageous to be the first to engage with the demon beast. One would have to use a number of their forces and would be injured heavily trying to take down the beast. Also, some other family could come in and sweep it away. At the same time, there was always the chance another family could move in silently. If they killed the beast and made equipment from it, it would turn the current tides of power. For Peter and Quinn, the 2 of them had taken a smaller ship and would have to fly directly into Earth itself. The cursed ship hadn't gone through one of the space station teleporters, so it wasn't too far for them to travel back to Earth. Quinn, on the other hand, was concerned that they might be shot down as they approached. "Well, I guess they didn't send anyone after us, so it should be okay for us to head back in, right?" Quinn nervously said, still picturing them being blasted as soon as they reached the Earth's atmosphere. "Oh, was I meant to let you know if someone had come and attacked us? Actually, there was one incident where 2 smaller ships had come, but they were dealt with," Peter replied. "You did what?" Quinn yelled. It was new information to him that he hadn't learned about before. "You told me to inform you if I had trouble. They were no trouble." Quinn just shook his head. Peter had taken his orders quite literally, and now he was worried about the ship. Although it seemed like this had happened some time ago, they still hadn't reacted. Still, he decided to update those back at the cursed ship just in case anything unexpected did happen. When they eventually got closer to Earth, they could see quite a few smaller ships flying to and from Earth in the regular flight path. It seemed like what Paul had said was true. Even though the military used to be in control of Earth and the rest, they didn't really want to have this civil war. Out of everything, their main concern was the fight with the Dalki, so they felt like it was silly to harm those who wished to go to Earth and back. Of course, it was a different story if you tried to get close to the military bases. Their ship naturally joined the path, and now it was smooth sailing from then on out. "Hey, Peter, if you want, we can go see your parents and bring them onto the cursed ship. They must be worried. I haven't heard you speak about them since, you know." Quinn didn't have any parents, but going to see Vorden now, because of his family, reminded Quinn that the others had family as well. "Thank you, Quinn. I will think about what you have said," Peter replied. "That's it? Are you not worried?" "Of course I'm worried," Peter replied with a straight face. His words and facial expression said 2 different things. "They knew me for so long, raised me as a child. If I came back to them the way I am now, they would know something is up, and it will only worry them even more." When Peter put it like that, it made it sound like Quinn was to blame for him not seeing his parents. But did it mean Peter was never going to see them, or was he waiting for some type of change, for him to go back to his former self? When he headed back to the vampire world, he would have to start talking around to see if anyone could do something. Do something about the way Peter was. Regulations of ships and such weren't like it was before, and the whole place was a bit of a free-for-all. After entering the atmosphere and going through a small scanner-like device, they were able to fly to wherever they wished. This was something that wasn't possible at all before the war. One would have to go through so many checks, and the military wished to know where every single person would be. The only thing Quinn could guess was that they just didn't have time for these things anymore. It would only be like before, closer to the base. Inputting the coordinates, Quinn noticed that they weren't heading to an Earth station to meet Logan. Instead, they were heading somewhere else. After a short flight, they eventually came across an abandoned harbor, and the ship had stopped. Hovering before landing, down below, Logan could be seen standing there on his waiting for them. "You two look good," Logan said, walking up to them both. "I was expecting one of you two to have a burn from fighting the sun shields, but I guess even if you did get burned, it would heal anyway." "Thanks," Quinn replied. "What about you? How are you holding up?" Quinn was worried after seeing his parents dead like that, so he asked the question. Who wouldn't be affected? It was also impossible to tell if Logan was having sleepless nights over it because he always had bags under his eyes. "Don't worry about me too much, Quinn. My parents never spent much time with me anyway, so it feels no different. We need to focus on one goal at a time. We get Vorden back, and then I and you can have a talk about a few things." "So why did you bring us to this harbor? Is this where Vorden is?" Peter asked. "Not quite. The address provided by the Greylash family does not appear on any map. According to that, we would just be heading into the middle of an empty sea. I guess that it's an island, but one that is so hidden it's bound to have some security measures. If we fly in, they will spot us from a mile away, figuratively speaking. I guess many miles might be more accurate. We don't want to get shot down and make our presence known." "Why does it seem like something is always going to shoot us down? Maybe I should have learned a flying ability. Arthur had those wings made of shadows, right? Can he fly?" Quinn started to wonder. After his explanation, Logan walked out to the end of one of the piers that were made out of wood panels. The whole harbor looked quite run down, and there wasn't another person on site. When they eventually reached the end, Logan revealed what the three of them would be traveling in. "We'll be using this," Logan said. Inside the water, bobbing up and down, was a strange little ball that looked like it had a cute shark design drawn on it. The entire front was made out of reinforced glass for them to see, and then there was the design of teeth on the front, making it look like a giant shark had caught some type of glass ball. The shark's eyes were then used as lights. "It's a mini submarine. These days, people are far too focused on what could possibly come from above them, that they have forgotten about what might approach from below." Grabbing himself by the arms, Quinn started to shiver. "What's wrong?" Peter asked, noticing Quinn was acting a bit strange. "Don't you think the sea is a scary place? I mean, the ocean is so large and deep. Sure, humans can swim, but if there are so many predators and things that can kill us, and who knows what's underneath the sea? It's so deep there's bound to be things that we haven't discovered yet." "Quinn, how can you not be scared and fearless when fighting beasts, but scared of the sea?" Peter asked. "It's different, okay? And when we're in that thing, how are we meant to even fight back?" Quinn asked. "Well, not that I expected to run into anything on Earth, but I did design this to be used for exploration on other planets, so there are a few weapons on board that should be able to help us out." Reluctantly, no matter how much Quinn didn't want to do it. He knew he had to get on board and in the shark-like submarine. The three of them were now on their way to the Blade Island. The submarine was a much smoother ride than Quinn had imagined, but still, that didn't stop him from gripping on for dear life as he held the back of Logan's seat. "What was that?" Quinn shouted as they saw something swim by on the glass screen. "Quinn, if I have to tell you what type of fish species we go past every single time we go past one, then we will be here all day," Logan replied. "Let's just calm down." To stop a certain someone from panicking, the group started to talk about their experiences. Peter had finally gone into more detail about the attack that happened on the ship, complimenting how easy the controller was to use thanks to Logan, and how impressive the ship was to have such weapons. As for what happened to Logan, that was quickly skipped over. Instead, they went into the details of the sunshield attack on the Crows. In particular, they were hooked on talking about Quinn's soul weapon. "What a strange soul weapon," Logan thought. "And as for the enhancement type, you're saying on your system screen it's still grayed out? Usually when this is the case, it means you need to reach or obtain something before being able to use it. I don't think the system would show you the option in the first place if it's not possible to use." "I had the same thought, but I haven't had any luck so far. The soul weapon is fantastic, but it's useless when I'm fighting a single opponent. I thought getting a soul weapon would give me a boost in power, which it did, but in a one-on-one fight with the vampire leaders or the big three, it's pretty useless. That's why I wanted to learn more about my enhancement type, but it appears that I'll have to figure it out on my own," Quinn said. "How about you, Logan? Have you looked into soul weapons?" "Honestly, I completely forgot about it. My abilities aren't meant for fighting much in the first place, and the team doesn't exactly rely on me for firepower, so I didn't bother. But it does make me wonder what my soul weapon would even be. I don't think my parents even bothered learning about it either." "I have one," Peter suddenly said. "Huh?" Quinn replied. The whole thing was out of the blue for Quinn. He didn't even know Peter was trying to learn one, but it would make sense. If he was able to get one, then why not Peter as well? After all, Peter was human for even longer than Quinn before turning. "Yeah, after getting my transformation ability to level 6, there were no more ability books on the market. Sam suggested that I give the machine a try and figure out my soul weapon if I wanted to increase my strength." Now, having learned the level 6 transformation ability, Peter was able to change his face and his body structure to match others. Unfortunately, the higher levels of abilities usually weren't available on the market and were either sold at auction or privately, or he would have to find a teacher to improve. "Don't keep us waiting. Tell us what it is," Quinn asked. "It's an item type, a mask. The mask can be used by anyone, not just me, or more specifically, it's meant to be used by others and not me. If someone is wearing a mask, then I can change their appearance into whatever I want. If the mask is destroyed, then I can make a new one, but I'm only able to make one mask at a time." The other two didn't quite believe it. Such a soul weapon would come in handy. Before, only Logan could do such secretive missions, but now 2 people could, thanks to Peter's soul weapon. This was something they just had to see, so Peter concentrated and brought it out. It was a flimsy-looking thing, completely black, and looked more like an entire face mask one would use to keep their skin smooth and moisturized. When Quinn looked down to touch it and have a look, it suddenly jumped up and stuck on his face. "Ah, it's attacking me!" Quinn shouted, but soon it molded to his face, and he looked like his regular self. "Just stay still," Peter said, placing his hand on top of Quinn's face. He closed his eyes and tried to picture someone, but there was only one person he could currently picture. When he stepped back to have a look, Peter nodded as if he was proud of his work. "Did it work?" Quinn asked, not feeling any different. "Let me have a look," Logan said, getting out of the driver's seat and looking at Quinn. He paused for a second before turning around and looking at Peter. "You think this is funny?" Quinn was dying to know what he looked like, so he rushed over to a piece of metal in the submarine that was reflective. Now he could finally see who Peter had transformed him into. He looked like an adult version of Logan. The facial details were copied, but it was unable to change his body size and structure. When Quinn turned around, he could suddenly see 2 Logans behind him as well. "Now we're all Logans," Peter said. "What's up, Logans?" Looking at all of them in the situation, Quinn couldn't help but break out in laughter. He had laughed so much that he even shed a tear. The other 2 just looked at each other and smiled. It was the first time in a long time since Quinn had shed a tear of happiness, rather than sadness or anger. The 3 of them were back to their normal selves, and Peter had deactivated his soul weapon. "Hey, the scanner indicates there's something up ahead, and it looks like it matches up with the coordinates. We're nearly there," Logan said, looking down. But in front of them, Quinn saw something that made his heart sink. In the deep blue ocean, the shark submarine had lights that would only allow them to see so far, and Quinn wanted to believe he was imagining it, but he could see a large, thick shadow moving. A few seconds later, the submarine started to shake and vibrate. "What was that?" Peter asked. The other 2 hadn't seen it. "I'm not sure. An air current?" Logan replied. "Turn off the lights," Quinn said. "What?" "Turn off the lights!" Quinn had gripped the back seat of Logan's chair so hard that he had crushed it into pieces. When the others looked up in front of them, they could see a giant yellow color with black in the middle. It covered the whole of the viewing area, and they weren't quite sure what was in front of them. Until its eyelids shut and it blinked. They were staring right at an eye. Immediately, Logan closed the lights after doing so. "Quinn, maybe you were right about the sea being a scary place," Logan said, ducking down and hiding under the controls. The other 2 did the same quickly. "Didn't you say you had weapons?" Peter asked. "Yeah, to deal with a shark, perhaps a small beast or 2, but not something that big. I'm concerned that firing it will only make it more aggressive and attack us, and I'm also concerned about something else. I had no idea there were such large sea creatures on the planet. The majority of whale-like creatures are now extinct." "So, it's a beast then? Maybe someone has brought it," Quinn was about to say, but the idea seemed far-fetched. How and why would someone bring back a beast alive and bring it back to Earth? The second question was, who could even do that apart from the Bree family? Then Quinn remembered everything he had learned about the Blade family so far. A few seconds later, the whole submarine started to shake violently. "I knew I was going to die at sea," Quinn shouted. Alarms started to go off, as the ship was starting to be crushed by whatever was outside. "What do we do? We're going to die if the ship gets crushed, and we have to face that thing in the sea. I don't think we're winning," Quinn said. "Don't worry, I have a plan," Logan said. Logan pressed a few buttons on the control panel before simultaneously hammering down on another. The submarine felt like it was getting a boost from underneath, as if it was shooting up like a rocket. Whatever had been holding the submarine in place had let go, and the submarine was shooting up through the sea at incredible speeds until it reached the surface, crashed upward, and was now flying through the air. Whatever came up would soon have to come down, though. "What do we do now?" Peter inquired, but it didn't matter, because like a baseball bat hitting a ball, a large tentacle had followed them out of the surface. It slammed into the shark submarine with such force that it shattered. The three of them were sent flying towards the island as a result of it. The blow was strong, and had hurt them all greatly. While flying through the air, Quinn looked up, and he noticed the other two were now far apart in the air as well. They would all land on the island, but when they did, they wouldn't be together. "Damn it, we're going to split again!" The sea beast that had attacked them wasn't far from the island, and the beast's sole purpose was to destroy the strange-looking shark object. It was safe to say that it had completed its mission, and it quickly returned to the sea, sending the three objects that had left the strange thing flying through the air. The force of the attack was so strong that Logan passed out while flying through the sky. Peter and Quinn were the only ones who were awake. Looking to his right, Peter was too far away to do anything about right now, but he was a fighter at least. If he was to land somewhere on the island and get in trouble, Quinn wouldn't have to worry about him as much, but Logan was someone he worried about. He activated his shadow and tried to stretch it thin, hoping to grab Logan, but as he did, his body started to descend before the others. It was losing velocity, and Quinn ultimately ended up crash-landing on the beach, head first into the sand, while the other two bodies flew away in different directions. Quinn jerked his head out of the sand, shaking it out of his curly hair, and tried to see where the two would land. Peter had landed on the left side of the castle, while Logan had landed near the castle. "This can't be good," Quinn thought. Inside the castle, one of the old storage rooms had been converted into a training room. It was fairly basic compared to the others. Hilston did some strange things, while Pi and Vicky tried their best to keep it basic. Both of them were drenched in sweat at the time. Pi was wearing nothing but jogger bottoms, flaunting his six-pack abs, while Vicky was wearing nothing but a sports bra and jogger bottoms. The two of them were doing their usual daily sparring, a habit that began when they were younger and has continued to this day. They were taking a short break as Pi went ahead and drank from a bottle of water. "Sis, after everything that's happened with Vorden, I just want to say I'm glad that I and you completed that event together." "I'm not," Vicky said almost instantly. "There were times when I want to just go crazy and do what I want, and then you go ahead and speak sense to me." She chuckled. The door swung open from inside the training room, and an old man wearing a single eye patch had entered. "Speak Brock," Vicky said. Brock was the head servant at the castle. He was in charge of all the other servants who would serve and be on call for the main Blade family. Brock had been at the castle even before Pi and Vicky, and it seemed like even Hilston had shown him a bit of respect. This was because of his actual strength. There were a few times when the big event would happen that some who were thought to have been dead survived. Hilston said luck was also something they needed to factor in, so if this ever did happen, they would go through the same training they once did in the castle. Brock was one of these people, although there weren't many around the island. In total, there were 3, and each of them held an important position around the island. There was Brock, head of servants in the castle, and Pam, who was in charge of the temple, although she had recently been away, and Bubble was put in charge. However, after the last incident, Pam was asked to return. Her uses were gathering information on the outside families and sending messages, cover-ups, and even more. She had an important role but was replaced as Hilston wanted her to return to the temple. Then there was Duncan, who was the village elder. He was in charge of the ground troops and defense if there was ever an attack on the island itself. He also led the charge against the True Dream family on Hilston's orders. These 3, though they didn't have the same talent as those in the Blade family, had gone through the same training and had bodies beyond what a normal human was capable of. "Duncan has reported that a strange object was destroyed near our vicinity, and it appears something has landed on the island," Brock reported. "Something or someone?" Vicky asked. "That I'm not sure about. No one has gone to investigate yet." It's probably just something cracky threw on the island again. Let me know if anything important." she replied. Of course, Brock said as he left. Before True Dream, there hadn't been an intruder in years. If someone knew about the blades, there weren't many that would be crazy enough to even try to set foot on the island. Still flying through the air, Logan had eventually regained consciousness, and he could see his path was heading toward the castle, but based on his trajectory, he would narrowly avoid it, but it still wasn't good. He would definitely cause some noise and someone would see him. But rather than worrying about that, he now needed to worry about himself, for soon he would have a crash landing. The spider started to form, and he put on his defensive suit, which was the bulkiest of the ones he had. It would cause the most noise, but it was better than breaking a leg and not being able to move or run away. At the end of the day, he wasn't like those super freaks who could heal a leg in an instant. Curling up into a ball, he began to defend himself, but he collided with a tree with great force, causing a loud noise. Like a ball, he continued to tumble along, breaking trees and causing far more noise than he would have liked. "Hook! Hook!" Logan shouted, as a couple of hooks shot out from his suit and tried to attach to anything they could hold on to. Eventually, they smacked into a large root from one of the jungle trees, and he was yanked to a halt. "I feel sick," Logan said, thinking he would see stars, but all he could see was the large castle, at most a few hundred meters away. "I have to go. I have to find Quinn or Peter," Logan said, but when he stood up, he collapsed onto the ground and passed out again. As for Peter, his landing wasn't anywhere near as dramatic. He had gone to quite a lefty and greener area of the island, and he just let whatever was going to happen to him happen. The trees, vines, and more had broken most of the fall. He did manage to break an arm and sprain an ankle as he landed, but that would soon heal and be no problem for him. "Hey, did you hear that?" a voice said. "I'm going to go and check it out." Waiting for his limbs to heal before fully moving, Peter could see someone coming his way. It looked like an adult man who was dressed in some strange orange robe clothing. "I don't know if you're good or bad," Peter said to himself, hiding behind a tree, "but I need to save my friend, and I'm going to need your help." Before the man could react, Peter twisted his head quickly and snapped it shut. He took a close look at his face and body and began to transform them into his own. Soon after, he changed his clothes, moved his body, and covered it with some leaves before buying his clothes somewhere not too far away. "Damn, I didn't get a name," Peter said. "I guess I'm not good at this stuff." He had taken a life in an instant, and didn't really feel much about it, another side effect of his turning. Peter thought that if he went in the direction where the man had come from, someone would recognize him. He might appear strange to them, but he could explain that he had fallen and hurt his head or something. People trusted their eyes far more than one might expect. Even if one didn't act like themselves, they would hardly ever think someone was able to copy their appearance so accurately, especially on an island that no one knew about. When Peter got closer, he could hear children playing, and he could see a wide-shaped building with a group of children outside as he passed through the trees. "What is this place? Is Vorden here?" Peter thought. A familiar white light was blinding him as he slowly opened his eyes. He assumed it was just another day. It was time to gather any information he could, or to take a look at some of the gadgets his parents had been tinkering with previously. Only this time, when he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a strange voice. "You seem to have had quite a nasty fall," Brock said. Logan was startled by the sudden voice and tried to get up, but quickly realized he was strapped into a strange chair. Any regular straps would have probably been able to hold him, but they felt like they were designed to hold someone of Quinn's caliber. "Don't worry, we patched you up as best we could," Brock continued to say. "We have top-of-the-line medical equipment here for an island in the middle of nowhere. The question is, how did a child like yourself come to know or arrive on an unknown island?" Logan was trying to get his bearings as he looked around the room, which was a mix of old architecture and modern medical equipment. The walls were exposed brick with paintings hung on them. It didn't look like a typical medical room, but the equipment was truly top of the line, as the man had claimed. If he was to take a guess, someone had found him when he had crash-landed and made all that noise. He would have been more confused if someone hadn't come to him after all of that. So perhaps he was in the castle in a makeshift medical facility. If he really wanted to, he could use his light spiders to try to break free or hack into the computer system to release the restraints, but he wouldn't know where to go from there. If he was in the enemy's territory and still with no clue whether Vorden was there or not, it was a huge risk. "It was an unplanned accident," Logan replied. "I recently got my hands on a new underwater travel device and decided to explore the vast sea. However, it got interrupted when we were met with a large beast. It had flung me up in the air and destroyed the device. I thank you for helping me, but I have no clue where exactly I am at the moment." Brock looked at him carefully, wondering if he was telling the truth or not. After a few seconds, it seemed like he had made a decision. "I'm sorry," Brock said. "I have had to make this decision for someone so young. No one is to know of this island unless Sir Hilston wishes it. If you had a useful ability, then maybe you could have become a chained, but I don't understand your ability, which makes you a threat." Brock's hand started to reach for Logan's throat. He tried moving from the chair in hopes of doing something, anything. "Is this man trying to strangle me with his bare hands? How barbaric," Logan thought. There was only one thing he could do. Releasing the spiders from part of his thin suit, he was able to control the machine and release the restraints. He quickly rolled off the seat and held his hands up. "Wait, wait!" Logan shouted. "I'm from the Green family. Surely you have heard of me. I can definitely be of some use to you. Maybe you don't understand my ability, but I assure you it's a strong one that allowed the Green family to get into the position that they did." This did cause Brock to pause. Of course he had heard of the Green family. It was one of the recommendations for the Blades to get over on their side many times by Pam, who said that he would be a great asset to have. But Hilston always disregarded them and chose not to get involved with the family for two reasons. First, they had never antagonized or wished to do the Blades harm in any way, unlike the other big families, even in the past. The second reason was the fact that they were weak. They may have had great influence, but it meant nothing in a fight. At any point in time, Hilston knew he could get rid of them. "If you want to kill me to keep your secrets, right?" Logan said. "I'm now the only member of the Green family left, so I make all the decisions. If there's information you need, where the other families are located, cover-ups, a place to hide, finances, I can offer all of those things to you," Logan continued to plead. If this didn't work, then he had no choice but to try to fight while running away. If this was Blades Island, then what Logan worried about most was that each person here was as strong as Vorden, possibly stronger. "Very well, I can't deny that the Blade family wouldn't benefit from keeping you alive, but I am not the one that deals with these things. I will have to speak to Pam and see what she thinks. In the meantime, I will treat you as an honored guest here under the watch of my servants. I hope you don't try to escape and go back on my generosity," Brock said with a strange smile that already told Logan what he would do if he tried to escape. "I won't," Logan replied. "Good. Why don't we head to the dining hall to enjoy a nice meal?" Brock asked. "It will be a while until Pam gets here from the temple." If there was one thing Logan needed to do right now, it was to thank his family and their name for becoming such influential powers in today's society and world. Even in a civil war, even with this mysterious family, what his ancestors had built, their legacy had saved him. Logan was interested in finding out who this Pam person was. There was a chance that his family was also working with the Blades, which would have explained who had done the cover-ups before. But that didn't seem to be the case, and Logan could find no proof of that either. If Pam was in charge of the cover-ups, then it would mean either she did them, or she had contacts and connections with people who could, and there were only a few people who could do such things, one of them being Richard Eno. Before Brock could open the door, it was opened from the other side by someone else, just as the two of them were about to leave the room and head for a meal. It was a powerful force that had entered the room in a burst of energy. "Brock!" Vicky shouted. "Show me where this intruder is!" She looked around the room until she could spot only one other person inside, but her excitement quickly dwindled upon seeing him. "A middle schooler? How did he end up on the island? I thought a strong force had come to attack us, or maybe the Sun Shields had sent a force to fight us while the big man was away. That would have been a smart move," Vicky said to herself. "No, this person is from the Green family, and it seems they want to work with us. I was about to go for a meal and ask Pam to speak to him. Of course, we won't make any final decisions without first passing it through Hilston," Brock tried to explain. "The Green family?" Vicky said, walking up to Logan. "Are you strong?" she asked. "Me, I'm not much of a fighter," Logan replied. He could tell as soon as she entered the room, and by the way that Brock was treating her, that she was an important figure in the castle, which meant she had to have the authority or some type of power. "Not much of a fighter, huh? I find it strange that during times like these, someone who wasn't much of a fighter would be traveling out on their own. At any point in time, people could try to take advantage of you. If you weren't a fighter, then you wouldn't have survived this long. Unless you didn't come here alone?" Now Logan was backed into a corner. He didn't want to reveal that there were others with him. He knew Peter could transform himself to hide, and Quinn always had the shadow cloak to hide in. If they had already been caught, then Brock would have said something earlier. "I can handle myself if need be, but I wouldn't say I am a pro," Logan replied. "So my judgment seems to be correct. For a young man, you are very modest. You are probably stronger than you take credit for." Vicky then held out her hand for a shake. If this Blade family was the same family Vorden was from, then he could tell what she wanted to do. It was to copy his ability. Not refusing the handshake, he shook it, and then he saw the confused look on her face. He knew his ability was too complicated for him to use well, based on what Vorden had said in the past. Logan had adapted the ability to suit him rather than his family members, and it was an original ability they couldn't practice with much. For the Blade family, the only thing it could be used for was an increase in MC cells. "Very well, you are a guest, so why don't you and I have a spar? If you're not a fighter yet, then I'll make you one," Vicky said with a smile. Logan didn't like the sound of that, and it sounded like it wasn't something he could refuse. However, there was one good thing that had come out of all this. He now had good faith that this Blade family and the one Vorden belonged to were the same. They were in the right place. Following the sound of the young voices, Peter eventually found himself in a strange-looking place. It didn't have the same design or architecture as the castle he could see, and for some reason there were kids here on the island. Although this wasn't too strange if people lived on the island, then of course there would be children as well. What gave him a strange feeling were two things. The first was how all the kids looked quite similar, yet different at the same time, as if they were all related. But if that was true, Peter couldn't imagine a single mother delivering all those babies. "They look a little like Vorden. Does that mean Vorden could be here?" Peter thought. His logic wasn't the best, but he could see workers there wearing the same orange martial arts clothing as himself, so the person he was disguised as must have come from there. The look on the kids' faces was the second thing that made him feel uneasy. None of them were smiling or playing with each other. Instead, it almost looked like they had formed groups. As other kids walked by, unsure of what was going on, they could whisper and laugh, and then there was even one kid who was alone, not in any kind of group. For children their age, this was quite unusual. Peter was slowly formulating a plan of action, as he had no idea why he was here, or what the workers' goal was, and he also needed to consider what he would say if he was discovered. "Hey, John!" a man suddenly said as he felt a hand placed on his shoulder. Peter, on instinct, grabbed it and almost twisted it, but stopped himself at the last moment, only holding on. "Easy there. Remember, there aren't any beasts on this side of the island. You can relax. I guess you nearly pissed your pants, but you couldn't because you already went." The strange man started to laugh and continually hit Peter on the shoulder. If Peter weren't in disguise, he'd be slamming him on the shoulder as well, instead of holding back. The good thing was that through this stranger, Peter had come to learn the name of the person he was disguised as, John. Then there was one more issue, and Peter wished he had planned more ahead of time. His transformation ability also allowed him to change his voice, but he couldn't do so unless he knew how the other person's voice sounded. The only thing he had to go on was a small grunt from the man before he died. Taking notes down in his head. This was something he needed to think about in the future. "What's wrong, man? Are you nervous? You're not really saying much," the man asked. "I tripped over a root and fell. I hit my throat on something hard, and now it's sore," Peter replied, making his voice sound croaky. "Wow, you really do sound terrible, man. Yikes. You sound like a different person." Right now, Peter wanted to do anything to get away from this man. If he stayed with him, he would end up being stuck with him as some type of friend. How was he supposed to investigate on his own if this happened? At that moment, a woman with short red hair came out of the so-called temple. She was dressed differently from the others. While they all wore orange martial arts robes, she wore a white one with orange trim. Judging by the fact that she was the only one wearing that color, Peter assumed she was in a higher position. This was often the case with workers at fast food chains, so this was what he was basing his knowledge on. The female clapped a couple of times, and the kids went deadly silent. "All right, it's time for you all to head in and prepare for your morning classes," she said. The kids soon followed, as if they were already in military school. Peter knew he had a strange feeling about this place, and seeing this only confirmed his thoughts. "Was this how Vorden was raised?" "You two," the woman said, looking at them near the back of the forest. "Quit your slacking and head over here now. There will be a meeting inside," she said, as she walked off into the temple. "Wow, I guess the rumors about Pam being feisty were true. I guess we shouldn't get on her bad side. She's nothing like Duncan back from the village, huh?" the man said as he nudged Peter to say something. "Oh, right, your voice." Following everyone else, it looked as if all the other teachers knew each other, and through greetings, he had come to learn that the man's name was Jazz. Peter couldn't seem to get Jazz to leave him no matter what he tried. At times, Jazz would stop to talk to others, and Peter would continue walking to the meeting room where everyone else was walking too. If Jazz noticed, he would break off and give him the go-ahead to join back up with him. He didn't understand this obsession, especially since Peter was saying next to nothing to him. If this continued, Peter honestly didn't know how much longer he could hold back. The adults had gathered in an empty hall, and there were about 15 of them in total, with Pam, the woman they had seen earlier, standing at the front. "Okay, listen up. I know this isn't your regular job and you have all moved from the village. By now I'm assuming you've all heard of the incident that happened," Pam started to explain. "The event has only been postponed, and now these children know about it. So this won't be your full-time role, but only a temporary one." Pam began to explain a few more things about the temple to get everyone up to speed, but after saying the first part, Jazz couldn't help but whisper over to his favorite friend John, "Can you believe what he did? I heard Borden took out 10 of the teachers here trying to save everyone here. That guy's crazy," Jazz whispered. It looked like Peter might be in the right place after all. "Oh, I didn't hear much about it," Peter replied. "Why don't you tell me more?" Quinn, having roughly seen where the two had landed, was trying to decide who to go to first. There was Logan, who could possibly be in huge danger at the moment, but knowing him, he might be smart enough to live for longer. Then there was Peter, who would likely get into all sorts of trouble. In the end, Quinn was in a predicament, but had made a choice. "If I go to Peter, then I can get his soul weapon, and maybe we can sneak into the castle to save Logan." By the time he would even get to the castle, Logan would have been caught or not caught. It didn't make a difference, so he thought it would be best to try and find Peter first. He took a quick look around the section of the beach he was on to see if there were any signs of human life, but nothing had been built, and the only thing large enough to see was the stone tablet and the castle peeking around the side of it. He could only see it if he walked along the beach's edge. Looking back at the sea, Quinn shuddered once again, thinking about the beast. It was a shame that in his panic and fear he wasn't able to use his inspection skills to truly see what level the beast was at. Not that he had any ideas of fighting it in the first place. Stepping into the forest-like area, Quinn decided to head in the general direction where he saw Peter fall, but it was only after a few moments that he realized maybe he couldn't be as bullish as he originally thought. His ears picked up the sound of something approaching him, and it was approaching him quickly. The sound of something panting while breaking the tree branches and leaves was coming his way. "It's so fast!" Turning around, Quinn could see almost a black blur coming at him, and he was only able to use his inspection skill at the last moment. "King-tier beast, black two-jawed cat." On the island, his first encounter would be with a king-tier beast. Not holding back, Quinn prepared his shadow, and he was ready for it. It had speed, but the only reason he wasn't able to keep track of it too well was due to it moving in between the trees and changing direction at a fast rate. When it came at him, he would be ready for it. Then, as expected, the large black cat pounced on him. It opened its mouth wide, and it had one jaw of razor-sharp teeth on top of another. Preparing his leg, Quinn was ready to kick it when it came into range. "Don't hurt my brother's friends!" a small voice yelled, and something small had punched the jaguar in the face, sending it flying and crashing into the trees. 2 spikes could be seen on the back of the small object when it landed. It was a miniature Dalky, one that Quinn was acquainted with. "Borden!" Quinn said, surprised. "I've been waiting for you," Borden replied with a smile. If Quinn was to place a bet on the first human he would have run into on this island, it would have never been little Borden. Although human wouldn't have been the right word to refer to him, especially after witnessing something completely inhuman. Something the size of a puppy had just knocked aside a huge black cat that was bigger than a tiger with a single punch. At the moment, Borden didn't really look human either. He was in a form that they had seen him in only twice. Once when Quinn first met him as a single-spiked Dalky, and later on when he tried protecting his brother as a 2-spiked Dalky. Judging by the blow he had delivered to the king-tier beast just now, it seemed like even in his small size, with the 2 spikes sticking out of his back, he was just as strong. The only difference was his size, which might be an advantage in some situations. After the initial hit, Borden went in again. The beast was hurt, but it wasn't dead, and Quinn decided to help and join in as well. Although he didn't do this to help Borden, for he could have easily taken out the beast himself. He had an ulterior motive. After scanning the beast, his inspection skills had leveled up once again. It had been a long time, but it was by far his most used skill. This time when leveling up, it came with a handy feature. It would tell him the current state of the beast's condition while he was using his inspection skill on it. It had gone from being very good, with a healthy green color, to being weak, with an orange color, after being hit by Borden. After a few hits from both Borden and him, the condition deteriorated to the point where it was very weak, turning a darker orange, and then critical, turning red. That was when Quinn knew to act and put his key with a blood crescent kick right towards the beast's neck, finishing the beast off. The reason for stealing the kill here was because he could do with the EXP. There wasn't a first person ever to kill this beast bonus, but there was a first time Quinn had killed the beast bonus. It didn't matter to Borden if he got the kill or not, so Quinn saw no harm done in this one. Even with killing a king tier now, though, with his current level, it barely made a dent in him moving on to the next one. He could grind king tier beasts all day, and he still wouldn't level up. 23,400 of 13,107,200 EXP. This was a number he never wanted to look at again. The EXP required to level up each time doubled, and this usually resets every 10 levels, but this time the jump from noble to lord was 20 levels. Luckily, Quinn had gotten enough instant level-up quests from fighting strong opponents that he was able to get stronger at a quick pace. The two started to extract the crystal and got to talking. "Thank you, Borden," Quinn said. "If you're here, then I guess that means Borden is too." "You're right," Borden replied, but he seemed to be a little weak. His scales were retracting into his body, and most of his Dalky-like features were reverting. "Do we need to move? Have we made too much noise?" Quinn asked. "Don't worry about that. The only thing that this will attract is more beasts. There aren't any humans in this half of the island," Borden replied, still breathing quite heavily. Seeing how hard it was for Borden to speak, Quinn asked no further questions for now. The crystal was extracted, and Borden had asked Quinn to follow him. Eventually he led him to a strange little hideout. It was a thin crack between two cliffs. Borden was able to get in quite easily, but for Quinn, it was a bit of a squeeze. Soon, though, the crack opened up into a nice open space, but if one was to look up, it thinned out again. There weren't many things that would be able to fall into a crack that thin. The place was quite nice. It looked as if Borden had built everything he needed to live here for the rest of his days. A nice little treehouse made of twigs and leaves, a large log being used as a chair and sofa of sorts, and plenty of meat from the beasts that he had killed. "I guess it's not poisonous to the Dalky," Quinn thought. The human body had trouble digesting most of the beast's meat, but not all. As a result, eating beast meat would only be attempted if one was truly desperate, but since the invention of food pills for humans, there has been no need for people to reach such extremes. The fact that there was a large pile of beast crystals in the corner, and they weren't ordinary crystals, was what impressed him the most. Every single one of them was king-tier crystal. In total, there looked to be about 13 of them. Even Quinn himself only had one piece of equipment at the king-tier level and one at the emperor tier, and here they were just sitting there. "Did you get all those yourself?" Quinn asked. Borden seemed to have recovered well now that he was no longer in his Dalky form. His heavy breathing stopped and he was no longer sweating. "Yeah, this island is full of king-tier beasts and higher. I've been fighting a couple of them every day," Borden replied. "I'm guessing Borden eventually called out to you then." Quinn nodded with a firm look in his eyes. "That's why we're here. It's not just me, but 2 more of us came to bring Borden back." Borden had paused for a second, and the look in his eyes looked as if he had lost a little hope. "Do you know much about my brother's family?" Borden asked. "Recently I have come to learn some things, but honestly I can't say I know much, as they are a complete mystery," Quinn replied. "Let me tell you something. Half of this island is filled with king-tier and emperor-tier beasts, yet for some reason they never go to the other half of the island. That's where my brother's family lives. Such strong beasts have chosen not to go to the other side. In my head it sounds crazy, but after seeing Borden lose that day to that man, and knowing the strength I saw that day, it doesn't sound so crazy after all. It's like all these beasts know that if they cross over to the other side, they will be killed in an instant. Do you understand what I'm saying, Quinn? Those people, Borden's family, they aren't his family, they're monsters." Borden went on to tell Quinn of the events with Borden that day, how he had planned to escape, but an old man had managed to stop him, and how it wasn't even a fight between the two of them. There was no contest and a clear winner. "It looks like he really does need help then," Quinn said. "Is the old man still here?" Borden was surprised that Quinn had asked this. Was it all planned for Quinn to arrive when he left? "No, he went out, and I have no idea when he will return," Borden replied. "So we still have a chance. We can still get Borden then." "Let me stop you there, Quinn, because I thought the same thing. Do you know why I'm fighting these beasts every day? Even with my power as a full Dalky, I realize I'm no match for them, at least in my current state. If we can't beat the king-tier and emperor-tier beasts on this part of the island that refuses to go to the other, then there is no point of us trying." Quinn, when I saw that old man leave, I thought it was my chance to do something to save Vorden, but his eyes looked dead. At the time, I didn't understand why he refused to go with me. I thought maybe he was afraid of those that were left behind. I decided to wait for you guys to come by, but one day I ran into him, a man named Duncan. Chasing a king-tier beast that had gone to the other side, it headed to a certain village, and that was when he came. Seeing me, the two of us fought, and I had no choice but to use my Dalki form. At that point, the two of us were completely even. Still, at most, I could keep up my form for 3 minutes, and in the end I had to retreat. Every day since then, I have been fighting beasts to get stronger. Now at most I can keep my Dalki form for 10 minutes, but I know it's not enough. It was hard to say how strong the person Borden had run into. After all, there was a special trait the Dalki had that Borden wasn't able to use in his current state. The more injured he got, the stronger they became. If the people outside of the castle are this strong, then the people on the inside must be true monsters. It was strange for Quinn to see Borden like this. He had Dalki blood on him, and they loved to fight any enemy that they saw as strong, never backing down. It wasn't like Borden was backing down, but Quinn could tell he was greatly affected. The only good news was that it seemed like the strongest of the blades had left the island. Quinn, if you want to save Borden, then before doing that, you will need to beat me. Fight me. If you can beat me in a fight, then I will come with you to the castle. As he watched Vicky, the lone female master, square off against Logan, Brock kept shaking his head. He began to wish that her brother Pi had been the one who had learned about Logan. He was even thinking about telling him about it in the hopes that he could calm his sister down. The two of them had been fighting for a while now, and there was a clear difference between the two in terms of skill. Logan had a busted-up lip and lumps across his legs and arms that had swollen to the size of balloons, and he wasn't sure if they were broken or not. As the fight came to a halt for a brief moment, the pain began to set in, and his body began to inform him of the extent of his punishment. He was beginning to wonder what he had done to deserve to be treated this way. He didn't say anything confrontational, and thought it would only be a light spar, yet she seemed to make him go through some type of torture. When the fight first started, he used his speed suit. He was hoping this would give him the advantage after seeing a regular human in front of him. He was sure that these blades and Vorden were the same, and it didn't look like she had copied any abilities. His fighting skills might have been below hers, but with extra speed he should have been able to do something. When the fight started, his mind was quickly changed. She had matched her speed with his, and the fight had quickly become all about fighting skills. Multiple sets of different kicks had come at him each time, changing their paths and attack patterns. Logan tried to find something that made sense, a reason for her to choose to attack a certain area or a pattern to the kicks, but he couldn't. He managed to block a few of them, but a few kicks got in here and there, and that's when he noticed it. Slowly she was ramping up the speed and power of her kicks. She still wasn't fighting at 100%. How? How is this possible for a normal human being? Logan thought. He looked at her to check whether she was a vampire, but Vorden had never mentioned such things. She didn't have a ring on her, and Quinn would have been able to sense that Vorden was different if that was the case. What he was seeing in front of his eyes was something he didn't understand. During the fight, even if he wanted to change his suit, it was something that was not possible. She would clearly finish him, but the speed suit offered very little protection. Even though he was getting beat and hurt badly, every so often Logan was able to do something he never expected. His body didn't want to take any more punishment, and without thinking about things, he would manage to block attacks that he couldn't before. The human body is an amazing thing, isn't it? You have improved so much already, Vicky said with a smile, but once again she had bumped it up a notch. When a kick was delivered towards his face, out of reaction, not wanting to get hit, not wanting to die, Logan managed to raise his arm, but the kick was too strong, breaking the bone in his forearm and making his own arm bang into his own face. Ah! Logan screamed in pain. Brock, bring up a healer and 2 other chained with high levels, Vicky ordered. Bowing, Brock didn't question her and did as she asked. The 2 of them were now having a break, but Logan could barely even move his body. He looked at his arm that was bent and had doubled in size. Why did I come here? Logan thought. I'm not a fighter like Quinn, and I can't heal like Peter. I could have just given them support, told them about the submarine. If I did that, then I wouldn't be going through this hell right now. Thinking about this, the images of his parents' dead bodies lying on the floor appeared in his head. When he thought about this, a wave of strange anger rose in him, and the promise he had made. Not only did he want to help Vorden, but what drove him to come here in person was the possible clue of finding Richard Eno, in turn maybe finding out who killed his parents. But he didn't want Quinn or Peter or anyone else to find him. Logan wanted to do it himself. He needed to do it himself, which was why he chose to come to the island as well. Finally, Brock had returned with 3 chained, and Vicky went up to touch each one of them. "May I remind you that Mr. Green is a guest?" Brock said. "He is only a guest." "I have been holding back, haven't I?" Vicky replied. "Besides, even you should be able to tell. I'm trying to help him, not hurt him, since he will be an ally of ours." This was actually what Brock was afraid of. It still hadn't been confirmed whether or not Logan would be part of their group as an ally. What she was doing now could as well be making a future enemy of theirs stronger. After touching the 3 chained, Vicky went up to Logan and placed her hands slightly above his wounds. A soft, warm glow was felt from her hands, and nearly instantly all of his wounds started to heal. It was at an amazing rate, something he had never seen before. This was because she was using the MC levels of the others to put into the healing ability, which meant that her healing abilities were beyond that of a level 8 at the moment. It only took a few minutes, but Logan felt like he was just as good as before. She smiled at him, and he smiled back as he was about to say thank you, but before he knew it, a kick landed across his face, sending him skidding across the room. "Be thankful," Vicky said, walking toward Logan. "You are getting a personal lesson from the Blade family, castle style. Our training since we were younger was all about pushing our bodies to their very limits. Surely you have heard stories of things like this happening before. When humans are in dire situations, they are able to accomplish superhuman feats, of which they are not usually capable. The Blades have always tried to push the body beyond these limits, constantly, until the body gets used to it. Then we push them even further, each time dealing and breaking them down to create a stronger blade. Even the process we go through at the temple is like that, getting rid of all the ones that can't push themselves." Logan had a little idea of what she meant, but had no clue what she was talking about when she mentioned the word temple. All he did know was that it wasn't the end of his little spar, and he would have to suffer for this longer. If what she was saying was true, she would keep beating him and healing him in a loop until his natural human survival instincts powered him to improve. For a second, Logan thought that this was torture having to go through all this, but he wiped the blood from his mouth and stood up with a determined look in his eyes. This was an opportunity for him, an opportunity to no longer rely on others and to get stronger himself. Logan couldn't see it for himself, but even now his eyes were slightly glowing green, similar to when he would use the peak of his power. "The look in your eyes, that's exactly the look you need to survive as a blade in the castle," Vicky said. Getting the spiders to form over him one more time, creating a mismatch and a strange altered version of his usual suits, he ran forward. "I'm not a blade! I'm a green!" Pam had summoned all of the workers to the temple that day in order to delegate the tasks that would be assigned to them. The majority of them planned to become teachers, with a few serving as simple guards to keep an eye on the children. Since this wasn't their original role on the island, there was no one specializing in these types of areas, or at least they hadn't been trained by anyone on how to do so properly. Everyone, however, saw this as a temporary position before returning to the village later. Names would be called one by one, and people were elected on a volunteer basis. Peter wasn't paying attention and was too busy trying to think where Vorden would be. According to Jazz, a big type of event happened, and during it, Vorden, as a worker of the temple, caused quite a stir. "Did he get put away? Locked up for trying to free these kids? Do these kids really need saving?" Peter thought. Jazz didn't give him the full story. All he got was a summary that Vorden had gone against the event for the kids, killing the former teachers in the process. That is why they were here to replace them. Still, Peter had no clue what the event was or why he had done such a thing. Although Peter did seem to notice that Vorden had a snappy side now and then, he wasn't as calm and collected as he let others see him. "You!" Pam pointed at Peter. "Since you haven't volunteered for anything yet, I guess you can go for the counseling position with the kids. Not that there is any point to it at the moment." Without doing anything or showing any interest, Peter was selected for the counseling position. It was a task nobody wanted to do. Now that all the tasks had been handed out, the schedule was given to each of them. It detailed when they would need to do work and how they were to live the rest of their days at the temple, fulfilling their roles. "Tough luck, man," Jazz said. "You should have volunteered for something else. Nobody wants to talk and get to know these kids, and then watch them kill each other." "Kill each other?" Peter repeated back. It was such a shock that he blurted it out. It seemed unbelievable as well. Did you lose a screw or something when you fell over? Jazz asked. Now that I think about it, maybe that's what happened to Vorden. I think he had been a counselor to these kids before. It would be hard for anyone, after talking to them and becoming someone they rely on, to just stand by and do nothing when they have to kill each other. I just hope you don't turn out like that too, man. I would hate to have to try to beat you to the ground myself. Since the kids would first have their regular lessons followed by counseling sessions during free periods, Peter was able to freely roam around the temple as he wished. He watched some classes and also tried to gather information about what had happened to Vorden. He didn't ask anyone in particular because it would have been suspicious, and there were two reasons for this. The first being that it seemed like everyone already knew what happened, so it would be strange for him to ask. The second was why he knew about this reason in the first place. Everyone was talking about it. From hearing bits here and there, he had learned that Vorden was one of the blades that lived in the castle. Judging by the way they talked about them, perhaps they were the royalty of the island. He'd become a teacher at the school and had prevented the students from taking part in the event, which, according to Jazz, had something to do with the students killing one another. But rather than treating him as a savior, many of the words spoken about him were negative, deeming him a traitor, a madman, and someone who they should get rid of. After finding out this information, his first counseling session with a child was interesting, to say the least. The child barely spoke and looked like he was nervous, looking to his left and right, ready for something to happen at any point. Peter tried to ask questions, but the child didn't reply. The next child that came in looked almost beaten. Apparently, it was because the kids had formed groups, and he was found on his own, splitting from his group. But the one that interested him most was the child he had seen who came in full of tears. Peter didn't even need to ask him any questions, because he had just blurted everything out. "I hate it! I hate how this place has become!" he cried. "We were all friends. We used to share and play together, and now everyone is just thinking about how to kill each other." At first, Peter felt the need to calm him down, but at the same time he wanted to find out more. "I wish Vorden was here. I wish he could save us." Looking at this child, Peter was shocked at how honest and upfront he was. When Peter was struggling with life at school, he kept everything inside. He wanted others to help but never asked to. Quinn and Vorden both helped him without being asked, but here a kid was asking for help openly. "You want him to save you?" Peter asked. The kid wiped away his tears and nodded before asking. "What the other teachers are saying about Vorden isn't true. He isn't a cruel monster. He just wanted to save us, and now I don't even know what's going to happen to him, or us." Peter, not knowing really how to deal with the situation, just walked up to him and made a shushing sound. "Don't worry. Why don't you tell me everything that happened from your point of view, and where exactly do you think Vorden would be right now?" On the other half of the island, Quinn was currently following Vorden to a certain area. They had currently scaled one of the smaller mountains and started to walk around some type of side path. Quinn had decided to agree to what Vorden was saying. He knew Vorden wasn't one to lie or downplay the situation. He cared about Vorden more than anyone, and they could all see that. If inside there were monsters as strong as the vampire leaders or stronger, then Quinn would definitely need to rely on Vorden's strength once again. There was a nagging worry at the back of his mind about Logan, however. But if Logan had been caught, how was he meant to save two of them when he couldn't even save one? Eventually they had reached what looked like a remnant of an old large bird's nest. Many large tree branches had been placed to the side, but a lot of the center of the nest had been destroyed. "This was the territory of a king-tier beast that used to live here. Don't worry, it's been dealt with now, so it won't be coming back. I think it will be a good place for me and you to fight," Vorden said. Now the question was, could Quinn beat Vorden in a fight? Quinn had grown tremendously stronger since their first meeting and during their time apart. In his mind, in terms of power and ability, there shouldn't be a doubt. The two of them stood opposite each other, and Quinn's shadow equipped all of his equipment, including the Emperor tier mask. However, since he hadn't fought, he wasn't able to activate his skill. Before the fight started, as usual, Quinn used his inspection skill, but no quest had come up, giving him an instant level-up reward. In the past, this meant that according to the system, Quinn should be the clear winner based on the two of them in terms of power. "Good, you're not holding back," Vorden said, "because you won't be able to against those guys." Jumping off a single foot, little Vorden was able to leap from one half of the area right to where Quinn was. Lifting the shadow, Quinn was ready to block the attack. "Quinn, you're going to want to save your shadow for a lot more than blocking against me." The two spikes came out of Borden's back, and scale-like features on his face and down the side of his neck started to become more visible. Not slowing down, he slammed his fist right into the shadow. His fist had slowed and appeared to have not affected Quinn, as the shadow usually did when blocking an attack. However, the story on Quinn's face told a completely different story. MC 120 of 140. Blocking a single punch from Little Borden had taken 20 MC points away. At most, he could block 6 more punches like that. This wasn't going to be as easy as he first thought. Branches from the nest had fallen off the mountainside. Some had made it halfway up, and others had been destroyed. The place no longer looked like its former self. No one could believe it had only been 10 minutes. The spikes on Borden's back started to retract into himself, and he was now gasping for air harder than ever. He fell to the floor with both hands on the ground, and it would take a while before he was back to his former self. Quinn, on the other hand, looked to be fine. He wasn't injured in any particular areas. However, he did have a disappointed look on his face. "I lost," he said. If one were to look at both of them now, it would be hard to tell what Quinn exactly meant by lost. He wasn't injured or hurt, so why claim the fight as his loss? The first reason was quite simple. Quinn was unable to beat Borden within 10 minutes. This was as long as Borden could hold his true powers for, so even though Quinn could beat him now, it wasn't a victory in his mind, and he was guessing Borden wouldn't accept it as one either. There were a few things he had learned from fighting with Borden. One of them was how skillful Borden was in combat. He was clever when fighting, using many feints, being careful when coming in, watching the way Quinn's shadow worked, and adapting to it on the go. Because of the 10-minute time limit, he thought maybe Borden wouldn't bother to do these things, but he was wrong. His fighting style would remind him of watching Borden fight, which would make sense since the two of them were clones. But that wasn't the only reason during his time on the island. Borden had learned a lot from fighting the different king-tier beasts here. If one was to rush in, then that would be the death of them, and that very same feeling was one that he got off of Quinn. That meant if he was to slack off or make a mistake, Quinn would make him pay for it. "You are a lot stronger than I thought you would be," Borden finally said that now he wasn't breathing as hard, but his energy was still low, and he wouldn't be fighting any time soon. "I don't know how you got to be so strong so fast. In terms of speed, you are so much better than me." "And I still couldn't beat you," Quinn replied. Quinn's use of the shadow was another major flaw when it came to fighting. Because of the shadow's unique properties, he thought it was best to use it as a shield when he first discovered the ability and had few skills. As long as the shadow was able to touch it, it could block almost any type of attack. This worked well when fighting students and low-level beasts, because each time it would block an attack, little MC points would be used. The problem was that Quinn was facing stronger opponents and beasts day by day. The stronger his opponent's attack power was, the more MC points would be taken up blocking the attack, and this certainly was the case in his fight with Borden just now. There were two things he could do to solve this problem. One was to stop using the shadow as a defensive measure. Although he felt like this would be hard to do on instinct, sometimes Quinn would use the shadow to block an attack. And who knows if that attack would have been fatal. The other way to solve the problem was to increase his MC points. With each level, he would obtain 20 more MC points. Being a level 7, that would only be 40 MC points more, but he needed more than that. Thinking about it, an image of Arthur popped into his head of how large the shadow wings were on his back. Another way to increase his MC points was by using shadow eaters on vampires. Someone like Arthur must have a large amount of MC points to control the shadow, Quinn thought, which also meant he must have used a shadow eater on a number of vampires. "I'm conflicted," Borden said, now sitting down on the ground resting. "I first suggested you beat me as a way for you to improve, but you are far stronger than I thought, Quinn. However, I still feel like I have room to grow, but we might be able to save Vorden the way we are, just the two of us, but I'm not sure." "Do you have any plans if I was to badly lose against you?" Quinn asked. "I wanted you to train by fighting the beasts here. There are many here that will teach you the ways of survival." "Then let's do that. I agree with you. I too don't think I'm strong enough, and technically I didn't beat you. Let's not start breaking promises and do everything we can to save them." After resting for a long time, it was time for them to do some training. Borden would try to find king-tier beasts that were on their own, and Quinn would have to face them without his help. Quinn was faring very well, but had limited himself when fighting. In one way, he tried to use the shadow as a shield as little as possible, utilizing the other skills a lot more frequently. At the same time, he tried not to use too many blood skills unless necessary as well. His blood bank was full, and he had the flask that could store an additional 100 milliliters, but not knowing when he would see the others, he decided to use it as little as possible. Eventually, he would defeat king-tier beasts on his own. It was something he should have been able to do at this point. When Quinn was done, it was Borden's turn, and Quinn learned a lot just from observing him. How Borden tested to see if the king-tier had an elemental ability. If it did, he would try to use that to his advantage in the fight, and finally his raw strength. How he utilized it well against different sizes and shapes of beasts. Nightfall had come for the day, and the two of them proceeded back to Borden's hideout and placed the king-tier crystals with the pile. "Hey, do you mind if I look after these?" Quinn asked. "Sure, I have no use for them anyway. I was planning to give them to you to turn into equipment, but just make sure I get something out of that as well," Borden replied. "Of course." Placing all the crystals inside of Quinn's system, he was ready for a mighty haul of weapons and armor that would improve his main force. After a night's rest, they proceeded to do the same thing again, and now, after learning a few things from watching Borden, Quinn was finding it easier to kill king-tiers than before. He still couldn't believe that these creatures were at the same level as the ones underground that had caused them all so much trouble. Are these king-tiers just weak on the island? Quinn thought. It wasn't that at all. The king-tiers were the same strength as those on the island. Everything was due to how much Quinn had improved without him realizing it. After defeating their first king-tier each for the day, Borden looked like he was ready to say something. "You're a quick learner, Quinn. I guess it's time to move up. There was an emperor-tier beast I discovered inside one of the mountains. Maybe mouton isn't the right word to use. It felt more like a dormant volcano. I was a little worried that with my time limits, if I didn't defeat the beast in time and hurt it, I would end up dead. With the king-tiers, I was still confident in getting away, but not with this one. But now I have you." Quinn nodded and was up for the challenge. Another emperor-tier beast before the main course was much needed from him. They went off in search of the emperor's tier beast, a place quite close to the large tablet. Logan, badly beaten and completely still, was deep in thought. His body hurt as much as it had the first few times he had fought Vicky, with lumps all over his body. He didn't seem to mind if his bones were broken or not. His expression said something different about the situation he was in. "How did I do that?" Logan asked, turning around. Vicky had a mark on her right shoulder when he looked at her, and she was holding it. She wasn't seriously injured or had sustained a fatal wound, but she did have a few marks on her body that indicated she had been hurt. "I told you, didn't I? When the human body is in a desperate situation, it can do some crazy things." When Vicky replied, she too looked happy, as if she was looking at a successful student of hers. "Although I never thought this would be the result, and this quickly." Logan wanted to fight again, get the same feeling back, attempt to improve himself with it and learn how to use it. But when he tried right now, there was no result at all. For a short amount of time, somehow, Logan had done something he had never done before. "You look like you don't quite understand. What you just did was use your soul weapon," Vicky replied. "I can tell, because when I touched you before, I knew what your ability was capable of. Do you think the first person discovered their soul weapon by trying to connect with their inner soul and tuning off their mind? No, rather through extreme circumstances that I have put you through like this one." She went over to Logan and started to heal him up again. She had already done this a few times for him. Logan's initial thoughts on Vicky were completely different from what he thought now. He initially felt like she was someone who just enjoyed fighting and wanted to use him like a rag doll, but from all of this, he had gained a lot in such a short amount of time. "Can we fight again?" Logan asked. "And I thought you said you weren't a fighter," she replied back. "For now, we should rest. If I pushed you to the extreme where you had to use your soul weapon, it might not be good to push you further. Maybe your whole body will shut down, and you will stop moving forever." "That can happen?" Logan replied. To him, what she was saying and what he was learning was a whole new world he knew nothing about. Everything that was happening just seemed illogical in how it worked, and he couldn't comprehend it. "We can fight again tomorrow. I'm kind of jealous. You know, you should treasure your soul weapon. That's proof that you are not a blade unlike us. We don't have soul weapons. Maybe it's something to do with our ability or something else, but no one in our family has ever received one before." It was an interesting thing to note, and now Logan was wondering if they could copy soul weapons as well. But that just seemed impossible to him. Even without a soul weapon, the blades were plenty strong anyway. Brock was happy that the fighting had finally stopped, because now he was able to do what he was originally meant to do, and inform Pam of Green's collaboration. At the temple, Peter had learned the full details of what Vorden had done, and it seemed like the island or family ideals and Vorden's didn't quite match up, but Vorden was more of a sane person than all these crazy people here that seemed to be fine with what was going on. But then he thought about Jazz's words. No one would want a job like the one he was doing. It showed the people who did live on the island did have emotions, so then why was everyone willing to comply and go along with Vorden was the only one that had gone against them? The answer was simple. Deal, the child he was speaking to, had said it all. The old man had stopped him with no trouble, the leader or the person at the top. He was the insane one, and no one dared to go against his word. Even if the whole island tried to stage a coup, it seemed like he would be able to beat them. Right now, Peter was just relieved that this individual had left the island. The good news was he knew where Vorden was, locked up in the castle somewhere, and judging by the story, he would be willing to leave with them. Unlike others who missed their family, he probably was happy to get away from his crazy family, so there would be no need to convince him. Peter couldn't just disappear from the temple and head to the castle. If he disappeared, they would probably know something was up. There weren't many who lived on the island in the first place, so out of no choice, he decided that it was best to ask someone, and the only person he could was Jazz. "You want to head to the castle?" Jazz asked. "You know, no one but the servants and the Blade family is allowed in the castle. What do you want to go in there for? Do you really hate it in the village that much?" This was what Peter was afraid of, that Jazz would just ask too many questions. "If you really want to go that badly, then I'll come with you," Jazz suddenly said. This was completely out of Peter's calculations. Just what was wrong with this guy? "The best person to ask would be Pam. If we were still at the village, we could ask Duncan, but Pam should have a connection with Brock, who is in charge of the servants, and maybe get us a transfer or something. You're right, life in the village is a little boring. Maybe it will be good to see how those guys in the castle live that we work under." If there was one thing that Peter did have to be thankful for, with Jazz, it was that he wasn't shy. At least with him, he was happy to do all the talking, and the less talking Peter did, the less likely they were to be caught. The two of them went to the main temple office, which was where Pam would be. It was where all the reports of the students would go, and where Peter was to head at the end of the day, but he had never spoken to Pam, only handed her the reports. With a few knocks they entered, and Jazz was his normally cheery self. "I hope you two haven't come with me with any problems or complaints," Pam said without directly looking at them. She seemed to be sorting through the files on a floating digital screen and was doing about 4 or 5 tasks at once. When he looked at her, Peter thought one thing: efficient. She was someone who didn't waste any time and was always doing something. "It should be a little longer before Hilston and the others get back. It seems that they are getting closer and closer to Bernie. Did he think he could run away? I wonder if he will give in the end. His father looks like he doesn't have many years to live, and if he dies, it will weaken Hilston's power. He won't like that." Pam started to mumble and talk to herself as if she was thinking out loud. "I changed my mind. They will take longer than I originally thought. Hilston will know this, so he will do what he can to bring back Bernie alive, and even if Bernie is an idiot for running away, he is one of the big 3 and is strong, unlike that Jack Truedream." If they didn't interrupt her soon, both of them could see her rambling on until the two of them left, and it would be as if they had never come. Finally, Jazz saw the break he needed. "We were thinking if it was possible we could get a transfer to the castle," Jazz asked. "The castle? Trust me, you two don't want to work there. The village, being a frontline fighter on the Blade Island, is probably the safest place for you to keep your lives. I would have said the temple, but recently because of what happened, that has greatly skewed those numbers. But most deaths happen in the castle." "We're not afraid," Jazz said sternly, placing his hand on the table. "You don't think we thought about this for a while before asking?" "Didn't you decide on a whim after I asked?" Peter thought. For the first time, Pam stopped what she was doing and looked at the two of them. In particular, she looked at Peter and stared for longer than usual. "Did she notice something? My disguise should be near perfect enough. I can only do a transfer after the event is over. I can put in a word to Brock, and when a position is open, I will recommend you to, but I don't know why you would want to work in the castle directly." At that moment, a message had been received, and the two boys were starting to leave the room. After reading the message, Pam called out to them. "Wait, it looks like you boys are in luck," Pam said. "I have been requested to head to the castle to meet with a guest. If you really want to see what life is like at the castle, I will bring you two along with me." It would only be for one day, but Peter would be in the castle. He didn't know where Quinn or Logan was, but this was his chance to save him and act. Logan was allowed to take a break from the fighting by being placed in one of the castle's many servant rooms. Even though Brock had chosen to stay here, they couldn't completely trust him, and at the end of the day, there was a chance they'd have to silence him. He wished he didn't have to deal with that situation. If Logan did try to escape while resting, for whatever reason, he was confident the servants could deal with him. Brock was sure he had seen the extent of Logan's power when fighting Vicky, but there was something else nagging at the back of his mind. "Enjoy your time here and rest up," Brock said as he went ahead to close the door. "If you need anything, then just ask one of the maids, and I will personally come and collect you when we need to speak again." The door was closed, and Brock looked at the other two female servants that were standing on either side of the door. "Let me know if you notice anything strange happening." The two nodded, and he was off. While walking down the hallway, Brock looked at an item in his hand. It was a strange-looking mask. Usually he would have thought nothing of it, what it did, or if it was just an accessory, but after touching Logan, he had gained his ability. Although difficult to use, he could still use it slightly. He had learned that this mask was a communication device. "Is he lying about coming here alone? Maybe there were others with him in that submarine after all," Brock thought. Once returning to his office, Brock looked at the mask again. "You're a nice kid, Logan, but if you're lying to us, then that means you are planning something. I hope that's not the case." A call was placed, and on the other end of the line was a young-looking man with blonde hair. His body was encased in armor, with the joints covered in fur. It was sleeveless, so his bulky muscular arms were on display, which happened to be covered in scars. "Duncan, today the system picked up 3 identified objects that landed on the island. In one of them, there was a strange person. It's probably nothing, but do you mind checking and looking if there is anything you can find, specifically signs of another person in the other locations?" Brock asked. In the background, a village could be seen. The people appeared to be practicing their abilities, fighting with one another, and joking and playing. "Will you guys shut up?" Duncan said in anger, shouting at them. "If one of you hits me, I swear I will flatten you like a pancake." The others were silent for a second while looking at Duncan, but then started to laugh and just continued. "No one respects me around here," Duncan mumbled. "Sure, anything to leave these ungrateful little brats. Tell me, did you find anything about the little person I asked you about?" "Little person?" Brock paused for a second, trying to remember. "Yeah, remember I told you there was this strong little guy, a little bigger than my foot? He was going around the island, and I haven't seen him since, but he is a big threat. He might be trying to take on the Blades." "Oh, the little person. I have asked around, but other than you, no one else has seen this little person." Brock paused and had this strange look as he said, "Little person" again. He just couldn't believe what Duncan was talking about. "Are you sure this person exists?" At that point, the call ended. Duncan had hung up. Duncan looked at the information about where the other 2 locations were. "Why is everyone treating me like some crazy person? Ever since I came back and started talking about that little person, they look at me like I'm some kind of alien. I'm not an alien. That thing was an alien. That little person was real." He noticed one of the other 2 locations was on the other half of the island, where the beasts lived, when he looked at the map. With his anger controlling him, he felt the need to let off steam and decided to go there. "Hey, where are you going, boss? Are you trying to find that little man again?" one of the younger village men asked, who was with a group of boys. "He was really strong. If you're going out, you should take some abilities with you." It was clear the group was mocking him, but he decided to turn around and head towards the largest building in the village. If he met that little man again, then it would be best if he did have some abilities. He did last time, and it was the only reason he survived his encounter, but this time he would be ready with better abilities. The village served as the island's first point of contact for intruders, a small group of people who were rarely called upon to act, but had recently done so against True Dream. As a result, instead of going back to the castle to touch a few chained, some chained were left in the village. The 3 elemental abilities, primarily earth, wind, and water. They could practice with others as well, and the last time Duncan saw the little man, he wasn't using his elemental abilities. Duncan was able to use 2 abilities at the same time, and ultimately chose to use the earth and wind. Wind was his specialty, and earth was always handy to have as a defense type. Heading to the location on the market, it wasn't long until he found part of the wreckage from the submarine, but that wasn't what he was looking for. Eventually he found large footprints that had been placed in the mud. Of course, this could have been made by one of the people on the island, but no one went to this part of the island unless they wanted to become beast food. "Ah, I found it!" he shouted. Seeing something else, Duncan seemed more excited about this than the large footprint. He moved a leaf out of the way so he could see what it looked like. 2 little feet walking with the larger footprints. "I knew I wasn't crazy. Just everyone wait. When I bring the little man with me, then we will see who is laughing," Duncan said. Following the footsteps and tracks, it got harder to find them as time passed, and Duncan wasn't exactly an excellent tracker. However, there was something that he was coming across while following what little tracks he could find. Dead beasts. Beasts often fought with each other on the island, but they rarely did so to their death. It would happen on occasion, but the way the bodies of the beasts had been killed, and how many dead beasts he was finding, it was clear it was done by someone. Did the little man save whoever crashed? That was the only conclusion Duncan could come to. After all, the little man was strong enough to fight toe-to-toe against him, and there weren't many in the world that could do that. The chances of someone else accidentally coming onto the island and being that strong didn't really enter his mind. He paused for a second and thought it was best to keep Brock updated. Lifting his hand from his digital watch, he started to make a call back to the base. "I'm near the place that you asked me to check out," Duncan said. "And I found the little man," Duncan reported. Nearly dropping his whole upper body on his desk, Brock was starting to wonder if Duncan needed to go for a mental evaluation. Perhaps something happened to him recently. "Just you wait. I'll bring him back and prove to you he's real." With that, the call was ended, and Brock had no clue whether or not another person had been discovered. He attempted to call him back, but all his calls were ignored. "Why do I have a bad feeling that something is about to happen?" Brock said to himself. Still searching, Duncan eventually ran out of places to look. The tracks ended, and the bodies of dead beasts seemed to stop as well, but he had no clue where they went, and footsteps were heading back and forth. "Where are you?" Duncan shouted in anger. Suddenly, the leaves to his right ruffled. Shooting out from the leaves, something had wrapped around Duncan's arm. "I am not in the mood to deal with you," Duncan shouted. Pulling with all his strength, he yanked the creature out of the leaves, and the beast could be seen. It was a strange-looking creature, crawling on all fours and looking like a large dog. It had 2 green tentacles on either side of its mouth, one of which was attached to Duncan. There was a large snout nose on it, but Duncan couldn't see any eyes. Lifting his other arm upward, the ground raised and suddenly hardened around the beast's legs. With his hand again, with a little flick, a slice of air came out, cutting the beast's tentacle. It started to scream in pain. But that was only for a short while, because the next second, Duncan was by the beast's side, and using his 2 hands, held its snout shut. "Shut up! Don't you dare make any noise! You're giving me a headache!" Duncan shouted. It tried to open its snout, but when it did, Duncan used more strength, pushing its upper and lower jaws together, now grinding its 2 sets of teeth. When it stopped resisting, Duncan did as well. "Good. Now I and you are going to make use of this big nose of yours. It should come in handy. There are people I'm looking for, and you're going to help me find it," Duncan said. Riddled with fear and under its sheer strength, Duncan climbed onto its back and was now riding it through the jungle. He could not tame the beast or communicate with it, but through his methods, it had chosen to listen to him. "I can't wait to meet you again, little man," Duncan said with a smile, and the beast was heading straight for the foot of the volcano. Not because it wished to listen to the man, but because there was a stronger beast there. The beast wanted to make the man pay for what it had done to him, and he knew just the beast to solve the problem. "Come on, move quicker," Duncan said, digging his foot into its side. The beast certainly moved faster, in the hopes of seeing this man die. Borden and Quinn were walking through the forest and were heading for the foot of the volcano. Only this time they were being more cautious than before. Soon they would be fighting an Emperor-tier beast, so they didn't want to waste any extra energy fighting King-tier beasts on their way there. Quinn had agreed to take on the Emperor-tier by himself, as a way to improve and see where he stood in terms of skill. Borden would watch and come in if there was any trouble, but this was a beast Borden was even unsure he could beat. Quinn was quite confident, but he would be lying if he didn't say he was a little nervous. He had previously defeated an Emperor-tier, but only with the assistance of his teammates, who were able to distract the beast. Quinn also wanted to defeat the Emperor-tier beast on his own. It was a good way to gauge where he was strength-wise, and if he could defeat a beast that Borden couldn't, then there would be no need for the two of them to fight each other again, and they could both go to save Borden together. "Don't worry, we won't have to move this slowly for much longer," Borden said. "For some reason, the closer we get to that large tablet, the fewer beasts there are. One time my transformation was running low, and I escaped and ran to this area. When I went past the muddy ground onto solid ground, the beast suddenly paused. It was as if it couldn't go past a certain point. Near the tablet, the only things there are Emperor-tier beasts, and possibly higher ones, but I have never seen anything higher for myself." "Have you gone to the tablet? Maybe there's something there that's stopping them," Quinn asked, finding what Borden said indeed strange. "No," Borden replied. "Logan specifically told me to never go to the large tablet without him. I promised, and I will keep my promises. Although I have to ask, do you feel this strange energy coming from it?" When Quinn closed his eyes, he tried to focus, but he could feel nothing coming from the tablet, nor could he feel anything coming from around it. He tried using his inspection skill, but it was far too far for him to use. "I feel nothing," Quinn replied. Borden didn't say anything after that and just continued moving forward. Why the closer we get to that tablet, I can feel something, but Quinn can't. Maybe I need to ask Brother Borden once we save him." Logan's room was quite nice and spacious on the inside. However, it didn't appear to be very modern, and it appeared that it hadn't been updated since the building was constructed. There was no sign of technology inside, and if it hadn't been for the sunlight streaming in through the window, the only source of light would have been the candles scattered about. Logan just wanted to lie down and rest while sitting on the bed because it was so soft and comfortable. Take a night of good sleep. He was used to staying up all night working on his gadgets, and he was usually exhausted as a result, but this time was different. In his life, it was the first time he had gone through so-called training sessions, physical activities to get stronger and better and to improve his body. He also tinkered with objects and invented new things to get stronger. Because of all of this, there was a new type of feeling entering his body for the first time, and it felt strange to him. He wanted to just rest his body for a change rather than his mind, but he knew he couldn't. Now was the perfect time for him to act. After dispersing a few of the small spiders, it was time to search the castle and try to find out just where Borden exactly was, and that's when they could start planning things. Right now, he was unsure how long his little play would last. Soon they would find out it was all an act. He was worried because he no longer had the mask he used to communicate with others. He hoped that it was either destroyed or lost in the forest somewhere with the rest of the rubbish. However, there was a chance someone had found it when it was on him. If they figured out what it was, it would certainly look bad for Logan, especially since he had already stated that he was on his own. He could have said there were others, but knowing how the Blades acted, then they would have thought just keeping one alive for information was enough. This was also the first time he had been left alone since coming to the castle. It would have been impossible for Logan to update the others so they could all be telling the same story. The second one of them said that they were here for a different reason than him, and they would have their cover blown. Being chucked out of the sea by a large, strange beast was not part of the plan, so Logan had never prepared for something like this. He could sense the spiders better when he closed his eyes, and he was also attempting to connect with his soul. There was a small warmth felt in his chest, but nothing else. It was certainly progressing from feeling nothing, but he still was unable to summon it. Finally, it seemed like the spiders had discovered where Borden was, a single floor under the first floor of the castle. Now he just needed to wait for the right time to go as well. Brock reappeared not long after, requesting Logan's return. He would have been awakened even if he had gotten some sleep. Brock then escorted him back to a waiting room. It was a room located slightly ahead of the entrance to the castle. "This is the boy I was talking about in the messages," Brock said, entering, and Logan followed. Sitting down on a sofa, he could see a fairly older middle-aged woman, and behind her, 2 boys. "Logan, what the hell is he doing here?" Peter thought. "He's already in the castle. And where is Quinn? I thought the 2 of them would be together by now." It was an unexpected surprise for Peter, but at the same time, this wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. The only problem was that Peter was under the disguise of someone else, and he needed to find some way to tell Logan who he was without revealing himself. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Green," Pam said with her legs crossed. She didn't bother to get out of her seat as a sign of her power, but at the same time she wasn't being disrespectful. Brock was the one who placed his hand on Logan's shoulder to sit down. "The Green family is one of the most influential families outside of the Big Four. It may have been a coincidence that you have arrived on this island, but I never thought there was a chance we could be working together. It would certainly make our lives a lot easier." "Yes," Logan replied, "although whoever was helping you out before, or currently is, doing a pretty good job." "It was hard to find any information on the Blade family at all," Logan replied. "Oh, so you knew about us. That's strange. I didn't think the Greens did." "Maybe that's one of the reasons why you need me alive," Logan replied. "You were almost invisible, but not quite. If I found out about you, then maybe others can as well." This was a complete bluff on Logan's part. He had found nothing about the Blades. The only reason he knew what he did was thanks to Owen and Mona revealing things. But there were two reasons why he had chosen to say this. One, hoping that it would reveal who had helped them out before. Two, giving them a reason to keep him alive so they could work together. Pam had a strange smile on her face and then started to laugh. "You are a cocky little brat at your age," Pam replied. "Luckily, I don't mind that, but let me tell you something that will shock you. The Blades never kept themselves hidden in the first place. Sure, they didn't exactly shout about their name at the top of their lungs like the others, but we never tried to keep any of it under wraps either." "What do you mean?" Logan said, confused. "Then why hide your involvement in everything? Why did you tell the Big Four not to tell anyone your names? And why isn't the military aware of you?" "It certainly is a mystery, right?" Pam replied. "But what I'm telling you is the truth. We didn't do any of that. Someone has been attempting, for some reason, to make it appear as if the Blades never existed in the first place. You understand what I'm saying, right? It wasn't us, but someone else who wanted us to appear invisible to the outside world." The two of them had finally gotten out of the heavy forest area, and now there were fewer trees and more large rocks could be seen. The ground underneath them had also slightly changed. There was no longer soft mud underneath their feet, but it was solid and black. It was a sign that Borden and Quinn were getting close to the foot of the volcano now. Just like Borden had said, they could see fewer beasts, or next to no beasts at all in this area. They no longer needed to creep and bend around corners. They were just walking normally. "Can you tell me a bit more about this beast? If you know where it is, I'm guessing you fought with it before?" Quinn asked. "Of course," Borden replied. "I want you to improve. I don't want you dead. The beast is large in size, around 4 meters tall and wide. I imagine it weighs a couple of tons as well, judging by its size. Its skin is black in color. It has hooves on its feet, but claws as hands." "A humanoid beast?" Quinn asked, a bit concerned now. If it was a humanoid beast, then it would be a lot more difficult to deal with than a regular Emperor-tier beast. "No, its body is too beast-like for that, and it wasn't clever enough," Borden replied. "On its head it has too many eyes to count going along either side. They glow a bright yellow color, and they also have a thick golden mane going around its neck and then following a single line down its back. However, now comes the most important part, its tail. It has 3 tails in total. Each one has the head of a serpent creature from their mouths. They can shoot fire. When fighting it, I was doing quite well against it until it started to use its tails. I knew from then on I could no longer win the fight, not while I was on a time limit." If the beast could use fire, that meant it was an elemental Emperor-tier beast. The one Quinn had fought before was just a regular Emperor-tier. This would be a tough opponent for Quinn. That was unless one had an ability that was better suited to going against these elements. If Quinn remembered correctly, Leo had gifted him 3 advanced-tier crystals that all contained the lightning ability, which was why his gauntlets had such an impressive active skill. Now Quinn was starting to imagine what the crystal from the beast could be used to make, before even beating it. "Stop smiling, you fool," Borden said, jumping up and hitting him on the back of the head. "If you look too far ahead and not at the tasks in front of you, then you will end up dying. Do you want to die?" Quinn shook his head quickly and was rubbing his head. He didn't want to get hit by the heavy-handed little Borden. Eventually they reached the bottom of the volcano. They were now looking for an entrance as they walked around. Instead of scaling or living on top of the volcano, the beast chose to live within it. Finally, they had found a large cavern entrance, and when they entered, the first thing that hit Quinn was the extreme heat inside. The heat waves in the air in front of him could be seen, and he was starting to sweat in an instant. "Is this an active volcano?" Quinn said, seeing that there were pits of lava in certain places, whole lakes that flowed. The view looked quite nice with the hot lava all around lighting up the place, giving it a glow. "Come on, the beast is in here somewhere. Let's just be careful. If we fight against it, it would be best on one of these larger platforms that aren't surrounded by lava that can kill us," Borden commented. They walked for a little while. and Quinn was starting to wonder how much longer he could bear the heat. He was having similar effects to when he was out in the sun as a vampire. Although checking his status, everything seemed to be normal. His stamina was down by a couple of points, but it was nothing drastic. In a way, seeing that his system said he wasn't being affected by everything too much just made him seem and feel like a big crybaby who was complaining about it being a little too hot inside. "There it is," Borden said, pointing at the beast, but he quickly hid to the side behind a red rock and pulled Quinn along with him. The two of them peeked over the rock and could see the beast. It was exactly how Borden had described it. However, there was one thing that was in their favor. The beast was asleep. The two of them looked at where the beast was, as it didn't seem to be in a favorable position. Where they stood was a large platform, surrounded by nothing but the walls and the way back out of the volcano. As for the beast, to reach it one would have to walk across a thick, wide bridge that eventually led to a larger platform on the other side, where the beast slept. The bridge was wide enough to fit 3 or 4 trucks on it, so they weren't scared it would break or anything, and it looked to be very sturdy, having large supports underneath. What they were concerned about was that on either side of the bridge there were pools of lava underneath. If they fought with the beast and it knocked them over, it would be the end of them, super healing or no healing. "What should we do?" Quinn asked. "I know this was meant to be a part of your training," Borden replied, "but I feel like the fact that it's asleep, we can't just waste this chance. The crystal will be a great help, and if we can get out of this without getting any big injuries, that will be great." It looked as if Borden was suggesting that Quinn attack the beast while it was asleep. He looked at where they stood and where the beast was. "It shouldn't be a problem. The platform on the other end is large enough to fight on, and is just like this one. It isn't surrounded by lava or anything. As long as the beast doesn't wake up while I'm walking across the bridge, then everything should be okay," Quinn thought. "All right, let's go, but you're coming with me," Quinn said, as he moved and dragged Borden by the wrist. Walking across the bridge was fine, and when they got to the quarter waypoint, they announced that the beast was unlikely to awaken. There was already far too much noise going on from underneath. The lava was constantly emitting hisses, crackles, and pops, and the beast appeared to be sleeping soundly through it all. Their footsteps would do nothing to add to that small amount of noise, and now they had finally reached the halfway point. At that exact moment, a strange voice was heard. "Ha ha ha ha!" A man could be heard laughing. Quinn quickly turned around along with Borden to see who it was. "I finally found you, little man. Did you think you could get away after our last fight? Oh, and it looks like you brought a friend." Immediately, Borden recognized the man. This was the one who he had fought with before. Of all times, this was the worst. With Duncan behind them and the Emperor Tier Beast in front, they had nowhere to go. Quinn, on the other hand, was more concerned with the beast. He turned his head back to take a peek. "Phew, the beast is still sleeping away. I guess it won't wake up just from someone shouting then," Quinn thought. "When I take you back to the castle, I'm going to hang you up, little man, so everyone can see that I wasn't lying. Because of you, everyone thinks I've gone mad," Duncan shouted, and started to laugh out loud again. "I'm thinking that you have gone mad," Borden said. "Quinn, you deal with the Emperor Tier Beast. I've fought with this guy before. I won't be able to beat him, but I can hold him. You do whatever you can to kill that beast as quickly as possible while it's asleep." "You got it," Quinn replied. Suddenly, the beast that Duncan was riding upon started to run about in circles. Then it lifted its front 2 legs to get Duncan to eventually fall off it. The others thought the poor beast must have been tortured to work for him and would simply run away, but that was never its plan. It ran around until it found what it was looking for. Using the tentacle that was uninjured, it wrapped it around a small rock. Then it looked in the direction of Quinn, not Duncan. "Don't tell me it's planning to—" Before Quinn could finish his sentence, he could see the rock flying over his head. It went far and wide, and eventually plopped on top of the large beast's head. "Is there any chance that didn't wake up the beast?" Quinn thought, looking away and not wanting to see. A loud growl was heard throughout the volcano, and it felt like the whole room was shaking. "I guess not." Duncan, who had finally gotten off his back, was stunned by the beast's deafening roar. "That damn beast! Wait until I get my hands on it," he said, turning his head around. He could see the beast in the tunnel had just entered by looking at him. It paused for a few seconds, and he wasn't sure if he was imagining things, but he could have sworn it smiled before running off. Another loud growling sound was heard that shook the room once again. He turned around to see what was making the noise, and saw the large black beast. Its head was held high in the air, and all of its rage-filled eyes on the side of its head opened up. When he entered the room, he was so busy looking at the little man that he didn't even look at what was behind him. That beast looks strong. It has to be at the Emperor tier, right? Well, it's a good thing I brought my beast gear with me. The smart thing to do would be to leave now and probably wait by the entrance of the cave for the small man to leave, but he imagined himself either dozing off or somehow the little man getting past him. Then the image of everyone in the village laughing at him came into his mind again. While he had the small man in front of him, he wasn't going to let him go, and it looked as if his friend was ready to face the beast instead, not that he had high hopes for him. Maybe I can snatch him and run away, Duncan thought. He would have to act soon, for the large beast was now making its way towards the bridge. Inspect. Emperor tier Cremeta beast. Condition very good. Angry. Quinn didn't need the system to tell him the last part. The loud, ear-piercing roars were enough for that. What surprised him most, though, was that when looking at the Emperor tier beast, there was no instant level quest that had been brought up. System, I think you're thinking too much of me right now. Seeing the beast walking towards them, Quinn feared a fight on the bridge would be disadvantageous to them. But it also looked like Duncan had already made his way across the bridge. The only thing Quinn could do now was trust Borden. Borden, I'll finish this beast in 10 minutes and we'll go save Borden, Quinn said with his hand held out. Jumping up, Borden gave it a big slap. If we don't, then who will? Quinn equipped the Emperor tier mask and placed the points into agility, and then headed forward as fast as he could towards the beast. He aimed to reach the platform the beast was on before it could reach the bridge. Seeing a small little man coming towards it and with the beast enraged, it wasted no time in lifting its 3 snake tails above its head. They opened their jaws wide as if they had no bones, and fired out fireball after fireball. The attacks are strong, so if I use my shadow to block them all, it'll just be a waste of time, Quinn thought, and he did his best to avoid them. He was fast, but the fireballs were large. He had dodged the first one just relying on his speed, but as the second one came towards him, he needed to use the flash step. Then the third one, another flash step after that. Quinn would be too exhausted to fight the beast if he had to constantly use flash steps just to reach it. He eventually gave up and tried to rely solely on his natural speed, but one of the fireballs struck him. It had skimmed his face on one side, and he could feel the intense heat radiating from it. That nearly hit! While thinking about the fireball, another one was heading straight for him. Blood wall, 20 HP! A red wall was raised in front of him, and the two powers collided with the fireball bursting into flames. Quinn was unsure about how much blood he needed to put into the wall, but 20 points of HP seemed to be enough. But equally, just like with the shadow, he couldn't be using his HP and blood so easily like that. But it was worth it, for now. He was directly underneath the beast. The shadow dome will be useless here. The beast is too large. It would just destroy the shadow. First, I need to get rid of those annoying things. Back on the bridge, Borden had fully transformed into his Dalki form. A transformation ability and a strong one, Duncan mistakenly said. Borden did look like a Dalki, but no one had ever seen a child one before, and usually they were permanently in their dragon-like forms, so it was a logical conclusion for Duncan to come to. But our fight won't be like last time. This time I have 2 abilities, and I think I know why you ran off in our last fight. Although your transformation ability is powerful, little man, you can only keep it up for a short while. Why don't you just come with me and leave your friend to distract the beast for us? At that moment, a few fireballs from the ones Quinn had avoided came their way. With his small body, Borden was able to duck down and allow it to go over his head, but it was moving too fast for Duncan to dodge. Placing both hands together, Duncan threw his hand out, and a small tornado had formed, moving the fireball upwards and toward the ceiling. That was a lot harder than I thought, Duncan said. That beast is definitely at the Emperor tier level. I don't want both of us to die. Let's leave this place and just come back with me. I won't hurt you. When the beast kills your friend, it will definitely come after us. I think you mean when my friend kills the beast and we get out of here, Borden shouted, stepping off the ground and charging forward. Hoping to slow little Borden down, Duncan raised a wall in between the two of them, but with his strength, he just smashed right through them one after another with his fists. Duncan was waiting for him with another tornado when he finally broke through the 5th wall. Seeing this, Borden paused for a second before punching the air as hard as he could with all the strength he could muster. Placing his hand in the strange tornado, it began to slice up his hard skin, but the sheer force of his punch had managed to cause the entire tornado to disperse and disappear. You didn't have this strength last time, Duncan said. Were you holding back? Of course. I needed the energy to run away, but this time I have a free ride, Borden replied, pointing his thumb back at Quinn, who was fighting the beast. The kid's not dead yet? I guess I should have assumed that the little guy's friend would have been strong as well. Why are these people on the island? If they were to plan an attack, surely they would have brought an army with them. With such a small team, it means their goal is something else. Duncan started to think. Borden charged in while he was in the middle of his thoughts and was ready to throw another punch as he got close. Duncan stomped his foot, and a small platform was raised under his right leg, throwing him off balance. Then he felt a powerful kick to the side of his chest. A strange wind cloud appeared behind him and pushed him forward before his body could fly away. This guy, as I thought, is not a normal human being. His kicks and punches are hurting me, Borden thought. 2 slashes of wind came towards Borden. He blocked the attack by lifting his forearms. Usually his skin would be hard enough, especially around his forearms where his scales were more visible. But the attack was digging in quite deep. He threw his arms outward and used his energy to force the wind blades outward. The attack went deeper, but the attackers dispersed as well. Green blood could be seen on the floor. Borden hadn't been hurt this badly in the vampire world in a long time. It was the first time since he was little Borden. Normally fights wouldn't last long for him to get involved, or he'd decide not to get involved to avoid the pain he was in now. Because it was simple. If he didn't finish the fight in 10 minutes and used all his strength while fighting, he would be dead. He already felt weak after the transformation, so he always left a little in the tank to run away. There was no point in trusting Quinn at this point, and he had no choice but to fight until the end. "You've made a mistake in hurting me like this," Borden said. "You see, I learned from my brothers that there is something special about my kind." Getting up from the ground, Duncan was wondering if he should attack. The hairs on his arms were standing up, looking at Borden. He feared if he did, then maybe he would be the one to get hurt. "The more I get hurt, the stronger I become." The last time Duncan and Borden fought, it wasn't like this. For instance, Duncan only had one ability, but still his natural strength, along with his beast equipment, had given him the stats to allow him to have equal strength. The two of them had traded blows, with neither one getting seriously hurt. It looked like they were an even match until suddenly Borden started to run away. The time limit was nearly up for him, and he knew fighting any longer would just be a waste of time. This time was different. The extra MC cells could be used to power his specialty ability, Wind. The fight was clearly one-sided, and it hadn't been long since they started. Looking at Borden now, he was getting a similar feeling to the people he saw in the castle. Something has clearly changed. All Duncan did was blink, and when he opened his eyes again, it looked as if the little man had teleported right in front of him. His reflexes were fast, though, and his own body had already gone into survival mode from sensing the sudden change, and had blocked the punch. "He's faster, and the punch, it's stronger," he grunted, as a few more punches came his way. He was able to block most of them, but each time he was being pushed back. Their strength was no longer equal to each other. "Wait until the guys hear about this. They'll think I'm even crazier after this story." He needed to do something to get away. He fired a gust of wind beneath him with the palms of his hands, launching him into the air, and then a platform was raised from the ground, giving him a height advantage. From above, he lifted the ground underneath Borden and trapped him in a ball, this time using the MC cells from both abilities combined. His ability right now would be slightly higher than a level 8 Earth user. This should hold him. If my guess is right, all I need to do is hold out until his transformation ends. It was a crummy thing he was doing, but he didn't care. The only thing he was concerned about was proving to those people in the village that they were wrong, that the little man did exist. He didn't care how he won this fight. He would take the little man back with him. It had become a type of obsession for him. Bang! Bang! He heard a few loud bangs and saw cracks in the Earth's surface. "What the hell are you?" Gathering more of the ground from the bridge, he started to harden the area around the little man more, reinforcing it more with the ground. However, the bangs continued, and the cracks seemed to be appearing on the outer layer. "You leave me no choice. I wanted to bring you back alive, but if you're going to be stubborn, then I can bring you back dead." Not wanting to waste any more of his MC cells. At the right moment, he let the earth wall lower itself. He had timed it perfectly with the bangs, and now Borden was flying through the air with a fist forward, the momentum chucking him up like so. When looking above, he could see Duncan there, and his hand appeared to be wrapped in another strange tornado. Not being able to dodge in midair, there was nothing Borden could do but take the punch. Hitting the little man as hard as he could, the two of them went down and slammed into the bridge so hard, the sides started to crumble, falling into the lava. The small tornado that was covering Duncan's arm started to wrap around Borden's entire body. Holding him down, the wind seemed to be cutting and slicing his body apart. It was as if hundreds and hundreds of wind slices were being thrown at him, hitting his body. Cuts started to appear in different places, and blood being chucked up from the wind was thrown onto Duncan's face, but it didn't faze him one bit. "In this world, from a young age, we've been taught that only the strong survive. Your death was only because you were weak," Duncan said. Suddenly he felt something small grab his hands. "I agree," Borden said, and before Duncan knew it, his whole body had been lifted into the air. He was slammed into the ground. The attack had been stopped, and he was hurt as he coughed up a few little specks of blood. He shifted the ground beneath him to move his body away because he couldn't move. Then, after a brief period of recovery, he noticed the little man standing up, his body covered in cuts. "You've lost a lot of blood. For someone your size, I'm surprised you're still standing," Duncan said. "Unfortunately for you, this fight is over." Borden looked different than before. This was due to the fact that his spikes had retracted into his back, leaving the scales on his body barely visible. Because he was injured, he had gained more strength and was able to stop the attack and injure Duncan, but the time limit had expired. Borden could no longer fight. "Just in case you have any more tricks up your sleeve, it's best if I finish you off." Swinging out his hand, Duncan unleashed a powerful wind slash. It was fast, and he was sure now that the little man was no longer in his transformed state, and he would be unable to deal with or avoid the attack. "Quinn, look after my brother for me," Borden said. When the slash of the wind came close to him, something began to move beneath his feet, and it had raised at the appropriate time. The wind slash collided with the ground and came to a halt. "What is that?" Duncan said. It looked like an ability, but it couldn't have come from the little man. When the shadow dropped, the attack continued forward, but the little man was no longer there. Instead, off slightly to the side, he was held in a strange man's arms with a mask on. Was that the person from before? But wasn't he fighting the beast? They were too engrossed in their fight that they were unaware of what was happening behind them. Taking a look behind Quinn's back, Duncan could see that the Emperor tier beast was no longer moving, but it wasn't just asleep. There were no signs of it breathing at all. It was dead. Did he kill it? But how? What confused Duncan more than anything wasn't that the beast was dead. There was always the possibility, after seeing how strong the little man was, although he felt like it was unlikely. What was shocking was that when looking at the man, he appeared almost uninjured. Did he defeat the beast without taking a single hit? He couldn't imagine anyone, apart from those from the castle, being able to overwhelm such a strong beast like that. "You used your shadow skill on me," Borden said, being held in Quinn's arms like a baby. "You idiot! You should have been focusing on your fight." "I see you're healthy enough to complain," Quinn replied. Borden smiled but was too hurt to laugh. "You really did it, huh? You defeated the beast in 10 minutes. I guess we can go save Borden after all." With that, Borden closed his eyes. "Status, condition very weak." As long as it didn't say critical, then Quinn was sure Borden could survive something like this. Quickly moving away, he placed Borden next to the dead body of the Emperor tier beast before returning to the bridge. Quinn's movements were so fast, faster than the little man he had just faced. "These people, are they from the Big Four? Did they have an ability like this?" Duncan started to panic a little. Super speed, a strange shadow, what did it all mean? "I guess the system wasn't lying. The Emperor tier wasn't worth a level up." "Inspect." After using inspection on Duncan, Quinn let out another sigh. "I guess you're not worth a level up either." Quinn had activated his Shadow On ability when he and Borden did their little hand slap before facing off their opponents. He wasn't going to let it happen, even if it meant he'd have to spend a lot of his MC points on it. He would not let his friend die, not while he was there. He knew Borden's strength, but he was unaware of how strong the blades were as well. Moments before saving his life, Quinn was busy dealing with the Emperor tier beast. Now that he had gotten close to the beast with its large paw and claws, it had swiped at Quinn. It was hoping that with its sheer size and strength, it could deal with him immediately. The attack is slow, Quinn thought, which gave him enough time to prepare exactly what he needed. Stomping his foot on the ground and timing it right, a strong blast of the blood hammer had hit the paw, and the power had knocked it slightly away. Even the beast seemed a little startled and shocked by the sheer amount of power that had come from Quinn. From the fight with the sun shields, he had leveled up a few times, giving him additional stats. He also had his new equipment on. But even back then, when fighting the sun shields, he had his new equipment on. The Quinn now, and the one before fighting the sun shields, are quite drastically different. The first being, every time Quinn leveled up, there was something he didn't notice compared to before. Even though his HP no longer increased above 100, his natural resistance to attacks had done. An attack that would take off 5 HP at level 35 might only take off 2 HP now that he was at level 38, which meant his body overall was getting stronger. On top of this, without fail, every day, Quinn started his day by practicing controlling his ki. There seemed to be no signs of slowing down in this department, for each day the ball of ki he could sense would get bigger and bigger. With his body naturally getting stronger, it also meant he could use more of his ki without destroying his own body. Previously, when he released a large burst of ki, it would harm his own body. Usually this wouldn't be too bad because he could heal up, but ki had a strange effect on vampires, and that included when being used on himself. It made vampires heal slower. All of this, even though hammering the claw away, had resulted in a far more powerful hammer strike than he had anticipated. Seeing what happened, the beast decided to change its tactic and leaped back a bit, firing the fireballs once again. This was something ki wouldn't help him with and was annoying. He closed the distance between him and the beast the same way as before, using a mixture of the flash step and his impressive speed. In the end, he had to use another blood wall as well. With the flask and blood bank, he wasn't too worried. Essentially, it was like he had 3 lives with these 2 things. When he got close enough before the beast could leap away again from him, Quinn threw out a blood slash and caught it with his shadow, creating the shadow blood scythe, extending it in the air and swinging it downward. It was sharp and strong enough to cut one of the serpent's heads off from its tail. It still leaped up in the air and moved away again, but now there were only 2 tails. Repeating this pattern, the beast tried to fire fireballs at Quinn again, only this time it was easier because there were only 2 tails. Quinn had 2 shadow scythes in his hand and had chopped off both of its tails, repeating the pattern from the previous time. It was no longer a significant threat now that its fire attacks were gone. It seemed like only the fire attacks were something that Quinn had to worry about. With no choice and fighting for its life, the beast started to swipe its claws, pounce, and move on top of Quinn. But using all the skills he had in his arsenal, he was able to avoid getting hurt, while at the same time dealing damage to the beast. Adrenaline points have reached 100. Skill activated. Points have been placed in strength. With the skill activated, Quinn ignored one of the claws coming towards him. He could have avoided it and finished this fight without getting injured, but he decided to take the hit and finish his move even quicker. He had been cut across the chest, and a huge amount of blood was drawn. 15 of 100 HP. Activate blood bank. Another hammer strike was made towards its chest. He could see from the status screen that the beast was in a very weak state, but with the extra strength, his hand was able to go right through the beast's body, and he had dealt the finishing blow, holding the crystal in his hand. With the crystal taken out of its body, there was no longer a source of power for the beast. It wasn't the beast's heart, but being this hurt, the crystal was the only thing left keeping it alive. The blood bank started doing its work, and the wounds on his body were healing. After this, the events that led Duncan and Quinn to be standing opposite each other on the bridge. "I have to run. If he could kill the beast so easily, then I'm no match for him," Duncan thought, and he quickly got up and started to use the wind to propel his body forward. However, a strange, dark purple shadow started to rise on his face, and his arms started to come out towards him. "What is this?" Immediately he tried to avoid it and fell back down to the ground. "Shadow Void." "I'm not going to let you run away. I need to save my friend, and if people know you saw us, then that makes it very difficult for me," Quinn said. Duncan hurled wind slashes in the direction of the person who was causing all of this, but the Shadow Void remained standing. Quinn regained his MC points twice as fast. In here, he was free to use his shadow, and blocking oncoming attacks was simple. A larger wind slash was then thrown out, and Quinn responded with a ki-infused blood swipe, which completely destroyed his wind slash. "Time for a change of plan. There's only one thing left I can do," Duncan thought, and he started to run right ahead of Quinn. His attacks appeared random as he threw out wind slashes and tornadoes all over the place. Each time they were either blocked or destroyed by Quinn, but when he was close enough, Duncan suddenly had a burst of speed and managed to grab Quinn by the shoulder. "Ha! You should never have let me touch you. Whatever ability you're using, I will be able to." He stopped before finishing his sentence. For the first time, something had happened that never had happened before. The MC cells in his body were not changing. He fell onto the floor in a panic. "You can't copy my ability, can you?" Quinn said. Getting in closer, Quinn started to look into his eyes, and they started to glow red. "Please work," Quinn mumbled. Influence skill failed. I'm sorry, but Vorten is very important to me, and you hurt the little guy, Quinn said, before finishing him off with a blood slash towards the neck. There was no resistance from Duncan on his part. He was already too afraid to do anything when his ability didn't work, and he fell to the floor dead. Quinn did not gain a level from defeating the Emperor tier and Duncan, but the Shadow Void came down. There was a load of EXP points that had been given. He was still far short of the amount required for a level up. How strong are the people going to need to be? Will I now only level up fighting vampire leaders in the Big Three? It certainly was possible. However, another notification screen appeared. Shadow Void level 3, Shadow on level 2, 50 skill points have been received. This was a nice surprise because now he had enough stat points to unlock one of the level 7 skills. When Quinn was at level 6, he was able to learn and unlock a total of 10 different skills. Shadow Control, Shadow Cloak, Shadow Void, Shadow Equip, Shadow Eater, Shadow Hop, Shadow Path, Shadow On, Shadow Travel, Shadow Space Dimensional Space. When he finished learning all of the skills available at level 6, the system upgraded his Shadow to a level 7 ability, and 2 more skills were available for him to unlock. Both of these skills cost a total of 50 skill points to unlock. Quinn assumed that as long as he unlocked both of the level 7 skills, then he would be able to move on to level 8 and learn a few more skills related to the Shadow as well, things he had seen Arthur do. The 2 skills available were Shadow Swap, Shadow Lock. There was no explanation as to what the skills did, so he could only guess based on the name. It took him a while, but he had finally decided on a new skill. Shadow Lock has been unlocked. Logan had sat in his chair perplexed for quite some time. After Pam revealed that they weren't the ones who were keeping all the information about the blades, he remained silent. Judging by how quiet you've been, you don't know who is doing this either, Pam replied, after letting out a sigh. I was hoping you would have an idea, as you seemed confident, but it appears you do not. The truth was, Logan didn't know enough about the blades to have a list of suspects. To him, it didn't make sense why anyone would want to do this in the first place. It's not that I have no idea of who, but more the why, Logan said, trying to recompose himself and make it seem like he still had cards to play. Right now, he felt like he was playing a game of chess with a knife held up against his neck. He was afraid the second there was no use for him, it would give the blades a reason to get rid of him. The threat of the Big Four. They never revealed information to anyone. Was that due to the blades as well? Logan asked. No, as I said before, the blades didn't reinforce any of this. The only thing Hilston cared about was them holding up their part of the contract. She mumbled to herself the last words, thinking that Logan wouldn't understand what she was talking about. The only thing I can guess is that it was done by this mysterious person. One time I heard a person close to one of the Big Four leaders were running their mouths off about the blades. It seemed like he was doing it for popularity, but the second that rumor he had made got too big, he was silenced, and once again the blades were never spoken of. There were several incidents like this one that have occurred, but none of the people are known to us. The Big Four were already scared of us, and this only added to the fear, so we never revealed that it was an outsider. We saw no reason to. Somewhere in Pam's story, Logan was hoping to find clues to the why, but still, there was nothing. Instead, it narrowed down the few people who were capable of such things. The person or group had to have the skill of influence to alter the media. There weren't many that could do that, and then there was the second part. If they were able to silence members of the Big Four, they needed to be strong as well, strong enough to not fear them. This was what stumped Logan. The only people he could think of that were strong enough were the Big Four themselves, the Blade family, or the vampires. If Richard Eno really was a vampire, then it could be a possibility that he was still behind this after all. Pam looked at Logan and could see his eyebrows twitching. Maybe Logan didn't notice it, but so far, every time he was in deep thought and the cogs in his head were spinning, his eyebrow would start to twitch. As you can see, this mysterious person is doing all the work for us, so we don't really need the greens, do we? She said with a smile, trying to faze him. But Logan wasn't fazed, and he placed his hands down by his knees and leant forward. Isn't it scary? Logan asked. This wasn't what she was expecting, but curious to hear what he had to say, she had her ears perked up. The fact that there is someone out there behind the scenes, like a puppet pulling all the strings. They have managed to hide such a strong force, but at any second they can change the state of the current world. You have no clue how strong or weak they are. Maybe you think the blades are in control, but the way I see it, information is king. Right now, this group or person knows everything about you guys, yet you know nothing about them.
If it was me, I would be doing everything in my power to find out about them." She sat there in silence and leaned back, thinking about Logan's words. Hilston was a stubborn man, and it had been too long since he had found an opponent he couldn't beat, or even that came close to giving him a real battle. Maybe that's why he never cared. But the fears that Logan presented were the same ones that Pam had deep down. "These people are like two peas in a pod," Brock thought, listening from the side. "Even if I agreed with you," Pam suddenly said, breaking the silence, "why do I need you? I found out about you guys, didn't I? And trust me, there are things that I know that you will probably never know, and I already have a suspect. Let me work for you, or correction, let's work together, making both of our lives easier. I believe we have the same goal and are looking for the same person." Peter was preparing himself to jump in at any second. If they were to decline Logan's offer, then they would most likely silence him, and he would do everything to save his life. "Good," Pam said. "I think you will be a great help to us. On one condition. Who do you have as a suspect? I can tell you already have a person in mind." "Sure, I was going to ask you if you knew anything about him anyway. I'm looking for Richard Eno, and if you knew anything about him or where he was currently." "Richard Eno," Pam said softly, as she was thinking about why he would be a suspect. To her, he was just an old scientist who had no relation to the Blades. "Unfortunately not. If you have any reason to suspect him or believe it is him, then please send me a report. I will give you details on how to contact us before you leave the island," Pam said. "I still need to confirm with Hilston that this is all okay." However, Logan wasn't happy about that response. He thought asking here would give him more leads to where Richard Eno was. His family had told him if he needed help to go to him, but he still didn't know why. He was now at another dead end with no new leads. "Ah, Brock," Pam said, "these two wish to transfer and become servants of the castle. I have brought them here and was thinking of leaving them for the night. Perhaps they could shadow one of the servants and find out what it's like in the castle. I still have to watch the others back at the temple." "Wait, don't you need us to come in tomorrow? What will you do without us?" Jazz asked. "The temple already has more teachers than it should. We were trying to be extra precautious. One extra day won't hurt. Besides, maybe our work will get easier with less noise around." "Yo, do you think she was talking about me?" Jazz whispered to Peter. "An excellent suggestion," Brock said. "I shall see if they are the right material for the castle. As for their first task, why don't they escort our guest back to his room?" Brock led both Peter and Jazz, and they all went to take Logan away. Peter was still waiting for his chance to reveal that it was him, but he didn't know how with the three of them present. They were soon going to be upon the room Logan was to stay for the night, and at last Peter had thought of something. "Have you heard of this cursed family thing?" Peter asked Jazz, speaking loudly. "I heard one of the other villagers talking about it." "No, impossible," Jazz replied. "If someone is talking about something, then I definitely know about it. What about them?" "Oh, I don't know anything. I was hoping you would know." And the conversation ended there. Peter only hoped it was enough of a hint to reveal his true identity. After completing all of the tasks and shadowing one of the servants, they were about to retire for the night when a small spider appeared in front of Peter. He wasn't able to sleep anyway, so there was no way he would miss it. Following the spider, it eventually led him to Logan's room. It looked like the hint had worked. He looked around, seeing no one, before deciding to enter, and when he did, he could see Logan there waiting. "I have to say, Peter, I'm impressed you managed to get into the castle before Quinn. And there wasn't a doubt in my mind that you would be the first one to be here where Vorden is," Peter replied. "Well, it looks like it might be up to us two to save Vorden then," Logan said. Stepping forward, Peter heard something crumple underneath his foot. When he looked down to investigate, he could see a letter. "What's that?" Logan asked. "I don't know. It was here right next to the door when I entered." Logan scanned the letter first to see if there was anything dangerous in it, but his spiders had picked up nothing. He eventually decided to open the letter, and there were only a few handwritten words on it. "Keep searching." Today had been an eventful day on the island. It was very rare that they got visitors, and it seemed like more things than usual were happening around here. For Brock, it felt like 10 years had been taken off his life because of how many things he needed to do in such a short amount of time. While in his office, he sat back and started to think about the confrontation between Pam and Logan. That boy is a clever one. He will do well in the future. Whoever he chooses to side with will make a big name for themselves. But soon he would have to move on to a separate matter. He had been trying to contact Duncan nonstop, but there was no response from him. "Don't be a young fool. Are you still upset with me for not believing in the little man? Just answer," Brock thought, but still there was nothing. Just in case, Duncan decided to contact those that had gone to the village, but they had said he had set off in search of the little man in the morning, and he hadn't returned since. Did something happen to him? That can't be possible, Brock thought. Maybe to one of the others, but not Duncan. Duncan was one of the best fighters outside those who trained in the castle. If someone could beat him, he would have known about it, unless this little man was real. It had only been one day, so there was nothing to be concerned about. Duncan had previously gone missing for long periods of time and returned safely. Duncan would be pleased to know he caused this old fool pain if he knew how much Brooke was worried about him. Back in the room, Logan had just read the letter before quickly burning it up. He had checked if there was anything else, but it simply said to keep searching. "Who do you think sent it? Or what do you think it means?" Peter asked. "You were there with us at the meeting I had with Pam. If this letter was addressed to me, then it could only be related to one thing. Richard Eno. Do they mean to keep searching for Eno?" Logan said. In the room itself, there were only a few people with them, so it was possible that after hearing their conversation, one of them slipped him the letter. It could even be Pam herself, but her reaction seemed genuine. There, of course, was also the option that it wasn't any of them in the room. Maybe the room had been bugged, and someone was listening in on them. If it really was Richard Eno, or the person hiding the things to do with the blades, they could easily have had a couple of people working for them on the island. If it was Logan, he would have done the same, allowing him to be one step ahead of everyone's moves. "We don't have time to worry about this now," Logan said. "We need to focus on Vorden. If we are going to save him, then maybe now, while we're both here, is our best shot." "Vorden," a voice said. A door flung open, and falling onto the floor was Jazz. "Huh, is it too late to say I didn't hear anything?" In an instant, Jazz was tied up using some of the bedsheets in the cupboard. He didn't have super strength like the others and could not copy, so he was just like any other person. "Shout and you're dead," Peter said. The words were spoken so coldly that Jazz knew that he meant it. "What do we do now?" Peter said, shaking his head. "I guess we have to act today and without Quinn." "I was planning to anyway," Logan replied. "You see, Vorden is kept underneath the castle chained up. What is surprising, and at the same time not, is that there are no guards down there. Everyone on the island just isn't used to having visitors. The idea that someone would come here just doesn't occur to them." "It's not just that," Jazz added. "The blades are so strong that if you try to leave, they know they will get you." Peter turned and gave him a stare, as if to tell him to be quiet, but Logan told him to calm down. After all, the little bits of information they were getting from Jazz were quite helpful. "Then it should be quite easy to break out Vorden, then. Just head down there, break the chains, and leave this place," Peter said. "If possible, I would like to leave this place on a good note. If we break out Vorden and return unseen, then when we eventually leave and they find out Vorden has escaped, they might think he did it himself. But that was before we got caught," Logan said, looking at Jazz. "Don't blame me," Jazz said, thinking his life was now in danger. "Your plan wouldn't have worked anyway. Vorden is a member of the castle, and he is quite close with Vicky and Pi. Yes, you're right, there aren't any guards down here, but Vicky and Pi go there nearly daily to talk to him. If you were to take him away, they would find out." It was hard for them to know whether or not Jazz was lying, but it did seem reasonable for Vorden's family members to check on him. That was, if this was a normal family. At that moment, Peter said, "If only there was a way we could take him without letting them know, and at the same time we need to get rid of this problem." Looking at Jazz's face, he had come up with a brilliant idea. "I think I have something that just might work." They had decided to move out without Quinn, but the way things were going, they could leave this place without needing to fight at all, which was a plus for all of them. They couldn't wait to see Quinn on the outside, wherever he was, and inform him that they had already saved Vorden. On the way to the dungeon, there were a few locks here and there, but there was nothing for Logan. His spiders could practically take the shape of any lock. The more difficult ones would just take a little longer. When they entered the dungeon, it was a sight that they didn't expect. There were far more people down here than they thought. Each in their cells, and every single one of them was tied up by their mouths and blindfolded. "What in the world?" Peter said. "They're the chained," Jazz replied, who had been brought down with them. "I don't know why you guys are here, or why you're here to save Vorden, but surely you know our ability. Well, we don't have power of our own, so we always have people that we can borrow powers from." "It's cruel," Logan said. And honestly, Jazz didn't know how to reply to that. Even though he thought it was cruel, what could he do? He was in no position to say or do anything. He could only copy one ability, and wasn't even well respected in the village. The only person that was less of a person than him was John, and that's why he always stuck around him. "Can I ask, what happened to John? I know you're not him," Jazz asked. "He's dead," Peter replied, "and if you don't listen or play along, then you might be next." It was a sad thought, but Jazz didn't actually care for John. Instead, he was now more worried about his own behind, so he shut up and did as he was told. Finally, they had arrived just outside Vorden's cell. He was the only one that was simply chained, and had no blindfold or was tied to a strange type of stick in the room. Peter pretended to clear his throat to try to grab his attention. When Vorden looked up, he could see both Peter and Logan. "Well, would you look at that? Now I'm starting to hallucinate about my friends," Vorden said. "Do I miss them that much? If so, I wonder why Quinn isn't here." "He is here, you dummy," Peter said, "and we are very real. We're here to take you back from this hellhole of an island." Lifting his hand, Vorden tried to wipe the tears that were rolling down his face, but the chains around his hand had stopped him. "You're real. I'm really not hallucinating," Vorden thought. While down here, he had already accepted and prepared for the fact that he would never see them again. He realized how much more they meant to him now that they were in front of him. "I never knew he was a softie," Logan commented. "Come on, let's get out of here." "Wait a second," Vorden said, looking at the person standing next to them strangely. "If I'm really not hallucinating, then who is he?" "Him?" Peter said with a smile. "He's your replacement." Standing next to Peter and Logan was someone who looked identical to Vorden. Using his new soul weapon, they had made a replacement. Peter had a rare light bulb moment when he was looking at Jazz and trying to figure out what to do with him. He had his soul weapon with him. It was a type of item that allowed him to alter a user's appearance in any way he wanted. The thing was, they could use the item on Jazz as well as their allies and friends for disguise. The plan was to replace Vorden with Jazz while wearing the disguise when rescuing him. If anyone came to visit him, it would look exactly like Vorden had never left. Even if he shouted and told people what really happened, they wouldn't believe him. After all, Vorden was a prisoner, and it made sense for him to try and say whatever he wanted to be let out. With his hands chained up, it would be hard for him to even destroy the mask on his face. Maybe eventually they would find out, but this seemed like a perfect plan to get rid of two stones in one. And if he didn't want to end up like Josh, he would comply, at least to start with. There was another reason why they were sure Jazz wouldn't run his mouth. In a way, using him like this made him their accomplice. The way Peter had heard the island was run, he was sure that if they found out what Jazz had done, he wouldn't live to see another day, whether it was his fault or not. Jazz knew this was true as well. "Guys, it's great that you made it down here. It means a lot, but I can't come with you," Vorden said. "If you break me out of here and they find out, you will become an enemy of the Blades. You don't understand what my family is like." "Vorden, don't you think we already know what they are like?" Logan replied. "How do you think we found the island in the first place? We know about the Blades." "I know about the temple and what you did there as well," Peter added. "Coming here, we have already made an enemy of the Blades. Quinn is here as well, and you know he won't leave without you. He already made a powerful enemy once, and we dealt with that, didn't we? What's adding one more to that list?" Truthfully, Vorden wanted to say more to try to convince them to not help him, but instead, he knew his true feelings deep down. He looked at them, smiled, and just said, "Please, let's head back together." The Blades were quite old-fashioned when it came to their equipment. People like Logan could break quite complicated locks, but there were even some Logan couldn't break. The ones the Blades were using were quite basic. He was easily able to shape his spiders into the correct design to open the cell door and then unlock the chains around Vorden's wrists. "Where's Quinn?" Vorden asked. "Honestly, we have no idea," Logan replied. "We got a little surprise from a giant sea creature." "You came by sea?" Vorden said. As he was about to say more, he realized that it was probably better that they had come by sea, rather than hovering around too close to a certain area on the island. "Come on, it's your turn now," Peter said, holding the cuffs out while also making sure he didn't make direct eye contact with Jazz. It was one of the orders they had given him if he wanted to see another day. "Isn't there another way? And maybe I can do something to help you guys, at least better than this. Please, I don't want to spend the rest of my time trapped here," Jazz pleaded. "Thank you for your sacrifice," Vorden said. "I promise if I come back one day, I will thank you and reward you for this." With that, they were gone, and so was Jazz's freedom. He didn't shout, he didn't scream. He pulled on the heavy chains and realized he wasn't ever going to be able to escape. If I had friends, maybe they would try and risk their lives to save me. Soon a weeping sound could be heard coming from his cell, and others from the ones next to him followed. Being chained was a cruel fate. Exiting the castle was quite easy, as there weren't really any guards placed for intruders or people trying to escape. Instead, they were just normal workers that would take shifts working at certain times, but it wasn't as if they were on high alert. Therefore, it was quite easy for them to leave the castle, and they were now outside the forest area. "Wait," Vorden said. "They will wonder where Josh and Jazz went. Before you go, you need to place their body at the halfway point on the island. It will be a little gruesome, but if you could tear off one of their limbs, then it will make it look like a beast killed one of them, and they will naturally assume that the other was eaten." "What did you say before you went?" Logan replied. "We already discussed this." I can't leave without those kids," Vorden said. "I know what's going to happen to them. I couldn't live with myself knowing what they would go through. I'm going to head to a place called the Village and grab some abilities from there. Then find a way to get them out of here. You guys go ahead. I promise I won't be too far behind." "No," Logan said in an instant. "You couldn't do it alone. What makes you think you can again?" "Because he's not here this time." "I want to save them as well," Peter said. "Peter's right," Logan replied. "If you want to save them, then let's save them together. Look, I'll head back to the castle. They were going to let me go anyway, so they won't do anything to me for a while. Peter can head back to the temple, and Vorden, you try to find Quinn. When you do find him, then we can try to form a plan to save those kids and get out of here. No one is going to try to do something on their own and die." When Logan spoke, he sounded almost angry. He was quite emotional, and it was something Vorden rarely saw. "Did something happen to him? I guess a few things have changed since I've been away." "All right, fine." The plan was set, and Vorden ran off into the forest in search for Quinn. Meanwhile, Peter would head back towards the temple, leaving Logan to inform Brock that he saw the two of them head to go with Pam in the morning. It would buy them the time they needed. Now the only question that was on his mind was where Quinn was. "Are you sure he's in here?" Quinn asked. "There weren't even any guards." "Yes, I'm positive. This is where I went last time to hand him the mask. The island doesn't seem to get a lot of visitors, so they aren't exactly on high alert," Vorden replied. The two of them had reached the dungeon door where the lock was perfectly on. Using his inhuman strength, Vorden was able to rip the lock apart so they could enter. "I wonder where Logan and Peter are. I thought that they would come in handy trying to save Vorden, but it looks like I'll just have to do everything myself," Quinn said. Entering the dungeon, they walked and a chorus of groaning could be heard. It was hard for Quinn, especially with his sensitive ears, but luckily, Vorden had warned him beforehand what type of place this was. Vorden made Quinn promise that he wouldn't try to save everyone. This was a save one man, and get the hell out of here type of thing. Hey, Vorden, I bet you're happy to see us," Quinn said with a smile. Lifting his head, Jazz was looking at two complete strangers. "We're here to break you free," Quinn said. Yes, I'm Vorden," Jazz said. "Don't worry, Vorden. We'll have you out in no time. Do you think you could bend the bars?" Quinn asked Vorden. The two of them were standing outside of the cell, and rather than rushing forward to help, Vorden stood there for a while. He didn't know what to do, but the feeling he was getting from his brother was different. "Come on, we should leave now while it's still the middle of the night," Jazz said. "That way when Pi and my sweet evil brother and sister get down here, we will have a head start before they notice." Now Vorden was sure of it. "Quinn, this is not my brother. I know he looks like my brother, but I can tell it's not him." Jazz's heart started to beat rapidly. How could this tiny little man know that he wasn't Vorden? He had checked one of the mirrors before leaving. He looked identical to him at the moment. Even he was taken aback and thought it was nearly impossible for anyone to see through the disguise. "Did I slip up somewhere? And who is he calling brother? I don't remember hearing about this guy being part of the castle." Vorden's allegations did make Quinn think for a bit. It was true that the way the two of them talked before just seemed different, but then a distant memory came into Quinn's mind. In the past, Quinn had met Vorden's other personality. Maybe Vorden was so in tune with Vorden that he saw anyone else as not him. Although he had to admit this person didn't seem like the other personality, still, he had met either. There was always the chance that Vorden had more than one. Quinn thought about this a lot after their call on the ship. He had heard 3 similar voices, but all distinctively different through the call. If he had one other personality, then why not more? Maybe Vorden was hiding more things from them than he thought. "Trust me, Vorden, this guy will lead us to the real Vorden. Let's get him out of here," Quinn said. Vorden was unsure of what Quinn meant, and so was Jazz, but he was just happy that he could finally be free. He had no clue how long he would have spent down there, and even if someone did come and check up on him, then he had the fear that they would find out the truth and end his life at any moment.
Rather than trusting that this was Vorden, Borden trusted Quinn, and at the same time, this was the last place he had met the real Vorden. Something had to have changed in that short time, and he was guessing that this person who was in his place knew the answers. Unlike Logan and Peter, everything done by Quinn and Borden was through sheer brute force when breaking in. The locks were broken, the bars were bent, and they left all sorts of traces that there had been a break-in here. They aimed so simply to get him and rush out of there, and that is what they did. The three of them headed out of the castle, not being seen by anyone, and were now already in the forest. The sun was starting to rise as it was soon to be a new day. "So you have an escape ship or something?" Jazz asked. "No, Logan and Peter were here as well, and I'm not leaving without them. We need to find them. They must be out there somewhere." Jazz gulped, thinking he had an idea of who this strange person was talking about, and wondered what to do. He had so many options, but every single one of them seemed like a bad one for him. When the next day arrived, everything seemed normal in the castle. The servants woke up to carry on their duties, and Logan felt confident in their plan. This would give them at least a couple of days. The problem was getting the kids to come off the island with them. Learning a few things from Vorden before the split, he knew that there was a ship large enough to take them all, but the main problem was his sister and brother, who remained in the castle. Logan had felt one of their powers firsthand, and he couldn't agree more that it would be best to avoid a fight with them. What needed to be done was a big enough distraction on one side of the island. Then, hopefully, they would have enough time to go to the ships themselves. However, unknown to him, things wouldn't go the way he wanted. That day, Pi had gone down to the cellar, hoping to talk with his brother. He always felt a little bad for Vorden, but didn't want to show this while the others were still in the castle, especially Hilston. When he did, he saw the broken lock on the door first. "No! Someone got in, but how? It looks like they tore the thing apart." He quickly ran into the dungeon and saw that Vorden's cell was empty. "Hilston's going to kill us if we let him get away," Pi thought. Before reporting to the others, he did a little investigation of his own. None of the other cells were touched, and it seemed like a forced entry. He changed that. It was definitely a forced entry. The main reason was the lock to get into the dungeon in the first place was on the outside. There was no lock on the inside, and one would have to break the door to even get in. Immediately, the first person Pi notified was Brock. He was the eyes of the castle and knew how to control all the servants first. The two of them were now in his office after telling him of the news. "An outside job," Brock said to himself, as he looked at the table and could see a mask there. There could only be one person who was guilty, or most likely to be guilty as a suspect in his mind. The thing was, he saw Logan leave his room for breakfast this morning. If he had broken out Vorden, then why did he need to stay in the castle? Something didn't quite add up, so because of this, they needed to focus on catching Vorden most of all. "Have you told Vicky yet?" Brock asked. "No, I was worried she would freak out and probably make the search even harder," Pi replied. "Good. I suggest that you go with her and search for Vorden, but don't tell her what it's for. Check the areas where they can escape from, although I have a feeling that they won't be leaving just yet," Brock said. Pi immediately left to head out, and Brock was left alone in his room. He started to think about how Logan was acting to see if there was anything out of the ordinary, and one thing did seem a little odd to him. For some reason, without even asking about it, Logan brought up the two servants that were with Pam, telling him they had already left to go back to Temple. Brock didn't care for these people nor what they did. He would never have asked, and it seemed a bit strange for them to, A, informs him, and B, for Logan to know about it. 3 different locations, most likely 3 different people. One with Pam, the other? Is that why Duncan isn't responding? He was sent to the other location. Finally, one in the castle. "What is it?" Pam asked on the receiver end. "Those 2 men that came with you, did they both return?" Brock asked. "Only one of them returned. They said the other one has something to deal with at the castle." "Well, now I'm sure of it," Brock replied. "Vorden is missing, and most likely it has something to do with the person that hasn't returned. I'm not sure if the other one is in on it, but it might be best if you questioned him." At that moment, Jazz had become the #1 suspect for helping Vorden escape, and he didn't even know it. Logan was waiting for him in his room, nervously racking his brain and making plans. He would only leave his room if he was summoned, and so far he had only been summoned for meals or to speak with him on rare occasions. They seemed to be waiting for Hilston, the castle leader, to return, whenever that might be, and only then would they be able to leave. Logan had already made up his mind to stay that long. Naturally, he preferred to leave without arousing suspicion, and he could still return to one of his home bases, unlike the others who had to fly back to the cursed ship.
Quinn, where are you? I was sure you would have made some noise or at least come to the castle by now, Logan thought, but no such thing had happened so far. The lack of news was starting to worry him, especially with someone who was as impulsive as him in his decision-making. If only he hadn't lost the mask, then maybe he could have been updated on the situation. As for Peter's mask, he had destroyed it himself before wearing the disguise and heading to the temple, which was honestly a smart choice, Logan thought. At that moment, while he was in the middle of his thoughts, a knock was heard at his door. He looked at his watch and could see that it was still not time for lunch, so he was wondering why someone would be meeting him. Before Logan could even answer, though, Brock could be seen walking through the doors. "Hello, Logan," Brock said with a smile while having his hands held behind his back. He was a difficult person to read. At least with Vicky, he knew what she was thinking. "Hello, Brock. Is there anything you need? Any more details?" Logan asked. Brock chuckled a little. "I think you might want to listen to what I have to say before answering any of my questions. You see, today there was some big news. A certain someone who was down in the dungeon had escaped, who went by the name Vorden. I'm not sure if you know him or not." Logan's heart sank. How did they find out? Did Jazz rat us out and they believed him? It wasn't like Logan hadn't prepared for this. In fact, he was sure him still being at the castle would have proved his innocence in all of this. "You think I have something to do with this, don't you? I know when I'm being accused, but I'm sorry to say I have no idea what happened. Why would I stay at the castle after freeing someone?" "Yes, you're a smart kid, and I would have thought the same thing. Don't worry, you're not my only suspect, and that's why Vicky and Pi have already been sent out of the castle to look for him. I'm sure whoever went out will soon be found, and we will learn the truth. However, let me ask you one more thing. This is yours, correct?" Brock said, pulling out the mask from behind him. At that moment, Logan knew he had messed up. All along, Brock knew that there were likely to be other people on the island that had lied to him. What he didn't know was the reason for lying to him. In an instant, Logan changed into his battlesuit, allowing the spiders to form all over him. If Vicky and Pi weren't in the castle, then he would only have to beat the person in front of him. "Beating me will not be as easy as you think," Brock said. When Peter reappeared, it was clear that someone was missing. He had done as Vorden had said, and taken his original body and placed it between the two halves of the island in the middle of the night. They'd assumed the beast killed him, and the other person who was with him, if it was ever discovered. However, what Peter didn't expect was that as soon as he arrived, he had been called in a one-on-one meeting with Pam. Rather than beating around the bush, she got straight to the point. "Tell me now, do you have anything to do with Vorden breaking out of the dungeon yesterday?" "No," Peter replied instantly. His expression was unchanged, and no emotion showed on his face. While in his mind they were shooting out fireworks, all the work they had done the other day. Had it gone to waste? And did they already know that Vorden had escaped? "And Jazz, did you see where he went last night? Why didn't he return with you?" Pam asked. "No, he wasn't there this morning, so I assumed he had already left to head back to the temple. I'm just as shocked as you are that he isn't here." "You don't really seem shocked," Pam said, but from when she knew this person, he'd always been like this. This was always his personality to her, and she was certain that if anyone was involved, they would show some fear. Still, she couldn't be sure, as Peter seemed a little too calm. "You're free to go. Don't tell anyone about Vorden disappearing, and at the same time, let me know if you hear anything from Jazz." Peter concluded after leaving the room that they had discovered Vorden had escaped, but had yet to catch him. Something had to be done because he was unlikely to leave the island without the children. He felt like a pair of eyes were always on him when waking up around the temple and going about his daily routine. The only time they weren't was when he was counseling the children. "Teacher, how soon until the event?" one of the kids asked. His hand and whole body were shaking. "I'm not sure," Peter replied. "This is torture. We don't even know how many days we have to go through this hell. Maybe I should go through with Deal's plan." "Deal's plan?" Peter asked. The kid quickly covered his mouth, as if he had let something slip out that he shouldn't have. Peter quickly gave a lifeless look into the kid's eyes. "Tell me about this plan," he asked, his nose almost touching the kid's. It didn't take long until the kid had given in. After all, these teachers were going to watch them kill each other at some point. Maybe they were so heartless that they would even kill them with their own hands. "Deal's been speaking to a lot of the kids," he replied. "He's trying to get everyone to fight back on the event day. He says Vorden was right. If we are going to die killing each other in the first place, then why don't we at least try to fight back for our freedom? Deal has most of the kids on his side, but some of us are too afraid to act. We're only kids. Maybe if Vorden was here, then maybe we could do something." Peter had a new idea after hearing information. It was probably the only thing Vorden could do now that he had been discovered to have escaped. During his counseling session, Peter continued to talk to the kids and managed to get some of them to confess, but he was stirring the pot, stirring their feelings of hatred towards the people and agreeing with the Rise to try to rebel and overthrow the events. And finally it was time for his meeting with Deal. "Deal, it has occurred to me that you have a certain plan to overthrow the teachers," Peter said. Instantly, Deal got up and started to head away from Peter. "What are you going to do? Are you going to kill me? If so, then I'll scream now, and everyone will attack at this moment." "That wouldn't be such a bad outcome," Peter said. "However, if you fight alone, you will lose, and I want to help you." "You want to help us? This is just a trick to get me to reveal everything we're planning, isn't it? I'm telling you now, it's not going to work." "Maybe you don't trust me, but I think that you will trust him." Peter's body began to change and morph, and his facial structure began to resemble someone Deal had wished for. "Vorden," Deal said. With this, and the way the other kids were acting, Peter was confident that he could get them to all act out and join him in his escape. The hero they all believed in was returning to save them. He was confident that if they all believed he was the real Vorden, they would act, especially after all the personal stirring in the kids' minds he had done today. Now the only thing was when to act. To wait for Vorden to find Quinn would be the best, to give them the highest chance of getting out of here alive with everyone. Otherwise, they would have to fight their way out, and there certainly would be a few deaths on their side. "Now, I didn't expect that," Pam said as she opened the door. She had seen the whole thing. Peter had been caught. Pi and Vicky were walking around aimlessly in the forest. While Pi knew the real reason they were out, Vicky did not. In the past, her methods had gotten her into more trouble than they were worth. She was clearly not cut out to be a leader, which is why her brother was always with her. She walked around aimlessly, not bothering to look in any of the places she passed. Pi was searching high and low for any tracks he could find, as if he was in a hurry. "Come on, why are you trying so hard?" Vicky said. "It's Duncan. I doubt anything could happen to him. You know how strong he is." "I know," Pi replied, "but the last time he was seen was when he went to investigate one of the marks that came up on the scanner, and Brock says he hasn't heard from him since." It was a half-true lie. Pi reasoned that the best place to look would be where the alleged intruder had crashed, so they set out into the island's beast region. Pi also thought that if Vorden was to hide and run away, this would be the best place. There weren't many people brave enough to wander around freely in such a place. As a result, fewer people would be focused on finding him. Eventually, their tracks led them to find a few footsteps in the mud here or there, some quite fresh. Also, parts of the jungle looked to have the trees pushed and parted away. The two of them continued to follow when they soon realized where Duncan was heading. It was large and right in front of them, the foot of the volcano. Reaching outside, they could find no more tracks. "Well, come on then, I'm guessing he went inside," Vicky said. "Do you think he found someone or just went hunting? There are some strong beasts inside the volcano." "Let's find out." When they entered, it didn't take long for them to find what they were looking for, but it wasn't what they were expecting. Out on the bridge halfway, they could see Duncan lying there in the heat. His body had gone stiff, but what stood out was the cut mark on his neck. "Someone killed Duncan," Pi said. "I can see that. The problem is who? Who the hell is strong enough to do that, if not us?" Vicky asked. The three boys, Quinn, Borden, and Jazz, were also busy running around wherever they could in the forest. They were searching for any signs of Peter or Logan, but had no luck. Whenever they would get close to the temple, Jazz would purposely steer them away. He had no clue how to get rid of the mask on his face. He had tried touching it and taking it off, but that didn't seem to work, and Peter didn't tell him how to break it off either. Until he learned how to do that, not only would these two idiots think he was Vorden, everyone else would as well. However, he was getting tired of running around. Somehow he needed to get rid of these two. He didn't know the temple well, and there were kids there. If only he could get rid of them, or if they were somehow killed and found out as the real suspects, then he wouldn't get the blame for all this. Then it occurred to him that there was one man outside of the castle who was stronger than anyone he knew. Simultaneously, there was a chance he'd believe his bizarre story that he wasn't Vorden. That man was always easy to deceive, believing in anything. Duncan was the person on Jazz's mind. "Hey, I think I know a place where we can check. There are a lot of people there, and maybe someone took them in, or they are hiding among them with a disguise," Jazz said, using the knowledge he already knew about Peter. "This guy has to be one of Vorden's other personalities. Otherwise he wouldn't know about Peter's transformation.
I think we can trust him, Quinn thought. Sure, lead the way. The real Vorden was also busy running about. The island was a large place, but the first palace he had gone to was the spaceship dock, the place where Hilston had stopped him last time. He checked to see if there was anyone there, and there were people, but not anyone he couldn't deal with. The next step was to look for Quinn and the others. There were hot spots where people would often go. He could rule out the temple since Peter had already been there and was going back there, and he could rule out the castle. There was the beast side of the island, which was the most likely guess. If Quinn had gotten stuck anywhere, it would make sense to be dealing with strong beasts, but before heading off that way, he wanted to try one more main area, the village as well. Finally, Quinn had arrived at the village. When they did, they decided to watch from a distance first. It looked as if the men were getting ready to do something. Many of them had gathered equipment, and out in the middle of the open field in the center of the plaza, people similar to those that Quinn had seen in the dungeon had been brought out. They were lined up, and the villagers were told to touch each of them one by one. They looked to be around 30 of them. Are they all copying an ability? Quinn asked. If that is the case, it will be tough to deal with them all. They may not be all as powerful as that man, but I'm sure they all have a base strength. Jazz, on the other hand, was lifting his head, turning and twisting, but he couldn't see who he was looking for. Yeah, if they were all as strong as that man, I don't think we would fare well, Quinn replied. Although Quinn had a different opinion, he could always use his soul weapon in a situation like this if they really needed to fight so many people. But he didn't want to leave behind so much bloodshed when he felt like these people had done nothing. Listening to the other two talk in the end, Jazz's natural curiosity had gotten the better of him. This man you keep talking about, who was he? Jazz asked while still trying to find Duncan. We never learned his name, Logan replied. I'm sorry if he was one of your family members, but he wore furred armor and had scars running up both his arms. Duncan! Jazz shouted out. Quinn held his mouth shut. Luckily, it seemed like no one had heard of them. Sorry, Jazz replied. Is he? What happened to him? He's dead, Borden replied. I'm sorry. Borden paused there for a second before trying to decide what to call this person. I'm sorry, fake Vorden, if he was your family, but he was trying to kill me, and we needed to get rid of him to save you. Saying rid could only mean one thing. He'd been murdered. When he gained an ability, he considered crossing these two people, or even trying to fight his way out. After all, it was just a little man and a kid. Now all of those thoughts have gone out the window. These people were certainly dangerous and strong if they had killed Duncan. Suddenly, the group of people who were outside of the village started to bow down, and out from one of the houses came a boy and a girl. Damn, Vicky and Pi are here. What the hell are they doing here? We better get out of here as soon as possible, otherwise this is going to get worse, especially if they see me, Jazz thought. Touching the chain they wished, Vicky closed her eyes, and a wave was sent out like a sonar. Instantly, she turned her head and she was looking in the direction of the three of them hiding in the forest. Looks like we found them, Vicky said. After the strange meeting Pam had with Peter, she couldn't quite put her finger on it, but she felt something was up. Jazz seemed to care for this person a lot, so much so that he followed him around everywhere. She thought it was nearly impossible for him to not know what he was doing. However, what concerned her more than anything was the lack of concern about his disappearance. Surely Peter should have been worried if he had disappeared. That was, of course, unless he knew where he was, or Peter was the one that silenced him. Pam wasn't the type of person who would do anything until she received proof or evidence first. She didn't want to just go around accusing others, so she had people from the temple keep an eye on him. Most of the time, they would use their invisibility ability to do so. During the counseling session, Pam decided to look herself, and saw and heard everything from when Peter had transformed himself into Vorden. Now tell me, why would someone want to free Vorden so badly? Are you part of the Big Four? Maybe the Sun Shields? Pam asked. You know, he is a part of the Blade family. They will chase him wherever he goes. The whole thing is useless. Peter was still disguised as Vorden, and for a brief second, Deal, who thought his hero had come and saved him, realizing it was nothing but a lie. Upset by this, he went over and tried running to Pam's side. Wait, Peter shouted out. I know I'm not Vorden, but I'm good friends with him. He's already been freed, and he asked me to save you guys as well. He tried to convince Deal. Otherwise, he would have to fight this alone. Still, Deal kept his head down and continued to run out of the room to join the others. You were going to rely on the kids to get you out of this one? Pam said. Their hopes were already crushed once. I doubt they will ever believe someone can save them again. In the end,
The only people they will be able to rely on to survive are those in the castle, just like the rest of us." Peter then smiled at her. "You're wrong about one thing, you red-headed bitch." No longer did he have to put up with the act and could say what was on his mind. "I was never relying on them. I just thought it would be a pain if I had to deal with the whole thing myself." He clenched his fists, and seeing the look in his eyes, Pam had seen it all before. She knew he was ready for a fight. "Maybe because we don't have any chained here at the moment, you think you can take us on. But let me tell you, even without any abilities, I am plenty strong to beat you." Peter had gone from one side of the room to the other in nearly an instant, and he was already throwing a fist out. It came as a surprise, but Pam was still fast enough to react. After all, there was a reason why she was made leader of the temple. She had strength that was comparable to Duncan and Brock in the castle, one of the strongest people outside of the castle. She lifted her hand, and could see her hand reaching for the fist. Just because one was fast didn't mean they were strong. This was the first mistake she made. Her hand was blown back by the sheer power of Peter, and soon a kick was coming her way as well, right to the stomach, sending her back and crashing against the wall. It was strong, but she wasn't too badly injured. She was wearing her beast's armor after all. That took most of the damage, but still didn't absorb the impact, which was why she was sent flying. "I told you I could do this without the kids," Peter said. Her strength, speed, reflexes, and overall body were better than those of a regular human. She was considered superhuman. Maybe not at the level of those in the castle, but definitely compared to the regulars. In front of her was a man with the transformation ability who had no beast gear, yet somehow he was able to overpower her. It just didn't make any sense. "I need help. Get the chained here immediately." The staff had heard the loud noises and were down the hallway peeking around door frames to see what was going on. They could see that Pam was on the ground looking panicked. Then a few seconds later, they saw Vorden opposite her. "Get the chained!" a man shouted. "Vorden has escaped. We must get him and inform the castle at once." Pam was not too proud to ask for help, and she knew she needed it right now. While 2 of the teachers went off to get the chained, the remaining 16 or so were on their way to where Peter was. "I need to finish them fast, and I need to start with you," Peter shouted, going for a punch at Pam's head. He swung as hard as he could, but she had moved her head, avoiding the blow. Due to Peter's strength, his hand had gone right through the wall. Using this opportunity, Pam kicked Peter in the stomach and punched him on the side of the face. Her blows weren't weak either, but strangely, they weren't working against Peter the same way they usually would. He hadn't moved or whined in pain at all. Pulling his arm out from the wall, he now had a chunk of brick in his hand and went to smash it against her. Diving in from the side and shoving him off balance, one of the teachers had knocked him over. Peter didn't know who or where it had come from at the time, and that was because the teacher was invisible. A few of them that had been told to keep watch under Peter had the invisibility ability. Frustrated at the invisible person, Peter started swinging, but he was hitting nothing but air. In frustration, he placed his hands into parts of the wall and pulled as hard as he could, now holding an even larger piece. He then felt a few kicks to his side and body, but they seemed to be doing nothing. He was having no effect and barely moving his body. Pam thought, "This guy can't feel pain." Pam thought. "Get out of here! He's too strong!" she shouted. The large piece of wall was thrown down the hallway, and it had successfully done its job, as it had whacked a couple of the teachers and had knocked them out. Getting up quickly, Pam headed to the council room and dove through the window, smashing it to pieces. She then safely rolled onto the ground just outside the temple, near the open area. Fear was running through her mind. She felt like she was going up against a beast. However, when she looked up, the mood changed. 2 teachers had arrived, and with them, the chained had been brought out. Most of the teachers, after her warning, had run outside as well. There were now 9 of them in total, including the 2 that returned. Each of them quickly touched a chained, and Pam had placed her hand on 2 of them. A big bang was heard, and when she turned around, she could see part of the temple wall had turned to rubble, with Peter walking through it, calmly as ever. "You sure did take a long time getting out of there," Pam said. "Now I'm afraid the tide will have turned. You're strong and strange, but you can't take all of us now that we have abilities." She thought saying this might cause Peter to surrender. She was doubtful, but there was a little hope. However, Peter did not react, and there was no fear in his eyes. "Let us take care of this," one of the teachers said, rushing forward. The wind and earth abilities were the 2 abilities that were brought forward. Sea walls, solid rocks, and rubble were hurled at Peter, but he was able to punch them away or avoid the impacts, thanks to his strength and speed. The ones that he struggled with more were the wind attacks that seemed to be causing cuts all over his body. Peter, trying his best to ignore all the attacks, started to focus on just one person in particular. Eventually, he managed to grab one of them by the wrist, lifted them in the air, and slammed them into the ground. With a single hit, the man was surely passed out or dead. One thing was for sure, he wouldn't be getting up again. Pam noticed that it was futile to continue like this. Peter would be able to just take them out one by one. She, too, needed to join in the fight. When Peter threw his fist again at the right time, she had raised an earth pillar directed at his elbow. It had come up at such a speed and force that when it hit, not only did it stop Peter's attack, it had broken his arm as well. With one arm out of the fight, his attack power will be significantly weakened, Pam thought. But it seemed like her worst fears were coming true. Peter stepped back away from the teachers, and in front of her very own eyes, Pam could see the bone healing in Peter's arm until it was like new again. "What the hell are you?" Pam asked. "You should have never tried to attack me."
After everything Pam had witnessed so far, she was surprised to see that Peter had managed to heal a broken bone in a few seconds. On closer inspection, she seemed to notice that all the cuts that were made from the wind attacks all over his body were healed as well. "Are you a blade?" Pam asked. With so many strengths and seemingly different abilities, it was the only conclusion she could come to. At first, she thought he was an outsider. After all, 3 markers from the wreckage had given an indication. Logan was one of them, and he didn't have an ability. Even if he was a blade, how did he get so many abilities? From the information she had received, none of the other sellers were destroyed. "I'm not a blade. Don't you dare associate me with that name," Peter said, charging forward, but as if out of instinct and fear, Pam put all of her MC cells into her wind ability and aimed for his legs using a wind slash. It had cut and hit halfway through, stopping at the bone. The others, upon seeing this, came to her support, holding him in place with high walls of earth, while others continued to attack at the same spot, and then eventually Peter fell to the ground as his legs were completely severed from his body. When he fell to the ground, he looked up. "Now you've done it, bitch! I'm going to chomp on you when I get up." His legs were starting to regenerate in front of her eyes, and she knew she had to try to kill him fast. "Can this person regenerate anything?" she thought. The only way to be sure of his death was to crush everything. Surely he couldn't regenerate then. Things didn't look good for Peter. He could see the madness in Pam's eyes, but for some reason, even though he knew his death was upon him, he wasn't worried. He had felt the fear of death once before and had been brought back from it. In a way, he always felt like his life had ended back then. Maybe that's why he never felt like going to see his parents, because in his head, Peter was already dead. "Ah!" A groan was heard, and a person was seen stumbling to the floor. Soon, pieces of earth were hitting the other teachers, and a wind slice attack had even been directed towards Pam, but she was easily able to cancel out the attack. "What's going on? Are they fighting each other?" Peter thought. "Everyone, save Vorden! You saw how strong he is. If we save him, then we can get out of here," a small voice said. Looking up, Peter could see Deal fighting the teachers, while the rest of the students were overwhelming them. The kids had left the temple and entered the jungle circle around the place. While everyone was busy trying to kill Peter, they saw it as the perfect chance to grab an ability from the chain, and finally, they could join the fight. Even if this wasn't the real Vorden, he knew this was one of their only chances of surviving after seeing Peter's strength and how terrified Pam looked. Everyone else would help in the fight as long as they believed this was the real Vorden. The kids fought bravely, putting their lives on the line. Most of the teachers were hesitant to get their hands bloody by killing the kids they had looked after and trained. However, in recent days, they had trained the kids to think nothing of murder. They had put the idea in their heads that most of them would die. This thought had eventually consumed them to the point where the children had next to no trouble killing their teachers. Pam herself was panicking about what to do. "They're monsters," she said, taking a step back. Then she felt a hand on her shoulder. "You have no right to call them monsters when you created them." A hard punch across her face that nearly knocked her head off had rendered her unconscious, and she fell to the floor. As Peter walked up, he was wondering if it was best to kill her or not. If it was up to him, he wouldn't hesitate, but he was thinking whether this would anger the Blades greatly, but maybe he had already done too much to anger the Blades, that there was no turning back. When a stray air slice appeared in their direction, they took a step back to avoid it.
Pam had been struck in the neck with a fatal blow. Blood began pouring from the wound, and she applied pressure with her hand, but the blood loss would soon take her. It looked like the decision was already made for Peter. He looked around and had no idea where the wind slash had come from. Whether it was stray or intentional, he didn't know. Maybe he didn't want to know. Finally, the sound of fighting had stopped, and that was when Peter noticed something. He was standing in the center of a massacre. It wasn't a pleasant sight for anyone to stomach. Somehow, none of the kids were badly hurt. From the little observation he was able to make, it seemed like the teachers weren't prepared to kill the kids after all, but he couldn't feel too sorry for them. After all, they were fine with sitting back and leading the children to their deaths, yet weren't prepared to get their hands dirty. "What do we do now, Vorden?" Teal asked. Peter hadn't prepared for this part of the plan yet. Everything was so sudden. Inside the castle, Brock was standing by the door, and he hadn't moved. Logan had transformed, putting on his balanced suit. A suit that didn't favor strength or speed, but was a mixture of both, was ready to attack. "Move!" Logan shouted. Charging forward and using all his strength, he grabbed both fists together and threw them down like a hammer on top of Brock's head, but still there was no movement. Brock stayed still until the very end, when he lifted his hand to block the attack with his forearm. "It's not moving? Not even a little?" Even when he went up against Vicky, there was a slight budge. Then, with the palm of his other hand, he hit Logan away, and he had gone tumbling, crashing into the furniture. It looked like a light push, but it had such force. "No way, I can't win this," Logan said. He was sure of it now. He had few doubts, but the man in front of him was stronger than Vicky. "You're right. You could never win a fight against me, but there is no need to," Brock said as he threw the mask over to Logan. For a second he was confused, until he saw Brock's next actions. With his hand, he had stabbed his other shoulder, causing it to heavily bleed. Then he moved to the side. Logan was stunned. Why injure himself? With all the actions he was doing now, Logan could only think of one reason. It was because he was letting him go. The injury was to make it look like the two of them fought. "Get out of here and meet up with the others," Brock said, with pain on his face. Even if this was a trap, it didn't make sense. Brock could have easily subdued him, so there was only one thing that made sense to him. "You sent that letter, didn't you?" Logan asked. "You worked for Richard Eno and not the Blades. Tell me where he is, where I can find him, anything," Logan shouted. "I will not confirm or deny, but if I could tell you anything, then I would have done that in that letter. Now go. This is the last chance you will ever get." Logan was not a fool and knew if Brock said he wouldn't get any answers, then he meant it. Picking up his mask, he had no choice but to leave the castle and search for his dear friends. When Logan had exited the room, he looked down the hallway to see if he could see anyone, but it looked like the whole place was cleared. It was strange. It was in the middle of the day, and if they knew about Vorden, the whole place should be on high alert. Usually during this time of day, he would definitely see other servants. He could only think of one thing. Everything was Brock's doing. He closed his eyes, as he had to summon the will to leave. In truth, he didn't want to leave. His only possible lead to Richard Eno was right here behind him. If he left now, could he ever return, and would Brock still be there even if he did? He knew Brock wouldn't say anything now, but knowing someone was here, there was always the chance he could find something out. However, the thought of his dear friends entered his mind. Just because it wasn't chaotic here didn't mean it wasn't chaotic elsewhere. Not everyone will be as lucky as Logan. He ran into Brock, who had spared him. There were plenty of strong people on the island, and there was a chance one of his friends could have run into him. With no choice but to leave, Logan headed straight for the temple. It was one of the closest areas to the castle. When he arrived, the first person he could see was Vorden, but he seemed to have a body over his shoulder. Since there were no others around him, Logan thought it was safe to call out to him. "Vorden?" Logan said. "Close, but it's Peter, although it would be best if you refer to me to Logan while I'm here." Peter replied, "What do you mean? I'll show you." The two of them had entered the temple, and they were about to head into the so-called mediation room. While walking around, Peter hadn't seen any signs of anyone else, but he did spot blood splatters here and there. It was also clear that there had been a fight out front from the condition it was in, and the most obvious sign was the dead body over Peter's shoulder. When they entered, Logan was taken aback for a second, and he had to readjust himself to believe what he was seeing. On the floor, all the teachers had been equally placed on the ground, and the kids sat down, ready to pray. Peter placed the last body in a row with the others. He had chosen to do all the lifting, not wanting the kids to experience such a thing.
Now, piecing things together and based on how Logan had been found out, he realized what had happened.
These kids, they've grown up in a more messed up environment than the one we grew up in. Their sense of right and wrong is out of whack, Peter said.
Coming from Peter, Logan thought whatever Peter saw must have been gruesome. Some of the kids still had blood on their uniforms, so it was clear the deaths of the teachers weren't all his doing.
We need to make life better for them, Peter said.
The two of them walked through the bodies, and finally they stopped at Pam's.
She didn't seem too bad of a person, Logan said. I thought she might help us.
Although now Logan was more interested in Brock than anyone else.
Maybe she still can, Peter said.
He placed his hand on top of her forehead, and soon her body started to jolt slightly. Then it only took a few moments for her to rise to her feet. She was strong as an individual even without her abate, so being used to a lesser white would come in handy.
What now? Peter asked. Now there's just Vorden and Quinn left, Logan replied.
He pulled out the mask receiver and was hoping that Quinn still had his. Right now, though, Quinn was in no position to answer his mask at all, for if he took his eyes off of what was about to happen in front of them, then they would be in serious trouble. When they were hiding in the part of the jungle, and Vicky had located them, Quinn could sense this straight away. He was ready to run rather than fight. They didn't know the strength of the others, and there were only 3 of them. However, what he didn't expect was for Vorden to suddenly go out running towards them, forcing Quinn to go chase after them, but he soon stopped after hearing what Vorden had to say.
Wait, it's not me. I'm not Vorden. Some people put some strange mask on me. I'm Jazz, he shouted.
Hey guys, remember when I went and put frogs in everyone's shoes? Or when I thought it would be fun to put salt in the cake instead of sugar? That was me. Only I would know that, not Vorden. When Vorden finally reached Vicky, she gave a big slap across Jazz's face, sending him to the floor.
Ow!
He screamed as he touched his face, but the others were now staring at him in amazement. Pieces of the mask had crumbled on the floor in front of him. His face was back to normal.
My brother might be an idiot, but I would never confuse this idiot for him, Vicky said. I told you that wasn't the real Vorden, Borden said, annoyed.
If Vorden isn't here, then does that mean he's somewhere else? Quinn said. Upon realizing that the mask used had to be Vorden's, maybe the others were together. Had they placed a decoy, or did Quinn just mess up all their plans? Looking at all the others, Quinn felt like he had no choice now.
Borden, leave and look for Vorden and the others. When you find them, come back and get me. But what about you, Quinn? Borden asked.
You care about your brother, don't you? We have no clue what could be happening to him right now, and besides, you know I'm plenty strong, Quinn said. It didn't take much convincing. For Borden, there wasn't any other person more important than his brother, and he was already back in the jungle off to search for him.
Be careful, Jazz said. These guys that arrived on the island, they were the ones that killed Duncan.
Vicky paused, going forward for a second, and was now taking a second look at Quinn. At first glance, she would never have imagined this was the person who could defeat Duncan. This was a person who could maybe give her some excitement.
Tell me, why are you even here to save my brother? What family are you from? I just don't understand why. If anyone knew who he truly was, or what family he belonged to, why would they come out here?
Does it really matter? Quinn replied. I came here to take him back. If he wanted to stay here, then fine. But if he wants to leave with us, then that's his choice to make, not yours. In the forest, Borden was running about, and while doing so he could finally feel his brother's connection again, which meant he was close. Ever since he turned into little Borden, it was harder for him to feel his connection with his brother as well.
There he is,
Borden said, running outward, and he had finally met with the real Vorden. Jumping up and keeping in the air, Borden had attached himself to Vorden's leg.
Brother, you're alive! Ah, we need to find the others and help Quinn, he said.
Help Quinn? What's happening?
He's fighting with your brother and sister.
Vorden's pupils widened upon hearing the news. Oh no, not them. I know Quinn is strong, but this is different. When Pi and Vicky are together, they are even stronger than my parents and have the potential to even match up to Hilston. Oh, this is not good at all. Borden, you carry on looking for the others. I'll go help Quinn. At that moment, Quinn didn't need anyone to tell him these two were strong. His system had already done that for him.
Instant level up quest received. Survive the encounter with the two Blade twins.
Survive, not defeat? This was why he had told Borden to go away. Quinn had received multiple quests in the past, but not one like this. Whenever he would face a strong opponent or a difficult one where he felt like his life was going to be on the line, the reward was often an instant level up. Yet for the first time, the system clearly stated that the only thing he needed to do was survive. Just to live, nothing else. Is it telling me that just living after meeting these two is as hard as fighting against an Emperor tier? It was hard for him to comprehend in his head just how hard this was going to be. Truth be told, he was slightly stunned by this. The system hadn't been wrong with its assessments in the past, and he couldn't be dying here. You're Vorden's brother and sister, right? Isn't it enough just to know where he is and that he will be okay? Quinn asked, thinking maybe he could talk his way out of this. If it was up to me, I wouldn't even be on this island in the first place. We all stick to the rules, and we all follow one person's orders, Vicky said. I don't like it, and I'm pretty sure there are a lot of people who want to leave as well. Why should he get to leave when we can't? Not that it matters anyway. He hasn't had permission to leave, so he has to stay. The truth was, Vicky was a little upset. She had no idea that Vorden had escaped, and the others had kept this secret from her, so she was ready to let out some steam right now. Vorden won't be leaving this island, and unfortunately, with you killing Duncan, you won't be leaving either, Vicky said. At great speed, she ran towards him, far faster than he had anticipated. He wasn't even prepared with his shadow yet. Still, he could see everything that she was doing. Throwing out a kick, Quinn threw one of his own, and the two of them collided in midair, staying still for a second. What? Vicky's kick is equal in power to that guy. I've never seen such a thing before, Jazz said. Nah, one of them is stronger, Pi said. A frown was visible on Vicky's face as her legs started to back off, and eventually she was overpowered and caught off balance. Quinn immediately went to follow up with a punch, but she had already backed away. The people in the village just stood there watching, and even her brother was watching as they had confidence in her. You were strong. No wonder you were able to beat Duncan, Vicky said. Quinn was struggling to figure out how she had such power and speed. Her beast gear was at the Emperor tier level, so she would have gotten a significant boost from that, but that wouldn't be enough to make up for Quinn's current stats. He should have still been much faster than her, but luckily it appeared he still had the greater strength of the two. Are you one of them? Quinn asked. A blade? Of course I am, Vicky replied. She couldn't be a vampire. If she was one, then the inspect skill or my sense of smell would have picked it up. I apologize for going easy on you, but I'm going to have to find my brother, Vicky said. From a distance, two swirling blue objects could be seen in her hand, and as she thrust forward with them, a jet stream of water came firing out like bullets. The only way he could avoid it was to use a flash step, which he did for the first few. When the attack went past him, he could be seen hitting a rock and carving a clean hole into it. He was sure it was the water ability, but he had never seen it being used with such force before. Blood wall 20 HP, 80 of 100 HP. Not wanting to waste his shadow in case he needed it for offense, he decided to raise a wall of blood. Oh, I've never seen that ability before, Pi commented. However, when the attacks hit the wall, they went through it completely and hit Quinn directly in the chest. 60 of 100 HP. 20 wasn't enough. How strong is that attack? Do I need to use more? The attacks continued coming at him at a fast pace, as if Vicky had an unlimited supply of MC points. He had no choice but to use the shadow to block the attack. He raised the shadow in front of him. MC points 130 of 140. MC points 120 of 140. The shadow managed to block the attacks, and it appeared as if per attack the block would use 10 MC points. Still not a permanent option to the solution. Is this still part of the same ability? It looks completely different, Vicky thought. She had stopped the assault as compared to the last. This attack didn't go through. She was using 3 level 7 ability users' MC points, which made her attacks extremely powerful, yet it had been blocked. That power interests me, I want it, she said, and now coming forward, she first stomped the ground, causing an earth wall to rise behind Quinn and around the sides. Then as she ran towards him, flinging herself through the air using the momentum of her legs, she was throwing several kicks. Each time long blades of water would come out. At first, Quinn tried punching the wall with all his strength, but for the first time ever, it simply made a small dent. If it was a regular wall, even made by powerful ability users, he would have easily been able to penetrate it. With the attacks coming at him from the front, he was unable to use the hammer strike, so instead, he threw out his blood crescent kicks, infused with the power of ki. When the two collided, there was a clear winner. The water blade smashed through the blood attacks and continued forward. The attack had hit Quinn on his shoulder and caused a deep gash. 28 of 100 HP. Blood bank activate! If he took another strong hit, he would be dead before it auto-activated, but he still had to worry about the other blades of water coming at him. Shadow rise! The wall of shadow rose in front of him. It was like Quinn was in a box. Then, using the blood hammer, he successfully punched a hole through the wall to the side and exited. The shadow had blocked the attacks, but not without taking his MC points. 30 of 140. I can't just defend, I have to attack. In desperation, Quinn threw out 2 blood swipes and grabbed them with his shadow, creating 2 shadow scythes. He activated his skill, giving them the shaking capabilities. As for his mask, it was unable to activate due to him not landing a single hit on her. He swung the shadow scythe, and it came out wide across the side. He waited for her movement before swinging the next, but she seemed to just stay still, unfazed. Then, at the last moment, when the blades were meant to hit, she disappeared from his sight. The 2 scythes crossed each other, hitting nothing. That looks pretty cool, Vicky said from behind, and a barrage of kicks started to land on Quinn, each time taking 10 points of health off. 56 of 100 HP. I can use the blood bank again to start to heal myself, but that's it. I can't regenerate again after this. Out of pure frustration, Quinn opted to up the palms off his hand and fired out 2 blood sprays. He knew the attack wouldn't be strong, but it was quick and had a wide range, and for the first time, Vicky had been hit and taken aback a bit. Her kicks had stopped as she whined a little in pain. Now or never. Pointing out one of his fingers like a gun, he fired the blood bullet. However, just like before, when the bullet was about to touch her, she seemed to disappear and reappear behind him, kicking him at the back of the neck towards the floor. At the same time, a pillar rose from the ground, hitting him even before he could fall to the ground. Like a pinball, Quinn was getting hit from the earth and above, one after the other. 5 of 100 HP. You are in critical condition. Blood bank empty. I'm gonna die, and the other one hasn't even joined in. Come on, familiar, are you going to come out, or are you just going to let me die? Then the attack stopped, and Quinn was grabbed by the collar. That's a nice ability you have. It seems very versatile with the shadow and red aura. It would be a waste to just kill you. Maybe we can add you to our collection, and Hilston will let me out for once, she said with a smile. It was hard for the others watching to gauge just how strong Quinn was. Up against Vicky, he didn't look impressive at all. Now, let's see what that ability of yours is, she said as she placed her hand on top of his head. For the first time in the fight, she had a concerned look on her face. Why? Why can't I copy your ability? That's never happened to me before. Answer me, she said, shaking him. Vicky, a voice shouted. Put him down. Finally, the main character shows up. Nice to see you, Vorden, Vicky said. Logan thought that it would be best if they first found and cleared their escape route, especially since the kids were following them. They decided to go to the beach, where the spaceship platform was located. Once that was done, one of them could stay with the kids while the other searched for Quinn and Vorden. Ideally, Logan was hoping that when they arrived, Quinn and Vorden would be there already waiting for them. When they started to get close, they slowed down. Pam White was sent out instead. The beach was expected to be guarded somewhat, as it was one of the more obvious escape routes. Sending Pam was clearly a decoy. If anyone saw her, they should recognize her and ask questions before attacking. Even though the Whites weren't capable of speech, this would be enough just to get the surprise attack on them. However, after searching the beach for a little while, Pam returned, shaking her head, claiming that there was no one out on the beach. Logan went to check it out with his spiders as well, as it seemed true. Isn't this good news? Deal asked. Well, it could be a trap, Peter said. When Logan thought about it, everyone at the temple was dead. There were now only those from the village or the castle, and if Brock had let them escape from the castle, maybe he hadn't ordered anyone to head to the beach either. Pam was asked to go out first, and she went right up to the ship and back, with everyone watching her carefully and nervously. Some were expecting men to suddenly jump up from the sand or something, but none of that happened. Peter was next, and when the coast was clear, they all moved out. We can finally get out of here, the kid shouted. At that point, Peter no longer had to keep up his disguise and had taken it off. Not quite. We are still waiting for the real Vorden. There doesn't seem to be any signs of him, Peter said. What? You weren't the real Vorden? Some of the kids said in shock. Some began wondering if they had done the right thing, but they soon realized that the outcome was achieved anyway, with or without him. Logan explained that Vorden was behind them rescuing the kids, and their hearts and consciences were lifted. There was a medium-sized ship that could fit all of them on board,
and Peter and Logan had gone aboard to look after them for the time being. Despite his disguise, he knew them best and even knew their names. Also, after seeing what he had done at the temple to Pam, the kids weren't going to try anything against him soon to take over the ship. Besides, the kids naturally wanted to follow someone, and they hadn't thought past their initial escape. Where would they go now? How would they survive? This was part of the reason why they were relying on Borden. Outside on the beach, Logan was waiting out in the open. "Where are you guys?" Logan asked, tapping his foot and constantly trying to communicate through the mask, but nothing was happening. Then the trees started to ruffle, and little Borden bolted out, but he didn't have a good look on his face. "Both Borden and Quinn are fighting those twins. We have to go back and help them. Come on," Borden said. But Logan didn't follow, and when Borden noticed, he turned around. "So Borden knows you went to find us?" Logan asked. "Did he tell you to help him, or did either one?" Borden didn't understand. Did it matter if they asked for help or not? They were in trouble. They had to help. "You don't understand, Borden. You're strong. You're stronger than both me and Peter. But they told you they didn't want your help. This isn't some game where fighting alone makes them stronger. Their lives are on the line. If they told you not to get involved, it was either for your own sake or, I hate to say it, we would just get in their way. These two are the two strongest people I know, and if we were there, there's a good chance they could capture one of us, and we could be used as leverage against them. I'm asking you to trust Quinn and Borden. We need that ship ready, and when they come, we'll leave this place immediately." Vicky had dropped Quinn onto the floor, but he was in no condition to suddenly move or fight back. He was covered in his blood, had multiple broken bones, and a deep cut where the flesh could be seen, and blood continued to spew from his shoulder. "Borden, I assume?" Vicky said. "You have always been nothing but nice to us, so why don't you just safely go back to the castle? We'll take this one back as well, and everyone gets to live," Vicky said. A sudden surge of rage bubbled up in Borden when he looked at Quinn. He wanted to do something, but he currently had no abilities. He was weaker than ever. He didn't even have beast gear on him, as he was stripped of everything. For the first time in a while, Syl stood up as well. He looked at Quinn, who was on the floor covered in blood. "Kill them," he said. "If we don't get rid of the blades, they will keep taking people that we care about away from us." "Syl, you've finally woken up to my style," Rayton said, laughing but soon stopped. "For now, let's stay on standby. Even with our strength, there's not much we could do, so we can only really focus on Borden's silver tongue." "We don't want to hurt you, brother," Pi said as he started to walk away from the villagers and was now by Vicky's side. He thought that if Borden denied her request, she might go wild and accidentally kill him. If that happened, then the two of them would probably be punished even worse by Hilston. After all, Borden, or Syl rather, was his prized possession. "Then don't. Just say you couldn't stop me," Borden shouted. "You know we can't do that," Pi replied. "Then at least let them go. Pretend they escaped because you focused all your attention on bringing me in," Borden pleaded. "I think you have a grave misunderstanding of what your current position is," Vicky said. "We can right now take on both of you. There's no need to persuade you to stay. You have no chips to bargain with." She rushed forward, not wanting to waste time, and grabbed Borden right away. "Switch with me," Rayton shouted. "But we don't have any abilities, and she's not going to go easy on us. You can't do anything." "At least I'm a better fighter. Maybe I can dodge and run or something." Quinn, who was lying on the floor, looked at Borden and could see Vicky charging towards him. He then held out his hand. "If it's for a few seconds, I have enough." Opening his palm, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Borden and wrapped around him. "Shadow lock activated." Closing his hand, it encased Borden completely in a ball of shadow, which then disappeared with him in it. Upon seeing the strange shadow, Vicky had an idea of who was behind it and turned around, only to see Quinn suddenly sinking into his own shadow. "Shadow travel activated." Even if he was too injured to move, he could still use his shadow abilities. Shadow travel allowed him to move without using his body. This was an advantage for Quinn. His shadow abilities and skills were unknown, and the others had no clue what they could do or how they worked. "Don't let him escape!" Vicky shouted, as she saw the shadow moving fast along the floor, but Quinn never planned to escape. He didn't have enough MC points for that. Quinn reappeared from the floor. His shadow had come to a halt, just where the chain had been placed outside. Fearful of what the strange power could be, the villagers turned around and ran away. "Shadow open," Quinn said, opening up his hand. A ball of shadow had reappeared, and Borden was seen coming out of it, right next to the chain. Instantly, he touched the two people closest to him and stepped in front of Quinn. "Quick thinking,"
"You've got balls the size of the moon," he said. Hearing this, Quinn recognized the voice, but it sounded different from how Vorden would usually talk. "Syl?" Quinn asked. "Nah, the name is Rayton. First time for me and you, and it might be our last if I can't do something about these two." "Sis, since you got your go at the last one, do you mind letting me deal with our younger brother?" asked Pi. 10 minutes tops. After that, I'm joining in," Vicky said, as she went to sit down on top of a large rock just by the edge of the village and near the jungle. Hearing the name Rayton, Quinn had no clue who this was, but could only assume it was one of the other personalities. If he had taken over, there had to be a reason. Quinn didn't exactly understand how Blade's ability worked, but he knew Vicky had used a total of 3 different abilities, while Duncan had used 2. For Vicky, earth, water, and he was sure of it after his blood bullet had missed, there was a third one that allowed her to dodge his shadow scythes as well. Not only that, each time she used one of the abilities, it was incredibly strong. It was like Quinn was fighting 3 vampire leaders at once, with how powerful the abilities were and how quickly they were able to change. However, Quinn had also seen Vorden use 3 abilities before as well. As long as the sister wasn't joining in and Vorden could deal with the brother, then they had a chance. More than anything, Quinn needed to heal up. His blood bank was empty. He did have his flask filled up after killing Duncan, but he wanted to keep that for something else. "You managed to hit me before, brother, but that was because I didn't expect you to have improved so much. That won't happen again," Pi said. Rayton hadn't moved, but his body had disappeared and reappeared directly behind Pi. Now Quinn had an idea of what the ability was and why his attacks couldn't hit Vicky. Instant transportation, or a teleporting type of ability similar to what the Bone Claw could do. Rayton threw a punch, but instantly Pi used the teleport ability to move as well. Soon the fight became a chase of each one of them chasing after each other, throwing hits, but none of them connecting. But then Pi was the first to change his tactic, as he teleported further away, yet for some reason Rayton didn't follow him this time. This was because Pi had more MC cells and 3 abilities stored. He was able to teleport further and use it for longer compared to Rayton's 2 abilities. Then, from a great distance, he threw punches in the air. It looked like that was all Pi was doing, just punching the air away. However, Rayton wasn't stupid and quickly started to dodge the so-called attacks. Soon loud explosions could be heard and little ripples in the air could be seen. However, the punches from Pi sped up, and so did the attacks, until eventually one of the invisible explosions hit Rayton, and soon after a few more. When Quinn went to look at Rayton, he could see his skin was almost a silver color. He had picked up a hardening skill. The blows hurt, but the damage was lessened. "Damn, looks like I was able to do nothing. With him using his abilities like this, I can't fight," Rayton complained. If Pi was going to focus on fighting with his abilities, then there was one person he needed to switch with. "Syl, are you ready?" Suddenly a change happened. The attacks continued to hit Rayton's body, but now they were no longer jerking him back. The hardening shine around him looked even stronger. He was resisting the attacks. Seeing him inching forward, Pi knew what the change was. "Syl, you finally came out then? I didn't think we would meet so quickly." Pi now looked almost nervous. Vorden, who was in the dark room, knew why, but in truth, Pi had nothing to worry about. The reason Pi was afraid was because they knew the old Syl. The Syl was able to hold 6 abilities at once. No one knew that the Syl was only able to hold 3. Right now, they were bluffing, and Vorden didn't really want to use this card, which was why Rayton had taken the seat first. Vicky then stood up from her seat, even though the 10 minutes hadn't passed yet, and she teleported to her brother's side. "If it's you, Syl, we're going to have to fight together," Vicky said at that moment. The 2 of them held hands. This was what Vorden was afraid of, that the 2 of them would fight at their full strength against Syl. However, it was clear Rayton wasn't able to do anything against Pi. There was a reason that the 2 twins were the only people to ever clear the event together. This was because they had a unique skill that none of the other blades had. When they touched each other, they were able to share their abilities and also combine their power and ability levels. This was what gave them the potential to be just as strong as Hilston. The fact that they could hold 6 abilities at once. This was also how they won the event during their time. However, Syl was always considered better since he could do so without the need for the other. If they were split up, their power would be divided as well, and their movements would be severely restricted. It was something to be done when they wanted to finish someone off, using their ability alone. Ha ha ha! Laughter could be heard from the side where the villagers were, and it was coming from Jazz. Vorden is screwed. He could have run away, but now he stands no chance because he tried to save you. Jazz then walked up to him. Quinn had set him free, but he still despised the fact that he had been used in the first place by this group of people. If word got out to Hilston about this, there was a good chance he would be dead. He knelt until the two of them were at eye level with each other. I just wanted to see the scared look on your face. He was taunting Quinn, inching his face closer. Quinn replied, thank you, and in the blink of an eye, his teeth had sharpened and his fangs were lodged in the side of Jazz's neck. When he sucked as hard as he could to consume blood with his teeth, it entered his body much faster. He had not taken blood directly for a long time now, so his body started healing on the spot, and when he stood up, he looked at the 20 or so villagers. I don't want to hurt you guys, but I needed your blood. Quinn wasn't able to go easy on some of them, and eventually he had to kill most of them, but not before having a taste of everyone's blood there. He then had to hurry with his plan. Moving away, he took out the flask and placed it on the floor. Vorden! Quinn shouted, not knowing who was in control. Syl turned around to look at Quinn. You're going to need this. Vorden, Syl, and Rayton were confused, and Vicky was wondering how the boy was standing, how the wounds had healed. When she looked behind, she could see all the villagers had been killed. That monster! She shouted. We might need to get rid of him first. Using his hardened nails, Quinn started to scratch at certain places in his body. None of them were fatal wounds, but the main goal was to allow the blood to drip out of him. One time he had seen someone do something similar. One would have to be fully healed first to make sure they wouldn't die, then they would have to drain themselves of blood. The meter on his system was going down fast, and then finally it had reached the number. 0 of 100 HP. Transformation begins. It was the only thing Quinn could think of to get out of this situation and survive. In front of everyone's eyes, they could see a human changing, transforming into something else. The boy who looked beaten to death minutes earlier, the one who had somehow slaughtered the entire village, was now changing. Quinn's skin started to tighten, as if he was extremely dehydrated. The saturation in his muscles was visible, and the veins throughout his body were bulging. His muscles seemed to slightly grow in size. His hair started falling out, and his complexion was only getting paler. Syl had seen this beast before, and it had caused him a great deal of trouble. A long time ago, Quinn had turned into such a monster, and his power and speed were amazing. That was when he had just turned into a vampire. What monster will he turn into now? Vorden thought. What? Quinn, did you really have to go this far? What do we do now? Vorden said, watching from the black room. He could only assume this was a form vampires were able to do. Fex had done the same thing, but both of them seemed to have lost their minds while in these forms, attacking everyone in sight. Syl, move! Get away! Vorden said, and Syl did just that. I'm sorry, guys, Quinn said, having the bit of consciousness he had. Use the flask. They had clearly overpowered Quinn with just one of them, so it seemed impossible with two of them. It was no wonder the system had given him such a task. Quinn's soul weapon drained too much blood to use against a single person, so this was the only way he thought he'd be able to stay alive. Transformation complete. You are now a crazed bloodsucker. As the bloodsucker, all of Quinn's stats were doubled. His speed, strength, and stamina. However, his health was halved in this form. The bloodsucker looked around and was in a slightly crouched position, its hands sharp and clawed. Did that kid just turn into a monster? Vicky said. The bloodsucker charged them as soon as she spoke those words. It moved far faster than they imagined, and the only thing they could do was defend. Brother, wall! Vicky shouted, and a wall was raised in between them, reinforced with the strongest earth ability. Vicky had 3 level 7 abilities. With the earth ability alone, she would have had the power of someone at level 21, which didn't exist. This was why, even with Quinn's strength, he was only able to break the wall, rather than obliterate it like he usually would. Now, holding her brother's hand, he too could give her his 3 level 7 abilities. They were now using earth power and had the MC cells of someone with earth ability at the age of 42. This is why the blades are so powerful. Right now, there wasn't an earth ability user in existence stronger than them. Even so, Quinn in this state was twice as strong, and so was his ability. Seeing the wall rise in front of him, the bloodsucker threw out its fist at such a speed and snap that its hand couldn't even be seen. The only thing that was heard was a loud bang, and the wall being torn to shreds. "Wall! Wall!" Vicky shouted to communicate with her brother. It was the downside of the ability. They both needed to be on the same wavelength and concentrate on the same ability. A few more walls were put up, but the bloodsucker still smashed through each one. This was because even if Quinn's stats were only doubled, it would improve everything. If someone had the power to lift a building but could only throw a punch at a snail's pace, it wouldn't do much when it hit the target. The extra speed, combined with the strength, had made Quinn's punch stronger than double what it once was. It had a powerful snap that would take anyone's head off. "Teleport!" Vicky shouted. They had moved away, and when they reappeared, they were far from the creature. "Hydro shot!" The brother and sister duo shot out multiple streams of water, each one with incredible force. If these attacks hit anyone, even if they were wearing Emperor gear, they would be killed. The bloodsucker, on the other hand, was too quick, dodging each attack and getting closer by the second. Once again, they had no choice but to raise multiple walls to slow the creature down, and once they did, they teleported away again. "We can't keep doing this forever," Vicky thought. Even though they had a lot of MC cells, it would take a lot of MC points because of the level of ability they were using. They could only make it last longer if they used a weaker version of the ability, which was not an option. However, when they teleported this time, she noticed something. Now that it was away from the creature, it turned and twisted its body, as if looking for them. "Is it blind?" she thought. The bloodsucker wasn't blind, but it was far more sensitive to light and sunlight compared to regular vampires. With it being the middle of the day, the sun was shining brightly, and it was unable to open its eyes, so the only thing it could do was rely on its sense of smell or hearing. Vicky let go of her brother's hand for a second and decided to try something new, lifting a section of the ground away from them. The bloodsucker moved in an instant and destroyed the pillar that had been created, then did the same to the other pillar. She then held her brother's hand again, with a new plan in her head. "Brother, continue to build walls while I explain." The bloodsucker was heading their way once more after she said something. "When we teleport back, one of us will lead the beast away while using the earth ability to make noise, and I will attack the creature." The bloodsucker was closing in on them, and they devised a strategy. Vicky was ready to fire her water jets at the beast as they teleported away and broke hands. One created an earth pillar away from the beast, which was her brother Pi. They were successful in luring the beast away, but when Vicky fired the water jets, the beast immediately heard the attacks coming its way and avoided them all, as if it could sense them. Its focus had shifted to the source of the attack. No longer did it care about the useless pillars that were being created from the ground, and it was heading straight for Vicky. She tried creating walls of her own to slow it down, but it was useless without her brother. "Vicky!" he shouted, teleporting as fast as he could towards her, but he was only able to teleport a certain distance at a time. He did so, inching his way closer to her, and eventually he had reached her, near enough at the same time as the bloodsucker had done. Pi reached out his hand, grabbing it, and the two of them raised a wall. However, the bloodsucker was already too close. It punched through the wall, and its fist had also hit Pi in the stomach, sending him into his sister Vicky, and the two of them went flying back, straight into one of the village houses. "Syl, we have to do something!" Vorden shouted. "What, you want to help them?" Rayton said, looking at him like he was crazy. "Vicky and Pi never did us any harm, even before they didn't kill Quinn when they had the chance. They're not bad people. Do you remember how they would cover for us from Hillston? They knew about our split before the test, but didn't tell him. They're just victims in this whole thing. I know they won't kill Quinn or us. That's why we can't let them die. Let's just leave this place." "Even if that's all true, you're crazy if you think we can kill that monster," Rayton said. "If they couldn't do anything, then we couldn't either." Vicky and Pi were hurt as they lifted themselves from the rubble, but thankfully the earth wall they had built had taken the brunt of the attack. "I think I broke a few ribs," Pi said, and with every word spoken, he could feel the pain. Then the bloodsucker started moving and running towards them. "Quick, Syl, there is one thing we can do." The bloodsucker abruptly came to a halt as it was about to leap into the destroyed village house and rip their throats out. "What's happening?" Vicky thought. Like a dog, it started to sniff the air, and when it turned around, its attention was now caught on something else. It was a long shot, but it was the only thing Vorden could think of. Why didn't the bloodsucker try to consume the blood from the villagers' dead bodies, even though there were dead bodies? The only thing he could think was that it wanted fresh blood. The blood from the villagers had only been out for a few minutes, but that still wasn't good enough for it. Why did Quinn make such a big deal out of the flask? Vorden thought. Blood would spoil if left for a long time, but blood in the flask could last for as long as it was in there, which meant somehow the blood that entered the flask remained fresh, and it looked like his plan had worked. The bloodsucker was smelling the fresh smell of blood, and now all its attention was on Syl. "Syl, run!" Vorden shouted. A head start. That's what Syl needed most. Holding the flask in his hand and the power of all three abilities, Syl was using the teleport ability to run away as fast as he could. His normal speed wouldn't cut it, and he was thankful he had such a handy ability for the current situation. Still, there was a limit to how far he could teleport, and each time that would only delay him a little longer. He knew his sister and brother wouldn't have been defeated by that single punch, and they would be back only angrier than before. While they were hurt, there was a chance to escape, and what better way to do so while Quinn had super speed in his current form? What they weren't expecting was just how fast Quinn was. Even with him teleporting constantly, which was almost instantly moving from one place to another, he was slowly catching up to him in his bloodsucker form. Another thing that was slowing him down was how reckless the bloodsucker was being. It looked like a wild elephant was rampaging through the forest. As it went through, it just barged and broke into whatever got in its way, including trees and more. "If we get hit by that, even a little, then we're dead," Vorden said. Not slowing down, they no longer looked back and kept teleporting, but the sound of the trees being torn apart was getting closer and closer. They could close the flask, but they wanted Quinn to get to their destination as quickly as possible. After all, the teleport abilities couldn't allow him to take Quinn, so this was working out in their favor, and as soon as the other two, his brother and sister, could move again, they could combine their powers to leap even further than he could. "I hope Logan and the others are ready," Vorden said. Getting out of the destroyed house, it was like Vorden thought. Both Pi and Vicky were hurt, with Pi being hurt more, but they could still move. Something was just different about their bodies. Even Vorden's hadn't reached his stage yet. "Come on, we have to get moving," Vicky said. "You still want to go after that monster, after what it did to us, to everyone?" Pi replied, looking around at the dead bodies. A lot of the Blades had been killed. There weren't many who lived on the island in the first place. With Vorden's past massacre of the teachers, and now the villagers dead and Duncan, the Blades had taken a heavy blow. If Hilston was to return to see this after leaving Vicky and Pi in charge, she was afraid of what he might do. "I think I know where they're heading," Vicky said. "The direction Vorden went in. It was towards the West Beach, the same place where Hilston stopped in before. They're planning to leave by spaceship again, but if they're down by the sea, we'll have an unlimited supply of water there, which is my specialty." Even though the Blades could copy whatever abilities they wished, they didn't know every skill or ability, or how to use it to its full potential. So often, the Blades would specialize in a certain ability. Holding hands, the two of them were on the move. Finally, Syl had reached the beach, where he could see Logan and Pam there, while Peter was standing by the ship. There was still a major problem they needed to deal with that Vorden wasn't quite sure they could. Getting the blood into Quinn's mouth. He was like a wild beast. He was unsure if it would pick up the blood and drink it with its hands. There was a chance it could just knock the blood over and spill it. Someone needed to force the blood into its mouth, and they risked their lives doing it. "Vorden, you're here," Logan said. Syl had switched to Vorden for ease of communication. "I don't have much time. Get Peter now," Vorden said, and Logan ran off to get Peter, but at that moment, the bloodsucker was seen jumping out of the forest onto the beach. Instinctively, Vorden closed the flask and threw it over to Pam. Someone he didn't mind dying so much, and also had no clue why she was there in the first place. With the flask closed, it was confusing for a second, and that's when Vorden could see Peter near them. Teleporting closer to them, Vorden needed to explain the situation. "Peter, you can heal, so I was thinking you would be best for the job, but I don't have the flask." "Who does?" Peter asked, and could see he was looking at Pam. As they were speaking, the bloodsucker started to come towards them. "Perfect," Peter said. Peter could, in a way, control his lesser whites, and he had instructed Pam to open up the flask. When she did, the bloodsucker changed direction and was heading for Pam. It kept on top of her and started to rip into her. At the same time, she followed through with Peter's orders. Shoving the flask into its mouth, when it got the first taste of blood from the flask and realized there was no blood coming from Pam, it immediately grabbed the flask and started to chug all the blood down. It fell to the floor, and slowly it looked like it was starting to calm down. "Did it work?" Logan asked. As the flask fell from the bloodsucker's hand, they could see that it was changing. It was changing back to Quinn. They didn't have time to celebrate. Although Quinn was back to normal, they needed to rush, and seeing Vorden panicking, everyone else acted as quickly as they could. Peter grabbed Quinn's body from the beach and started to head towards the ship, while Logan started to get the ship ready. All the kids were strapped into the benches by the side and ready for a fast takeoff. "Hold on, and please don't be sick," Logan said. "I'm not cleaning that up." When the others finally arrived, it was time for them to go, and the ship had warmed up enough and was hovering in the air, but would need more time before it could fully move. At that moment, the twins had arrived on the beach. "Quickly, they're going to get away!" Vicky shouted. Holding hands, they started to control the sea of water. Out of it, a giant serpent creature that was towering even over the spaceship's current height was made. It was a giant water sprout. "If we get hit with that, we're dead," Peter said. Quinn was still unconscious, knocked out, and the ship was not yet ready. There wasn't anything anyone could do. "Open the back door!" Vorden shouted. "What? Vorden, even you can't do anything about that. I'll try to avoid it when the ship can move," Logan replied. "You know that's not possible. Look how big it is. Just trust me. I know I can't do anything about it, but I know someone who can." The back hatch was open, and a huge gust of wind was felt inside the ship. With a large amount of water being gathered, it had some type of pulling force, and it looked as if the ship itself was also slowly being pulled in towards the serpent-like tower of water. "Syl, you have to do this," Vorden said. "But I can't. Even with the 3 abilities we stored up, I can't match that thing to get rid of it," Syl replied. "I know the current you might not be able to do anything, but the old you can. You touched Logan and Peter. You should be able to use their powers, and Logan is someone who is beyond level 8. You can do this." Syl just started to shake his head. "From that day forward, I've never been able to use more than 3 abilities at once," he shouted back. Forcefully, Vorden had left the body, and Syl was placed on the chair by Rayton. In the black room, Vorden and Rayton looked at each other. "We know, Syl, and I and Rayton think we know the reason why. Save everyone, Syl. It's time for us to say goodbye to you." The large water sprout continued to twirl as it was fed by the 2 twins, increasing in size and power. The ship could be seen approaching it from afar, hovering and struggling to stay in the air. "Goodbye?" Syl said back, confused. He didn't understand what the 2 were talking about. They knew why he couldn't store 6 abilities like before. In the past, they had tried a number of things to try and get Syl back to what he used to be. They tried holding hands together like Vicky and Pi, tried sitting on the seat all 3 at once, and tried controlling the body all at the same time, but it never worked in the first place. Whatever they tried, nothing seemed to work. "When I and Rayton entered your mind, we knew we were in control of ourselves," Vorden started to explain. "Since day one, we had this feeling that at any point in time, we could choose to fade away. We could disappear from your mind if we wished. In a way, we'd go unconscious ourselves. The reason we never did this is quite obvious. We were scared. We were worried that maybe if we decided to go to this so-called state, we would never be able to come back. After all, once we shut off our minds, how can we turn them back on?" "This is what you want to do. This is your big plan. You don't even know if it will work," Syl shouted. He was now talking out loud so that the others could hear, but they could only hear his voice, yet no one dared approach him. The ship was now ready to move, but when Logan tried to move the thrusters, it seemed like the wind force was now too much from the water spout. It was pulling them and almost dragging them in. A tug-of-war battle was going on, and it looked like the ship was starting to lose as it was getting closer and closer to the water sprout. "True," Vorden replied, "but it's worth a try. When I and Rayton entered your mind, that's when you could no longer hold 6 abilities. So if we disappear, then it should work." "I don't want you 2 to leave," Syl shouted. "We were meant to go and find the ability user, get them to put you in another body. How are we meant to do that with both of you gone?" The 2 of them said nothing. "Rayton, I can't believe you would agree with this. You want to live, right? You want a body?" "I already died when you beat me on that beach, Syl," Rayton replied. "Everything I've been doing every time I fight is just to help you. When you start flaking out on things, that's when I come in. Hopefully you've learned from the best to do this crap on your own now." "No, no, no!" Syl cried out, and was now on his knees. "Syl, we're going now. You want to save them, right? I want to save them as well, and this is the only way. Use your powers to save them and protect them all. Protect Quinn." At that moment, the image of both of them from inside Syl's mind started to disintegrate. Little particles of their bodies from their toes started to flow off into the black void. "Vorden! Rayton! I want you to live!" Syl shouted.
Finally, only their faces could be seen, and a big smile showed on both of them. "Save them," Vorden said, and they were gone. Syl didn't try to talk to them or try to communicate with them. He could tell that they were no longer there in his mind. The black room he used to access wasn't even there anymore. When he opened his eyes, he could now see through the open latch that the ship was almost touching the waterspout, and it felt like the rain was starting to enter. "Vorden!" Deal shouted out. Quickly, Syl went running towards Logan. He could feel the MC cells entering his body, just like Vorden had said. Logan's ability was far stronger than a level 8, and he had been given a huge amount of MC cells to boost him. Then he went over to Peter as well, copying his level 6 ability. He stood on the ship's edge, both hands outstretched, and began to concentrate. He only had 5 abilities compared to his sister's and brother's 6, but he had to hope that Logan's ability was strong enough to overcome it. "Ah!" Syl channeled his rage over the loss of his 2 friends into attempting to calm the giant waterspout. "If it wasn't for this, if it wasn't for you, they would still be with me." The waterspout seemed to be getting smaller in size. "What's happening?" Vicky said, as she could tell she was losing control. "It has to be Syl. It looks like he's finally woken up," Pi replied. Overpowering and being able to control the water greatly, Syl was able to stop the water from around them, adding to the larger sprout and stopping the force from pulling them in. "All right, let's get out of here," Logan said, putting the thrusters on full force. Syl still didn't have enough power to completely get rid of the waterspout, but he did have enough to weaken it, and it was all they needed. Finally, they were off and heading out of the Earth's atmosphere to head back to the cursed ship. "Damn it!" Vicky screamed at the top of her lungs, and letting go of her brother's hand, the giant waterspout started to fall, crashing back into the sea. Sis," Pi said quickly, grabbing her hand back and controlling the waves of water that would soon engulf the island if they didn't do something about it. After calming down the waves, they looked at the sit-in they were in. Pam's body could be seen dead. Duncan was dead. All of the villagers had died on top of this, and who knows how many more. "Brother, I hope we won't have to meet again," Pi said. The ship was now on autopilot, and they had entered space and were on their way back to the ship. The kids and everyone else could unbuckle themselves now that the ride was no longer bumpy. Logan began to reflect on everything that had occurred. "Brock, who were you? Did you really work for Richard Eno? Were you the one keeping the blades a secret, and if so, why? Why go to so much trouble to keep it a secret?" This was the #1 question that Logan didn't understand. With Hilston returning to the island, they may never get the chance to go back there again, especially after all the chaos they have caused. But thinking back to the note, Logan knew he was onto something. Brock had told him to keep looking, and that he would. Who created the Dalki? What had happened to the demon tier beast they were looking for? And how was Richard Eno connected to it all, including the vampires? He hoped finding him would answer everything. Peter was currently looking over Quinn, who seemed to be fast asleep. Despite all of the noise and the ship's tremors, nothing seemed to wake Quinn up, and Peter didn't want to. He understood why Quinn had to go to such lengths to escape after witnessing the twins' power. "Boss, you deserve the rest. We saved your friend," Peter said. When Peter looked at Vorden, he noticed that he hadn't moved from his position. He didn't move an inch as he continued to stare at the closed metal hangar door. "You guys can't be gone. That ability placed you in my mind, and if I find that ability again, it can get you to come back," Syl thought. However, there was one thing that was giving him huge doubt, the fact that he was now able to hold more than 3 abilities. It seemed like Vorden was right, and if he was right about this, then maybe he was right about... Tears started trickling from his face, and sniffles could be heard. Hearing this, Deal slowly walked up to him and tugged on his shoulder. "Vorden, are you okay?" Deal asked. "We're safe now. We made it all out alive, and it's because of you and your friends. Vorden? Vorden?" Finally, he turned around, wiping his tears away. At this point, Borden had also come over to take a look, and seeing his face like that, he was taken aback. "That's not Vorden," Borden said. "You're right. Vorden's gone. I'm Syl," he replied. Finally, Quinn opened his eyes, and when he did, he was in an unexpected but familiar place. It was one of the rooms on the cursed ship, most likely his own room. "I really need to stop waking up like this. Has it been a few days?" "It must have been," Quinn said, but then his head started to ring, and images flashed in his head. The events of what had occurred while he was the bloodsucker started to play in his mind. It felt like he was there,
present but at the same time not, unable to control everything that was happening. When the pain stopped, he was filled with joy. It looked like they had all managed to get on the ship. The last scene he could see was him being forced to drink the flask on the beach and attacking an unknown woman. It was hard for him to feel bad about what he had done while he was the bloodsucker. He knew it was him, but at the same time, it was just like he had seen a movie where he was the main character. None of it felt real, and at least he didn't know who she was, which just made him more distant with the fact. However, there were deaths he was responsible for, the people in the village. Quinn didn't want to kill them, but when he didn't feel as much sorrow as he thought, or at least as he hoped. It was the same as when he fought against the Sun Shields, and he had an idea of why. It was due to the time he spent living as Vincent. It seemed to affect him more than he realized. He was still Quinn, the person who didn't want to hurt anyone, but when he did, the pain or sadness, the hollow feeling, was no longer there. Quinn gained 6 additional stats from killing the villagers and consumed all of their blood. He spread out the O-types, but he didn't have much of a choice with the rest. Without any beast gear on, nearly all of his stats were now in the high 50s. However, what he was happier about than anything else was the notification screen he could see in front of him. "Congratulations, quest complete. Instant level up reward received. You are now at level 39. The quest wasn't complex, so Quinn wasn't expecting anything other than the instant level up. Still, this was a huge reward in his eyes, especially at this stage. It seemed impossible at the current levels to level up through naturally gaining EXP. So fighting tough opponents was the only way, and it certainly was a tough fight. He was only 1 level away from reaching level 40, although that was only half the quest to reach level 40. To become a vampire lord and be recognized as a vampire leader by the system, Quinn needed to do 2 more things: to turn 10 people and to appoint 1 person as his vampire knight. Thinking about it, Quinn was wondering if there were 2 people he could trust that he could turn to currently. Many contenders would probably stay loyal to him. Dennis, the former Eagles leader, appeared to owe Quinn a great deal, similar to Blip, Linda's brother. Quinn didn't have many people on his team who could fight in the air, so both of them fought well to the best of their abilities. Then there was Alex the Forger. The 2 of them didn't know each other too well, but Quinn was sure he could convince him just like he did before and somehow explain how it would be beneficial to him. He would still be able to use his key, and it shouldn't affect his forging, but he wasn't a fighter, and he felt like it would be a bit of a waste. There was also Nate. However, he was already strong, mainly because of his soul weapon. Based on his nature, Nate would consider this outside help and would refuse, wanting to get stronger through his powers. Scratching his head, he was struggling with this a little bit. Then 2 more people came into his mind, 2 people who were close to him, Vorden and Logan. However, these 2 had abilities that were needed, especially after seeing their sisters' and brothers' strength. Perhaps one day Vorden could get that strong. That was an ability they did not want to lose. Thinking about this, Quinn started to think back to the fight. He had improved so much. He was sure he was at the strength of the vampire leaders. He was sure that at the moment, other than high-tier beasts and vampire leaders, the leaders of the Big Four and those of similar strength, as well as the Dalki, were the only ones that would be strong enough to beat him. And now, there are more. Perhaps there were even more people out there that no one knew about that were strong enough to beat him. However, this seems unlikely. It just seemed like the rumors surrounding the Blade family were true after all, a force more powerful than the Big Four. Entering his room, it was Fex once again, only this time he wasn't saying anything strange. When he looked at Quinn, he just shook his head. "What were you doing copying me, bro?" Fex said. "You know how dangerous that is." "I had no choice," Quinn replied. "I know I heard a little bit about what happened, but no one is quite clear on the details since Vorden's been, you know." "Huh? What's wrong with Vorden?" Quinn asked. "Well, the thing is, ever since he's come back, he's been sitting in one of the training rooms on his own, rocking back and forth. Everyone's tried to speak to him, but he hasn't said a word back." Quinn got off the bed and started to leave the room. "You can try, but I think it will be useless," Fex said. "When you're done, there's quite a lot to update you on that's been happening around here." Concerned about Vorden and unwilling to be stopped while walking through the ship, Quinn put on his shadow cloak while going around the ship. He went by everyone who seemed to be doing well at a glance, and finally entered the training room. It was like Fex had said. Vorden was alone in the corner of the room. "Who's there? Just go away!" Syl cried. "You could always sense me," Quinn said, taking off the shadow cloak. Hearing Quinn's voice, Syl turned around, and he immediately broke down in tears. "Quinn, I'm sorry. It's Vorden and Rayton. They're gone." Syl started to sob uncontrollably. Quinn now realized that he wasn't talking to Vorden, but someone else. Still, he was worried about what they were saying. Slowly, Quinn approached him, and when he said nothing, he sat down by his side. "When you're ready, why don't you tell me everything that happened? Tell me about you and Vorden and Rayton," Quinn said. Back on the Blade Island, Hilston was sitting on his throne, tapping his fingers away against his temple. He had been doing this for a while, and it was making everyone in the room nervous. When Pi and Vicky learned of the situation, it was far worse than they had imagined. The only people that survived were Brock and the servants. Everyone else on the island had been wiped out. "And you're telling me you have no idea who saved Vorden, nor what family they were from?" Hilston asked. "Apart from one of them claiming to be from the Green family," Vicky replied. "However, I believe he said he was the only one left in his family, and he wasn't one that we had trouble with." The two found it hard to keep eye contact, and even their mother and father felt nervous. They were just unsure of what he was going to do. Then, suddenly, he started to burst out in laughter. "So, Syl finally came out of his shell and managed to stop you two with his abilities. Excellent," Hilston said. "If they are out there somewhere hiding with another family, then I say it's time for us to act. From this day forward, the Blade family will no longer be hiding in the shadow. We shall join this stupid civil war." Hearing this, the look on Brock's face was one of deep concern. A few hours had passed, and both Quinn and Syl had been sitting in the same spot. They hadn't moved. While doing so, Quinn listened to everything Syl had to say. Maybe it was because there was no longer anyone for him to talk to in his head anymore, or he just needed to blurt out all the pent-up emotions inside of him. Syl told Quinn everything, what his life was like growing up, how he came to know both Vorden and Rayton, and why they were in his mind. He even explained how their abilities worked, and how they sacrificed their lives to save everyone. "Vorden and Rayton, huh? Both of them, until the very end, were looking after everyone," Quinn said. "I know, I just want them back. I can't do this on my own," Syl said. Standing up, Quinn did a quick stretch as his body felt like it was starting to fall asleep. "Don't worry about that too much. We can't give up until we know there's no chance of getting them back," Quinn replied. "You said so yourself, right? There's a chance if we find someone with the same ability, they might be able to do something. Maybe they are just sleeping in your mind and need a knock or two, but there's no point worrying about them being gone if we don't know for sure they're gone. I know it's going to take some getting used to, but at least now I and you can get to know each other better. Oh, and as for your grandfather, I'm sorry to say this, but he is a giant arsehole if I've ever met one. Train hard to beat him, and if you can't, I will give him a punch with my fist or two." Standing up with a bright smile on his face, Syl started to bow down and up. "Of course. Thank you so much, Quinn, for cheering me up." Leaving the room, Quinn went off to do a few more things around the ship. After all, Fex had said there were a few things that happened while they were away they needed to discuss. But when he did, he paused just outside the training room and leaned his back up against the wall, his hand pressed over his forehead. "Vorden, you're an arsehole as well. Why didn't you tell me what was going on with you, about all the problems you had?" He couldn't help but think that maybe if he went with him, he could have stopped him if he knew about Vorden's past. "I didn't even get to say goodbye. It's going to be quiet and a little strange without you, and I'm going to miss the first friend I ever made." Quinn wanted to visit a different location before heading to the main command room. Quinn could feel the heat from inside, even though he was just outside the door. Upon entering, there were a few modern-looking marbles and metal furnaces, as well as various worktops and molding machines. It had a modern and antique feel to it. Alex had turned one of the large ship's empty rooms into his forgery room, and it appeared that he had enlisted the help of a few people. There were 5 of them, including him, hammering away at armor and the like. "This is a little old-fashioned, no?" Quinn asked. He remembered that whenever he watched Logan, he wouldn't ever touch a hammer and rely on technology to solidify and create certain molds and tooling. On the side of his helmet, he pressed a button. Alex's face was shielded from sparks by the material that had been covering him. Sweat could be seen dripping from his forehead. "Hey, do you like the gear I'm giving you or not? If so, don't complain about my ways," Alex replied. "In the past, I noticed that handcrafting a weapon gave it a better chance of getting an active skill. I'm not sure if it's just in my head, but I've always done it this way since." If Quinn remembered correctly, Leo had claimed that even if they didn't realize it, the best forgers in the world could use ki to create weapons and armor. That's most likely how Alex was able to create such amazing gear. If he was using his own hands rather than a machine, he could constantly connect with the weapon he was making with his ki. I have something you might like. The king-tier crystals began to fall onto the table in front of him as he slowly opened his hand. Borden had no use for the crystals he'd gathered, and there was also Quinn's other Emperor-tier crystal. It was quite a haul. I want you to do your best with this. Can you do it? Quinn said with a smile, waiting for Alex to praise him in some way. He always did in the past when he presented such things. No, I can't, Alex replied. Huh? What do you mean you can't? Can't or won't? Quinn asked, dumbfounded. He wondered if this was just a bad day for Alex. Since when have I ever refused to make such things for you? You saved my arse, and I'm not going to start rebelling against you any time soon, Alex replied. It's glathrium. We only have a small supply of it left. We either have to start trading with other factions or buy it from them. With that many high-tier crystals, using any other material other than glathrium will just be a waste. I can't just make weapons out of beast-tier crystals, you know. Purchase? Quinn started to think. Now that he was in regular contact with Logan, he might be willing to contribute some funds. After all, he was part of this ship. In the past, maybe Quinn would have been too stubborn or shy to ask, but that was stupid considering the situation they were in. Everyone was working together towards the same things, and they needed to use every recourse and perks they could get. If some had more uses than others, then he couldn't be shy or stubborn. Just make what you can, and I'll try and sort out our glathrium problem, Quinn said. Alex pressed the button by the side of his helmet and started hammering away at his work once again. Watching this and listening to what he said, Quinn thought he must be tired. The hammer looked heavy. One of his arms was significantly larger than the other from using the hammer all day. It didn't look like an easy job for anyone to do. I'm not sure if turning him would be beneficial in any way. He'd have more stamina as a vampire, and if he turned undead, he'd have unlimited stamina and strength. Initially, Quinn thought it might be a waste to turn Alex, as he wouldn't be on the front lines fighting. So far, everyone he'd turned had gained a lot of fighting power, so he always considered turning people with this in mind, or those he needed to save. But now, he thought it would be beneficial to the team. Finally, after seeing Alex, Quinn thought it was time for him to head to the command center. He didn't know why, but he felt a little nervous, but at the same time had a feeling of being home. When he arrived on the platform where the large table was placed, everyone was already sitting there looking at some type of map with several different planets on it. Linda, Blip, Dennis, Nate, Sam, Megan, Paul, Kaz, Fex, and Peter. There was no Vorden. Sorry, there was no Syl. Hey, it looks like you finally made it, Fex said. When you said you were going to talk to him, I didn't realize you were going to tell each other your whole life stories. Fex had no idea how true those words were. Sorry, I'm here now. So, what are you guys talking about? Quinn went to take a seat and looked at Sam, who was the only one standing up, and had a strange, large stick in his hand, pointing at things in the center of the holographic map. Since Quinn is finally here, we can get down to serious business, Sam said. The first topic, how the sun shields are no more, and the consequences of Bernie's defeat. It was something that everyone expected to hear, and at the same time didn't. From the information they had before, they knew that Bernie was being chased, and who was doing the chasing. But it was difficult for them to comprehend how one of the big four could be defeated so quickly. A war takes years, months even. With how many people the Sun Shields had, and how many planets they owned, one would expect a slow demise, not to be wiped out within a couple of weeks. They couldn't comprehend in their heads just how strong the Blades were. But this event was starting to give the rest of them an idea. Peter, Logan, and Quinn had experienced a small part of it firsthand. Everyone was keeping a close eye on each other, so it seems like not only the big three, which are now down to two, noticed the change, Sam continued to explain. I guess they couldn't keep this a secret. However, all the Blades did was exterminate and get rid of all the shelters and people on the Sunshield planets, swiftly moving on to the next one. Usually, when one would take over a planet, they would take some of their people in and leave a token army behind. This would discourage others from attacking. However, the Blades did not do so, leaving all of the Sunshield planets unclaimed. Bernie had been defeated by an unknown medium-sized faction since then, according to rumors. People assumed that the battle had been fierce and that the faction had suffered significant losses. As a result, Factions that were once under the Sun Shield's control, as well as those that were unaffiliated with anyone, have begun to emerge from the shadows. Their goal is to claim these unclaimed planets. Have the military or other families made any moves regarding this? Paul asked. Having worked for the military in a high position himself, Paul could often predict the military's movements. But that was when times were regular. At the moment it was hectic, and when things got like this, Oscar himself usually liked to move out. The Supreme Commander could be very unpredictable. The military's movements have been a little strange. They have taken out 2 large spaceships similar to this one and sent them to the Beast Planet where the Demon Tier is meant to be located. It seems like they have no interest in what is happening to the Big Four and are allowing people to do what they want without interfering. I've never seen a Demon Tier weapon before in combat, Linda said, but the Supreme Commander is already meant to have one, right? Maybe they're betting everything on it because they know it's worth more than others. That might be the case, Sam replied. Honestly, depending on who defeats the Demon Tier, it will be a great shift in power. As for the Big Two, they are too busy dealing with their planets and preparing to hunt the Demon Tier as well. They don't have time to care about the Sun Shield's planets. Most of them are already being fully explored. They are just ones where people can hunt for beasts up to the King Tier level, which is no longer of interest to them. These factions that are appearing, is there anything we need to worry about? Quinn asked. Before answering and returning their gaze to Quinn, the others began to look at each other for a brief moment. Some of these factions are quite strong. Remember, in the past, they tried to form an alliance, and they would have had enough power to rival the Big Three. However, in their early stages of development, they chose to step on the toes of Pure. And what was with the strange looks you all gave each other before? Quinn asked. It was so bluntly obvious that they didn't even try to hide it. Well, while you were away, a faction actually approached us. They are now on the Crow's planet setting up a base themselves, a little away from the land that had already been cleared. What? Quinn said, placing his hands on the table. After everything we did to get that planet, we're now sharing it? Quinn, I know how you feel, trust me, Blip said. More of the Crow's blood was spilled than anyone else's on that planet. We were the ones that cleared the land that they were safely parking their backsides on. The truth is, the Crow's name never had much weight to begin with, and we are now going under the cursed name. The second they found out our faction rank was so low, they were swiftly content to stay here. If we refused, they were happy to fight for it. We just got out of fighting with the Sun Shields. I didn't want to make everyone go through with fighting another faction so soon. Without you, we didn't want to make any rash moves either. The faction rank also acted as a good deterrent against oncoming attackers. In the past, sharing a planet with many different factions was quite common. This would cause the odd dispute here or there, and then one learned what faction they came from. They could look up their rank. They would rarely try to cause trouble if the stakes were high. This was all until the Civil War. It was no longer about your faction rank, but rather who you were allied with. However, it looked like with the Sun Shields out of the way, this was changing. How is this sharing with this faction going? Quinn asked. Hearing this question, Dennis and Megan had quite a dismayed look on their faces. It's a crap show, Dennis complained. They seem nice on the surface and then treat our people like crap, following our people on hunts and stealing our kills. I've even had reports about them beating a few of our people and stealing crystals directly from them. Hearing this news enraged Quinn greatly. After everything they'd been through, they didn't need any more nonsense from another faction. However, he reminded himself that those who are experiencing these things firsthand must be even more frustrated than he is. After all, they were doing this for the sake of the people. You guys are strong. I can't believe you would sit around and do nothing about this, Quinn said. Especially you, Dennis. I'm kind of surprised you managed to keep your cool. Yeah, if it weren't for Meg here, I probably would have blown a hole or two in a few of them. There was a brief second of silence as they realized Dennis had called Megan Meg. It was a cute nickname, and judging by the way her face went red, there was probably something going on between the two. Damn it! How did that old man get a girl? I'm at least as good-looking as him, right? Nate thought. The factions themselves are not the problem, Sam said. The faction that is on the Crow's planet is at rank B, called the Parasites. In all honesty, they probably would have had the same strength as the Crows from before. Because we are new in the system, we are all still treated as a rank F faction. It hasn't been a month yet since our contribution points have been added up, so that should change in a couple of weeks. Still, we haven't been able to go on as many hunts either. At most, we will get a D rank. With such a low ranking, once we get rid of them, another faction will soon be on their way here thinking we're easy targets. Kick their arses, get our rank up. Simple then, right? Peter said. I wish it was, Sam sighed. With a single planet, the highest rank we will probably ever be able to achieve is B. This is not enough to deter anyone away, especially during these times. At the moment, there is more fighting than ever between these medium-sized factions, as people think eventually one of them will come out as a winner. A winner? To win what? Quinn asked. Reports online and on the internet is calling this whole thing a race to get the third seat. If one can display enough dominance and unite these medium-sized factions under their banner, they will become another well-known name. Part of the big three. With two powerhouses out of the picture, there's now room enough for another, Sam explained. I think it's as simple as Peter said it is then, Quinn replied. We get that rank up, and we take that third seat. We become the big three. We needed to make a move at some point, and at the moment, while the other big leaders and military are too concerned with the demon tier beast, this will be our best chance. The others looked at Quinn and smiled. There were no complaints from any of them. It would have sounded crazy or barbaric in the past for any of them to think of such a thing happening in their lives, but after witnessing what he had done, they could believe he could do it. The meeting was called to a close after everyone had been updated on their current findings. They decided to join in claiming the Sunshield's now unclaimed planets, but first they had to deal with the faction that had taken up residence on their already owned planet. As Blip explained, the people were still recovering and more information on their power structure was needed, so for the time being, they would continue to share the planet and go on regular hunts. Quinn also wished to go out on a hunt. After fighting those two twins and spending time with Borden in the forest, he realized that he needed to improve his fighting. He was hoping to train with the Shadow more and unlock the last skill at level 7, bringing it up to level 8. Maybe I should go out to the new lands? There should be some Emperor-tier beasts out there. I'll see if anyone wants to come with me when I go, Quinn thought. When the meeting had ended, Blip had asked to speak to Quinn alone, and the two of them were now talking around the ship, having a general talk. Is there something wrong with my sister? Blip asked. Huh? Quinn nervously replied. What makes you say that? It's just, ever since the incident with the Emperor-tier beast, she's been making up excuses and not going out on hunts with us. She thinks I'm stupid and gullible, but honestly, I just don't want to ask her about it. If she's decided to keep something from me, then it must be a big deal, but the curiosity is killing me. I'm guessing something happened to her during that time that she doesn't want to talk about. Yes, something did indeed happen. A little out-of-control vampire slit her throat, and I had to turn your sister into a walking undead creature. Quinn wanted to blurt it out, but it was impossible to tell him the truth. In all honesty, Quinn was sick and tired of keeping it a secret. He wanted to tell the others who he was and what the others were. Both Linda and Sam were vampires as well, and it would be harder to keep the secret and use their full strength. These people believed in him, and he was confident that even if they found out, they wouldn't care. Similarly, Logan and Vorden didn't care. He couldn't understand why the vampires thought keeping their secret was such a big deal. Why couldn't they live together, humans and vampires? Although his time living as Vincent gave him the answer to that one. There were a few vampires who were against it, who regarded themselves as superior to humans and would never allow such a thing to occur. He was certain that if such a group existed or was formed, the vampires would work behind the scenes to eliminate it. It was probably what happened to Arthur and the other Punishers when they left as well. However, it wasn't just the vampires' fault either. He was sure some humans would see them as a threat, especially when their food source was human blood. I'm sure she's fine, Quinn said. She was badly hurt, and a few crows were killed right in front of her. Maybe she doesn't want it to happen again now that she's seen it, so she's just a little worried. Maybe you're right, Blip said. Seeing him walk off a little disheartened, Quinn felt guilty. If Kaz wasn't here, he would have told him everything. Maybe someday, but not yet. With everything happening, Quinn decided to try to see how the original gang was all doing. Borden was looking after Syl. At first, Borden didn't like it. He claimed this person looked like his brother, but was nothing like him. But as the two started to talk, they seemed to get on, and Syl started to latch onto Borden as well. Quinn was wondering if it was because Borden was a clone of Vorden. It was strange, but Borden took on more of Vorden's personality rather than Syl's. Regardless, somewhere deep down the two of them felt connected. Next on the list of things to do was to try and contact the two girls. They knew the moment of all the other groups, but not Pure so much. At the same time, he was wondering how they were doing. He just hoped they weren't in trouble as well, like Vorden. He didn't want to have to go on another rescue mission, especially with a group like Pure wrapped up in mystery. No one even knew their real strength. A message was sent to their masks from the command center, indicating that he wanted to speak with them. He had done this in the past, and only once gotten a reply from them. They picked up today, springingly. Sia and Layla were both visible on the screen, with a plain metal background behind them in the video feed. A quick check-in was conducted to see how they were doing, and it appeared that they were not in as much of a hurry as they had been previously. "We were both accepted into Pure quite easily," Layla said, "although they are watching us more than before. Only now, after a few months of us not trying to run and escape from the place, have they let their guards down a little. No information has been revealed. In fact, it seems like Pure has been too busy with other things, one after another." "Have you been able to do what you wanted to do?" Quinn asked. Layla looked a little sad when Quinn asked that question. "No, I haven't been able to see my mother or talk to her. The leaders were never this active before. It looks like big things are starting to happen. I'm sure you've heard the news about the sun shields being wiped out." Quinn hadn't had the time to update Layla about everything that was going on with them, or everything to do with Vorden. "Yeah," Quinn replied. "Well, this civil war has been quite a boom for Pure. More people are chasing them to align themselves with them than before. They want to use this chance to show the world more of their power, so they've decided to split up their forces. Half are focused on claiming the unclaimed planets, while the leaders will be heading out to the Demon Tier planet. It looks like we might not be able to meet up with you on the Demon Tier planet after all. Our ranks are low, so we might just be asked to take base at one of the unclaimed planets." "Don't worry too much about that," Quinn replied. "We will see each other eventually. Let me know if you need anything, and update me when you can on your current situation." Layla didn't have any idea of Quinn's plans or what they were planning to do. After learning what Pure was about to do, he thought it was better that way. He was sure if he did say that they were aiming for the unclaimed planets as well, she would try to stop him. Instead, after the call, Quinn realized that he would need to prepare for an upcoming clash with members of Pure as well. Luckily, it seemed like the stronger ones of the group were preparing for the Demon Tier beast. Quinn hadn't given up on that yet either, just that he had always planned to move a small team, so it was much easier than what these big powerhouses were planning. Thinking of all of this, Quinn's hand started to twitch. He was itching to fight something, to get stronger. Before heading out, he wanted to see what equipment Alex was able to make, which reminded him about their current financial situation. As a result, he decided to call Logan next. Logan had returned to his house on the planet owned by the Bree family while Quinn was unconscious. It seemed he was quite desperate to find out something. "Quinn," Logan said when answering the call. Quinn could see many terminals and computers in the background, and Logan looked to be busy working away on something. Quinn went on to explain their financial situation, how they needed funds to purchase more glathrium, and the Green family was filthy rich. "I'm sorry, Quinn, but I can't help you," Logan replied. Quinn was shocked by this answer. He never saw Logan as the type of person to care about money, so why the rejection? "I'm trying my best to recover as many funds as possible, but ever since we've returned, someone has been restricting my access to all the Green's accounts." "Huh? But isn't that impossible? I mean for you? You would think, but it seems like there are people out there that have powers that would rival my own." Quinn knew exactly the type of person he was talking about. People like Richard Eno. But why would he be going after the Green family funds? "Quinn, perhaps it's time for you and me to have a talk. This has been needed for some time now," Logan said. "In private if we can." The two of them began to converse after he moved to his room. Logan had a lot to say. He realized that his family was linked to the vampires, that they were possibly more involved than he thought, and that Quinn might know more. After what had happened with the fund situation and on the island with Brock, he thought it was time to try and figure out this whole thing together. The two of them passed information back and forth, and they came up with a number of theories and revelations in the process. After sharing their thoughts, they came up with a few theories or conclusions. First, there were the facts on Quinn's side of things. Vincent belonged to the 10th family, and his real name was Vincent Eno. During his time, other than him, he had an uncle named Jim Eno who was older than him. In the vampire world, Vincent was in charge of trying to make a blood substitute for the vampires, but he had never succeeded. He fell in love, as well as dealt with a few other problems. He had moved to Earth, wanting to live and die along with his wife. Vincent decided to leave a book that was passed down from his children. The book was what Quinn had received. He was worried about his family and future generations, and he wanted the book to teach whoever got hold of the vampire powers, so he made a system. The system was created with the help of a mysterious person that Quinn had seen once before. That man who looked almost identical to the first leader he had seen in the Bone Claw's memory. The first leader was currently missing. It was clear that the first king and the mysterious scientists who helped Vincent were the same person, but Vincent never saw what the first leader looked like, so he was unaware of it. On Logan's side of things, the Green's power was originally given by an Eno, with the condition of always helping them when in need. Through generations, an Eno would keep appearing throughout their lives, asking for help. However, although the man always used a different name, he looked almost identical. "Stop there for a second," Quinn said. "Before we move on, this man, what did he look like?" "Sometimes his hairstyle would change, but everything about him was the same," Logan replied. "He would have deep sunken eyes with small pupils, his eyebrows thick and bushy, but his posture was always one of confidence." "It sounds very similar to the first leader and the scientist Vincent met. However, we can't be 100% sure," Quinn said. At one point, Eno came to one of them and asked him to help him create a system, one that was similar to a game. When Quinn heard this detail, he thought that maybe the scientist that Vincent had worked with was a Green, but it didn't match up with any of the details before. They could think of two possibilities. One of them was using a disguise, maybe had a transformation skill of some sort, or the Eno, who was with the Green, worked with them while also working with Vincent, acting as a bridge between the two, never meeting. Then the confusing details started to come into play. At some point, another Eno, this time, one that didn't look similar to the description from before, came asking for Vincent. Of course, the Green family never met Vincent, so they had no clue. Later, that same man came back and kidnapped the Green family to carry on Vincent's work, eventually creating the Dalki, using a demon-tier beast. After returning to Earth, the original Eno returned and went off again. The Green family never heard from him again. "Do you have any clues as to who could have possibly been looking for Vincent?" Logan asked. His parents seemed to trust Richard Eno, which meant he was most likely the first Eno they had met all along, if it wasn't Richard Eno behind everything. Then it was most likely Eno who had helped create the Dalki. Still, it would make no sense why he would go after his parents after allowing them to leave. "There is one person I can think of, another Eno that should still be alive," Quinn replied. "When I lived through Vincent's life, his Uncle Jim seemed to be obsessed with his research on blood. Every day they would ask to help Vincent. According to Edward, this knight was also very fond of Vincent as well." Now they had two Enos to look for, Jim Eno and Richard Eno. The real question was, they had no idea who was good or who was bad in this. On top of that, they had no leads either. The call came to an end, and they were both pleased with what they had discovered together. However, it didn't really change much, only that Quinn was looking for the first leader, who was most likely Richard Eno, and Logan would be better off finding Richard Eno compared to looking for Jim, who no one had heard of. Still, none of this stopped the original problem. Logan had lost nearly all of the Green family funds. Someone was trying to sabotage him. This also meant that Quinn had to find another way to get the materials he needed to help Alex. He headed off to the forgery room to break the bad news and hopefully get some ideas on how to solve their problem. Entering the room just like before, Alex was busy hammering away. When Quinn came in, he stopped and took a seat. This time he removed the helmet rather than just taking the front cover down. He was covered in sweat, and he even had bags under his eyes. "Have you been getting enough sleep?" Quinn asked. "Yeah, just try hammering a hammer all day. It will wear you out," Alex replied. "The more crystals people bring in, the more work for us, and it's starting to take a toll on me a little bit." Quinn looked at him and wondered if he should bring that up. "How about the king-tier crystals I bought you? Any luck?" Quinn asked. "Actually, sorry to say this, but we just ran out of glathrium before I could turn them into anything. Right now, they're just piling up unused. If worst comes to worst, we're going to have to chuck them in the engine for energy, which would be a waste," Alex replied. "Whoa, what? Can't we at least sell some of the crystals to buy some glathrium?" Quinn asked. "You sure you want to do that? King-tier crystals and above are really hard to come by. People often lose their lives just trying to get those things. Selling even one of them for credits seems like a waste in my eyes." "Didn't you just say to chuck them in the ship's engine?" "That was a joke. Look, if you're looking for something, then why not head over to the Crow's planet? I heard about the other faction. Maybe they will be willing to make a trade. We have plenty of advanced and intermediate crystals that I'm sure they would be willing to snatch." Thinking the conversation was over, Alex went to pick up his hammer to carry on his work, but then it slipped through his fingers and fell to the floor, showing how tired he was. Picking it up before Alex could bend down, Quinn had a proposition for him. "What if I told you there was a way you could hammer all day without getting tired, or at least work harder and better than you do now?" "I would say, show me that magic genie," Alex replied. Looking around, Quinn was trying to see if Kaz was around, but she was nowhere to be seen. She'd been clinging to Paul like glue lately, more than usual. "You trust me, right? Come with me," Quinn said. Quinn had decided he would tell Alex all the risks and let him decide what he wanted to do. Quinn felt like he had figured out the system when turning people a little bit. Although Vincent said it was random with a few conditions, perhaps it was more random when it came to vampires turning people, but Quinn's system influenced his vampire powers greatly, so it looked like it also influenced his turning powers as well. He remembered Vincent saying that Quinn created more subclasses than a regular vampire usually would, which made him think that there had to be a reason for that. Breaking everything down, it seemed like people would turn based on what situation they were in. A near-death state like Linda and Peter had turned them into undead, or based on their personality. Quinn was sure that there would be no problems with Alex as well. He was a little excited, hoping he would say yes. Then he would have his own little vampire forger. It was a win-win situation for them both. With the rings, they could practically live a normal life. Of course, it depends on what they change to. After Blip's talk with Quinn, he knew something was up. He was doing his little investigation into what had happened that day. He saw that she had no injuries coming back from the fight with the Emperor Tier Beast. That on its own was strange. Yes, Quinn was with them with his great strength, but even he looked to be hurt along with the rest. What tipped him off the most was what Fex had told him the tale of events. He knew if anyone was going to crack, it would be him. Blip had questioned everyone that day about what happened, and most of them gave vague answers based on the information that everyone already knew. When he asked what happened, Fex had made up a complete lie that didn't fit with what the others had said, yet he was there. "Stop worrying about your sister," Dennis said, punching him on the arm. "She's strong. In some cases, I think stronger than you." Blip gave Dennis quite a stare back, not because of the punch, but because he and his sister were on very close terms. But after the meeting, it looked like he was also close with Meg. Okay, Dennis said, feeling the piercing daggers in him. "I'll try to find out what happened." Walking off, Dennis was kicking himself. This is why you should never flirt with your friend's sister. Good things never come out of it. After taking Alex away from his forging area, the two of them eventually ended up in one of the empty training rooms. There were quite a few on board the ship, but this one in particular was reserved for Quinn and a few others. Linda was the one who came up with the idea. She wished to train her new body and powers with her new body. Of course, Quinn wasn't against this idea. Quinn's special training area was claimed because he also wanted a place where he could use his vampire powers without fear of being discovered. There was a passcode on the outside door, but this was also given to Linda, Sam, Fex, and Paul, all of the ones that needed to hide their powers. After walking into the room, Alex heard the sound of the door locking again behind him, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "Quinn, I trust you and all, but you didn't bring me here to do anything strange to me, did you?" Alex asked. "Well, it might be strange for some," Quinn replied, which only increased the nervousness Alex felt. "If he was to force himself on me, I wouldn't be able to do anything to fight back. He's too strong," Alex thought. "I'm going to tell you the truth about me," Quinn said, "and then I will ask you what you want to do." Quinn was supposed to explain who he was, how he became a vampire, and what a few of the others were doing with him, how he was responsible for turning them. Quinn didn't hold back in informing him of the benefits and drawbacks of the transformation. Quinn was comfortable with telling him all of this, because if Alex refused, then he could just remove this specific memory that recently happened from his head. It was not affecting him much mentally, and he wouldn't slip up and tell them their secret by accident, avoiding any trouble from a certain someone. "It sounds like I'm flipping a coin," Alex said. "There's a chance it can help me, but you're saying there's also a chance that something bad can happen to me?" "So far, the worst thing that happened was to Peter, but right now he has unlimited stamina, doesn't feel pain, and needs no sleep." All of these things were things that a forger like Alex greatly suffered from. Losing his ability wasn't a big deal, and maybe with a restart, he could get something more suited for him. Alex had been labeled as a weakling his entire life. He came to the school to learn an earth ability, but quickly realized that he didn't like being bossed around by those who were stronger than him. In the end, he went to forging and fell in love with creating every small detail of the weapon. However, when he was on the Eagle's planet, he realized that there were people who had just overlooked his talent. The person standing in front of him was the first person to recognize and see his skills and had given him hope. Because of this, Alex found it hard to believe that Quinn would ever do something to harm him, and for him, there seemed to be more pluses than negatives. One part of Quinn's story that stood out to him was how Quinn used to be a nobody. Right now, Alex considered himself a nobody, but Quinn had turned into someone very influential, and he wanted to do the same. "I'll do it," Alex said. "Great, open your mouth then," Quinn instructed. "Wait, here, right now? I don't get a day or two to think about it?" Alex said, looking for an escape. "What do you mean? You just said you would do it, so what's the point of waiting? There was a reason why I chose this room." Quinn was right. Alex was just running away from the inevitable. He knelt on his knees and opened his mouth. To be honest, the whole thing was a little too much for him to take, and he couldn't believe it. He was wondering if Quinn had gone mad. Perhaps this was all a sick joke, but he could see it in his eyes when he was telling his whole story. He was dead serious about it. Closing his eyes, he had no clue when the blood was going to come, but then the taste of iron entered, and slowly it started to drip down his throat. "So far I've been good with not creating anything bad. I hope it's not like that this time either," Quinn thought. Quinn didn't know the percentage of turned vampires that could go wrong, but if it was something along the lines of 10%, it would mean one of his 10 turns would go bad. Of course, the percentage could be higher or lower, but it was in times like this that he wished he still had Vincent with him. The rolling around on the floor and the extreme pain had begun. Hoping to make it easier on him, Quinn held down both of his hands and started to focus his ki. The feeling he was feeling from Alex right now was the same as when Quinn had consumed too many different types of blood at once. According to Fex, that was him becoming addicted to the blood, but thanks to his ki, he was able to fuse the two and get rid of it. When Quinn started to focus, he could also feel Alex's ki inside his body. It was much smaller than himself, but this was also the first time he was ever able to sense another person's ki so closely like this, so he had no idea what was small or what was large. With Quinn's help, he was able to control the pain slightly, and Quinn started to think about whether he should teach Alex more about ki control. At least that was what he knew, was the mediation part Leo had taught him. Maybe an increase in ki would help him make better weapons, and if his life was on the line, it could help him in a fight. This was why Quinn wanted Leo to teach them all about ki. For some reason, it seemed to greatly disrupt the natural healing ability of vampires when being used. If another conflict was to happen in the future, which he didn't doubt, there was a high chance. It would give his group an edge. Finally, the pain started to reside, and now Alex's body was slowly starting to change. His ears were starting to become more pointed, rather than his skin becoming paler. It looked almost as if it was smoothing out. The rough features that he had before and the deep calluses he had on his hands were all fading away. Getting off of Alex, he allowed his body to completely change. "I've never seen this before," Quinn said, noting that this change was different from the others. "Is it a Class C type?" Eventually, the transformation was done, and Alex stood up from the ground. He felt a little groggy and slowly started to open his eyes. When he did, he could feel something on his back. A little twitch was made, and soon a sound followed. Peeking through his arm, he could see something. 4 large, rounded, glowing wings were sticking out from the back. "It's a blood-red color." "Ah!" Alex shouted, seeing them. "What are these? I thought you said I would turn into a vampire." I know, and you have, I think," Quinn said, stepping back, unsure of what Alex might do. "I'm not a vampire, am I? Look, I have freaking wings! Quinn, wings! 1, 2, 3, 4 wings! I can count and I'm not blind." Using his inspection skills, he was desperately trying to find out what Alex had turned into. At least it didn't look like Alex was trying to kill him. Not yet, anyway. "Blood ritual success. 9 of 10 blooded. Your cursed family is growing. Congratulations, you have successfully created a blood fairy." What is a blood fairy? Inspect. Blood fairy, the playboy or playgirl of the vampire race. Reading the opening line, Quinn looked at Alex. In no way did he ever think this person was a playboy. He was too fixated on his weapons that Quinn didn't think he had ever seen Alex talk to a girl. Nevertheless, he carried on reading. They have a superhuman body that is comparable to that of vampires, including the ability to regenerate. They do not consume human blood to live and regenerate, unlike vampires. They consume vampire blood. They live a long time but are not immortal. A blood fairy's main characteristics are its smooth, silky skin and red blood wings. The description seemed to match what Quinn was seeing in front of him. He was thankful so far that at least the blood fairy had some traits of a vampire, which meant Alex would have improved strength and stamina, which would certainly help him when making weapons. What surprised him was the information on what blood fairies ate. Vampire blood. Judging from the explanation, it seemed to work the same way as human blood did for vampires. Quinn would withhold judgment for now, as he didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. The blood fairies are able to fly and use their own set of blood skills that are different from vampire skills. This is due to the blood inside the fairies being different. The fairies' blood is toxic and acidic to vampires. Now this part was interesting. It looked like the blood fairy was something that actually would have been better off being used to fight against vampires due to its blood and skills. The sad part was that Alex was no fighter, and Quinn had no intention of letting him out on the battlefield, especially against the vampires. For one, Quinn didn't want to, and two, it would be a waste of a good forger, which made him think if there was anything he could do to make use of him. Quinn quickly explained what he knew about who Alex was, and to Alex, it all sounded amazing, apart from the part where he had to consume vampire blood. So, if I feel a bit peckish, I have to come and find you? Alex asked. Not just me. I guess me, Paul, or Yeah, just come to me, Quinn said. I still have some special flasks used to store blood. I've only used it for human blood so far, but I'm sure it will do the same thing. Just keep it on you at all times. If worse comes to worst and I'm not around, you can go look for others, but Fex would be your best bet. Alex was excited. He could feel his body had changed. Just seconds ago he felt weak, but now he was full of life. Before he knew it, his wings were flapping around like crazy. Damn, these are annoying, Alex said. Can you not put them away or something? Maybe try to focus on them? Quinn suggested. He closed his eyes and imagined his wings retracting back inside him. He could feel it, and in his head, he could see it going back in. When he opened his eyes, they were still there. The image he was seeing in his head was all in his head. The wings had sprouted and ripped through the uniform he was wearing, and he couldn't go out like this. People would think he was a humanoid beast before assuming anything else. He also needed to explain it to Kaz before she saw anything. Just stay here for a sec, Quinn said, leaving the room. While out of the room, Quinn thought maybe he should try and ask Fex if he knew anything else about the blood fairy. Often, the system would only give basic information, and sometimes there was to it. Also, maybe Fex knew a way for him to hide his wings or retract them. A blood fairy? Fex said, confused. What the hell is that? A fairy soaked in ketchup? Aren't fairies really small things? As I said, Alex, the forger. I turned him, and he's turned into a blood fairy, Quinn repeated once again. Well, I mean, you have to remember I'm young when you compare me to vampire standards, and turning isn't something that is often done. Still, I would have thought I would have heard of it from somewhere before, but it's not ringing any bells, Fex replied. Well, if you don't know, then we are going to have to do something about his wings. Maybe we can use something like my string, but more permanent, Fex suggested. When they returned to the room, Fex was with them this time, and they had some medical wraps and a new uniform in their hands. Alex had a natural ability to control the wings, and folding them in was simple. The wings stayed close to his body as he wrapped his body around them. With the uniform over him, no one could tell he ever had anything on his back. Do you feel okay? Quinn asked. It's a little stiff. I think I might have to stretch them out once in a while, but it should be okay, Alex replied. I was hoping we could test a few things, or maybe Fex could teach you if he knew about the blood fairy, but even he doesn't, Quinn said, tapping his foot trying to think. Fex, you want to be a little useful, right? Why don't we do a little experiment, Quinn said, smiling, and Fex didn't like the look of Quinn's smile. Alex's hand was hovering over Fex's hand, and Quinn had sharpened his fingernail. In this case, It should have been Alex shaking about, but instead it was Fex. "Will you stop shaking?" Quinn said. "It's only a bit of blood. What are you worried about?" "If this was only a bit of blood, then why do you need to test this?" Instead of replying, Quinn used his fingernail to cause a small scratch on Alex's palm, and the blood started to drip onto Fex's hand. A sizzling sound could be heard. "Ah, it burns! What the hell? Is his blood made of fire?" Fex said, pulling it away. Then Fex's hand started to feel a tiny bit numb. Looks like the description was true. Seeing how effective it was even against Fex, a vampire noble, sparked an idea in Quinn's head. "Are you able to mix in blood while creating weapons?" Quinn asked. "Sure I can. It won't be a high percentage, but it definitely can be done," Alex replied. Weapons made from the blood fairy's blood, he imagined just how effective it would be against the vampires. "When you make your next set of weapons, let's mix your blood in there." Fex, hearing this, was a little worried. Was Quinn planning to go up against the vampires at some point, or was it just a precaution? "It's a shame no one knows about the blood fairies. Otherwise they might have been able to tell us a few things, maybe even some blood skills they can do," Quinn said. "I told you before, I'm young, but you do have an old vampire with us," Fex replied. "Huh? An old vampire? Who?" "Kaz. I know she may look young and act a bit loopy sometimes, but trust me, she's quite old. As long as you're not the first person to have ever created a blood fairy, trust me, she will know about them." The three of them left, but before doing so, a flask was given to Alex with Quinn's blood in it. Alex said he might leave it to the last second to take the blood. It was still something he couldn't get used to, but Quinn said that was fine. If the fairies worked the same way as vampires, it would be more beneficial for them to build up a resistance and not get addicted to vampires' blood. Quinn had so many questions about the fairies. If they didn't consume vampire blood, did they have another deadly form like the bloodsucker? What were their skills like? In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to approach Kaz about it. He didn't want to, but he felt it was important to know what Alex exactly was, and he had this bad gut feeling. Kaz and Paul weren't too far away from where they were. They were in another training room, as Paul would frequently practice his poison abilities. He had reached the top level of 6. It was the highest one could get unless he had a teacher or found someone with the ability book. But Paul was trying to see if he could become his own teacher. If he learned the ability inside out, then at times people could improve the skill. This was how the first people who learned the ability did it in the first place. Although this usually took generations of people to refine certain techniques, Paul wasn't one to give up. Wherever Paul was, Kaz would be there too. "Kaz," Quinn said. "Quinn," she replied. It had been awkward between the two ever since she had given him the information to save Paul. It wasn't bad between them, but it wasn't good either. I and Fex were talking about different things, and a certain subclass came up. There was something called a blood fairy, but neither of us had ever seen one before, and was wondering if you knew anything about them," Quinn asked. "Blood fairy?" said Kaz. "Well, it's no wonder you have never seen one. A blood fairy is one of the subclasses that, if created, vampires are ordered to kill it on sight." Quinn was afraid that this might have been the answer. "Is there a specific reason why the blood fairies have deemed a subclass to be killed on sight?" Quinn asked, hoping Kaz would think he was just genuinely curious. After all, he was just a human-turned vampire that didn't know anything. Or is it something like the Wendigos that are uncontrollable? Kaz looked at him for a little while. She tried to look uninterested as she leaned up against the wall and then slumped down. A single eye opened, and she looked him up and down before closing them again and answering as if she didn't care. "No, they're not like the Wendigos. They are sane just like a vampire, and to my knowledge, they are also just as strong. The council is all about preventive measures. It seems like they have been hurt a few times in the past, so some strict rules got added along the way. It's simple. If they think something can be used against them, then they will get rid of it. The blood fairies they saw had more downsides than upsides." "Why were you guys suddenly talking about blood fairies?" Kaz asked. "Oh, nothing. Fex was just talking about some rumors he used to hear when he was in the castle," Quinn replied, and was already on his way back. After leaving, Quinn didn't know how to feel. He didn't know whether to be overjoyed that he had something special that the vampires didn't like, or to feel like this was just something else he needed to hide. Letting out a big sigh, he thought about why things couldn't just be easy for him. At least the good news was that he didn't actually have to worry about Alex, but just worried about him being discovered. Perhaps him being a forger worked out for the best. As long as there wasn't some type of large-scale battle going on where they needed to use every last man and woman, then the two of them should rarely ever meet. His wings were hidden, and his hair hid his ears anyway, so this would have to suffice for the time being. Heading over to the control room, Quinn wanted to make everyone aware of what he was planning to do. He realized now that he was the leader, and that it would be strange of him to just suddenly leave the base without informing anyone of what he was doing. When he entered, the usual people were there at the usual round table. They were currently evaluating all the unclaimed planets and noting which factions were nearby. Quinn had made it his quest to become one of the big three. To do that, he would have to claim some planets. However, in these types of situations, preparation was crucial, and they were plotting out the best course of action. When they fought another faction, their forces were weakened, and others were waiting to strike. So they needed a good route, but Quinn didn't need to worry about all this stuff. He could leave it to the others since he trusted them. "I want to let you guys know that I was thinking of heading to the Crow's planet to hunt some Emperor-tier beasts," Quinn said. "Alone?" Megan said, with a concerned expression. It was unbeknown to her that Quinn was now strong enough to take on an Emperor-tier beast on his own, at least if he could use his blood powers. "Yeah, I only have this mask and one Emperor-tier crystal. It won't be enough to make a full set of armor. I was hoping before doing anything major that it would be a big improvement to my gear." He was also hoping to get his shadow skills up and unlock the last level 7 skill. Then finally he would become a level 8 shadow user. Perhaps he could even use some of the other skills that Arthur had shown that day. At the moment, Quinn had no way of contacting Arthur, and he honestly wanted to see how he was doing, yet somehow Arthur was able to teleport to him. Perhaps that skill was reserved for the top shadow users, and it was something he could use once he reached level 8. "Well, if you're going, then count me in as well," Nate said. "All this planning is hurting my brain." "Well, you weren't really contributing much with that peanut," Sam pointed at his head. Nate heard it but chose to ignore it. It was true that he was just listening, not really giving any valuable help at all. He was starting to wonder why he was even at the so-called leader's table in the first place. "It would be nice to go with the big boss," Dennis proclaimed while standing up. "I'd love to pound some parasites with him after seeing him pound those sun shields." "Hey," Blip said, "remember that we have an agreement with the other shelter at the moment. Both sides have agreed not to attack one another. You don't want us to be known for breaking our promises, do you?" Using his eyes, Blip started to look in the direction of a certain someone. It took Dennis a while to figure it out when he finally realized that it was Linda. "Oh, well, you know me," Dennis suddenly said, speaking unnaturally. His phrasing and tones were all over the place. "I might still hit a head or two. Someone is going to have to look after me and keep me in check. Maybe you should come, Linda." "Me?" Linda said, surprised. "I think you should," Megan added. "You haven't left the spaceship. The people miss you. It would be nice for them to see you." She looked at Quinn, and he just nodded, approving. He was confident he could protect her from any harm, at least on this planet. "It is best if you take 5 with you," Sam suggested. "Make it a full team." Quinn thought about it for a while. There didn't seem to be any more volunteers to go with them, and then 2 people popped into his head. "I think I'll bring Fex and Syl along for this one." Syl lately hadn't been interacting with anyone, which was bad in Quinn's opinion. Syl was strong, stronger than most of them, and at some point they would have to face the Blades. He knew after Syl had told his story, he wanted to beat Hilston and get his revenge, but he wasn't going to do that by staying on the ship all day. After calling on the other 2, it looked like both of them were happy to go on a hunt with Quinn. Syl was surprisingly happy that Quinn had asked him for help. He was a bit worried that Borden would want to come along, but he looked relieved. It was as if a huge weight had been taken away from him. Blip was going as well, but he wouldn't be staying with them. He needed to head to the Crow's base just to check over a few things. Stepping through the teleporter one by one, they were transported onto the Crow's planet. Moving from the teleportation room to the outside of the building, they could see that the base was on a slightly raised platform compared to everything else. When Quinn looked at the shelter, it looked like a completely different place compared to the last time he had seen it. There was plenty of activity because all of the buildings had been repaired, and the market stalls were back in full swing. Even travelers and other people he had never seen before were present. "What's with all the people?" Quinn asked, noticing that there was a lot he didn't recognize. "They're from the parasites," Dennis replied in an angry tone. "They come to our marketplace and ask for extreme discounts. There have been times when they have gotten a little rough with our people." "Allegedly," Blip added. But if we travel to their shelter, their prices are sky high. Actually, speaking of the parasites, Blip said, I have quite a bit of work here to do. I was meant to go and meet the parasites over some dispute they had the other day. Since you are the faction leader, do you mind popping over there before you head off and having a talk with them? Usually, Blip would come here with Dennis, and since he was known for being a bit hot-headed, he hated bringing him along. He now felt like he could trust Linda and Quinn to do a good job. At the end of the day, all major decisions would have to go through Quinn anyway, and this was a step forward for him to take more responsibility as a faction leader. Yeah, sure, Quinn said. Be careful, Dennis whispered. These guys know how to stir the crap. You might need to hold me back. Quinn had intended to go to the other faction before Blip had asked him. He wanted to see if they were willing to trade his advanced tier and intermediate tier crystals for Glathrium. He simply wanted to hunt beasts first and then do the annoying tasks later. Judging by the way others spoke about the faction, Quinn wasn't looking forward to this interaction. He grew tired of people who had a superiority complex just for being a higher rank or claiming to have stronger powers. The fact that the faction was taking advantage of him because they thought he was a weak rank was already annoying him. At the same time, he didn't want to cause any meaningless deaths on either side. The travel was quicker than the group had thought. This was because Quinn had used his shadow travel to place everyone inside and head over to where the parasite shelter was. Many of the vehicles they did have at the shelter were destroyed, and they were unable to purchase new ones. All the funds they did have went to rebuilding. This is a really handy ability you have, boy, Dennis said. Yeah, we're going past beasts, and they aren't doing anything, Nate added, looking up. When in the shadow, they could still see the outside terrain. As the shadow went past the beasts, they could see they chose to ignore it. The shadow was also quicker than moving on foot. However, it did use up MC points, so Quinn did need to be careful about using it freely. With the shadow, the journey that would have taken them around half a day was done in around half an hour. Most of their time was cut out due to their avoiding useless confrontation with weak beasts. Jumping out of the shadow, they approached the outer shelter walls. Standing at the gate, there was a group of around 5 people who looked like travelers dressed head to toe in beast gear. Quinn approached them first and had nothing. Stop! Do you have permission to enter? One of the guards asked. Permission to enter? Quinn replied. This is our planet that we fought for. Quinn was struggling with the way the parasites were thinking. On the surface, it was meant to be 2 factions sharing a planet and working together, but they seemed to be already claiming parts. These words rubbed him the wrong way. Dennis and Nate had a smile on their faces. It looked like Quinn wasn't going to be a pushover like Blip had been. Wait, Quinn, Linda went to call out. Move, Quinn said, with his eyes glowing red, and the first man had stepped aside, not in control of his own body. Open the door, Quinn said to another, and the man started to input the codes to open the large shelter gate. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you listening to him? Another replied. Is this another power vampires have? I still have a lot to learn, Linda thought. Placing his hand on Quinn's shoulder, Fex went to give him a little whisper. Quinn, I know these people are annoying, but you have to be careful about your influence skill. Remember, Dennis and Nate don't know what you are. They know you have the shadow ability and your soul weapon, but nothing else. If you keep using it like this, they will know you have another power and start to ask questions. They start to ask questions, and Kaz starts to ask questions, which leads to the council asking questions, and even more questions, Fex said. It was a roundabout way of saying things, but Quinn understood. Sorry, I was just impatient. We don't know when the vampires will ask us to come back. I need to get stronger before then. Once again, Quinn was planning to get stronger. What for, Fex didn't know, but he did know that there were plenty of vampire leaders against his existence in the first place, so it couldn't hurt to be prepared. When they entered the shelter, it wasn't as well built as the Crow's base, and one could see that they were still in the middle of construction. Yet they were still housing around 2,000 or so people. Half of them are fighters belonging to the faction in one way or another, while the other half are family members living there. There were also a few of the Crow's members here as well. The advantage of having multiple shelters on one planet was allowing people to rest and gather resources. Safe routes could be created between 2 shelters, and they could be used as a stopping station. At the moment, many of the Crows that were hunting out here were using it for that exact reason. Quinn then looked at some kids playing and laughing, a mother buying food perhaps to cook for that night.
This is why we can't just go for an outright fight with them, Linda said. It's not like when the Sun Shields were attacking us, and we were just defending ourselves. If we can, it would be better to recruit this faction under our own and grow the cursed faction.
Quinn knew this, no matter how much he would dislike certain individuals ruling with an iron fist, was not the answer. The military tried that.
So please, let's try not to cause a fight, Linda said.
I will always try, Quinn replied. Looking around, Quinn was trying to spot something else. That's when his ears picked up the sound of clanging, and then he spotted it. There was a foraging area, which meant they most likely had glathrium, something they needed at the moment. However, before Quinn could even go over to try and strike a deal, a group of people was already walking over towards them. There were 10 in total, and standing at the back of the group, one of them stood out in particular. It was a middle-aged man who had messy green hair and dark eyebrows. On his back, something that looked like a giant slingshot, only made from a mixture of metals and beast gear rather than wood. Inspect. Using his inspection skill, he didn't get much information. The man's ability had come up as a question mark, but it was clear that these people were stronger than all the other travelers they had seen, although not strong enough to give him an instant level-up quest. That damn cocky brat, Dennis said. I'm guessing that's the leader then, said Nate. Damn right. Look at his narrow eyes. I would claw them out if I could, Dennis said again. Dennis! Linda snapped at him like a wild dog, trying to get him to calm down. Are you the ones that barged through the front gates? A man next to the green-haired one spoke. He was nearly bald and had 2 large circular eyes. It looked like the man was in permanent shock. His eyes were so big. Whoa, now tell me that guy doesn't have a girlfriend, Nate said. Hey, have you ever tried not looking for one? Fex replied. Maybe that would work out better. It worked out for me. Nate then looked Fex up and down. Although he had a bad attitude, he had seen how the girls on the ship looked at Fex. He didn't have a problem getting girls. He wouldn't understand the pain Nate went through. Linda said, We're here to settle a dispute. My brother Blip sent us, saying something happened between a group of ours and a group of yours. Oh. Stepping through his people, the green-haired man came forward and was staring hard at Linda. You are as beautiful as your brother always claimed you were. The name's Mantis. I hope we can resolve this matter in a civil way. Linda stepped back when Mantis held out his hand. She didn't know why, but she was getting this strange feeling from him. Perhaps it was the creepy smile. At that point, someone else went to shake his hand. The name's Quinn. While doing so, Quinn did so with a firm grip. Who are you? Mantis asked, with an annoyed look. Sorry, I didn't get to introduce him, but he is the faction leader of the Cursed, Linda replied. Him? When looking at everyone there, Mantis had ignored Quinn out of everyone. Dennis, Nate, and even Linda had this strong aura around them, but when looking at the other two, he felt nothing, yet they were saying he was the leader. Is he really the leader, or just a token? Very well, Quinn, I hope the two of us can get along. Why don't we head inside? The two groups started to walk inside the main shelter base, and while doing so, Mantis explained the situation. You see, a few of your people were complaining that our prices were too high. So at the time, our merchants came up with a suggestion, something to have a little fun. They suggested playing a game. The conditions were set out clearly before they agreed to play. If they won, then we would give a discount. If they lost, then they would have to buy the product at the price set. They couldn't walk away. Dennis grunted. Hearing this story seemed to annoy him. It seemed like he had heard similar stories, but on the Crow side. When your group lost fair and square, they claimed we cheated, but they were unable to say how or prove it. We took the allegations very seriously, and now they refuse to pay, so that's when I asked Blip to intervene. Knowing you guys, you probably did cheat, Dennis said. Now I can see where they get their bullish, small brains from when they have people like you leading them, the big-eyed, bald man said. If you really think we're cheating, then you're free to play the game yourself? Mantis asked. At that point, it looked like Dennis had suddenly backed down. The others didn't know why, but it was because Dennis had been stung by this game in the past as well. Lost each time. Sure, I'll play your little game, Quinn said, but if I find out you are cheating— What? The big-eyed man said. We can leave that for after the game, Quinn smiled. Mantis hated this. Whenever he looked at Quinn, he couldn't read him. Why was this kid so confident? The group was led into a room inside the base, and when Quinn set his eyes on a certain machine, he knew what the game would be instantly. He was quite familiar with it and had played it a few times in the past as well. The game that we challenged them to was Block Block, Mantis said, pointing at the machine. Looking at the thing brought back bad memories for Dennis. He started rubbing his arms in certain places that felt a little sore, even though his injuries had happened a while ago and had long healed. It was more mentally damaging than physically. Refusing to give up, he stubbornly tried playing the game multiple times, each time losing. Block Block. It was a game played using a cylindrical object that was as large and as thick as an adult male. The pole was split up into 6 different segments. On each segment there were 2 poles that would stick outward. The game had several different levels, and depending on which level you were on, more segments would move at the same time, and the speed would change. The player was to block each of these segments from hitting their body. Only the area between the hands and the elbows, as well as the feet and knees, were allowed to be hit by the oncoming poles. If the pole touched any other area, then the game would end. Hence the title of the game, a person had to block all the oncoming attacks. The question was, how were the parasites cheating in a game like this? The last time Quinn had played this was during the interbase military event. A group of people had previously cheated in the past, using their abilities to break the machine. However, these weren't students. They were now playing the game with seasoned travelers who had a keen eye. If someone was using an ability, then it would be quite obvious. We play the game as intended. No beast gear, no abilities are allowed to be used, so it all depends on natural talent, Mantis explained. How could we even cheat in a game like this? I think at the end of the day, the parasites just have many talented people that belong to our faction. Smiling and standing forward, Nate looked at the machine. Hey, Quinn, I know you wanted to play, but do you mind if I take this one? Nate was a martial artist, and he loved things like this. He knew Quinn was strong and had even shown impressive martial arts, but if it was a game of reflexes, he thought he would fare better. Go ahead, as long as it can solve this silly dispute, Quinn replied. Excellent, Mantis said. So the deal is, if you win this game, then we will allow your people to back out of their previous deal. If we win, then you must provide us with the credits needed to purchase the items we wish at our set price. The whole thing seemed petty, but Quinn knew this wasn't just a single incident, especially judging from Dennis. If they wanted to sort this out, they would have to figure out how they were cheating. And if we find that you are cheating, Quinn asked again, I'm afraid that's not on the table because we aren't cheating. Quinn decided to leave that for now and could perhaps use it against them later. The game started with Nate going first. It started at level 1, which was quite easy. It was probably something Nate could have done with his eyes closed. Only the top segment of the machine moved for this one. On the parasite side, a small adult man named Weevil was playing. There was no surprise here, as the game was easy for him. While Quinn was observing carefully, Nate's blocks were confident and powerful, while Weevil's seemed more quick and smooth. With just the first level alone, it was hard to tell who was more skillful, but both of them were doing well. I remember seeing you play this game before, Quinn, Syl said. Oh? I was at the Interbase tournament. Didn't a video go around of you? He asked. Ah, yeah. Luckily I didn't get caught. Linda was listening in on the two's conversation. She was wondering why a video of a person would have gone around someone playing a game like this. Sure, some enjoyed the game so much that they watched professionals play, but it sounded like they were talking about when they were still students. The two participants carried on through the levels of the block game until they had reached level 6. Is Nate really doing all this with no abilities? Dennis said with his mouth wide open. I guess I should get him to teach me sometime. Keeping in mind that Dennis only made it to level 4, and on occasion he performed even worse, being knocked out at level 3. Quinn preferred not to participate. If he was going to catch anything the parasites were doing, it would be from watching. Level 6 onwards in the block game was where it got hard. It was starting to get to the point where professionals would be playing something like this. However, Nate, concentrating to the max, had managed to clear it, lifting his hand and leg to block the last 2 strikes. When it was Weevil's turn, the parasites were cheering him on, and not a single one of them looked nervous, unlike Quinn's group. Then, when it started, Quinn noticed something almost immediately. It wasn't anything suspicious to be called cheating, but it was Weevil's movements that had suddenly changed. Up till this point, his movements had been flowing quite naturally, and now they seemed quite robotic. Still, he had managed to clear the level, which meant Nate would have to go to level 7. I'm glad I took over instead of Quinn, otherwise it would have been embarrassing to have our faction leader lose to this little guy. I didn't think they would have someone so skillful. The game started, and again, Nate was doing well. That was until the last 10 seconds had come. This was where the machine would ramp up, and unfortunately, he had lifted his shoulder, blocking the bowl from hitting his head, but it was still declared a loss. Still, there was a chance they could win. If Weevil was knocked out as well, but lasted for a shorter time than Nate, he would be declared the winner. The game began, and Quinn noticed that his movements were robotic, as they had been in the previous round. Soon the sound of the level being complete appeared. Now, did any one of you spot us cheating or using an ability? Mantis asked. I don't think so. I'm sorry, Nate said, looking disappointed. He thought, other than professionals, he could have beaten anyone at a game like this. Don't worry, it's not your fault, Quinn said, stepping forward. You don't mind keeping the bet on, do you? Sure, go right ahead, Mantis said, confident in winning. Quinn, you don't have to do this, Nate mumbled. Let's start from level 7. There's some things I have to do, Quinn said. The machine was repositioned, and the level was set. Hey, you went to military schools at the same time Quinn did, so were you at the interbase tournament? Linda asked. Yeah, why? Level 7 selected. Was there some type of video shared about this game during that time? Now that I think about it, I recall it being shown to everyone everywhere. The person had done something that had never been seen before, even by professionals. It looked like rather than blocking the attacks from the machine, he was hitting it. It sounds simple, but if you hit a non-moving target, the machine also considers the game to be over, which means he had to be hitting the machine so fast, as soon as it moved, that it looked like he was attacking it. Stop joking, Linda chuckled. That would be impossible. Game begins. Impossible, Syl said. Not for Quinn. As soon as the game started, Quinn concentrated, using his ears to pick up the different segments moving. His eyes reacted as quickly as he could, snapping out his hands and legs lightning fast. This continued for an entire minute. The whole time, the parasites were waiting for a game over screen, but it never appeared. Don't tell me, Nate said. That guy was Quinn? Watching the video at the interbase tournament was something Nate would never forget. It was a sweet memory for him. He was mesmerized by the sheer skill and got excited as he thought about meeting this person one day, from the video, and challenging them to a fight. He had the same feeling as he did when he saw the Blood Evolver, the same feeling when he saw the Cursed Child, and now the world was telling him that each time it was Quinn, someone who was standing by his side. Damn it, Nate said. If only you were ugly. Why do all the good genes get passed on to one person? The parasites were left with their mouths open wide for a while after returning from the gaming area and returning to their friends. He cheated, the big-eyed man said. He must have. The game must be faulty. Entering the game area himself, he began a match and went ahead to hit the machine, but immediately the game over screen appeared in the air in front of them. Now look at the ones who are accusing us of cheating, Dennis replied, with a smug look on his face. He was basking in this moment more than anyone. I checked the game server, and it says there are no problems, another parasite member said. A bulging vein could be seen starting to pop on the top of the bald man's head. Level 7 was unheard of. He couldn't believe that someone could beat the machine the way Quinn did without cheating. He proclaimed, It's an ability. He had to have used an ability if it was a speed ability or something, he proclaimed. Sorry, but my ability has nothing to do with speed, Quinn replied, raising a dark shadow above his back. Seeing this, Mantis took note of what Quinn's ability was. He had never seen anything like it before. A strange ability. Weevil returned to the game after the accusations were resolved, this time selecting level 7. It would be considered a loss if he did not pass it a second time. The game started, and the robotic movements happened once again, and finally, it clicked in Quinn's head how they were cheating. It was something that probably only he would be able to notice. Level 7 complete. The parasites didn't even congratulate Weevil, as they knew he was going to win anyway. They were now waiting for Quinn to progress and attempt level 8, but he never stepped forward and was just smiling. Remember your words that you wouldn't be caught cheating? Well, it looks like you are a bunch of liars as well, Quinn said. Although Mantis didn't look fazed by these words, Weevil's heart sank a little. They were cheating, I knew it, Dennis shouted. Truthfully, he was a little worried that the Crow members were just bad at a game like this. For a second I believed them. I thought maybe we were just horrible because we don't have one of these games at our base. Even if we didn't have one, that shouldn't be a problem as long as the game wasn't rigged, Quinn said. Does he know? Mantis thought. But how? You see, one of the main factors of the game is that the attack's patterns and speed are random, meaning each time the parts move differently. But that seems to be the case only when we start to play the game. Weevil's movements are too robotic, the reason being that he knows where the attacks are already going to come from, as if they were predetermined. You've probably played this same level 1,000 times, not making a single mistake perfecting it. Weevil was fidgeting. Quinn had guessed correctly, but they thought no one would ever find out. When watching someone play a level, especially at a higher level, the machine moved too fast. They thought it was impossible for someone to remember which part moved when and how. Also, after someone was hurt and lost the game, they wouldn't usefully come back and play it again, apart from Dennis. How was he able to see all of that? He only watched the machine play level 7 twice. Did he really see all its movements? Weevil thought. This was something that took him months of hard work to do. He had even slowed down the machine and wrote down each of the attacks, memorizing them, then sped it up until it had reached its original speed to perform something like this. Clap, clap, clap. It's a great theory, Mantis said, but that's all it is, a theory. It looks to me like you're just making this all up. There's no way to prove it. Start with the left arm, then the right leg, another with the knee, with the foot, up to the right side with the hand and down to the chest with the elbow, over to the left side with the foot, covering the rib cage with the right hand and lifting the elbow back to the head. I just described the first 9 moves that he would perform if he were to take the level 7 test again. If you want, I can describe the next 100 moves and we can see if he performs them, Quinn explained. Mantis glanced at Weevil, and Weevil nodded his head, confirming what Quinn had said were the exact moves. He knew because he had repeated these moves in his head several times before. Go ahead, Weevil, Mantis said, and Weevil sheepishly walked over to the game. When the game started, the first segment to move was not one that Quinn had said. Weevil had blocked the first 2 strikes, but soon after he was hit, not even lasting 10 seconds at level 7. Wait, so Quinn was wrong? Dennis asked. The first set of movements weren't what he said. No, Quinn was right, Nate replied. It wasn't the same thing Quinn had said, because they decided to set the game to random again. That's why he couldn't even last longer than 10 seconds. However, it also means we can't prove they cheated, Linda said. Although there was something Quinn could do. He could use his influence skills to get a confession from Weevil, but before that, Quinn went ahead and completed the level 7 game a second time, blocking the attacks more normally this time. Well, it looks like you won, so the dispute is settled, Mantis said, looking almost happy. However, you weren't able to prove we cheated after all. Quinn was going to use his influence on Weevil. He tried to admit what he had done, but there was an odd look on his face, one that looked frightened. Quinn had seen this a few times before. It was the face someone made when they feared their death. If he gets outed here, then will Mantis do something to him? Not wanting to cause any trouble for the others, just over a few credits, Quinn decided to leave it. It's okay, I was just trying to mentally get him out of the game, said Quinn. I could see that if I claimed he cheated, it would throw him off his game, and it looked like it worked pretty well. He's giving him an out, Linda thought. Oh, I see. So it looks like you're not just the leader of the faction because of your skill, but your brains as well. It's good to know that the other faction that shares this planet isn't filled with completely useless people, said Mantis, staring in Dennis's direction. I'm going to pull that green hair out of his out and use it as grass to crap on, Dennis thought in his head. If you really want to improve our relations, then I was wondering if you could give us a good deal on some glathrium, Quinn asked. This was the other reason he was being nice. He was trying a different approach, as Linda had suggested. Oh, I guess glathrium is becoming harder to come by these days. Very few planets have it, and the military has already dug out all that is on Earth. I tell you what, to improve our relations and to forget about all these silly complaints, I'll give it to you for free, Mantis said. Quinn couldn't believe it, getting it for free. Maybe being nice was the way to go. There was no unnecessary fighting, no deaths, and now no credit costs. I do have a favor to ask in return, said Mantis. Of course there would be, Dennis sighed. Our group is still new to this planet, so we don't know the best hunting spot for beasts. We were wondering if you could take a group with you when you go out for your next hunt, Mantis suggested. Dennis didn't like it, and neither did Linda. Honestly, she felt like something was up. The deal was too much in their favor, but honestly, Quinn didn't care. Even if they were planning something, from using his inspection skills, he knew every single one of them were nobodies that wouldn't cause him any trouble. Whatever was going to happen, he was going to get that Glathrium. "We're going on a hunt right now," said Quinn. "Excellent. I'll gather a group of 5 to go with you then." Quinn and the others were accompanied by a group of 5 people. What surprised them was that neither the big eyes-bald man, who was the parasite's vice leader, nor Mantis were sent. It did, however, contain Weevil, a short-haired green man wielding 2 daggers. The other members of the parasite group included a man twice his size, tall, and wielding a large mace as a beast weapon. A female with short, spiky hair, who only had her hands wrapped up but used no beast weapons. Finally, a middle-aged man with glasses and a shield, and a female with no beast weapon. Usually, those that didn't carry beast weapons were elemental users, or had an ability that required the use of their hands. Quinn's inspection skills showed most of their abilities apart from Weevil's. What Quinn did take note of were their traveler ranks. Weevil was the highest at rank B, while the others were all at rank C. Quinn had expected this. One would have to be quite skilled to pull off what he had done in the game, even if they were cheating. On Quinn's side, Dennis was a rank A, and Nate and Linda were rank Bs. Fex and Quinn were both Cs, and lastly, Syl was a rank D. This was because Syl wasn't registered as a traveler before, so they had to get him a new traveler's ID. There was no point in him taking the test. Quinn already knew how strong Syl was, and being the leader, he just assigned him the highest rank possible. This was usually considered irresponsible for a faction leader. It was dangerous to do this, but he was sure Syl would be okay. The spiky-haired woman named Hannah noticed all of this while everyone was preparing to set off. They were just outside the shelter talking about which way to go. She returned to Weevil with her report, informing him of all their ranks. After learning about everyone on the other team, "A rank D, why would they bring him along?" Weevil replied. While watching, it did look like Syl was a bit afraid, awkward standing away from others, and his form looked terrible. It was the sign of someone who was a closed person, scared of the whole world. We already knew about Dennis, so it looks like the parasites do have stronger members in general. Most of the parasites were rank Cs. During their time here, they were checking out what the cursed family was like before making enemies. Even though the faction was rank F, they were very surprised when they came across Blip and Dennis, who were both rank As. There were times when strong people would come together and create a new faction, and they were starting to wonder if this was one of them. But with the faction leader himself coming here, they thought how they had seen the extent of the cursed faction's powers. "What do you think of their leader?" Hannah asked. "He's only a rank C, but he did really well in the game." "It just proves that the ability must not be that impressive," Weevil said, although he did have a thought. He certainly did show something that just seemed impossible to do in the game, and Weevil was wondering why he had chosen to save his back. Honestly, right now, he didn't want to be doing this, but Mantis ordered it, and he had no choice but to follow. He placed his hand over his stomach, and his face clenched up a little. "You have a stomach ache?" Fex asked. "You better go now before we head off for the hunt. You don't want to be crapping your pants in front of a beast. Actually, that might help if it's like a dog and has a good sense of smell." "I'm fine," Weevil snapped. "Let's go." "No sense of humor, huh?" Fex replied. The 2 groups were off, and for this one, they were traveling in a large, sealed-looking military van. It was quite spacious inside, enough room for all of them to stand in. Taking the driver's seat was Linda. The van itself was made out of strong material, but not as strong as Glathrium due to its rarity and high cost. So if they did run into a beast on their way there, it would be best for them to step out and deal with them first. Weevil was standing next to her, as he was making a note of what areas they were passing by and where they were heading. "This area, is it really a good hunting ground?" Hannah asked, a little suspicious. "You're not going to lie to us and just keep the best places for yourself, are you?" "Don't worry. Where we're going, I'm hoping there will be plenty of Emperor-tier beasts," Quinn said. Hannah started to laugh. "That's good. We need some high-tier beasts," she replied sarcastically. With a group as small as this, there was no way they were hunting Emperor-tier beasts, especially with how low-ranked everyone was and how calm they were. Not only that, but Quinn had stated, a few. Who do these guys think they're fooling, she thought. Oh well, as long as there are some advanced tiers in the area, it shouldn't be a problem. The van was driving on part of a wasteland, heading to the new land. To get there, they would have to climb up the mountain, as the whole of the new land was on higher land compared to what they were currently on. Once in a while, the wasteland would have pools of black water because the ground was also dark in color. It was hard to see and avoid, and Linda was trying her best. However, soon they came across a large pool of black water that the vehicle would have to drive over. All right, it looks like we are going to have to get out, Linda said. Huh? Why? Weevil asked. The black water looks shallow. Can't we just drive over it? Because there are advanced level beasts in the water. We need to get rid of them first. We don't want to ruin our ride back now, do we? Said Linda. Quinn looked almost bored and tired. While the others left to deal with the beasts that would appear, Quinn decided to sit on the ramp that came down from the van and watch. While doing this, he would focus on improving and controlling his ki. Isn't he going to fight? Hannah asked. He's saving his energy for the big boys. Don't worry about him, Feck said. Hannah and Weevil assumed it had something to do with his rank. Hunting advanced tier beasts would be extremely dangerous, especially for the faction's leader. Linda had also stayed by his side, watching over the van, proving their point even more. When they approached the black pool of water, ripples started to show, and soon after, human-sized creatures started to crawl out of the black water. The black water seemed to be quite thick and sticky in nature, like a type of tar. They could see the beasts a little better once they started to fall off. They had 9 red eyes on their rectangle face, and were green in color. Its tusks were too large, and its hands were bladed like a mantis. The first one leaped, going for Weevil, who stood in the front. It swung its bladed hands in midair, but it was stuck, tied with some string. Time for a warm-up, Feck said. There were quite a lot of advanced tier beasts, and Weevil thought they would be in trouble. They were strong enough to take on some, but not this many. Yet still, Quinn did nothing and looked calm. However, when the fighting started, they soon saw the strength of Dennis and the others. Syl also took part as well, copying Dennis's ability and transforming parts of his body into that of an eagle. He mainly used his strong wings to defend himself, rather than using them as a way to attack. Weevil saw this and gave a signal to his teammates, telling them not to try so hard. It was a signal that they had planned ahead of time. They weren't lying. Look how many advanced beasts there are here. This is a great hunting place, Hannah said with excitement. I know, and Dennis and that D rank are a lot stronger than I thought. Let's start the plan. Dennis had ripped the arms of one of the beasts and held it up with its claw hand in the sky. He was about to grip tightly to finish the beast off, but just as he was about to, he saw a dagger go right through the beast's head. Oh, I'm sorry, I guess that beast kill is mine, Weevil said. Damn you, Dennis said in anger, but the beasts had targeted him due to his strength. As the fight continued, it looked like the parasites were continuously getting the last hit on the beasts. So that's their plan, Quinn said. The rules were simple. The person who killed the beast was able to keep the crystal. In this case, the parasites were getting most of the kills, while the others did all the work. Maybe I should get involved, Quinn said, standing up from the van and walking forward. Seeing what the parasites were doing, Quinn couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Is this what the parasites were planning on doing? So this was their way of getting revenge for making them lose their little game? It seemed so petty in the grand scheme of things, factions such as this one. If they were putting such emphasis on things like this, they would never be something that Quinn needed to worry about. Usually, kill-stealing wasn't something people had to worry about too much. In the first place, all of the crystals would be going back to the faction, unless one desperately needed money or was hoping to rank up. However, this was a joint outing session. Honestly, Quinn couldn't even get upset about the kill-stealing. It wasn't even annoying. That was the reason why he didn't bother to participate in the first place. If he were to kill these beasts, they would grant him so little EXP that it wasn't worth the effort. To level up, he would probably have to kill 1,000,000 of these beasts. Besides, how could he complain when he had done one of the biggest kill-steals himself, and that was to the crows who were currently under him? It's a valid tactic, Quinn thought, nodding to himself. It wasn't personal, but it was the principle that was making him act. He couldn't just allow people to steal in front of him and his group. In a way, it felt like an insult. I guess I can show you guys a thing or two about kill stealing, Quinn thought. Fex, Nate, Quinn shouted, and letting go of the beast he had held with his string, Fex went over to Quinn's side and so did Nate. Both Syl and Dennis were faring well. They hadn't even been hurt due to the strong wings created by Dennis's ability. Ah! Dennis shouted in frustration, seeing another one of his kills get taken. If one more kill was stolen from him by those parasites, he was going to knock them to the ground. He had to remind himself that this was probably what they wanted, and he would just be falling into their hands. "What's up, Quinn? Are you joining us?" Fex asked. "No, but I am going to help you guys," Quinn replied. "Attack when I say so, and to which one? Trust me, it will be quite easy." Fex didn't understand, but trusted Quinn. He had this air of confidence around him. The two of them waited. Quinn pointed towards one of the beasts. It had just been whacked away by Syl's wing. "That one," Quinn said. Moving fast, Fex went over, and with a single strike with just his hands, the beast was dead. One could tell when a beast died because the beast's skin color would slightly change as the crystal power no longer powered through it. If Fex wasn't ready, then he would call Nate to help as well. "I didn't notice that one," Weevil said, waiting and watching carefully. When Fex and Nate returned to Quinn, he did the same once again, waiting for Quinn to point out which one to attack. This was repeated over and over again, and suddenly none of the parasite members were getting any of the last hits on the beasts. Every single time Weevil was ready to move, being a step ahead of them, the two would get there beforehand and defeat the beast in a single hit. Weevil was starting to wonder if Fex and Nate were just naturally strong. It was hard to sometimes gauge when the last hit would be that would kill the beast. Sometimes even Weevil would have to give it a few more hits, but Fex somehow knew the exact moment to attack each one of them. Looking at Quinn, he understood the reason why. Their faction leader is just full of mysteries. The reason why Quinn was able to determine when to give the last hit was due to his system. With the upgraded inspection skill, he could tell which beast was in a weak or critical condition. With Fex's and Nate's strength, they were able to kill the beast in a weak condition with a single hit. Eventually, they had cleared the beasts in the area, and Dennis couldn't be more pleased. As the groups collected the crystals, only seeing a few in the parasite's hands put a great smile on his face. "Good one, kid," Dennis said, slapping Fex on the back, but Fex knew he had nothing to do with it. It was all Quinn. Could any of the vampire leaders do what he just did? Fex started to think. Although it was hard for him to even answer that question. He had never seen the vampire leaders even fight at full strength. There had never been a need for them either. "And you," Dennis asked, "what's your name?" Syl, sir," Syl replied, twiddling his fingers. "Your wings are great. They're nearly as good as mine." Dennis spoke loudly, unaware it was because they were the same as his. "It's good to see them all get along," Quinn said, heading back into the van. "Yeah, I wonder if everyone knew what happened to me, if they would still get along that well," Linda thought. Traveling in the van, they continued to their destination. Hannah was surprised that the van hadn't turned around. She thought that they had already arrived at the hunting grounds and were done for the day. "Aren't we heading back?" she asked. "Why would we?" Linda replied. "We haven't started to hunt yet." Not sure what she meant by that, she decided to just sit back down and wait. After all, if they were going to show them more hunting grounds, then the better for them in the end. Eventually, they had reached the large mountain they had seen before. It brought back some tough memories for a lot of them. "Ha! Finally, I guess I can see how much I improved from the last fight," Nate said. The van was parked near the mountain's base. They would set out on foot from here. They knew the area had been cleared the last time they were there based on information from their scouts. Weaker beasts didn't try to get close to the new lands, apart from the king tier and demon tier they had already dealt with. Climbing up the mountain, they had no encounters, and finally, when they were halfway up, they stepped onto the new land that stretched as far as their eyes could see. It was a mixture of many sights in just one view. They could see sandy areas that looked like a desert, and abandoned wastelands, like what they currently stood on, forest areas on the other side, and large fields and mountains. "This place is beautiful," Hannah said, with her mouth wide open. "Shadow equip." Shadows started to surround Quinn's body, including his face, and his equipment appeared. It was the first time the parasite saw Quinn's gear and him using part of his ability. "Impressive," thought Weevil, "but a leader has to have good gear at least." The group decided to go for the sandy terrain in the nearby open areas. They could easily see how to get out of the sand, and move to a new location if they wanted to. They had also decided not to travel too far from home. They needed to see what was left of the wasteland, moving sideways rather than deeper in. "I'm ready. Come on out. I'm ready to fight you all again," Nate shouted, hoping to attract some attention. "Do you have to be that loud, or do you want to attract a horde of beasts our way?" Hannah complained. "Don't worry," Nate replied, rubbing his head, now that he had a second look at Hannah. Although she complained a lot, she seemed a little cute. "Strong beasts don't group up in large groups." Again with the lies, Hannah thought. They kept talking about Emperor Tier Beast this whole time, that she was getting tired of them keeping up their little game. The group had entered deep into the sand, where to their left and right, large mountains of sand could be seen. "This is the perfect place for us to get attacked," Weevil said. It had been some time since they had seen any beasts, and he was getting a little nervous. They could see it start to move at that point, from one of the large sand hills. Slowly, a large shape began to emerge from the sand, and the sand began to crumble and fall away. They soon realized they were staring at a massive beast. It was the size of a 3-story building, with no lower body, but a large upper body like a human. Its skin was a sand-colored hue, and it had large claws protruding from its hands. In several places on its body, large white bones were sticking out. It had a long, worm-like neck with one large oval mouth at the end. "Inspect! Emperor Tier Beast, Sand Ruler." Based on its sheer size, the parasite group was scared. With its large hand raised, it swiped at them, aiming to sweep up the whole group. "Gumpa, defend!" Weevil shouted. Bringing out his shield, Gumpa ran to the side. He used his ability to suddenly grow the shield, and now it was as large as the hand itself. "Just because a beast is big doesn't mean it's at a high level," Hannah said. When the beast's claws reached the shield, however, they sliced through it, slicing Gumpa in the process. "Impossible! That must mean it's really an Emperor Tier Beast," Weevil shouted. He was frozen with fear. He couldn't move. With such a small team, they stood no chance of killing such a thing. When a loud clanging sound was heard, the hand continued to move forward, aiming for them. Blood was dripping into the sand in small drops, but the large hand had been stopped. "This is what I was waiting for," said Nate, and the others were soon tacking the beast as well. "There's no way they can kill that thing. We have to leave them and get out of here," Hannah suggested, and they started to make a bolt for it in the other direction. A few steps were made, and the giant hill of sand on the opposite side started to move as well, when another sand ruler came out and stood in their way, its shadow towering over them. "We're all going to die," Hannah cried, falling to her knees. "Move," Quinn said, pushing past all of them. "This one is mine." While the others were fighting against the other sand ruler, Quinn would take on the other all by himself. Jumping in and landing by the beast's body, a large shadow dome was activated, encasing the two of them. They were unable to see anything that was going on inside. "Is he dead?" Hannah said. "Not yet, but that person's crazy." "Of course he'll die fighting them on his own," Weevil said, turning his head to check on the ones behind him. All of them seemed to be faring well. He couldn't believe it. Not one of them was badly hurt. He watched them for a while, seeing their skills. "Weevil, look!" Hannah said, tapping him on the shoulder. When Weevil turned his head around, the shadow dome was no longer there. Instead, Quinn was seen walking back towards them with a crystal in his hand. "He killed that thing all on his own, an Emperor Tier Beast, and so fast. I have to warn Mantis. If he does what he's planning to do, then we're all going to die," Weevil thought. The battle for the cursed members against the Sand Ruler continued. A few things made it quite tricky for them to fight, even though there were many of them. Its hands were large, and there were clear white claws that protruded from them. However, when Dennis and Syl would attack the beast's hands and arms, it felt like they were physically just attacking sand. Large gash marks would be made, but more sand would soon cover them up, and the beast would seem like it was healing in seconds, even though it was never getting hurt in the first place. It had a strong suction force with its strange mouth and neck that would try to pull the members into its razor-sharp teeth. After their parasite member's death, the rest were cowering and shivering behind Weevil, not helping out one bit while the others fought. But honestly, even if they did help, they would probably just get in the way. The center of its body isn't covered with sand, Linda shouted. I think this is where we can attack. So far, Linda had been fighting on the ground with Nate, which Dennis had made a note of. She hadn't been using her abilities either, but was dodging the attacks coming her way quite well. Listening to her advice, Nate went forward and tried to attack the center of the sand ruler's body. He flash-stepped forward. It wasn't as fast as what Quinn could produce, but he wasn't meant for dodging. He was to increase the force of his punch. Crumble to pieces, you ugly sand monster, Nate shouted. As long as his fist hit the actual body of the beast, it would do some damage. However, as soon as his fist got close, strange white bones started to appear out of the sand, covering the beast's body, and created what looked like a rib cage over its midriff. Nate's hardened hand smashed into the rib cage, and the bone snapped, but it wasn't strong enough to go through the bone and damage the physical body. Watching everything unfold, Syl was carefully avoiding the suction from the beast's head and blocking attacks now and then. Is it time to help them? He thought. Before going out, Quinn had told Syl to hold back using his full strength. He knew Syl was plenty strong, and the others around him were as well. Based on the way Syl's ability worked, the more people that were strong around him, the stronger he would be. It wasn't a time for Syl to show his strength, though. The others in the faction needed to improve their skills and abilities. For now, while it seemed like everything was going okay, he would hold back, as Quinn had asked. Worried for Nate, Linda had overstepped the zone that she had created where she could perfectly avoid the large hands of the sand ruler. She was hoping to go in and follow up if Nate couldn't finish off the beast. She knew that with an Emperor-tier beast, it was dangerous, and she might not have been able to hide her new strength. She was stepping in too close. One of the large hands was swiping her way, and all she could do was brace herself. As she was hit by the large hand, the others could see her body flying through the air and landing somewhere in the sand. Linda! Dennis screamed. They needed to take out this beast, and they needed to do it now. While one of the hands was low, Nate dashed forward towards it and used his soul weapon. He was able to solidify the hand and make it stiff, heavy, and slower. With this, it wouldn't be able to use the sand around it either. However, one of the other hands was still free. It wasn't for long, as Fex tied it up with his red string, using all his strength to tie it down. Syl had its head focused on him, and with its rib cage broken, it now had no way to defend itself. Dennis was no longer in the air. He had flown a distance back and was hovering slightly above the sand, kicking up a mini-storm as he flapped his wings. Moving forward, he charged in as fast as he could, spinning his body. Then he activated his soul weapon, and what looked like a golden arrow had formed. He hit the beast and went right through the center of it, causing a large hole in its body, and soon it started to crumble to the ground. The Emperor-tier beast was defeated. They did it! They managed to defeat an Emperor-tier beast, one of the Parasite members said. Other than Hannah and Weevil, the others had only been watching the cursed family fighting, unaware of what was happening behind them. The Parasites cheered as they thought they could live to see another day, but there was no celebration for Dennis. He had rushed over to where Linda was last seen, where she had landed. Panic filled him as he wondered what happened to her. A single attack from the beast was able to slice through a large beast shield. He dreaded to think what it would do to her. When he got closer to the area, he could see someone walking through the sand, and he eventually slowed down. Linda, are you? Dennis started fumbling his words, looking all over her to see if he could spot anything. You're completely fine? He said, confused. Yeah, I was lucky that the attack mostly hit my Emperor-tier chest piece, so I wasn't really hurt, Linda replied, smiling. Is her chest piece that good? I thought it was only as good as mine, Dennis thought. If they were fighting a king-tier beast, maybe he could see this was possible, but an Emperor-tier beast? It should have done some damage, and she had fallen from a great height, too. She had been hit with such force, and yet there were no broken bones. There wasn't even a single scratch on her body. The truth is that when Linda was hit, she was greatly hurt. Her hand landed awkwardly, breaking the bones in her arm, and the bones in her ankle were sticking out of her skin. But soon, the effects of her new body were taking place, and she started healing on the spot, as if she had never been hurt in the first place. Dennis wanted to ask more questions about why she hadn't used her ability and more, but he was a little tired and thought now wasn't the time for questioning. Maybe that should be a job for her brother. Going back to the others, they could see that there was an argument going on. What the hell happened? Nate shouted. You guys just froze there and didn't even help us. I'm sorry, Weevil admitted, with his head held down in shame. We were unaware of what we were about to go up against. Hannah, who was by Weevil's side, wanted to complain, to shout out that they should have told him what they were planning. But Weevil said they did. From the beginning, they had said they were going to fight an Emperor-tier beast, but they were the ones that chose not to believe them, and because of that, one of their members died. They couldn't argue or complain. Without the cursed family, Weevil knew that all of them would have died, which is why he has his head held down now. You think a sorry is going to fix our team, mate? Toward the end, Nate started to trail off as he could see that Linda had returned completely fine. Seeing this, the anger in him began to diminish. I'm still angry with you guys, Nate said as he went off to look over his teammates. Now that everyone was safe, they could celebrate what they had achieved. To Nate, it felt like each of them had made huge improvements compared to last time. When fighting an Emperor-tier beast before, 2 of their people had died doing so. It was a humanoid-type beast and was slightly stronger, but it was clear they had improved. Was it the fight with the sun shields? Even though we don't have better equipment, it looks like everyone really grew from that, Nate thought. While thinking this, he spotted one more person that he hadn't seen during the fight. Quinn! Nate yelled, running over to give him an earful as well. What were you doing this whole time? I understand why you didn't join for the advanced tier beasts, but this was an Emperor tier. We could have been in serious trouble. Although Linda and Dennis didn't express this towards Quinn, they felt the same way. With Quinn's strength, why didn't he help? Even if he wanted them to improve, he could have at least been by their side, helping them. Nate was the only one that was able to say what was fully on his mind to him. Yeah, you're right, Quinn replied. Someone could have seriously gotten hurt if I hadn't gotten involved, Quinn said, throwing a crystal in the air up and down, catching it in his hand. The others could see the clarity of the crystal. Nate looked back at Dennis, and they could see that the crystal was almost the same color and clarity. Huh? You mean, what? Nate jumbled his words, and staring past Quinn, they could see another sand ruler's body. Please tell me I'm dreaming right now. After a battle like the one they just had, the group needed to find somewhere to rest. At the same time, they wanted to be careful not to run into any more beasts. In the fight, both Dennis and Nate used their soul weapons, which took a lot of energy and MC cells. They needed time to recover before they could fight again. In the desert, there were several areas where large rocks would stick out of the sand, although most of them were small. Eventually, they managed to find one big enough that allowed them all to fit under it, taking cover in the shade. It wasn't hot like a regular desert back on Earth or on other planets. The planet itself was quite cool, but it was still a nice spot for them to gather their thoughts. While doing so, it felt like Quinn had the eyes of the parasites on him, but it wasn't only them, as those in his group were staring at him as well. Quinn, I thought we were progressing fast, Nate thought. I knew you were strong and you surpassed me a while ago, but just how have you grown so much in a short amount of time? Will I and the others get left behind? Nate was clenching his fist. For some people, this would get them down. However, for Nate, seeing someone strong and improving so much just made him want to reach that place quickly and just as fast. Nate wasn't the only one who felt this way. The others did too, including Fex. The questions on their minds were, how much stronger could Quinn get? It was only a short while ago when he needed help from others to defeat an Emperor-tier beast, and now he was able to beat one on his own. Let me know when you guys have recovered, Quinn said, and we can head off and look for the next one. The next one? Hannah shouted. What do you mean? Are we not going back? You already have 2 Emperor-tier crystals, and one of our people died. Although these people were strong, she felt like they were fools. Even among different tiers of beasts, there were different strengths as well. Maybe the Emperor tier they fought with was weak compared to others. If they continued, she was sure more of them would die. Mantis said this was a joint hunt. We agreed to bring you along, and we have shown you this place, Quinn replied. Look, I don't think it's the best idea for you guys to come with us either. Otherwise, some of you might die, and I don't want you to die for no reason. We will end our hunt when the sun goes down, Linda said. If you want, Sil or Dennis can take you back to the van, and you can wait for us to return. Fine, Hannah yelled. But if you don't return after 2 hours when the sun has gone down, then I will assume you've all died and return without you. Pulling out his strong, large wings, Sil was getting ready to take the 2 of them back to the van. With his fast-flying abilities, it was easy for him to head back and return, but he could only carry 2 people at a time, and Dennis was still recovering. "Do you want to go back with them first?" Hannah asked. Weevil was silent for a second before he eventually replied, "I'm not going back. I'm going to stay with them." "What? Come on, Weevil. Have you gone mad?" Hannah asked. "You will be killed, and you're not part of the cursed faction. They won't protect you when it really matters." Weevil placed his hand on his stomach once more, as if he was in slight pain, and then looked at Quinn talking to those in his group. "I can't let this opportunity slip by me. Don't you think he's special, Hannah? Do you know anyone who could have done what he had done and shown the skills he did at the game? When I look at him, I think they're going somewhere. They follow him because they feel it too. When I look at Mantis—" Once again, Weevil placed his hand on his stomach. "Fine," Hannah huffed. "You two go ahead. We'll meet you at the van later tonight." She said to the others before turning back to Weevil, "If you're staying, then I'm staying as well. I don't see what you see, but I can't have these guys burying your body." "Thanks, Hannah," Weevil said. Syl was off sending the other 2 back to the van, and before they left, Weevil made sure to tell them to contact the base and inform Mantis to not do anything to the cursed family for now. Otherwise, they would be in for a whole lot of trouble. While Syl was away, Quinn decided to go over to Dennis and try a few things. He got Dennis to sit down and close his eyes and relax. Quinn would then place his hand on his back and focus on his ki. As he did this, he tried to get Dennis to focus as well. Although meditating and learning ki control couldn't help one get their MC points back, it did help with recovering their stamina a lot faster. By the time Syl had eventually returned, Dennis felt energized and was ready to fight again. "What was that?" Dennis asked. "I feel great." "It's something my teacher taught me a while back," Quinn replied. "Can you teach it to me?" Dennis asked. He could fight more often and get more out of his hunts if he had a faster recovery time. "It's not mine to teach, but in the future, I hope to introduce him to everyone at the cursed faction." The group was off again, this time staying as close to the desert's edge as possible. They didn't want to go too far in. At the moment, they had hardly made a dent in their maps. As they explored more, the digital maps they carried would update themselves, and other travelers could use this information in the future. They had discovered more Emperor-tier beasts along the way, but this time there was only 1 rather than 2. Quinn got involved in the fighting, assisting them, and it was a lot easier with him, whereas Weevil and Hannah would stay back and observe for the first Emperor-tier. But when they came across another Emperor-tier beast, Weevil decided to try and help out. However, although brave in his actions, an Emperor-tier proved to be too much for him, and it looked like he would come to his demise. Hannah wanted to step in, and she tried, but she knew it would be useless and her legs wouldn't move. But none of that mattered. For instance, when Weevil was about to get hit, the shadow came in front of him, blocking the attack. "If you're helping me out, then I will help you as well," Quinn said, and went on to kill the beast again. In total, the group had defeated an additional 3 Emperor-tier beasts, giving them a total of 5 crystals. They were having a break once more, at the same spot as before. It had become their resting spot. They knew it was the void of beasts, so it was good for them. "This place has plenty of Emperor-tier beasts," Linda said. "It's like we thought. The new land is quite a dangerous place compared to the rest of the planet." "We have only scratched a small part of it according to the map," Nate said, holding the digital map in his hand. "It's best not to go in too far if we don't want any more trouble." Both Hannah and Weevil looked at each other. "You're not planning to go further in, are you?" Weevil asked. "Of course not," Dennis replied. "If there are that many Emperor-tier beasts just this close in, then that means the further we go in, there is more of a chance of us running into the next tier." The next tier, Quinn thought. So far, the highest tier beast Quinn had fought against was an Emperor-tier beast. He was confident in his current skills that no matter what Emperor-tier beast came his way, as long as he could use his full strength, he could beat them. The next tier they were talking about was legendary tier beasts. I wonder how well I would do against them. The sun was starting to set, which was the signal saying it was time for the hunt to end. For Quinn, Fex, and Linda, they weren't really worn out or tired. They could also fight just fine in the dark. However, the same couldn't be said for the others. Although Quinn could use his ki control to help out Dennis and the others with recovering, it could only do so much. If forced too much, Quinn was afraid that he might start to affect them badly. After all, he only knew so little about ki, as Leo hadn't taught him much beyond controlling it. After reaching the van, the parasite members seemed overjoyed that both Weevil and Hannah were still alive and hadn't gotten injured. Linda took the wheel and they were off again. While traveling back, Quinn started to think about a few different things. Seeing how he was able to defeat so many Emperor Tiers without too much struggle, he thought it was a waste of time for Alex to make him a set of King Tier equipment. He wanted to use the crystals to create a full set of Emperor Tier armor. At the moment, he only had the mask, and it was barely considered Emperor Tier due to only one crystal being used to make it. If he wanted high-quality Emperor Tier equipment, he would need several crystal pieces for each different part of the body. Out of everything, he thought the most important thing to think about was a weapon. For him, the weapons he had always used were his hands, and the gauntlets with the electric shock skill had helped greatly. It had even enhanced his powers when using it with his shadow scythe. His gauntlets were only at the advanced level, and back then, 3 light attribute crystals were used. If he wanted an active skill just as powerful, he would have to do the same for the Emperor Tier crystals. At the moment, I have 1 Fire Elemental Emperor Tier crystal. If I get 2 more of these, that will be the easiest thing for me to do. Elemental beasts were rare to come by, just like humanoid ones, so he wouldn't worry about it too much for the rest of his equipment. It could take him months to find the specific beasts, and he didn't have months. A chest piece to be made would require 3 crystals, for boots 2, legs 2, and shoulders 3. He included the crystals for the gauntlets, which meant he would need a total of 13 Emperor Tier crystals to create a full set, and he had 5 at the moment. Although 4 of them were gathered with the help of the others, he would have to ask them whether or not it was okay to take the crystals and compensate them in some other way. It was only fair. Other items could be made on top of this. A helmet was needed, but Quinn already had a mask, and he didn't like items that covered his whole head. With these, the beast usually had to be oddly specific. It felt like a chance if a person was to run into a beast crystal that could be used to create one of these. Quinn thought, "That's a lot of crystals, and the elemental beasts will be harder than the ones we fought against today. Maybe it would be better if I went out hunting on my own. This way I would be able to use all of my strength without worrying. I won't have to worry about the others either." It had felt like a long day for everyone, and they just wanted to head back home and sleep for the night, but Quinn didn't want to leave until they had gotten to Glathrium. Exiting out of the van, they immediately headed for the parasite's base along with Weevil. "You're back," Mantis said with a smile, but it soon faded when he noticed that one of his members was missing, yet none of the cursed were. "What happened?" he asked. Quinn was about to speak when Weevil cut him off. "Sorry, sir, it's our fault. They did as asked, showing us hunting spots, but we were unprepared." "I see," Mantis said, with his finger on his chin. The others couldn't see it, but sweat was running down Weevil's face, worried about what was to happen next. "Very well, these things tend to happen. People die out on the field all the time. You should know this, being a faction leader," Mantis said, looking at Quinn. "I'm sure we have all had our fair share of deaths. After all, anything can happen on a hunt." "We did as asked, and showed you new hunting spots you were unaware of before," Linda explained. "It was unfortunate that we couldn't stop one of your members from dying." "Always taking the political stance, sitting on the fence," Dennis thought. "I know what you are going to ask, and don't worry, I am a man of my word. We shall supply you with 20 kilos of glathrium free of charge. I'm afraid any more than that, and the members will kick up a fuss." 20 kilos? Quinn had no idea how long that would last, but he imagined it couldn't be enough for a long time. They still need more in the future. Quinn didn't want to just use it to create weapons. Like the military did, he wanted it to be used to create structures in the future. This was just a temporary fix to the problem, and by no means a permanent solution. Still, Quinn would have to see this as a freebie. They were already planning to go out for a hunt, and now they had enough for him to create the equipment he needed. After collecting everything, they were off, heading back to their shelter, using Quinn once again and heading back to the cursed ship. "What's wrong, Linda?" Dennis asked. "You've been quiet ever since we left their base." "Yeah, it's just... I thought the reaction of their leader was a little odd when they found out one of their own had died. It's almost as if he didn't care, and the look on the others' faces, they were..." She paused for a second. "They were scared," Quinn finished her sentence. He could hear their heartbeat rapidly change the second they had entered their base. He knew it, too. Something was wrong. Back at the parasite base, Weevil and the others had been brought into Mantis's office. Now explain to me how a member of our parasites died, yet not a single one of their team is gone. They had a D rank on their team, for frick's sake," Mantis shouted, out of breath and panting. When he finally caught his breath, he continued. "And all I got from you was a message telling me not to mess with them. Speak! Explain yourselves!" "They were hunting Emperor-tier beasts, sir. We were never a match," Anna explained. She went on to tell Mantis everything, the abilities they used, their strength, and so on. Most of it made sense to him. All of it, apart from how their faction leader was able to take down an Emperor-tier on his own. Someone that strong would have been known by everyone. That wasn't even the level of an A rank. It was at least the level of an AA rank traveler. "This just means that we won't be able to deal with them directly as I first thought," said Mantis, "and we'll have to do something about that troublesome leader of theirs." All four of them stood there straight, nervously, and Weevil's stomach was starting to hurt again. Finally, Mantis sat back down in his seat, and seeing this, one of the men let out a little sigh of relief. "Oh, you think I'm going to let you off for allowing one of our men to die? All four of you shall suffer for 2 days." 2 days? The large man said, coming forward and falling to his knees, begging. "Please, I can't last 2 days. I can't go through it again." "Don't worry, I assure you, you won't die, but you might wish you were dead." On the cursed ship, it was a new day, and standing in a room full of kids with their beady little eyes, they were all staring at a certain someone. "What the hell am I meant to do with these guys?" Peter thought. One of the spare rooms was converted into a classroom. This had previously been made the case for those who wanted to live on the spaceship and bring their families along with them. Many members, however, refused. The ship was merely a base, while their homes were still at the shelter. Apart from the leaders who would be stationed on the ship at the time, only a few people enjoyed being on it. The classroom was made with the children in mind, creating an environment where they could still be taught. Before, it was never full, but now it was a different story. All of the kids that had been saved from the Blade Island were there. Peter had been asked to be their teacher and to look after them. It was requested after learning the truth of how he had risked his life defending them, but he was not alone in this. He also had a little assistant called Borden. "I don't even know what to teach them," Peter whispered to Borden. "I have an idea." Taking the kids out of the classroom, they moved to the training room. "Let's split the tasks up," Borden said. "You teach them math, English, the essentials, and I'll teach them the essentials in fighting." Standing at the front, Borden started to explain some moves and would demonstrate them. Soon after, they would follow. They did so quite naturally, as this was also similar to how they were taught on the Blade Island. It had become routine for them. Borden was quite popular with the kids. They thought he was quite cute, and it reminded them of Vorden. Although Peter thought they would change their mind if they saw the crazy things he could do. Borden was anything but cute. He could shove a whole human through the door quite easily if he got angry. The other travelers couldn't help but feel a little unsettled at what they were seeing in the training room. At such a young age, young kids are being taught to fight. Even for them, during war periods, they were only taught such things in military schools, while these children looked to be under 10. As a result, the adults had expressed some concerns, and Megan had come to investigate. They still felt like they couldn't talk to Peter about it directly. They hadn't spent enough time getting to know him or seeing him as one of their leaders. Instead, they decided to confide in someone like Megan, who was one of the old high rankers of the Crows. "Hey, the others are wondering if training them to fight is the right thing to do. They're just kids after all," Megan explained with a soft approach. Even though she was a little cautious when talking to Peter, he unsettled her at times. "These aren't normal kids," Peter replied. "They have seen more death than some adults will ever see. They have a heavy burden to carry. Is it right for them to train to fight for their lives at this age? Of course it's not, and I never want it to come to that. But the second someone knows what their abilities are, they will try to use them for their own sake. The simple truth is, I don't want to see them die, and neither does Borden." Megan took a second look at the kids, and it was true. They all did have a different look to them. The look of someone who had killed before. What did these poor kids go through? After a good night's rest, Quinn was excited to head to Alex to speak to him about his plans. "Thanks for getting that glathrium," Alex replied. "Will it be enough to create a full set of armor?" Quinn asked. "It should be enough to create around 4 sets, so I can get to work on those king-tier crystals for you if you want. Actually, do you mind holding the glathrium for me?" Quinn explained his plans about how he wanted a full suit of Emperor-tier armor, and that he wanted it soon. He explained that he was planning to go hunting for the whole of the week. To him, he was happy to hold off and was excited about creating the next best thing for Quinn. He could imagine if he had joined another faction, it would have been years until they let him work on such high-level and quality crystals. Only top factions would have been able to bring in so many Emperor-tier crystals. He wanted to thank him at the bottom of his heart, and suddenly, with excitement, he felt a twitch on his back. Quinn saw this almost instantly, and something was drawing him. He almost wanted to touch his back. "Hey, what are you doing?" Alex said, walking away. "Sorry," said Quinn. "I was just curious about them. How have they been?" "A nightmare," Alex replied. "I can keep them hidden under the wraps for a while, but they start to hurt after about 6 hours or so I have to leave and spread them out a little. It's not all bad news, though. I did get to fly for a while." "Didn't I warn you? What if someone saw you?" Quinn said, looking around. But if someone had seen anything, he was sure Kaz would have already killed him by now. "Relax, it was only in my room, and just a hover, really." Quinn was quite jealous. As a vampire, he could do many things that humans could never do, but flying wasn't one of them. He was sure it was something magical that he would never experience. Leaving the forging to Alex for the future, it was time for him to see Sam. Before leaving, Sam was in charge of creating a plan for the Cursed to take over the unclaimed planets left behind by the Sun Shields, and to make a name for himself. Big enough to the point where the Cursed were considered part of the Big Three. The two of them were inside the meeting room. "Did you come up with a plan or a route for us then?" Quinn asked. "Yeah, we have received a lot of information, so we have had to plan our movements carefully," Sam explained. "A lot of factions are after the unclaimed planets. After being under one of the Big Three, it seems a lot of those factions refuse to join up with the remaining two. There are constant fights every day, but it is giving us a clear picture of who to look out for. The planets nearby have low-level factions that we don't have to worry about. After taking over a few of them and calming our spots, they won't cause us much trouble. In my eyes, there are only two groups that we have to look out for." "Groups?" Quinn replied. "Yeah, the first group is an AA-ranked faction named Daisy. After the Big Four, they were the highest-ranked faction, and it seems like they still are. Every planet they have approached, they have taken over it with ease, and more factions are agreeing to work under them day by day. Now, for the second part, you'll understand why I use the word group. It's because they are a group, and a pretty well-known one at that. Members of Pure have made their move and are also taking over planets rapidly. If we plan to make a move, we need to make one soon and keep an eye on these two. If you want to become one of the Big Three, then you will have to face both of these." Sia and Layla were currently in the Pure group. There was a chance that they might meet up soon. But before starting their advance, Quinn needed to go hunting for a week to get his crystals. He was sure the Emperor tier set would come in handy. He just hoped nothing troublesome occurred this week. To Quinn's surprise, the others were happy to allow him to have the Emperor tier crystals. They did ask for a few things in return: King tier crystals and funds to go towards fields they were interested in around the ship. Still, they didn't mind Quinn getting the crystals they obtained together. They knew what they were facing, the enemies that might come after them, and weren't arrogant enough to think that they could succeed without Quinn. The stronger and better he got, the better it was for them. At the moment, the Cursed family couldn't compete with the other factions just based on sheer size. They had more members, and if a full-scale battle was to happen, they were likely to lose. Even if Quinn and the other leaders lived, what was the point? There would no longer be a faction to run, and what was the point of them creating one in the first place, if not to protect the people in it? What they could do was minimize that risk by making Quinn just as strong as the leaders. They saw the damage his soul weapon could do, and improving their best weapon was a must. This was why no one complained when Quinn asked for the Emperor tier crystals. There was some kickback about Quinn going off on his own, but in the end, he was free to do as he wished. Also, both Sam and Linda were on Quinn's side, allowing him to go on his own. They knew why. He had powers he couldn't show or use compared to others. Using the teleporter, Quinn arrived at the shelter. He had everything he needed. After giving Alex his flask to hold his blood in, there were no more flasks to hand out. For once, Quinn had asked Kaz for a favor, asking that when she made her report back to the vampire world, if she would bring back more with her. The simple request was accepted, and she didn't even question why. For now, though, he had borrowed Fex's flask and had 2 of them on him. He had the blood bank with 200 milliliters of blood and 2 flasks, each holding another 100 milliliters of blood. In total, 400 milliliters of blood. This was one of the longest solo journeys Quinn would go on, and he would feel hungry. There would be no people to feast on in an emergency on the new land, so he had to come extra prepared. Looking at the map, Quinn could see how far they had traveled last time. This time he would be going further into the new lands. The reason was because he was looking for fire elemental-type beasts to make his new weapon. Maybe he could find something in the desert, but there was a risk, so he preferred to try and explore the other areas. He had rented a small jeep and was on his way to the new land. Quinn was saving his MC cells for battle. What Quinn was unaware of was that the parasite members that were in the shelter were keeping an eye on all of his movements. "Boss, the faction leader just left the shelter on his own," the man said into a receiver on his watch. "I checked the quest board, and it seems like he took the highest one possible, exploring the new land, which is the place you mentioned." "On his own?" Mantis replied. "Are you sure?" From Weevil's report, they knew Quinn was strong, but going out in the open on his own was still dangerous. Many mistakes could occur. He was surprised that the faction members would have even allowed this. "Well, I guess this is the perfect opportunity to start our little act then. When he's on his way back, you know what to do, whatever it takes to delay him from getting back." Reaching the foot of the mountain, he abandoned the jeep, and it was time for him to start his hunt. Other than gathering crystals, Quinn was also here to try to improve his shadow skills as much as possible. The fight with Vicky and Pi had taught him a lot, and without Vorden he could have possibly died. Turning into the bloodsucker wasn't a good solution to the problem. He was hoping he would increase the level of his skills and finally complete his level 7 shadow ability to move up to level 8. It was going well by not rushing things. Quinn was dealing with the Emperor beasts as needed and resting whenever he could. The same, however, could not be said back at the cursed ship and shelter. A few days had passed since Quinn's disappearance, and just like before, the parasites and cursed members were getting into more and more arguments. The price hikes continued, and eventually even Blip was getting sick of it. He didn't like discriminating between faction members, as he wanted to treat everyone the same, but it had gotten to him as well. So they retaliated, only charging members of the parasites high prices for materials in the marketplace. Still, the parasites knew that they were actually good business for the cursed, who was low on funds. At the moment, they couldn't trade with any factions for fear they might turn on them and attack. They may even just steal the items and run off. If it was a match of who could last the longest, then the cursed would lose this one. On top of this, the parasites started to take the same quests the cursed were, almost mirroring their actions, and they were doing what they did best, leeching off the hard work of others and stealing the kills at the last second. This was just making their situation even more dire, and eventually, a certain someone had snapped. Out on a hunt, Dennis couldn't hold back any longer. It wasn't a kill steal that set him off, but an accidental stray attack that hit one of their members. Whatever damage was done to the cursed, Dennis had returned it threefold to the parasite member. Because of this little incident, the two factions were on the brink of war. It had gotten so bad that they were no longer allowing either faction members to enter their shelters, and the cursed leaders had decided to stay at the Crow's base on the planet rather than on the ship, leaving Peter behind in charge once again. Inside the building, they were having a meeting about what to do. Sitting slumped down in his chair with his head held down, Dennis couldn't look any of the others in the eye. "I'm sorry, guys, we tried so hard to avoid this, and now because of me, maybe people will—" Dennis paused as visions of his planet appeared in his head, how the Eagle faction members and their families were burnt in front of his eyes. Back then he couldn't stop them from attacking, and how he felt horrible that he could be the cause of something like that. "Don't be sorry," Nate said, slamming him hard on the back. "If I was there, I would have done the same thing. What's done is done. Now we have to come up with a solution to solve this, and playing a game with them won't work this time," said Blip. "We are waiting for them to get back to us with a solution," Sam explained. "It seems like the parasite members themselves are restless to attack, while our members are more on the cautious side. Just in case, we have already started to move residents temporarily back to the ship until tensions have quietened down again." "Don't you think it's strange?" Paul said. At these meetings, Paul often wouldn't say much. He didn't want to get too involved, and he thought that the former Crow members did a good job of caring about everyone. Most of the faction members belonged to them anyway. "I'm just speaking my mind, but Quinn is away, and they want to fight us now. Usually factions who truly don't want war with each other will try a number of things before resulting in a fight. You tried to reason with them several times, but each time they retaliated by becoming even more unreasonable. And while none of us are concerned about Quinn's safety, we have been unable to contact him, which is unusual for him when he's away." The others thought about what Paul said for a while. The parasites were being difficult. They were making it so hard that the others were wishing they had just tried attacking them when they came here in the first place, rather than all of this passive-aggressive nonsense. The light on Sam's watch started to flicker, and after tapping on it once, a projected screen appeared. It was a message from the parasites. "What is it?" Nate asked, wondering if they could be fighting any day now. "They have come up with a suggestion to solve the problem, one that might favor us. They claim that because both sides don't want unnecessary bloodshed and the factions are of similar size, they should have a duel instead, pitting their strongest 5 against our strongest 5. Whoever wins, the factions will serve under them for that day." Nate and Dennis smiled, thinking that the parasites were underestimating them. This would be an easy win, but the others weren't too sure. However, this was clearly better than war. "Does that mean we're all on board with accepting the terms?" Sam said, and they all nodded in response. "Then the next question is, with Quinn out of the picture, which 5 of us will fight?" Quinn was dripping wet from huffing and panting. He was standing on a black patch of ground with a few fissures running through it. He could hear the sound of hot steam gushing out behind him. When he turned around to look, he saw hot steam evaporating from the fissures into the air. On the floor lay a rock beast with a strange red energy glowing through its body that slowly started to fade. "That one was a bit harder than I thought." Quinn tipped the sweat from his forehead and pulled out the flask to take a small sip. It was a must. He had been pushing himself too much, going from one Emperor-tier beast to the next, and he made the fatal mistake of overestimating himself. He thought he still had enough in the tank to go on fighting another one. However, this Emperor-tier beast was more powerful than the last one, making the fight difficult. Still, even though he was tired, he couldn't be upset. Finally, he had gathered the 3 fire element crystals needed to create a new weapon. "Now I just need the other crystals." Quinn rushed to find a nice place to rest before the hot steam scalded his back, so he climbed a small hill of rocks that overlooked the battleground. Looking around, he realized he had lost track of where he was. He was naturally just going to the place where he thought the fire elemental beasts would be. It worked, and he finally got the most important crystals. But he had been traveling for days, and now he was lost. As long as he had his map with him, he would be able to tell where he was and just head in the right direction. After pulling it out, he started to shake it a few times. The small shakes started to become frantic as panic settled in. "This thing, why won't it turn on?" When he first started his hunt a couple of days ago, he checked that the map and all of his equipment were working fine. Yet, for some reason, now the map does nothing. He was a little concerned. He had not referred, no mark to know which way he had headed. He was simply relying on modern technology to help him. It had never let him down before, so what a time for it to do just that. Quinn wasn't too worried. It just meant that it might take him a little longer to get back than he originally thought, but he thought he should also make the others aware of this, so that if they needed him for anything, they would know where to pick him up. Lifting his hand, he noticed the light on his watch wasn't activating either. "Don't tell me." The watch wasn't working. Is this a coincidence? How could both of them not work? Quinn thought. Either he was one of the unluckiest people on the planet, or someone was responsible. Inside the meeting room at the shelter, they had been given more details about the upcoming duel. Duels weren't so uncommon between factions to settle things. In instances like this one, where 2 forces were of equal power, it made sense to settle it this way, as decided by the top dogs. However, there were rules to these duels, and there were 2 types of duels, one-on-one bouts or a group duel. In this instance, they had asked for a group-style duel. In a 5-on-5 situation, each faction would have to contact the third party to intervene and maintain the peace. This was to make sure that the other party would follow through with the deal whatever the results were. "A third party, but we don't know any other factions?" Nate said. "Well, I know one, but they are unlikely to be able to help," Dennis replied. "They are aligned with one of the big families. I can still try, but their answer might be no." It is hard in current times to set up a proper duel. Most factions have already chosen to side with one of the big 4. It was worrisome if they even had a different motive. Banging his head on the table and grinding his teeth, Blip had a suggestion. There is someone I know who might be happy, maybe not happy, but at least willing to help us out with this." Leaving the meeting room, Blip reluctantly lifted his feet and went to his old office to get in contact with the third party. A short while later, he returned and gave everyone the thumbs up. With a third party secured, they could move on to the next step. "Who would be the best choice for our team?" Sam said, as he had a list of names up on a digital screen and next to it 5 slots. "I have to be on the team," Dennis said, shooting up like a school child from his seat. He startled Megan, who was sitting next to him. "This whole thing is my mess in the first place, so I have to fix it." "Dennis is a strong fighter and a rank A traveler, one of our best. I see no problems with that one," Sam replied. "If we are going by rank, then shouldn't Blip be involved as well?" Megan suggested. "Both Dennis and Blip have good chemistry together as well." Based on the suggestions, Sam moved both of their names into the slots, leaving 3. "I'm happy to fight for the family, but unless Linda is as well, then I think you should pick someone else." This came as a surprise to many, and they were wondering why Blip was being so stubborn. Before Dennis, the two of them had worked together all the time as well, so perhaps that was the reason. However, the truth was that Blip was trying to take advantage of the situation to see if his sister would step up. If she didn't in such an important event like this one, something was definitely up. "Okay, I'll take part," Linda replied. This response surprised not only her brother Blip, but Fex at the table, who was looking at Kaz and Paul, who didn't show any signs of interest at all. "Damn, everyone keeps talking and won't let me say what I'm thinking," Nate said, standing up. "If it's fighting, then you gotta count me in as well." "Now hold on a second," Sam said. "So far we have 3 members who were originally from the Crows. I know we all belong to the same faction, but those that should be representing the Cursed family should be more varied. Do any of you want to take part in this?" Paul shook his head. He was strong, but his ability probably wasn't at the level where it could be useful without needing to demonstrate his vampire powers. After Paul refused, Kaz did as well, but she was only known as a healer in the first place. Sam then turned his head to Fex, who was wondering if there was anyone that would be a good fit to fight. Peter was a strong white man who was just as powerful as Quinn. With his sheer raw power, he could overwhelm them, but he was in charge of the ship currently, and in terms of pure power, they already had plenty of that. Borden was out of the question. He was a Dalki, and the second people saw what he was, maybe everyone watching the fight would turn on them. Then there was himself with his strong ability. In a group battle, it was incredibly helpful. It could be used to block attacks, tie up enemies, and even more if he was willing to show off his vampire powers. Maybe he would even get a chance to use that, but it was unlikely, judging from their impression of the parasite so far. "It might sound a little big-headed, but I think I will be a good addition to the team," Fex volunteered. "It's not big-headed," Sam replied. "I think it's a good choice as well." "If no one else wants to jump in, then I guess that only leaves me," Nate said with a smile on his face, but Fex had his hand raised once more. "Fine," Sam said, sliding it in. They looked at the list, and it was Blip, Kaz, Dennis, Fex, and Nate. These would be their final 5. "Can I make a suggestion?" Fex said. "I don't think that should be our final 5. It's not that I doubt anyone's strength here, but I'm sure you all thought about it as well. If the parasites have requested this duel, then they might actually have something, a reason why they think they can beat us. Just in case, I really think we should put our strongest people forward and give our team the highest chance of victory." The others were a little confused by what Fex was saying. They looked around the table, and other than Nate, they couldn't think of anyone else that was stronger than him. Who would give them a better chance of winning? "I recommend Syl for this fight if we absolutely want to win," Fex said. "That strange boy you brought back, the one that won't talk to anyone?" Megan asked skeptically. Syl's ability, even the extent of it, was unknown to the others. To them, he was just a friend of Quinn's who he had brought back with him. "I promise you, even if all of us were struck down and he was the last one left standing, we would win the fight," said Fex. "Well, if you're that confident and he agrees, but who do we swap with him?" Sam said, hovering his finger over the names. He slowly let it hover over Nate's name, and it looked like he was about to be replaced. "Swap him with me," Blip said. "We already have 3 aerial fighters, and mine and Linda's abilities are the same anyway. Besides, I've had a really bad shoulder these days." It was a clear lie that no one could overlook. Linda nodded, as Sam checked with her to see if she was okay with it. "All right, So this is our final team. Linda, Dennis, Nate, Fex, and finally Syl. Let's crush those parasites. Quinn tried to use the map and the communicator on his watch several times, but there were no results. If the map was the only thing that was affected, then he wouldn't have been so spurious, but his watch was the final straw. These things were created to last a human lifetime, never needing to be charged. Yet it wasn't even turning on, as if it had run out of battery. The thought crossed his mind about whether or not he should return. After all, something serious could be happening right now. They'll be fine, Quinn. They don't need you to babysit them, Quinn thought. There were plenty of strong people in the cursed faction now, and that was only on the surface. There were even stronger people in hiding, such as Kaz. Trusting the others, Quinn thought it was best to continue his journey as he was doing, and he would also try to recognize some of the places he passed. He no longer needed to look for a specific Emperor-tier beast, so it should be easier than before. A distance away from Quinn, a group of 3 men were nervously looking around. One of them had their eyes closed, while the other 2 were looking through the greenery, tiptoeing about. He's on the move again, the man with his eyes closed opened them. Hey, how much longer do we have to do this? One of them whispered loudly. This is crazy. We're lucky to still be alive. The man, who had his eyes closed, went up to a strange device that had been propped up and had a small antenna placed in the middle. It was a jammer. It allowed for all electronic devices to cease working within 500 meters. They were hardly used because if one knew they were being used, they could easily be destroyed, or a countermeasure device could be placed. Its short range was also a problem, but it was perfect for doing their job, delaying Quinn from returning. He's out there alone fighting these things? Another said. Is there really someone that strong? If the parasites go against him, we'll all be goners. Why do you think we are out here doing this? At that moment, one of the men placed his hand on his stomach, and his face winced in pain. Is it that time already? Just then, leaves could be heard ruffling and coming their way from a distance. Is it a beast? One of them panicked. The man closed his eyes again and tried to see what was coming towards him, and when he saw it, he immediately opened his eyes. How? He asked. Standing there, he knew it was already too late. What is it? Coming out of the trees, the other 2 men were completely taken aback by what they saw. It wasn't a beast, but rather the person they had been following all along. Placing his finger in his ear, Quinn stood there looking at the strange device and the 3 men. You guys are quite the noisy bunch, aren't you? Said Quinn. Is that the thing that's been causing me trouble? The announcement had been made to both of the shelters, and it seemed like it had done its job. Quests were put on hold, and there were no longer disputes or fights to happen, but now everyone was waiting in anticipation for the event. A location was sent from the crows, an empty wasteland that was void of beasts, stationed not too far from their shelter, but a bit further away from the parasites. Standing there waiting were the 5 people who would be taking part in the cursed faction. Dennis, Linda, Nate, Fex, and Syl. Many members of the cursed family had come along to watch the event. A lot of them had a deep hatred for the parasites after everything that had happened. In the crowd, there were also the leaders, Blip, Megan, Paul, and Kaz. Damn, I guess I'll have to be a little more careful about what I show, Fex wondered, his gaze falling on Linda, who appeared to be fine. Maybe she wouldn't have to show any of her abilities if they could finish this fight quickly. Meanwhile, Nate and Dennis were busy looking at Syl. Is he really as strong as Fex said? He had a great pair of wings on him, but he didn't do much when we were fighting, said Dennis. I haven't seen him fight, but he also doesn't give off the fighting aura either. But if Fex said it's true, it has to be right. I mean, he's close friends with Quinn, Nate replied. Linda looked in the direction of her brother, but she wasn't nervous. She then briefly looked at Kaz as well, her fist clenching even tighter. I'll get back at you for the trouble you have caused, but today is not the day. For now, we are on the same side, Linda thought. Then, off in the distance, the parasites could be seen traveling in many vehicles, mainly jeeps and vans, while the cursed family had walked on foot. Are they just trying to show off? Someone from the crowd said. Hey, aren't there a bunch of vehicles on the ship? Why can't we use them? Another asked. I think they're saving them for something. The vehicle stopped, and Mantis, along with the others, started to walk over. They too had brought many members of their faction to watch the fight. However, only the 5 taking part walked towards the center to meet the other 5. There was Mantis, Weevil, Hannah, the big-eyed guy whose name was Tony, and finally a strange hooded man they hadn't seen before. "Hey, you see that one? It looks like something's wrong with him," Nate whispered to Dennis. The hooded man's skin was deathly pale, and his fingers were twitching constantly. He had 2 hammers with large heads on his back. "Before we go over the rules, it would be best if we both waited for the third party we have called," Mantis said. They agreed. After all, they would be the referees of the fight. They waited a few moments, and everyone was visibly nervous. "I hope you brought a decent faction over. You will be surprised when you see who we brought," Tony said, smiling. "Is it really a big deal?" Vex asked Linda. "They're acting like this person they invited is a part of their faction." "It is. It shows the connections or relations one faction has. Although they might not be part of the same group, it will make others think twice about attacking them," Linda explained. "They could also have no relation at all, and just someone interested in the 2 groups, but neither side knows the truth." Finally, a ship could be seen coming towards them, and when they saw it, it certainly set a few people back with its strange design. It was pink in color, and had a giant love heart on the front. It stood out and wasn't common for a ship to look like that. However, Sam's face was full of concern seeing what group the parasites had called. "They know Daisy?" Sam said. Mantis and Tony couldn't stop smiling and looking at their members panicking. The Daisy faction was one of the most powerful factions, ranking just behind the Big Four. They were all taken aback by how a small group like the parasites could know or contact them, and yet they even said yes. At the moment, they were busy trying to take over the unclaimed planets, but still, they had the time to come here. After parking their ship on the parasite side, a group of 10 females came out walking. Most of them were dressed in brightly colored beast gear as they left their ship. Each of them was stunning in their own ways, and at the front of them was the leader of Daisy, Helen. She stood out the most, with her bright pink hair and stunning long legs. Her beast gear was cinched up tight around her body, revealing every curve. "The leader's here. Is this why they were so confident?" Blip asked. "No, if their relationship was so close, then they would have asked them to help in the fight," Sam said. "They're just trying to intimidate us." Helen and 2 of her girls walked out to the center, where the parasites and cursed members were. "Thank you for coming," Mantis said, bowing his head down. "I didn't expect you to come yourself, Helen." "There was something I wanted to see." She looked at the other group to see if she recognized any of them, but she didn't. "These are the guys that successfully defended an attack from the Sun Shields?" she thought. When Mantis asked her, due to the favor she owed him, she was going to send some of her people, but when she found out what planet the duel was to take place on, she was suddenly interested. At some point in time, this planet was on her list to take over as well. However, her information gathering was top-notch compared to the other factions, and she knew about the attack on the Crow's planet. "She's so beautiful," Nate said. "Maybe I should go over and introduce myself." Before he knew it, his body was walking towards her. Hey, she's on the enemy side," Dennis said. "Why don't you introduce yourself after we kick the parasites' arses? Won't that be more impressive?" Feck suggested. Shaking his head, Nate was back to his regular self. "You're right. I have to fight for love." That's not what I said, but all right." "Look at them," Tony said to Mantis. "They must be shaken up after seeing Daisy. I didn't know you were so close with them. You even brought their leader here, boss. Now whoever they bring will look like a pebble. They might even run away after seeing Helen here." At that moment, another spaceship was seen approaching the area they were in. It didn't look to be anything special at all. It was just a regular ship that could hold 20 or so people. When it landed, the parasite faction members didn't even seem to care who would be coming off the ship. "I thought I would never have to see him again," Blip said. The ship's door opened, and out came 10 men dressed in white robes, and standing at the front was Hector. "What?" someone from the parasite shouted. The white robes gave away their identities in a second. They were from the Greylash family. "Damn it! How can this be?" Tony screamed in his head. "Looks like things are going to get interesting around here," Helen thought. As soon as the men left the ship, everyone there knew exactly who they were. Their prominent white robes had been displayed many times on different TV station and news broadcast shows, and they were currently in the center of the Civil War, being one of the only Big Two families remaining. The question on everyone's mind, including those in the cursed family, was, what were they doing here? Leaving the ship, Hector stood at the front. He wore a similar uniform to those behind him, but his uniform had green trim around the edges, and his sleeves had a slit showing his forearms. This uniform indicated that he was part of the Altum class within the Greylash family, the highest class there was out of the 3 classes. The 9 men behind him, though, had no such color and only wore pure white, which indicated they were the Humilis class, the lowest Greylash class. Still, the fact that they had sent someone from the Altum class meant they deemed this as important, which had blown the others away, especially Helen. Walking towards the center, Hector looked around as if he was looking for a certain someone, but he was a little disappointed, as all he could see was Blip, avoiding eye contact, looking away and whistling. When Hector and 2 of his men joined the center, he walked towards the 2 groups. Everyone there gave them a respectful bow, including those in Daisy and the parasites. "Where is your faction leader?" Hector asked. "He's busy at the moment, but will be returning in a few days," Linda replied. Hector looked a little disappointed by the answer. If Quinn wasn't here, he felt like him being here was a waste of his time. The only reason the request was accepted was because of Owen. Owen was too busy doing his own things to travel to the planet, so he had asked Hector to oversee things and to look out for Quinn, hoping to see his skills in the duel. "What are they even doing here?" Tony asked. "Why would they help an F-rank faction like this one?" "Don't you know?" Helen replied. "This planet belonged to the Greylash family, and the faction called the Crows used to work for them. Information is key, and you guys should have done your research. However, I had assumed that their relationship had ended, but it appears that they are still connected." In Helen's mind, it was the only way to explain why they were here right now. "This is why they accepted the duel? Is this why they've been acting so cocky?" Mantis said in anger, and walked forward so the other group could hear them. "We had no idea that the Greylash family owned this planet, and that this faction was under your command. We do not wish to fight and cause trouble with the Greylash family. The duel is off," Mantis demanded. Hector turned to look at him, and just the sheer stare and name had frightened Mantis. In truth, Mantis was hoping to show his power to Daisy today. That way, after calming the planet, it would be easy for him to join up with them, and he could get a high position in the faction. He had no intention of dealing with any of the big powerhouses, at least not yet. He knew his strength and how far it could take them. "I think there has been some misunderstanding," Hector said. "This planet does not belong to the Greylash family and belongs to the Cursed faction. We are only here to officiate. If anything happens to them, it is none of our business, and the 2 of you are free to do as you wish." Lifting his hand, Hector pointed at Blip in the crowd. "If you wanted to, you could tie up that man and beat him until he could no longer speak, and neither the Greylash family nor I would do a thing to stop you." "Damn it, I knew you still had a grudge," Blip shouted. It seemed like what the Greylash family was saying was the truth. They also had no reason to lie. They were so strong that if they wanted to, they could get involved and stop all of this in an instant. There was no reason for them to do this. "So they thought they could just scare us?" Tony said. "Throw us off our game by getting in contact with an old flame. If this planet used to belong to them, of course they would say yes." Although the others' nerves were settled a little after what Hector had said. Helen thought a little differently. She made note that Hector had asked for the faction leader personally. Knowing that they had successfully defended against an attack from the Sun Shields, and now this. It was certainly something they needed to keep an eye out for. The rules were explained to both groups, and the third parties were both there to listen in. It was clear that if death was to happen, it was not the fault of one or the other. If a member was knocked out, then Helen or Hector would come in and take the knocked-out person off to the side, and they would no longer be in the fight. There were boundaries for the fight, but they would try to keep it within a certain area, so it did not hurt the crowds of people that were watching. If there were any stray attacks, those from Daisy and those from the Greylashes would try to protect the crowds. A team could either admit defeat or wait until all of one side was killed or knocked out. This would be the end of the duel. Both teams had gotten into position, and it was finally time for the fight to start. "We should win this pretty easy, right?" Megan said. "I'm not too sure," Paul replied. "The one that worries me most is that hooded man. His skin. It looks like he's been poisoned." "Start!" Helen shouted, signaling the battle. "Did you come up with any strategies for the fight?" Megan asked. No, Sam replied. I thought it would be best to leave it to them. After all, we have no clue what their abilities are. The first one to act from the cursed family was Dennis, transforming immediately and flying towards the center of them. Wait! Feck shouted. He knew they were all strong, but the best thing to do was to learn all of their abilities first. Being arrogant would be the death of their team. With Dennis charging forward, they would now all have to move to support him. Even if he was strong, it was 5-on-1. Everyone dashed forward knowing this, but that's when Fex noticed Syl had stayed back. Syl, what are you doing? Come with us, Fex asked. No, Syl replied. Quinn said to only help if I think you need it. He said you need to get better. Huh? Don't you think we need it right now? What happens if we all get knocked out and you're the only one left? Then I will help and beat them for you, he said, smiling. It was strange. Sometimes Syl had confidence, sometimes he didn't. However, Fex, being distracted by all of this, was unaware of the others that were already locked in combat. Dennis, flying straight into the center of the 5, was hoping to knock them all down like a bowling ball. Mune, deal with this, Mantis ordered. Moving from the side to the front, the hooded man stood in front of Dennis's path and placed both of his hands outward. Dennis collided right into Mune, and dust was thrown towards the other side from his large wings. When the dust started to settle, Mune could be seen holding on to Dennis's clawed hands, not having moved from the spot. The veins on his hand bulged, bleeding as the claws dug in. Mune then lifted Dennis and slammed him into the ground, creating a crater underneath him. How much strength does that guy have? Blip said. Dennis was hurt and in pain. He tried to move but was being pinned down by Mune's strength. All he could do was turn his head to see Mantis standing by his side. This is going to hurt a little, Mantis said, as he placed his green-colored hand on top of Dennis's body, and a cry of screams was heard after. It's as I thought. One of them has a poison ability, Paul said. I'll knock him off, Nate shouted, moving slowly but standing in his way, and Weevil came charging at him with his 2 daggers. Nate had blocked, using his hardened hands, then reached out to try to grab Weevil, but he had already moved back using his super speed. I know what your soul weapon is, Weevil said. Do you think I'm going to let you touch me? The next person to try and help Dennis out was Fex. He threw out his string, intending to pull Mune away from him, but it never made it to him, as if snagged by an invisible wall. A barrier? Fex thought. We will deal with you, pretty boy, Hannah said, throwing out slashes of wind. Fex moved quickly to avoid them, but when the third one appeared, he felt his body collide with something else. It was another barrier. This fight ain't as easy as you thought it was going to be, is it? Tony said, laughing. Without Syl's help, and Dennis pinned down, it didn't look like a good start for the cursed faction. The members were nervously watching away. Their confidence from before had disappeared. Get off him! Linda shouted, throwing her fist as hard as she could. Why isn't she using her ability? Blip thought. Even if she transformed a little, it would have helped her have some extra strength. But her transformation wasn't known for strength, and her attack was definitely weaker when compared to Dennis. Mune, with a single hand, continued to hold Dennis down and raised another to block the attack. Everyone watching thought it was a useless attempt, until the fist was blocked. Big mistake, Linda shouted, and immediately Mune's whole hand was crushed within itself, and with another punch to his body, he was sent flying off from Dennis. Linda, what happened to you? Blip said, with his mouth left wide open. The cursed faction cheered as they saw Linda deliver a devastating blow to the other team. It was the only good thing that had happened since the fight started, and they needed something to celebrate. They didn't care how she had such great strength at the moment. They could figure that out later. They just wanted her to win. Paul, on the other hand, was looking at Kaz to see if she was going to do anything. What? Kaz replied, staring back at him. I'm not going to do anything. Super strength can be explained in many ways. No one is suddenly going to think she's a vampire. Even if she knows healing or multiple abilities, people won't just assume they're a vampire because of this. At least his worries were diminished. Kaz couldn't act with all these people around them already, and she was right. The blood aura was different because it was something only vampires could perform, which was why right now Fex was struggling with his opponents. Fex could easily dodge the incoming attacks, but the barriers that were being built were invisible. He had even tried hitting one to try to break it, but using regular strength, there was no luck. To break one, he would have to use full force, or maybe his blood skills, and that would reveal him. So he was in quite a difficult position. The same could be said for Nate. Nate wasn't getting hurt by Weevil, but at the same time he wasn't able to hold him, stop him, or damage him in a situation like this. It was a bad matchup for Nate. If he was patient, he could just wait for Weevil to run out of stamina, but Nate wanted to act now. My Princess Helen is watching me. She'll think I'm weak if I don't show that I can do something. And who would want to go out with someone weak? Nate thought. When Nate saw Fex in trouble and realized what was going on, he decided it was time to change his strategy. Ignoring Weevil, he marched towards Fex. His fists hardened, and when he was close enough, he threw a punch, smashing the barriers. Do you mind swapping with me? Nate asked. My pleasure, Fex replied. Immediately when Weevil came towards him, Fex had set up a trap with his strings, tying his legs up and then punching him in the stomach, sending him to the floor. Weevil got up and took a few steps back, bent over from the blow. His string is not good for my ability, but there is still something I can do, Weevil thought. Activating his soul weapon, he managed to enhance his speed. For a brief moment, he could now move twice as fast. Weevil thought, with this, he won't be able to catch me going this fast. Changing direction, moving left and right, Weevil was ready with his daggers, but Fex just stood there trying to keep track of him. Then, when Weevil jumped, he was stopped again, held by the string. But how? How could you still see me? I know people who are a lot faster than you, and if I couldn't see them, then I would be pretty useless, Fex said, pulling him forward with the string and punching him right in the face. Meanwhile, Nate was smashing through barriers as they were being made, and the wind attacks were proving useless against him. I'm just wasting my time here, Tony said in frustration. His ability was more suited to reflecting those that used elemental abilities, but against someone with strength like this, it was useless. Looking around, Tony was trying to see if there was anyone else he could go for, and that's when he spotted Syl, standing at the back with his hands by his side. He looks like an easy one, Tony said, going right past Nate. No! Nate called out, trying to stop him, but Hannah, attacking with her wind strikes, stopped him from moving. Nate was worried. He knew Fex and Syl were strong, but he hadn't seen any of that to prove it. Laughing like a madman, Tony thought he had Syl right where he needed him. A barrier was raised behind him and to both of his sides, so if he was to try and escape, there was only one direction he could move in, but Syl just stayed there still. Grabbing the beast spear from his back, Tony thrusted it forward. Die! Touching Syl's skin, a clanging noise was heard, and the spear hadn't moved a single inch into his skin. Hardening, Nate thought, but I thought his ability was transformation like Dennis's. Grabbing hold of the spear, Syl pulled Tony forward and placed his hand on his head. Tony tried punching Syl as hard as he could, but his body wouldn't budge, and he had only hurt his hand in the process. You have quite a fun ability. Is this how you use it? Lifting his hand, Syl created a barrier that perfectly fitted Tony inside. He tried to move, but he couldn't even get close enough to the barrier to gain momentum. Hannah, seeing this, threw out a wind strike at Tony. When it hit, there was nothing. The barrier wasn't damaged or destroyed at all. How is this possible? His barrier is stronger than mine, Tony said, but no one could hear him. At that point, all the others understood what Syl's ability was. He was able to copy other people's abilities. Syl decided to go back and continue to be uninvolved in the fight. Seeing this sent a shiver down Helen's spine. It would have been over if that boy had joined the fight from the start, but there has to be a condition for such a powerful ability. Is it when he touched his head? Now this is interesting. It seemed like a lot happened while I was away, and it's good to know Syl is listening to what I said before, a voice from the crowd said. When Blip turned around to see who the familiar voice was, he was surprised. Quinn, when did you get here? Quinn laughed a little. A while ago, but I didn't want to put pressure on you guys. I thought something might have happened when I found some troublesome people following me, but it looks like everything will be over soon. Back at where Mantis was, now that Mune was no longer holding Dennis down, he was able to move. He grabbed Mantis's leg and pulled him down, causing him to fall to the ground. You don't know how long I've been waiting to do this, Dennis said, pulling his fist back. Too bad you won't be able to, Mantis said, smiling back. We are forfeiting the fight, he shouted. What? No, Dennis said, pulling him by his collar. Put him down, the match is over, Helen ordered. She's right. If you refuse, we will have to step in, Hector said. Reluctantly, Dennis threw Mantis back on the ground and went over to the others. It was inevitable. The fight had turned around, and they were going to lose eventually. Helen, the Parasite members, and the others could see this, so no one faulted Mantis for giving up the match. At least he had protected his people that way. A healer was brought out, and started their work on the participants' injuries. When all was done, the two groups were to meet in the middle, and this time, Quinn, being the faction leader, came out as well. "Oh, so you were here," Hector said. "Nice to meet you again," Quinn replied. "Who are you?" Helen asked. "It's okay," Mantis interrupted. "He's the cursed faction leader." Helen took a look at Quinn, wondering what to make of him. Right now, he wasn't giving off any type of aura, at least one of a fighter. However, what was scary about it was that he wasn't giving off anything at all. It was like he wasn't even standing in front of her. "This is someone I need to watch out for," she thought. The outcome of the duel has been decided. The cursed family is the winner. The parasites now have two choices: to abandon as a faction or work and join under the cursed family banner. Mantis bowed down in front of Quinn and put out his hand. "We will work under the cursed family banner. I can tell that this faction will be able to go somewhere in the future," Mantis said. Quinn looked at the hand for a few seconds before giving his reply. "No," Quinn replied. "I don't want any of the parasites working for us. I want you off our planet. Do what you want, but not here." "Wait, Quinn!" Sam tried to call out. They could use the parasites' people and their resources to help them. And they needed more people for the future as well. It felt like Quinn was wasting this opportunity. When he opened up his hand, 3 shadows appeared, and 3 beat-up men fell from them. "You can take these guys with you as well." "Fine, we lost, so we shall do as you wish, but it will take us at least a week to gather our things and leave this place," Mantis said. The two sides walked away in opposite directions after reaching an agreement. Mantis, on the other hand, was unfazed by this decision as he walked back to his group of people. Rather, he was seen with a smile on his face. As Quinn walked off, many were questioning his decision. At the same time, they couldn't say that the one he had made was completely wrong either. There was a good chance that disputes would continue to happen based on their previous relationship if Mantis wasn't truthful in working under the cursed faction. Based on his underhand methods to try and stall Quinn from coming back, Quinn felt like it was enough to not work with them. After all, soon they would be going to try and take over other planets, and it was at a time when they didn't need internal fighting. It was unlike when the Crows joined the cursed faction. They were willing and felt like they owed Quinn and the others. As for the parasites, some wouldn't accept this fact. It was a shame because all of the resources they had, but stripping the parasites of everything was a death sentence for them in the way the current world was. "A bold choice," Hector commented as Quinn walked past. "Thank you for coming," Quinn replied respectfully. "And thank you for the information about the blades before. I hope Owen is doing okay." If it weren't for Owen relaying the information about where the Blades Island was, they perhaps would never have found Vorden. The information they had given was vital in allowing them to pick the perfect time to save him. Hector looked toward Syl for a second, who seemed to be surrounded by others who were curious about his ability. They now knew why Fex was complimenting him so much, and they were wondering how it worked. However, his face was flushed red, and Syl didn't know how to deal with the sudden interest. "That boy, he's a blade, correct?" Hector asked. Quinn didn't know how to answer at this point, and he didn't know if he should even answer. "Don't worry about it. I just hope that you come to an agreement with the Blades rather than make an enemy out of them. You have made quite a good group for yourself here, Quinn. As you get stronger, there will be more eyes on you," Hector said, looking in the direction of Helen. "A message from Owen. There's an open space for you where you can become a major powerhouse in this world. Us coming here today to bet on you becoming it. We hope our relationship can continue in the future." Hector and his men were gone with that, leaving Quinn with a lot to consider. "New quest received. Become recognized as one of the big 3. Quest reward." Perhaps this is what Quinn required to reach the next evolution. A couple of days had gone by since the event had happened. There were no disputes between the two factions, but at the same time, there were no chances for any disputes to happen. The cursed faction had still put quests on hold until the parasites eventually left the planet, What Quinn didn't want was for them to use his people in any sort of way. In the meantime, they were in the command center discussing their next move, taking over the unclaimed planets. At the moment, Daisy has a total of 4 planets, while Pure has 3, and they are currently in the middle of taking over their 4th, Sam started to explain, showing them a part of the area of space the Crow's planet was in. The actual cursed ship was still located nearby Earth in the Greylash area. Daisy has managed to get the other factions to submit by making deals or showing their outright strength, making it easier for them, whereas Pure has been met with resistance everywhere they go. Still, even though this is the case, they have taken over the planets at a fast rate. We have confirmed that their leader has not been seen. Just as Layla and Sia reported, it is a smaller team. Still, they have brought with them some strong members. At the moment, 6 unclaimed planets are left nearby that has a few small factions hovering around. I have made a route, going from one planet to the next. Even if we can beat them quickly, it's most likely that we will only have time to claim 3 planets by then, with the other 2 claiming the majority. If this is the case, it will be a hard struggle to defend the planets we have, or convince people to join our side. I think we're not being aggressive enough, Quinn said. You said these factions weren't that strong, right? Then why do we need all of us to go there? How many factions out there could deal with an Emperor-tier beast? We have many past leaders here who I think could lead a small team to victory. I'm not saying to risk the lives of those that don't want to fight, but with the king-tier crystals we have, with Syl and Peter, I think we have a chance. Are you prepared? Paul said. I'm not saying what you're proposing is wrong, but going about it this way will ensure people will die. You can't save everyone. Paul was honestly surprised. Surely Quinn wouldn't have suggested such a thing? He'd always wanted to protect others. If we don't do this, then what happens? Quinn replied. We get taken over by Pure or Daisy and are forced to fight. As I said, I'm not forcing anyone to fight. I want everyone to be well aware of the risks they are taking. At least this way, we are giving people a choice and not treating them differently for choosing not to help. If I have to fight alone and take on the burden for everyone, then that's my choice. Paul smiled, thinking Quinn had grown a lot. Slowly, Quinn was finding his answers through all these different experiences. 3 attack teams were formed after a lot of discussions, one with Quinn in command, with Paul, Kaz, and Fex as the main attack force. In all honesty, Quinn was pretty much a one-man army anyway. Blip would be leading another force. Behind him would be Dennis, Nate, and Linda. Finally, the last force would be Peter, Syl, and Borden, leaving Megan and Sam as the only 2 leaders left on the ship. Quinn knew Syl would have wanted to go with him, but Syl and Quinn were too powerful. It would be a waste to pull the 2 of them together. Syl was happy to accept, though, as soon as he knew that Borden would be coming along with him. Quinn had gained enough trust in the old crows that he could now trust them. Since Sam was one of his turned, he had no choice but to obey his orders, but he didn't think Sam would do anything like that. Their plan was risky, because all of their attacking forces would be out taking over planets as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, they leave only a small team for defense on the ship. According to another suggestion, they could move the cursed ship through the space station and dock it near the Crow's planet. It would serve as a deterrent to other factions, considering an attack on the location. Furthermore, the Greylash family, who own the planets behind them, would be the only ones who would attack them. Based on their actions and words, Quinn thought it was unlikely that they would attack them. Now that the plan was in place, all they had to do was wait for the parasites to leave the planet. When asked what their next move would be, Sam predicted that they would travel to one of the planets where Daisy was. If they were close enough to communicate in this manner, it meant Mantis had at least a foot in Helen's door. When the meeting had ended, everyone left the room to do their own thing. She was going from the command center across the bridge. Linda was about to go off and do her normal duties when she felt someone grab her by the wrist. Her heart panicked for a second as fear went through her mind. Is it? When she turned around, she could see it was her brother, calming her back down. You can't keep running away from me, sis. We need to talk. You need to explain to me what you did in that fight, Blip said. Her brother Blip, clutching her hand, sensed something was wrong as soon as he asked this question. She began to look around immediately, as if someone was watching her. His sister had always been a strong, confident woman, but this was the first time he had seen her like this. That Kaz can't be everywhere at once, right? and lately I've seen her hanging around Paul more and more, Linda thought. As she looked over her two shoulders, she couldn't spot her, but just to be safe, there was still one place the two of them could go to. Let me just ask you, do you believe in Quinn? Linda asked. Quinn? Does this have something to do with him? Blip replied. Please, I just need to know, do you trust him? He looked into her eyes and could tell that this question carried a lot of weight for her. Of course I do. If I didn't, I would have never willingly trusted the crows over to him. Now, pulling her brother by the wrist, the two of them headed off to a certain place. Quinn knew that something like this might happen, and there were two reasons why he had asked for a private training room with a code. The training rooms were soundproof, and the code was given to others but not Kaz. Kaz and Paul didn't know about it, so they never asked. If they did, Quinn would explain his reason, saying it was because he wanted to train particular skills away from others. The code was given to Linda, Fex, Alex, Peter, and Sam if they ever wanted to try and practice their vampire skills. When the two of them entered the room, Linda held both of her brother's hands and took a deep breath. Now, you have to remember when I tell you everything, it has already happened, and there is nothing we can do about it. We can't turn back time, so there's no point in getting upset. Blip nodded, wondering what could even be so bad, not realizing that whatever he was thinking, the truth was 10 times worse. Linda told him everything, about what had happened to Quinn that day, and how Kaz had almost killed her. Quinn had saved her life, but it had come at the cost of a major physical transformation. The reason why she had been hurt was to keep the big secret Quinn and the others were hiding from everybody, and now that she had told him this, he needed to keep this big secret as well. After telling her story, she could feel the grip around his fingers tighten, his head shaking slightly. He was silent for a while. His eyes weren't even looking at Linda, but straight through her. They were filled with rage. That bitch! Blip suddenly shouted. I'll kill her! I'll kill her! Please, you have to keep this a secret, Linda shouted. Don't you think if anyone is angrier, it's me? Besides, it doesn't seem like she and Quinn are pleased with each other either. The way it's been explained to me, they are from two different families, similar to the factions we have. Suddenly, Blip gave his sister a big hug and held her tightly. She started to feel something warm on her shoulder. They were tears coming out of his eyes. Sister, I'm sorry that I wasn't there for you. I promise I won't ever let something like that happen to you again, he cried. Linda smiled and patted his back. She was lucky to have a brother as good as him. Kaz, I promise I will make you pay for what you did, Blip thought. Another day passed, and the rest of the faction learned what the cursed faction was planning. Members who were interested in joining them were free to do so. Surprisingly, many of them wanted to be a part of this. After being pushed around by the parasites, being under the control of the Greylash family, and facing discrimination while they were in the military, they wanted to fight for their way, for their future. Life in the cursed faction was good for them, and they wanted to keep their freedom. Many wanted to go with Blip and his group since they originally belonged to the Crows. This was quite obvious. A lot of them wanted to join Quinn's group as well. They were impressed by what he had done with the Sun Shields that day, and felt like going with him was a safe bet. However, there was one group that there weren't many willing to join, and that was Syl's and Peter's group. It wasn't that they didn't feel they were strong, but out of all the personalities of the leaders, these two were the most difficult to get on with. Peter had a short fuse, and Syl was just socially awkward. It didn't inspire confidence in them. We're going to have to think of something, maybe an incentive of some sort, Sam thought. Later that evening, a leaders' meeting had been called by Sam. The others thought it was about the current situation, but to their surprise, it was about something unrelated. Sam started playing a video once everyone was seated. A brown-haired beauty could be seen on the screen. She was dressed in full beast gear, but the microphone in her hand stood out. The others thought they had recognized the girl from somewhere before. None of them, however, could pinpoint what it was. I remember her, Nate said, standing up. I remember all the beautiful girls in this world. She was the reporter at the Interbase tournament. Now that Quinn was taking a second look at her, Nate was right. She had asked Quinn a lot of questions after his surprise victory in the tournament. She's what's known as a war correspondent or a war reporter. It's a dangerous job where reporters have to dive right into the middle of what's happening, all just so they can update the general public on the world's affairs, Sam explained. There were many news channels like this one when things started, but slowly as things started to get worse, more and more channels started to stop reporting. She goes by Bonnie. and she and her cameraman have become quite famous recently since they are one of the only few people still reporting. At the moment, there is an unwritten rule between everyone not to mess with war reporters. There are just civilians in all of this after all, but being in the middle of a war can sometimes prove quite difficult. The group continued to watch the video, and they reported on a number of things, updating them on the situation with the military and Earth. Then they moved on to the situation with the unclaimed planets. In the video, it was revealed that Bonnie was on a planet that was engaged in a battle with Pure, a faction going up against Pure. The cameraman was showing ability users fighting against strong weapon users. Quinn spotted Layla and Sia in the video for a split second. Pure did send them to join the fight after all, Quinn thought. He didn't like the fact that he wasn't with them during this time, but he was thankful that the two of them looked unhurt. In the video itself, it looked like Pure was dominating the faction quite heavily. The report would switch from the hectic battle to Bonnie's being in a safe place as more information was passed on, and towards the end of the video, something had caught the attention of them all. According to recent reports, a new up-and-coming faction has emerged from nowhere and is now occupying the top half of the faction rankings. When checking last month's data, the group known as the Cursed Faction was rank F, has now jumped up, becoming a rank B. When asking other factions for details, it seemed like no one has any idea who or where this faction had come from. The news report continued to waffle on about unrelated stuff, but everyone smiled upon hearing this. "We made it on the news. We're famous," Nate said. "I need to get a haircut." "Have you gone mad?" Megan asked. "The news report only lasted a fraction of a second and only mentioned our faction. Why would they suddenly come over here and interview you?" The rest of the room chuckled. "Megan is right," Sam said, "but I just wanted to bring this to everyone's attention. What we're doing is attracting attention, and as a result, the rest of the world will soon be aware of our existence. I thought it would be a good encouragement for you all." Although the Cursed Faction hadn't been going out on many quests this month, it didn't start that way before the parasites had arrived, and they had racked up a lot of points from their hunts, but the main contributor to their ranking was Quinn. His Emperor tier crystals had been inputted into the system, jumping his traveler rank from C to A. The planet was a hidden gold mine of Emperor tiers that the others were unaware of, and this contributed greatly to their success. Now about Sill's group. Sam was going to continue to move on to the next agenda. A coughing fit had interrupted him in the middle. It was quite a bad one that went on for a minute. "Dennis, are you okay? Do you want some water?" Megan asked, concerned. Dennis stood up from his seat, and the coughing started to get more violent, and still hadn't stopped until eventually he threw up all over the table. As soon as he did, a strange scent filled the noses of many in the room. Dennis had thrown up blood. Blood was splattered across the table, straight from Dennis's mouth. As soon as the scent entered their noses, two people in the room began to feel strange. Paul felt drawn to the blood and moved his body forward slowly. "Snap out of it, not here. I don't want to kill you," Kaz said. Those few words were enough to rein Paul back to his senses, and he was able to control his urge. He had already had to deal with blood a few times, so it was easier for Paul, but as for the other, it was Sam. He suddenly stumbled, keeping his head down. He knew from what Quinn had told him that when a vampire couldn't control their urges, their eyes would start to change color. Trying to stop himself, he was slamming his hand on the table. The others were starting to show concern towards him as well. "Sam, is it a bug that's spreading around? Are you feeling all right?" Nate asked as he approached him, but Quinn then stood in his way. "Take Dennis to the medical bay immediately. Make sure he's okay," Quinn ordered. "What about Sam?" Nate asked. While Quinn stood in his way, Sam grabbed his flask that he always kept attached to him by his side, took a sip from it, and his sudden thirst was quelled. "Don't worry, Nate," Sam said, lifting his head. "I was just worried about Dennis. Let's see if he's okay." There were no doctors on board the cursed ship. However, there were some nurses that acted as healers with healing abilities that tried their best to heal Dennis. His skin was starting to look pale, and he looked incredibly weak. He said he still felt a pain in his stomach, even though he hadn't thrown up since. The healer tried everything they could, but couldn't get the pain to go away. Quinn decided to visit the healer once he was finished. He was hoping maybe he could do something with his key. Dennis was lying down on a hospital bed when he entered the room. His eyes were tired and half asleep. He had never seen Dennis like this before. Placing his hand on his chest, Dennis knew what Quinn was doing, as he had felt this before. A warm glow was felt throughout his body, and the pain started to go away. "Thanks, Quinn," Dennis replied, coughing a couple of times after that. "Do you know what happened?" Quinn asked. Dennis shook his head. "As I said to the girl before, I felt fine, strong as always, and then a couple of days ago there was this small pain in my stomach. I thought it might have been something bad I ate. I knew I shouldn't have eaten that slice of pizza on the floor, but 5-second rule and all. The pain started to get worse, and then this, all for a slice of pizza," Dennis explained. Before leaving, Quinn lessened the pain for Dennis one more time and went off to talk with the others. He wasn't so sure that it was a slice of pizza, although the healer said that there was no reason to panic. It looked like whatever had happened, the worst of it was over, and Dennis probably just needed some time to rest now. Soon he would be back to his normal self. Quinn hoped this was the case. Before going to talk to the others, he decided he would stop by a certain place, the forging area. When entering, he could see Alex hammering away as usual. When he saw Quinn enter, he stopped and placed his hammer down on the workbench, but the other workers' sounds of still hammering could be heard. "Seeing you here, you must have some nice gifts you brought," Alex said with a smile. And when Quinn dropped all the Emperor tier crystals he had, and Alex's eyes opened wide, the back of his jacket could be seen moving, as if something wanted to poke out from it. "Ah, so whenever he's happy, his wings feel like moving," Quinn noted. "I didn't think you could do it. I know you said you were going to, but you got all the Emperor tier crystals you needed," Alex said, surprised. "We plan on moving out in around 4 days, as long as everything goes to plan. Do you think you can have everything ready by then?" Quinn asked. "If it was the old me, then it would have been impossible," Alex replied. "But the new me can work twice as fast and 3 times longer. Do you want me to add my blood to the gauntlets as well?" "If it doesn't affect the quality and outcome of the weapon itself, then go ahead," Quinn said. The order was made, and now in 4 days he would have his full set of Emperor tier equipment before heading out and letting the world know of the cursed faction. When Quinn left the room and was on his way to head to the bridge, he spotted Megan looking panicked and out of breath. "Quinn, there you are!" Megan shouted. "Come quick, it's Dennis. He's acting up again. He told me to come get you. Please, I don't know what's happening." When Quinn arrived at the medical bay, he could hear someone coughing violently from outside the door. When he entered the room, it was a bloody red mess. The bed sheets were stained with blood, and it appeared that Dennis had puked blood on the floor once more. If any of the others had been present, the smell of blood would have thrown them off, but Quinn had become accustomed to it. "My powers. I've tried everything, but it seems like nothing is working," the healer said, frightened. Still coughing, Quinn immediately went by Dennis's side and started to focus his ki. The coughing started to stop, and when it did, Dennis fell to sleep, not giving Quinn a chance to even speak to him. "Quinn, what's happening? What's wrong with him?" Megan asked. "I don't know," Quinn replied, desperately wanting to know the answer. The sound of the door opening behind them was heard at that moment, and someone standing near the door had his hand over his stomach. "Quinn, I don't feel too good," Syl said. "You too. Is it a pain in your stomach?" Quinn asked. Syl nodded in response. "Has whatever bug Dennis got spread to Syl, or is it something else?" Knowing that the healer could do nothing, Quinn decided to use his ki on Syl as well, but this was only a temporary measure. He needed to get to the bottom of this. Having a bad feeling, Quinn called a meeting, bringing Syl along with him. The others could see Megan's puffy eyes and knew she had been crying. She cared deeply about Dennis, which meant something must have happened. "Is this about Dennis?" Blip asked. "A little bit, but I need to ask you all, have any of you been experiencing stomach pains, or has anyone approached you with similar symptoms?" Quinn asked. "I need you to be honest." Eventually, Syl raised his hand, which Quinn already knew about, but the next person to raise his hand was Nate, and finally, Fex had raised his hand as well. "Even Fex has been affected?" Quinn thought, surprised. Only these had experienced symptoms, and no one else on the spaceship so far. Seeing what Quinn was asking, Sam had figured out what Quinn was getting at, but there was one missing piece. "Linda, don't you feel anything?" Sam asked. "No, I feel fine, better than ever," Linda replied. So far, everyone who had experienced stomach pains were those that had fought the parasite members in the duel. However, Linda was the odd one out. "Wait, is it because she's an undead?" Quinn thought. "Like Peter, he isn't affected by certain things like poison." At that moment, Quinn had figured out who was the most likely suspect in this whole thing. Syl, by his side, started to cough violently, and when he moved his hand from his mouth, blood could be seen. Looking up at Quinn, Syl looked deadly frightened. "Quinn, am I going to die?" Syl asked. "No, I won't let that happen," Quinn replied, clenching his fist. "But someone is," he thought, picturing one person, Mantis. Everyone in the room could feel Quinn's rage seeping out of his body. For some, it was almost suffocating, especially for Megan and Sam, who had never been through anything like this before. Being in the same room with him reminded her of the time she was in mortal danger from the humanoid Emperor-tier beast. She never expected to meet someone who would give her goosebumps in such a way. "Quinn, you need to calm down," Sam said. "When one is emotionally attached, the worst decisions are made. I know what you're thinking, and it's obvious. The parasites are to blame, and my money's on Mantis. Even if that was the case, we don't know what this is or how it works." "Do we need to?" Quinn said. "We can ask the person who caused this himself, and I'm sure he knows the answer." "Sam is right," Paul interrupted. "To me, this looks like a type of poison. As a result of my research, I've been studying it more than ever before to improve my abilities. To be honest, as long as we have a healer, the poison shouldn't have such a strong effect on one, and they should be able to recover. Dennis appears to be deteriorating for some reason. A poison this strong. The only thing I can think of is that it's a component of Mantis's soul weapon. I'm sure this won't have been the first time he has done something like this. My guess is he either has an antidote or is the only person who can get rid of it through his skill." Quinn knew Paul and Sam were right. He needed to calm down and think straight, but his body was already moving towards the exit of the door. "Don't worry, I'll keep those things in mind," Quinn replied. "I know the perfect thing to calm me down." And before they could even try and stop Quinn, he was already gone. "Should someone go after him?" Linda asked, not sure herself if it was the right thing to do. "It's not him I'm worried about," Blip replied, "but the parasites, we all saw what he did to the sun shields." "Don't worry about Quinn. He won't kill Mantis until he's certain that everyone is safe," Sam explained. "That's just how Quinn is. For now, it would be best if we isolate everyone with a stomachache and try to find out if there is anyone else experiencing these symptoms. For one, we don't know if this thing can spread." "If Quinn goes on a rampage at the parasite's base, will Daisy get involved to break the deal?" Nate asked. "I doubt it based on how things are at the moment," Sam replied. "Usually they are there just to make sure an all-out war doesn't happen at that point in time. If someone breaks the agreement, it will make it so that in the future they won't want to comply. The trust will be broken, and you will probably be blacklisted by the other factions for doing such a thing." Getting blacklisted by the other factions didn't sound good. Different planets had different resources that they needed to share. That was a simple fact, and it was why factions, even at current times, still traded, although they would try their best not to trade with someone who they were likely to go into battle with. If no one was willing to trade with them, then they would have to rely on their resources. At the moment, the Cursed family didn't have much. Even basic things like food pills were running low, and people were starting to get sick of just eating pills as well. "If we can prove they broke the agreement first by getting you guys sick, then it won't be a problem," Sam said. The others got to it and headed to the medical bay. Their symptoms weren't yet as bad as Dennis's, but he had been directly touched. It felt like it would only be a matter of time before they were like him. Just in case, Linda went with those that were infected as well, isolating herself. On their way to leaving the command room, they noticed something. One of them was missing. "Where's Syl?" Fex asked. Chasing down the hallway after Quinn, Syl wasn't too far behind him. "Wait!" Syl shouted, and started to cough shortly after, leaving a few drops of blood on the floor and wiping his mouth with his sleeve. "Syl, you should head back and rest. You're not well," Quinn said. "Quinn, I know what you're feeling right now. I've been there myself," Syl said. As he said these words, his throat started to choke up with emotion. Quinn remembered what Syl had said to him, how he had told him about his past. Just like now, Syl was once filled with rage. He didn't care for anyone, and had even ended up killing his friends. "I know what emotions can do. If someone needs to hold you back, then I'm the only one that can." Not saying anything, Quinn continued to walk towards the teleporter, and Syl followed. When they arrived on the planet, there was only one destination that they were going towards. Grabbing one of the jeeps, they were on their way. Right now, Quinn was ready to fight the whole faction on his own, one consisting of around 1,000 plus members. If this was to happen, he would need all the MC cells he could get. While Syl was sitting in the jeep next to him, he continued to cough and was sweating even more than before. Every time Quinn looked at Syl, it just made him even angrier. Finally, they had arrived at the outside shelter wall, where the 5 or so guards were standing outside. Getting out of the vehicle, he walked towards the gate, not slowing down his stride or hesitating. "Hey, you again?" the guard said. "I told you last time. You can't just come up here without an invitation. We have banned all cursed members from accessing the shelter." Mantis had expected the cursed faction to come crawling back to them, and he had informed the guards to delay them if they were seen. What they didn't expect was that Quinn would be here on his own. One of the men in the back started to send a message back to the parasite base. He was in no rush. After all, they could only see 2 people. "Hey, stop! If you get any closer, I will hide—" Between the 2 of them, there was still a distance of around 5 meters, and the man was still not worried. But the next second, Quinn was in front of him. He didn't know what happened after that, but the rest saw it. A fist was slammed into his face, and he was thrown down, slamming his body onto the ground. His body lay there still and wasn't moving. Hey, that was Ron. He was a rank C traveler. He just beat him with a single punch," the other guards said, panicking. "This is an emergency. Suddenly, the man felt something slip off of his wrist as he was speaking into it. When he looked up, he could see that Quinn had the watch in his hand. With his fists, he crushed the watch to pieces and allowed the fragments to fall to the ground. "Come on, let's all attack him at once," the other guard shouted, and the 3 men charged in, ready to use their ability. However, before they could even do anything, Quinn had dealt with them all, kicking one of them in the head and then punching the other, and for the last one, he threw him up against the gate wall. Syl, who was following behind, went and checked on the conditions of the others. Thankfully, they still had a pulse, but it left out here with their injuries, they would soon die. When the nurse attempted to heal Syl, he had copied her ability. He was hoping that with a healing ability beyond level 8, he might have been able to heal himself or others, but there was no luck. Hovering his hand over those that were injured, Syl healed them just enough so they wouldn't die from their wounds, but wouldn't be getting up any time soon to try to stop Quinn. "You might not agree with me now, but later you will," Syl said. He was thinking about the 2 people he regretted killing the most. Standing in front of the gate, Quinn looked at it. He started to gather his ki. Then, channeling his energy, he stomped his foot down on the ground, pulled back, and punched the wall as hard as he could, performing the Bloodhammer strike. A loud explosion was heard throughout the shelter, and dust and smoke were thrown everywhere. Parts of the wall went flying outward into the shelter. Those with useful abilities managed to block the debris from hurting anyone. "Are we under attack?" someone asked. "Is it the cursed faction? I thought we had a deal. Why would they attack us?" When the dust started to settle, they could see one person walking forward. "Where is Mantis?" Quinn asked. "That's the only person I want." Sam and Megan were rushing around the cursed ship, trying their best to gather information. It was important to find out whether or not this was something that could be spread to others. They had multiple search teams asking others if they experienced any similar symptoms. There were a few that came forward and were placed in a different room from the others. After a quick rundown, it seemed like the symptoms were similar but not the same, but they were still kept under observation. Just in case, it would take a few days for anything to happen. It was also important that they didn't start to cause panic on the ship as well, so everything needed to be done in secret. "So far, it looks like the only ones that are affected are the ones from the fight," Sam said. "Well, at least that's some good news, right?" Megan replied, biting her nails nervously. She hadn't been able to calm down ever since Dennis was admitted into the medical bay. "I just hope they can recover soon, and there are no severe side effects from this," said Sam. "Losing them will be a big blow to the cursed faction. They are some of our strongest people." At that moment, one of the faction members came up to Sam to give him a report. Knowing where Quinn was going, it was quite easy to get a group to follow him from the base. However, they kept quite a distance away, not wanting to make the situation worse between the 2 camps. "Quinn," Sam said under his breath, as he heard the news. "Is it bad?" Megan asked, unsure what had happened to warrant that type of action from Sam. "We're getting reports that Quinn has just marched into the parasite shelter and destroyed the front gate." It was what they all thought he was going to do, but they couldn't believe he would do it at the same time. As soon as the parasites saw someone they didn't recognize, travelers immediately started to attack the following intruder. In their eyes, Quinn was the one who had suddenly attacked them first. It was no time to ask questions and figure out what was going on. They were just defending themselves. All different types of attacking abilities that had some type of range, including ranged weapons, came towards Quinn through the air. They thought with a single person, It would be impossible for him to dodge so many attacks. However, Quinn never needed to dodge. He was able to lift his shadow in front of him and block all of the abilities. It had used up a number of MC cells, but the attacks weren't strong enough to put a huge dent in them. When the shadow dropped, the attacks flung forward, destroying the ground beneath, and there was no sign of Quinn. Soon cries were heard coming from nearby. A few of them twisted their heads to see what was happening, but all they could see were their men being beaten and bloodied on the floor, but no attacker. Whatever was attacking them was moving far too fast. After defeating a few of them, using his fists and speed, the others had backed up, and more had come towards the shelter wall and gate. If there were around 50 or so men before, there were now around 200 faction members, all with their anger towards one person. With this many people, his MC cells would take quite the toll if he was to use his shadow to block their attacks. If he was only to use his fist, speed, and flash step, he would run out of stamina before beating them all, and using his blood skills was not an option. Not unless he didn't want to leave a single one of them alive. There was the soul weapon, but as the thought crossed his mind, he saw mothers running with their children, trying to escape the chaos and fighting. I can't use my soul weapon here. What if I hurt someone who's not involved? Quinn thought. Quinn, go, leave this to me, Syl said, entering through the broken gate that Quinn had just destroyed. Copying those that Quinn had beaten, Syl now had plenty of abilities to use, and to choose from, to deal with all of these. Quinn's enemy was never the parasites anyway, using his shadow cloak. He disappeared in front of all their eyes, as if he had turned invisible. Some tried to look for him and attack where he once was, but a wall of wind was raised that stopped all of that. I might not be 100%, Syl said, coughing a few times, but I can definitely deal with a bunch of nobodies. At times, when Quinn would use the shadow cloak, some were strong enough to sense Quinn's presence. However, those outside the shelter weren't one of these people. It might have been due to the panic. Their senses were more dulled, and with Syl as a distraction. It allowed Quinn to go past them all and head right into the faction base. Now inside, he needed to look for them, but when he entered the base, a strange scent had entered his nose. I smell blood, but inside the faction base? What is going on? Following his nose, Quinn was eventually led to a set of double doors. The smell was strongest from here, but he realized this while walking around the building. There was the smell of blood in different areas as well. It could be a trap through the double doors, but nothing was going to stop him from seeing Mantis. Pushing the doors open, it looked like Quinn had entered a storage room. It was large, with crates filled and pushed off to the side, and at the very back, sitting on top of a crate, relaxed, was Mantis. He wasn't the only one in the room. There was Weevil, Hannah, Tony, and the strange hooded man. All the people who had fought in the duel. Although there wasn't just one pale man in a hood, but 3, with 2 of them standing by Mantis's side like bodyguards. As for what Quinn could smell, the blood was coming from those men, dribbling from their mouths. Blood was trailing down their bodies and onto their clothes, and in the room itself, small pools of blood could be seen. The second I saw your ability, you gave me back those 3 men, said Mantis. I knew you would have some way to get here bypassing all those people. Mantis, you're going to help, or take back, whatever you did to everyone, and then you're going to wish you were never alive. I'm going to drain you of your blood every day, just enough for you to survive, Quinn shouted in anger. Now, that's not a way to ask someone for a favor. After a threat like that, why the hell would I ever help you guys? Said Mantis. You should be kneeling, begging me to get rid of what is affecting their bodies. Let me ask you a question. How long has it been since they've been throwing up blood? It was now clear that Mantis was behind it. I can see by the look on your face that it's already started. I'm sure at least that eagle-winged guy should have hurled up a few times already. I was extra sure to personally speed up the process with that one. If I remember correctly, he was quite the strong one. You see, the question you should be asking yourself, Quinn, is whether or not you should be here, or whether you should be on the ship. For those that are infected by my poison, it tends to get a bit wild towards the end. Back at the cursed ship inside the medical bay, Megan had gone to check up on Dennis, who was still soundly asleep. She preferred him like this, at least this way when he wasn't awake in pain. The others were going through a checkup with the nurse in a private room, leaving just the 2 of them. She looked at his tired eyes and went to brush his golden hair as her hand touched his skin. His eyes suddenly opened wide, bloodshot. You're all... Before she could say anything, Dennis's hand was tightly gripped around her throat. What's happening to him? Her life was being squeezed out of her by the second. Standing there, Quinn was unsure what Mantis meant by his words. However, whatever the case was, he was sure he was just trying to confuse him and distract him with them. It was clear that the answer and the person who would be able to solve his problems were right in front of him. Nothing else mattered. Looking at the others, Quinn was looking for a direct path towards Mantis, who was around 30 meters across on the other side. The scent of blood had wafted strongly into his nose from his right side, and he could suddenly see a hooded man jumping out towards him. He flash-stepped away, and the man's fist pounded the ground so forcefully. A loud bang was heard, and with it, rocks and debris flew up in the air, and a small crater was left behind from where his fist had landed. Looking over at Mantis, Quinn could still see one of the hooded men out front and two more by his side. The one that attacked me is none of them, so there was one more? Do all of them have the same ability? Those punches are powerful, Quinn thought. Mantis broke out in laughter, seeing what it looked like to him. Quinn dodging the punch by the skin of his teeth, saving his life. "Look how much trouble you are having, dealing with one, and I have 3 more like that," Mantis explained. "You see those men? They too have been affected by my poison. You see, after going through a painful process, their bodies end up like this. They become almost superhuman, gaining strong feats of strength and feeling next to no pain. Their minds aren't all there, but they listen to me for one reason, because I'm the only one that can save them. Too bad when they are this far gone. They are already set to die. Nothing can save them now. For all your friends, it's the same, and the cursed faction will no longer exist." Struggling, Megan could feel her conciseness fading away. She didn't know how long she had been in her current position, but her mind was fading in and out. In a way, she was thankful. She knew Dennis could turn his hands into a deadly claw, and if he had done so, using his full strength, he would have already crushed her windpipe. She would be dead. This gave her hope that Dennis was still in control, even if it didn't look like it based on his eyes. Trying to do something to set herself free, she lifted her hand, twisting it slightly, and tried to activate her ability. If she could just do something to let him go. Something small started to form in her hand. They looked like little bubbles, but then they quickly disappeared. She couldn't stay conscious or concentrate for long enough to form her ability. "I'm sorry, I couldn't do anything to help you," Megan thought. At that moment, coming into the room, the others had come from next door, having finished their checkup. They were casually talking to each other, some of them coughing. This had strung up hope for Megan once more. All she needed to do was make some noise, and she eventually used her ability, throwing out what looked like a bubble into a vase of flowers that was by Dennis's side of the bed. They fell to the floor, smashing against the ground. Rushing towards the noise and drawing the curtain, Nate could see Dennis holding Megan up. "What are you doing? Let go of her!" Nate shouted, as he went for Dennis's hand and tried to loosen his grip, but even with all his strength, he could only help slightly. As time went on, he was being affected by the poison more, and it made him feel incredibly weak. "Dennis! Dennis!" he shouted. A red string was tied around Dennis's arm, and although Fex was being affected by the poison as well, he had more strength than the others. Now was not the time to hide his strength when someone's life was on the line. He carefully wrapped string between his fingers and yanked the hand off Megan's neck. She fell to the floor, gasping for air. Finally, she could breathe again, but she had to have a few moments before she could regain her strength. Now that Dennis was no longer holding Megan, he went for the person closest to him and swung his arm out towards Nate. He managed to duck, avoiding the blow. "That nearly knocked my head off." "I think that poison did something to him. Look at his eyes," Nate shouted, and the next second he started to cough, causing him to stumble. There was no time to dodge the next attack, and he was hit by another arm that swung by, throwing him across the room and into the door. "This damn thing," Nate croaked. Dennis had great strength for a human before, and now he was even stronger. Fex wasn't sure if he could do anything, even with how he was feeling at the moment. "I'll deal with this," Linda shouted, running past both of them. She was the only person that was at 100%. By now, she was starting to get the hang of her strength. When she came towards Dennis, he swung out both of his arms together like a baseball bat, bashing it into Linda's side. She had managed to block the attack with her elbow, but it was taken out of place in the process. A shooting pain was felt, but nowhere near what it would have been before. She still felt pain, unlike Peter, but it was heavily dulled. But by the time she reached Dennis, she was already healed. Using her great strength,
she grabbed Dennis by both of his wrists and pulled them behind his back. Fex saw this as an opportunity and pushed past the drowsy feeling he had. He used his red string to continually tie up Dennis's hands. "I think that's all I can help with for now." Bursting into the room, a surprising couple had entered. Paul rushed forward with his hands glowing green, and Kaz stood in the room and looked at everyone for a second. "Keep hold of him," Paul said. Dennis was now being held down by Linda, and when Paul approached, he placed his green hands on the back of Dennis, who immediately started to whine and cry out in pain. "What are you doing? Are you hurting him more?" Linda asked, weary that maybe he and Kaz were working together. "Sometimes the best medicine for poison is another type of poison," Paul said. The cries from Dennis started to lessen, and eventually he was no longer shouting. They had a nice moment of rest until they could hear Nate heavily coughing, and eventually he too had thrown up blood onto the ground. "Damn," Nate said, wiping his mouth. "I hope we don't all become like Dennis. Otherwise, who's going to hold us back?" It was a big worry they all had. After all, it had taken all of them to just get Dennis under control. Back in the storage warehouse, Quinn had enough of listening to Mantis ramble on. Everything he said had just proved that he was running out of time. He started to walk forward towards them again. "Ha ha, idiot, get rid of him," Mantis said. The hooded man who had just caused the large crater jumped in front of Quinn and pulled back his fist, ready to blow his body apart. Inside, Mantis was squealing like a little girl as he imagined the cocky brat exploding to pieces. "You have no idea," Quinn said. "You have no idea what I am." Stomping his foot on the ground, Quinn prepared and went through the motions of the hammer strike. While doing so, he activated his shadow equipment, putting on his gauntlets, beast equipment, and mask, giving all of his extra stats. The mask was set to improve his strength, and for the first time against another human, Quinn didn't hold back, throwing out his fist. When the two of them touched, the force itself was causing the hooded man's arm to collapse within itself. The force from the blow was so strong that wind could be felt blowing Mantis's hair from the other side of the room. Finally, the hooded man's upper half of his body had disappeared. Only his legs remained, falling to the ground. Since Paul did his little trick, it seemed like Dennis had calmed down greatly, and they were starting to wonder if they had found a fix to the problem. Judging by how dire the current situation was, they needed to make a decision and decide what to do next. For this, Sam was called over to the medical bay. "There's a good chance that if we don't do something soon, you could all end up like Dennis, out of control and wild," Sam said, with his hand on his chin, struggling with what to do. "Could you perhaps do the same to the others? It looked like it worked on Dennis, so it should work on the others, right?" Paul lifted his hand and looked at it for a few seconds before replying. "I'll be honest with you, what I did was quite risky. There was a high chance that Dennis might have just died on the spot, but I thought it was the best thing to do at the time. I was trying to get it, so my poison was trying to take over whatever was already inside his body. However, when I felt Dennis, I could tell based on the symptoms that he was experiencing, my poison isn't strong enough to fight it. Mantis has to be the poison ability user who is at least at level 8. Mine is currently at level 6. Inside Dennis's body, there is a struggle going on between the two forces. Mine is less deadly and is only meant to tire the user, but eventually it will lose out. All I did was buy us some time, and I wouldn't like to tempt fate by trying to do it again." "You experimented on him?" Megan shouted. She started to walk toward him, rage filling her eyes. "Calm down, Megan. There's no point getting angry over what could have happened. It's fine now, and who knows what could have happened to everyone if Dennis was able to rampage around the base. What would have happened if he left the room?" While the others were arguing, Nate was sitting on the edge of one of the hospital beds. He started to close his fist and open it slowly. The veins running on top of his arm were bulging in a similar fashion to Dennis's when he was nearly possessed by the poison. "I'm losing control," Nate said. "I can feel it. You need to do something fast. I don't want to hurt anyone unintentionally. If Paul needs to attempt his little experiment again, then so be it." Hearing what Nate said, Fex was starting to wonder about himself. He wasn't at the point the others were and was wondering if the poison was spreading through his body slower due to him being different from everyone else. What he was worried about was what would happen if he was to go out of control. So far, there has been something that has been noticed among those that were affected. As the poison took over their body more, their ability to focus and use their abilities lessened. It was the most likely reason why Dennis didn't use his abilities to fight the others.
His mind wasn't there, and he couldn't activate it. But what about him? Sure, maybe when he got to that point he wouldn't be able to use his string ability, but his vampire blood abilities were different. They were just things his body could do. Maybe he would even turn into a beast similar to the bloodsucker. Whatever the case, even if it didn't happen, it was a concern for him. "Don't worry," Kaz said, whispering in his ear. She could see that Fex was thinking about something. "I'll deal with anyone that finds out." Quinn said he thought Kaz had changed, but I see she's still the same girl as always. Fex gripped his fist in anger. "I have a solution," Sam said. "Something that isn't as risky as Paul using his poison ability on you all. Let's confine all of you into one of the training rooms and lock you in there with each other." "What if they start attacking each other?" Megan said. "Then at least they aren't out here, able to hurt anyone else." When Sam said these words, he struggled. He didn't want to just say others' lives were more important than theirs, but he had to think of all the people on the ship, not just his close friends. "Honestly, I'm not confident in my poison ability either. One wrong move and I might be the death of them," Paul said. "You can—" "It's okay, Megan," Nate cut her off. "Lock us all up in the same room. I think that's the best thing right now. If we kill each other, then that's just one less problem you guys need to deal with." "What about me?" Linda asked, who had shown no symptoms so far. "If we wanted to be safe, it would be best to put you in there as well. But if we did that, you would be alone with all of them. Just like Fex, it could be that it's taking longer than you to be affected." "We could always wait. If you start showing signs, then we can place you with the others." With the decision made, everyone had agreed to be locked up in one of the training rooms. Fex, Dennis, and Nate. However, when going in, Kaz tried to enter as well. "Kaz, you can't go in there," Sam said. "I'm okay, I won't die," Kaz replied. Sam shook his head. "No, I'm not having your death on my hands." The two of them locked eyes for a second, and eventually Kaz gave in and walked back. Having defeated one of the hooded men who had such strength, Mantis was speechless, not knowing what to say or do. "Rest in peace. I could tell you were in great pain, and I promise I will punish the person who did this to you," Quinn said to himself. Seeing what just happened couldn't be explained by just simple high-level beast gear, not unless it was at least at the legendary level. The other members knew this and were hesitant to go forward. "Don't worry, I'll be coming for you," said Quinn, dashing forward. Seeing this, Tony started to act by placing up a barrier, but using his body with his shoulders forward and pushing off his feet, Quinn didn't even need to punch the barrier and was able to just run through it, as if it was made of thin glass. Hannah started to panic and threw out multiple wind slashes at Quinn, but his speed was far too fast. He changed direction, trying to deal with the annoying one first, heading for her. "Quinn, don't kill her!" Weevil shouted, activating his enhanced soul weapon, which allowed him to move twice as fast with his super speed. Honestly, he knew it was a lost cause, ever since he had seen Quinn defeat the Emperor-tier beast on his own. If Quinn ever got involved in a fight with the parasites, he told himself he wouldn't fight him, yet here he was trying to save Hannah. From his side, he came forward with the daggers, ready to do anything he could. However, he was suddenly lifted into the air and felt something tight around his throat. While using his speed, Quinn had picked him up by the neck like a child. "Just like that Fex guy, he could keep up with my speed." Swinging Weevil's body, he hurled him towards Hannah, knocking them both into one of the crates and smashing them through it. "Stop him! Don't let him come close!" Mantis shouted. "I don't even need to use my shadow or blood powers for these. It would just be a waste," Quinn shouted, now heading towards the back, where Mantis was now standing on top of the crate. With his barrier able to do nothing, Tony knew he was more than useless and tried to run away. Before he knew it, he felt that his whole body was leaning over, and then his eyes were looking at the ground. Looking down, his legs were mangled. Quinn had kicked his legs, causing him to topple and crush his legs in the process. Jumping down from the crate, the three hooded men came over. It was the last thing Mantis had. He could deal with one, but fighting three of them at once, the attack he did before took some time. He would get hit performing such a thing again, Mantis started to think, giving him a slight bit of hope. "I suppose that I shouldn't care about you seeing such things if you're no longer going to live," Quinn said as the shadow started to stretch out from his gauntlets. Swiping both his hands, he grabbed the red aura with the shadow, creating two of his shadow scythes. Swinging wide from both sides, the hooded men had nowhere to go, and they just stood there accepting their fate. As the scythes touched their bodies, their heads were chopped off, and they were rolling on the floor. "No! Ow! Who are you?" Mantis shouted out loud. He turned around, hoping to find a way to escape. When he looked back to see where Quinn was, he could see no one. Then his body hit something. It was Quinn. "On your knees," Quinn commanded, his eyes glowing red. Possessed, Mantis's body was forced onto the ground with his knees slamming onto the top of the crate. "Now look who's begging." Inside the training room, Dennis was placed on one side of the room, towards the right of the entrance, up against the wall. He was still sleeping away, but at least he was alive. Nate sat down against the back of the wall. His head was covered in sweat, and once in a while he would wince in pain. Fex could see by looking at him that he was fighting against something inside, while Fex himself was up against another wall, the one opposite Nate. They decided to stay away from each other. At least they had a few seconds to react if anything was to happen. Time was passing by, and it felt like torture, not only because they were physically in pain, but because they weren't even sure if they would live to see another day. Both Nate and Fex were strong people who would have liked to have done something to try and put the odds in their favor, but all they could do was sit there and wait for the time to go by. Another coughing fit was started by Nate. He had several of these happen while in the room, each one seeming to get worse, and Nate's appearance was changing with it as well. The coughing got so bad that he stood up and used his hand to stabilize himself against the wall. Eventually he hurled his contents out, and the red blood could be seen. "Yep, torture me more by putting blood in front of me," Fex thought. "Fex, I can't any more. You have to knock me out. Knock me out now," Nate shouted. Having remembered how strong Dennis was before, and while Fex still had strength, he didn't need Nate to ask him again. Gathering his strength, Fex went over. He tied both of his legs with the red string. Then when he reached Nate, he got behind him. Gathering all his strength, he whacked him on the sweet spot behind his head, hopefully knocking him out. He fell to the floor like anyone would do after a blow like that. "I wonder how long I have left," Fex thought. The sounds of groans started up. He looked over towards Dennis, but could see nothing. They were coming from below. Even though Nate had been knocked out, it didn't matter. He was already too far gone, as the white could be seen in his eyes. "Man, it's like I'm going up against steroid zombies. Why do I have to deal with this crap?" Another set of groans was heard, and now Dennis was getting up from the floor as well. "Quinn, please hurry, man." Looking around the room, Fex noticed that they were in Quinn's training room. This room in particular was void of cameras, so no one could do any spying. "Nate! Dennis!" Fex called out, but there was no reply. If he wanted to get out of this situation alive, then he might need to use his vampire powers. At least with the condition they were in now, they wouldn't remember anything he did to them. Syl stood outside the base. He didn't look tired. He didn't look like he had a single scratch on him either. However, around him on the ground were multiple people rolling out in pain. He had done his best to try to avoid killing people, but it was unlikely that they had all come out alive from something like this. If people just kept coming for Syl, thinking that eventually Syl's MC points would run out. After taking out around 300 or so of them, they stopped, knowing it was useless. They went back to their families and friends, and went inside their homes, locking up from the monster outside. When he looked ahead, he could see a kid and a mother peeking around the corner. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you," Syl said, walking towards them. "I was only hurting those attacking me." Still, as the Syl got close, the pair had run away. He was thankful that the others had run away, for his control was slipping away from him as the pain started to take over bit by bit. Still, he had a goal in his head. He was going to help Quinn no matter what, and this focus allowed him to block out the pain and use his abilities. Entering the base, Syl searched and searched until he had eventually found him. He could see Quinn on top of the crate, while Mantis kneeled in front of him. "What is this? Is it some type of mind control? I can't move my legs," Mantis thought. "But that's impossible. I've already seen his shadow ability. This isn't something someone should be able to do. If I don't break free, I'm going to die." "How do I stop the poison?" Quinn asked. Hearing this question, the frightened look he had on his face disappeared. He felt like he was more in shock, but now he was thinking straight. He could turn this all around. "It looks like the tables haven't turned after all," Mantis replied. "Even though I'm the one kneeling here, I hold all the cards. You need me. Your friends, the poison will continue to affect their bodies until eventually they will die. As I said before, I'm the only person who can give them an antidote. But you know what? I wouldn't even give it to you if you were going to kill me." Mantis started to laugh like a madman. And even if I die, the poison will remain. This was why he did such things. Quinn, you should learn. This is why you should detach yourself from the people around you, as I have done. No one can use anything against me. I don't need you to do it. I just need you, Quinn said. His eyes started to glow once more. I order you to get rid of the poison from Syl's body, he said, pointing at Syl, who had entered the room. Quinn had heard his footsteps as he entered, and it was at the perfect time. You think I would listen to you? Mantis said, but once again, as if he were not controlled by him. His body started to move and was already heading towards Syl. The order was repeating in his head and moving through his body. He tried to fight back, but the subconsciousness was controlling him. Then he finally reached Syl and placed his hand on his stomach. Syl, being cautious, grabbed both of Mantis's arms to try and stop him, but soon could tell that he was under control. Mantis felt a strange sensation inside, and when he pulled his hand away after a few moments, the green liquid had passed through his body and was swirling around in his hand. You can control me? Mantis said. I won't let you have your way. You will not have the last laugh, Mantis shouted at the top of his lungs. His hands glowing green, he lifted the strange aura that was 4 times the size of what he had extracted out of Syl and absorbed it into his own body. It didn't take long, and Mantis had fallen to the floor. Syl kneeled to check up on him and knew what had happened. Mantis had killed himself and was dead. Waiting nervously outside of the training room were Blip, Linda, Sam, and Kaz. Coming to the training room had made Kaz aware that there was a room that everyone was using that she was unaware of before. She had seen them input a code, while she had no clue what the code was. She thought, I guess that's Quinn's doing, deciding to keep that away from me. The reason they were waiting outside was to see if those that had lost their minds would start attacking those who hadn't. And if they had lost all of their minds, the question was, would they all start attacking each other? What they didn't want was for them to kill each other, and Blip was ready to jump in and try to calm down whatever was happening outside at any second. The other reason was if Linda started having certain effects as well. While waiting, they thought they could hear the sound of fighting inside. It wasn't quiet at all, because the infected had great strength, and a slight vibration could be felt from the outside of the room every time they hit the ground or floor. However, it was mostly soundproof, which was what made it more frightening to them all. I can't take it anymore. I have to go in there and see what's happening. We can't just stand out here forever, Blip said, filled with frustration. Tell me the code. Blip was one of the only ones who also didn't know the code. He knew the truth about Linda and the others now, but the others did not, so he had no access. I think it would be good if you don't go in there, Kaz unexpectedly spoke. You might get infected, or there would be troublesome things you could see. When she spoke these words, she gave a glance at Sam, as if she wanted him to speak up. Is she worried about someone inside? Sam thought about seeing this. Then he thought about Fex. What would happen to him if he had gone beyond a certain point? Was Kaz trying to protect him from being found out? Sam was unsure of what Kaz's true motive was. However, it still made sense that if Blip went in, then there was a chance he could find out the truth about everything. Let me go, brother, Linda said. I can deal with a bunch of hot-headed boys. Trust me, I've grown up with one for most of my life. Sis, but you saw their strength. How could I let you? She looked him in the eye, and then reached out her hand above his shoulder, inputting the code in. The sound of the door behind Blip had opened. Don't turn around, and whatever you do, don't come in, Linda said. She ran past, through the door, and it quickly closed behind her. Sis, the second you call for help, I don't care what kind of secret you need me to keep. I'm going in there. When Linda entered, she could see Fex dodging the 2 of their attacks. He had one of their hands tied with his red strings, and with his other hand, 3. He had released a large line of red aura, knocking the other one away with his other hand. Fex was covered in sweat, and his eyebrows were scrunched up. Linda could tell he was in extreme pain. Is it the poison? Nate, who had been knocked away by the blood swipe, had already gotten up off the ground. He had cuts all over his body, seemingly from previous attacks, yet he was ignoring them and continuing to go forward. I can't hold on much longer, Fex thought, while still holding Dennis with his string abilities. If he was at 100%, then he would slap these 2 around with no problem. He didn't know what to do with Nate coming towards him. Using the blood attacks was only weakening him, and if he let go of Dennis now, he'd be doomed. Don't worry, I'm here to help, Linda said, as she threw out a punch, hitting Nate right on his ribs and sending him back into the wall. Man, am I happy to at least see someone, Fex said, and the relief and tension he felt in his body went away. At the same time, the string that was holding Dennis's body was let loose as well. For once, as Linda approached Dennis, she was happy about her new body. She had broken her elbow the last time she fought, but she was able to fight again without the aid of a healer. Her beast gear with her added extra strength. She was starting to like this style of fighting head-on. Dennis went to throw out a fist, and it was faster than Linda was expecting. If she was going to get hit on her head, then it would be over. At the last second, the fist started to move upward, and Dennis's whole body was leaning backward as if he was falling. When she looked down, she could see that a red string had tied both of his legs and was attached to Fex. I'm not completely useless yet, Fex said, coughing a few times. She looked back at Fex and gave a big smile. These guys were reliable in countless situations, and were glad she had joined a good group, regardless of what had happened to her. I'm sorry about Dennis, but this is the one that is going to hurt. But you can heal from this situation, Linda shouted as she threw her fist down at his legs, crushing his knees. Dennis screamed in pain, and it pained her to see him like that, but if she didn't stop Dennis and Nate somehow, they would constantly come back. For a brief second, Nate wasn't responding either, so she could catch her breath. Quick! Feck shouted. He was on all fours. His fists were pounding the ground, fighting back whatever was happening to him. Get out of here now, quickly! He shouted again. What is happening to him? Linda thought. Suddenly, unlike the others, something different was happening to Fex. His body was slightly transforming. Half his hair from his head was falling out, and his muscles were bulging like the others, but when he lifted his head, she could see. With a creepy smile from Fex, only fangs from his left side were showing. Naturally, Linda took a step back. It was the first time she had seen something like this, and it was a reminder for her. I forgot. Fex is a real vampire. Damn it! Fex screamed internally. Am I really turning into a bloodsucker? But I haven't lost all my blood. There was one thing he could tell, though. He was losing his mind, and the only thing he could think about was blood. Standing there for a while, Quinn was by Syl's side looking at Mantis's body. It hadn't moved, and he could hear his heart was no longer beating. He really killed himself. He decided to run away after all that crap he caused, Quinn shouted. Even though he was frustrated, he wasn't frustrated at Mantis, but more so at himself. He felt like he had let them all down, everyone back on the ship. He couldn't even think of a solution to get out of this mess. At that moment, he could hear the sounds of people moving. When he turned to look, it was both Weevil and Hannah. They were hurt and were slowly walking their way out of the broken crate. When they came out, they were surprised to see Mantis lying there, dead. Oh, crap! Hannah screamed. What the hell do we do? Her hands were by her hair, and it looked as if she was about to rip it out. It was expected. They probably thought Quinn had killed their leader. At least this was why Quinn thought they were upset. Right now, he didn't even have the will to fight them, and just allowed them to come close to his body. Then, when they were finally close enough, Hannah ran up to the body and kicked Mantis while he was dead and down. You bastard! Did you really just die like that? Hannah shouted. Now he was confused. What was going on for her to attack her faction leader like so? You guys are probably wondering what's going on, Weevil said. We are in the same boat as your friends. Everyone who belongs to the Parasite faction is. For us to have absolute loyalty, using his soul weapon, he had infected us all with the poison, although not as strong as your friends. Every week we are required to visit Mantis, where he will administer an antidote or remove part of the poison. We have no idea how it works. The point is, all of our lives were in his hands. Weevil then looked at the hooded men who were dead. Do you remember them, Quinn? Weevil asked. Those men were the ones that you brought back with you to the duel that time. Because they failed their mission, he allowed the poison to get to that point with them, and now he goes and just leaves us, so we all have to suffer. Weevil and Hannah both broke down, falling to their knees, and the last bit of hope for Quinn had disappeared. He thought that maybe what Mantis had said was a lie, but even his own people had no answer. When Weevil was wiping away his tears, he was surprised to see a certain someone standing over him. A hand was placed on his stomach. I think it was something like this, Syl said, and when he moved his hand away, the green substance was seen coming out of Weevil's body. Weevil couldn't believe his eyes when he looked up at Syl. The thing that had been causing him so much pain all this time was floating around outside. The agonizing small pain he had in his stomach was gone, and he felt a strange rush. He couldn't even remember the last time he felt like this. The tears of anger had suddenly changed to tears of joy. The first words that came out of his mouth weren't how, what, or why. Instead it was, "Thank you, thank you," Weevil said, uncontrollably sobbing more than he did before. "Wait!" Hannah shouted, so loud that Quinn thought his eardrums were going to explode. "You can extract the poison, but how? Paul was a level 8 poison ability user. Even if you can copy abilities, surely it should take some time to learn something like that." Maybe for an ordinary person, but not for a blade, Quinn thought. "When Mantis removed it from me, I just felt what he did and tried copying it. It's easier than it looks. Maybe," Syl said, smiling. Quinn was relieved now. It looked like they finally had a way to remove the poison from his friends. With Syl having just copied the ability, they would have 24 hours to remove the poison, which was plenty of time. Walking away, Quinn was ready to head off back to the base, and Syl started to follow. "Wait, please," Hannah shouted. "Help us. You have to help us. And I'm not just talking about me, but the whole faction. We're all infected by the poison, and if it's not removed, we will all die." At first, Quinn felt like he had no reason to help them. They were the ones that had caused so much trouble, not just for him, but for the whole of their group. But after realizing what Mantis had done, it wasn't really their fault. But he couldn't just help them with getting nothing in return, right? "And what's in it for me? Why should we help you after what has happened to us? You've set us back quite a bit," Quinn said. "Can't you just be a decent human being?" Hannah shouted. But at that point, Weevil stood up and pushed her to one side. "No, he's right. Even if we were under Mantis's orders, that still doesn't change the fact that their faction was affected by our actions," Weevil said, bowing down. "I can't speak for everyone in the faction, but if you do us this favor, then I'm sure everyone would be in your debt. We have seen your power and the things you can do, and I would like to join you. Join the cursed faction. I don't mean as part of the parasites either." "With Mantis dead, the parasites will have died with him. Isn't that right, Tony?" Weevil shouted. "Ah, yes, please. Just fix my legs and remove the poison. I promise. Glathrium, crystals, whatever you want," Tony shouted. Although Weevil seemed to be admirable and loyal, certain people didn't seem to be the type like Tony. However, they really could do with their resources and people, and as long as Quinn didn't give them a reason to betray him, why would someone choose to move over to the other side? Seeing Quinn thinking about it, Weevil thought he could give one more push. "The word that you killed Mantis will get out to those in Daisy and the Greylashes. His traveler rank will no longer appear on the system. If this is found out by them, then they will blacklist you. I know you might think this was justifiable, but truthfully, everything Mantis has done was during the fight with the others. He didn't actually break any rules. You were the ones that attacked us, and I'm not blackmailing you. I just wanted to let you know that. Either way, whatever happens, I will put in the word. Tell them that Mantis had started it." There were nervous looks all around, and all that could be heard was Tony groaning on the floor. "Fine. If Syl is happy to, then I will get him to remove the poison from everybody. But there are some conditions. I will be taking all of the resources from this shelter. Everything that did belong to the parasites now belongs to us. However, I will only accept those that wish to come over to the cursed faction. No one will be forced. If they want to join after helping them, then that's down to them. Quickly, gather everyone you can and we'll get to work." The first one Syl went up to was Hannah, and he had done the same to her, moving the green liquid and then throwing it out on the floor. "There are around 1,000 faction members that have been poisoned. Removing it all at once, won't that tire you out?" Hannah asked. "What if you can't remove it from your friends after that?" "Don't worry about me," Syl replied, smiling. "I have more than enough power to remove it from everyone." Saying those words so casually, and after witnessing everything Quinn had done. Just who were these people? Both Hannah and Weevil thought. One thing was for sure, they would soon be causing a huge shake-up in the Civil War. Once they quickly removed the poison from the parasite members, they would head off back to the ship. Quinn was just hoping that this small delay wouldn't be too much of a problem for them. Back inside the training room, Linda didn't know what she was staring at. Feck seemed to be stuck in the middle of a transformation. Half his head was bald, and one arm was bulging larger than the other, with sharp, long nails. "Fex, are you still there?" she shouted, preparing herself for possibly another fight. "Grrrr!" Fex snarled back, and there was nothing else. On all fours, he was on the move. She got into a fighting stance and was ready, but then she noticed that he wasn't going for her. Instead, He was heading for Dennis, who was on the ground. Is it the blood? She thought, and started to move out. Fex didn't care about her and was more interested in what his body was craving at the time. Because Linda was closer, she was able to reach Dennis before Fex, but she could see that Fex was even faster. Linda swung her fist at the crazed Fex, who dodged it and dug one of its clawed hands into Linda's shoulder. For some reason, the pain was worse, as the nails dug deeper into her skin than when she had broken her bones. "Ah!" she screamed at the top of her lungs. With his other hand, Fex then pushed her to the ground, out of the way. "That scream, it was Linda's," Blip said. "I have to get in there. Sam, quickly, the code." "But—" "Sam, if she dies, then all of this will be on you," Blip said, pulling him forward by his collar. "Fine, we can deal with the consequences later," Sam said, as he inputted the code to the door. Linda, having been thrown to the floor, was still conscious, and before Fex could reach Dennis's body, she had grabbed his ankle. She wasn't going to let go and let him kill Dennis. "Linda!" Blip shouted, running towards her. Seeing his sister on the floor bleeding, he thought she was in trouble. The strange beast that was being held back even started to claw at his dear sister's arm, and more blood and flesh were being seen getting ripped off. Blip ran forward, filled with anger and not thinking. "Get off my sister!" he screamed. Eventually, the half-crazed Fex was able to slice Linda's hand to the point where he had cut through the bone and was free. However, instead of going for Dennis, he decided to go for another human that was running towards him. The speed coming from Fex was unexpected, and even Blip was only partially through his transformation. When it leaped up in the air, using its great strength, it knocked Blip's hand away and then latched onto his shoulders. Using its fangs, it sank them into the side of his neck, and the two fell to the floor. "Blip!" Linda screamed.